but I will not be missing out on some of these games.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I cannot wait. I'm excited about. I just put out on X some Barry Sanders highlights because Barry Sanders, of course, played for the Lions, and yeah, I might sound like an old, but Barry Sanders on Thanksgiving was just like unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Mm.
And so you could count on him every Thanksgiving. Even though the Lions were terrible back in the day, he was one of those guys. I just put this out there as well, talking to someone who's an old friend of mine. And Barry was one of those rare things or rare players where he could make a 3-yard gain be a highlight because he'd be caught behind the line of scrimmage 4 or 5 yards because the line sucked and they never had any line in front of him. And all of a sudden, he's going this way, he's going that way, he's hurdling a guy, he's spinning around, he's out of room, he goes left, he goes right, then he splits up the middle, and all of a sudden it's like, 3-yard gain. But he ran 50 yards to get there.
Right. Did they have the Galloping Gobbler Award back then? Or is that like a new thing? You know what they do on Fox where they give him the turkey leg? Did they used to do that, or is that like relatively new?
I think John Madden did that forever. Like that was his thing, right? Where he would have the turducken and then he would give whoever he thought was the MVP of the game, a big turkey leg to chew on. So John Madden started that tradition a long time ago. In fact, you'll see that on Thanksgiving. A lot of times they'll replay that where there was a guy, I think he's in New Orleans, was the guy who made the original turducken for John Madden. And so they'll interview him from time to time and say, yeah, this is what John wanted. This is how he put it together. We do it every Thanksgiving. And they always sort of pay homage to him because he made that part of the event, right? It's one thing to have football and certain teams on Thanksgiving, and then it's quite another to have the event that goes along with it. And John Madden helped make it an event.
So is it only for the Lions game? I like don't know which game, because it used to be we didn't have 3 games on Thanksgiving. So I'm wondering, so the game that's on Fox, like, I don't know, because I'm trying to think. I'm like, who's going to be the Galloping Gobbler? And are they actually going to take a bite of the turkey leg? Because here's the problem. Like, the day and age that we live in now, it's like, oh, well, I don't eat things that aren't organic and free range. Like, Tom Brady's not taking a bite out of that turducken if he was still on the field. It's similar to when I think they made a birthday cake for A-Rod on the broadcast on Fox, and he was like, I don't eat sugar. So they're like, great, we'll put the cake over here.
Well, imagine if you're a football player, it's like, you know what, after a long game where you've been crushing it and you're the MVP, eat whatever you want. But just, imagine if they gave you a cake or something. You'd be like, now? Like, maybe a turkey leg and some Gatorade would be better. I don't want to do this now. But I can't wait. I'm excited. That's part of the fun. Who's going to get that turkey leg tomorrow? I think it's during the early game, but then sometimes they'll push it to, whatever the main game is on the afternoon. I would feel like it's Packers Lions. That's the one that has the most implications because of the divisional battle and because the Lions are so traditional on Thanksgiving. So here we go, Chelsea. Lions laying 2.5, Lions minus 150. Green Bay is plus 125. Total is 49. What is your initial lean here?
I think my initial lean would be the Lions because, number one, I feel like it's difficult for a team in any division to sweep another team. Because remember earlier in the season when people had the Packers billed as Super Bowl favorites, it's because of what they did to the Lions earlier in the season. But I have questions about the Packers offense. It just feels like it's kind of hit or miss for me. So if this turns into a track meet, which maybe it won't because the Packers defense is really good, but the Lions still have so many playmakers that even against good defenses, it's not going to shock me if we see some big plays, leak through the cracks where it's Jahmyr Gibbs rushing for like a 62-yard touchdown. So I do think if it's a higher scoring game, that kind of favors the Lions. If it's lower scoring, it favors the Packers. But any way you slice it on Thanksgiving, you have to feel like this is going to be a great home field advantage for the Lions. Because think about the history here. The Lions have been bad for so long, and they've always had this Thanksgiving Day game. So now that they're good, and they already have good fans to start with, that this has to be one of the hottest tickets in town to face a division rival when your team is actually good. So I just feel like Detroit's going to be rocking, and I think I'm going to go with the home team here. So I would lay the points with the Lions.
I'm thinking about going with the Pack here. I need a little plus money on the card. So I'm not worried, but I wonder how good the Lions are. Look, the Lions are good. The Lions are very good, but they're not quite the same team that we saw last year, right? they still have some holes, and on defense, I think they can be had. I mean, it's a one-game sample size. We saw that against the Giants last week. So with the Packers playing good football right now, 1-2 straight, the Lions, who are the Lions? They're not as mystifying as the Eagles, but I don't quite think they have that unlimited ceiling that they seem to have in a previous season. So lost to the Eagles 2 weeks ago, beat up on a bad Commanders team, lost to a bad Vikings team. What's going to happen if Green Bay comes into Motown and punches them in the face? Can they respond, particularly against that Green Bay defense? I think I'll take the Packers here, plus the 2.5. Okay, let's go to Big D. Chiefs and the Cowboys. Chiefs laying 3. Chiefs minus 175 on the money line. You had that in our squad parlay. Dallas is plus 145. Your total is 52, Chelsea. I like the Chiefs minus 3, and I think we've seen a political flip-flop here. Chelsea Messenger was for the Cowboys until she was for the Chiefs. Is that not true, or are you just taking Chiefs money line? Yeah.
No, I was never on the Cowboys. Like, I was leaning towards the under at first.
Okay.
But just because this total is so high at 52, and we have seen that the Chiefs are very good on the defensive side of things. And the other thing is they are very good at long, sustained drives. So with the total this high, I understand the Cowboys' offense is really good. But I do think if I'm game planning and I'm the Chiefs, I'm keeping the Cowboys' offense off the field. And here's the other thing. The Cowboys' defense has been at least somewhat better, in the recent sample size when they've added guys like Quinnen Williams, who's been a real problem up the middle. I don't think they're going to slow down the Chiefs too much because here's the thing. At the end of the day, if we're picking a side in this game, I still feel like the Chiefs are the better overall team. And when you talk about like these big prime, I don't know if this is officially prime time, but like it's a Thanksgiving Day game. It is a big game. And we've seen the Chiefs kind of underperform this year and underachieve, but they're still getting the job done. And I think last week's game where a lot of people would say, oh, they barely snuck past the Colts. The Colts have some of the best metrics of any team in the NFL. So if they can shut down that offense, who is scoring, I think, the most points per game of any team in the NFL, I think they should be able to be well equipped to at least handle the offense of the Cowboys, who sometimes is not the best at running the ball. Like, of course, they have George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, but I do think this defense is equipped to slow them down. So I'll go with the Chiefs to win this game with also a lean towards the under.
Yeah, I'm trying to go. Yeah, I'm going to go Chiefs here, and I'm going to have a longer handicap in our next segment because I'm going with the Chiefs as the pick 6 here. But you touched on some of those same points, which is the Chiefs just aren't getting enough credit for beating the Colts. It's hard to break through an idea of what a team is like. It's like the Panthers. They're not a great team, but they're a decent team, right? Just getting through to someone's head, yes, the Panthers are a decent team. That's a hard thing to sort of help people understand because they've been so bad for so long. And in many ways, you can say the same thing about the Colts. I still feel like there are a lot of people who don't take Indianapolis seriously because of their history. So yes, that win by Kansas City, that comeback over the Colts, I think was super meaningful, and the market still isn't reflecting that. So that's why I'm going to be on the Chiefs and laying the 3. I think it's a reasonable number, and I'm surprised, frankly, that it has not gone to 3.5. How about Bengals and the Ravens? This is one of the more fascinating games because the line is so large. You got the Ravens laying 7, Ravens minus 350, Bengals plus 280, total is set at 52. And here is where we are definitely in agreement, which is Joe Burrow is going to be back for the Bengals. So is Jamar Chase. T. Higgins probably not going to play. He is in concussion protocol. But regardless, seems like a big number, and you would maybe grab Cincinnati here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm doing mental gymnastics over here just because you look at this line, you're like, what am I missing? Are they aware that Joe Burrow is going to be back on the field for this game? Here's the thing. I don't think Joe Burrow would put himself in this position if he didn't think he was ready and if he didn't think he would give his team a chance to win. And here's the thing. Statistically speaking, he's had some monster games against the Ravens over the past few years. So we know that the Bengals defense is not good, but the Ravens have not had a great defense over the course of the entire year as well. Yeah. And plus, like, Joe Burrow is one of those guys that even against good defenses, if you give me Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, like, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch. So I do think they can keep it within 7 points. Plus, it's a big game for the Ravens as well. Like, it
Yeah.
doesn't feel to me like the Ravens are going to keep their foot on the gas pedal and be like, we need to win this game by multiple touchdowns. No, and isn't that the thing with the Ravens is they're one of the worst teams in the NFL at blowing fourth quarter leads. So it's a
Yep.
big number for the Ravens to cover. It is a divisional battle in the AFC North where traditionally these games play really tight. I will say the total is 52, so maybe points are not at a premium. That is the sabotage factor. But still, if you're giving me 7 points in the NFL with a team that's led by Joe Burrow, I'm going to take the 7 points.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And I know there's always a thought that, well, he could come back and maybe it'll take him a while to sort of get back in the groove of things. We talked about this yesterday. I just don't see that being the case. Not with a guy who has the veteran experience that he has, not with a guy who has the chemistry that he has with Jamar Chase. And so the Ravens are a good football team. And it's crazy to think about now that they're probably going to make the playoffs where they looked left for dead. Even though the number told us that a few weeks ago, because we were like, how are the Ravens still favorites to make the playoffs here? But Vegas is often right, and they are here. It looks like Baltimore is going to roll into the postseason, getting a lot healthier, playing a whole lot better on defense. But all of that said, I still don't think they're 7 points better than the Bengals here. And these two teams know each other really well. I know it's not necessarily, one of those games that you see all the time, but they have such a familiarity based on how much they play that when I see a number this big, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Right, especially in the AFC North. Like, I just feel like these games are always
Right.
like hard fought. And again, like, I just don't think Joe Burrow would put himself in the line of fire if he didn't think he was ready and if he didn't think, that he could give his team a chance to win. So I'm on the Bengals here. I keep looking at this number. I'm like, what am I missing? Because we say this, like, the odds makers are often right. There's a reason they're good at their jobs. I don't know. This one just seems like there's not 7 points deciding these two teams. Like, if you're looking at, like, two division rivals, like, say, like the Titans and the Colts, there is a 7-point difference there. It feels to me there is not a 7-point difference between the Bengals with Joe Burrow and the Ravens with a hobbled Lamar Jackson, because we haven't even mentioned this yet. Feels like you're playing operation with Lamar Jackson where they're saying, he's had a head, a neck, a shoulder, a hand, a wrist, a knee, and an ankle injury this year, but he's fighting through it. Like, that doesn't inspire confidence either.
No, he's definitely not 100%. And throughout the week, he'll take a day off or two just to keep him rested. So I think that's a really good point to put into the handicap, which is when you're not 100%. Like, Lamar himself isn't taking off as much as he has in the past. And look, he is definitely a pocket quarterback. But when you look at his history, he's never been afraid to take off if he needs to. And that really hasn't been the case over the past few weeks. So not really convinced that he's absolutely as healthy as he was at the beginning of the season. So we are both on to 7. Coming up next, it might be a Wednesday, but oh yeah, football is coming and we are still willing to pick 6. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on this Thanksgiving Eve.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And it's on a Thanksgiving Junior. Oh, yeah. Thanks for being with us. It is a Wednesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up on the show, the Longhorns face their arch-rivals in Austin on Friday night, but do they have what it takes to overcome a cult? Yeah, I can't wait for that. Going back and forth on my picks here. I'm getting excited. This is one of my favorite weeks of the year because it's rivalry week, because I love college football, because you have NFL on Thanksgiving, and because it's Thanksgiving. I always get a little sad because I catastrophize a little bit. And I'm like, well, only one more month of college football, maybe like a month and a half, and it's over. I'm like, Michael, enjoy the moment because we're only a couple weeks away from bowl season, Chelsea.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the college football playoff, where we have 12 teams competing, which is awesome as well. But I do think, low-key, this is one of the best sports weeks, like in general, because think about it. Normally, we have Saturday and Sunday, but this week we get feast week for college hoops. So we've had good college basketball games all week long. And then on Thursday, we get 3 Thanksgiving Day games. And isn't the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving as well? And then we have rivalry games, on Saturday. And we have games on Friday, too, I think. Right? Like, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
Like, if I was looking at right, it's one of those weeks where, like, the day of the week does not matter. So it just feels like in normal weeks where, like, God, Wednesdays are the worst. And even Thursdays, it's like we get one game on Prime, and it's probably going to be terrible. Gone are those days. We have all kinds of games. We have a cornucopia of things to bet on.
A cornucopia. That's exactly right. That's a good word for Thanksgiving as well. The cornucopia. You know what I mean? I like to think that earlier in the show, we set the plate, and now it's time to pour the gravy all on top of all the talk that we had about the picks that we like. So let's do that and give you our weekend winners.
Pick six.
Let's do this. Starting in the National Football League, Dallas, Kansas City, and Big D. On a warm afternoon in Dallas, Travis Kelce and the Chiefs hope to celebrate a Thanksgiving victory with 3 homemade pies from Taylor Swift. Chocolate, pumpkin, and pecan. Apparently she likes to bake. That's what we learned today. D-Day put that in the chat. I'm like, I had no idea. Okay, so we did talk about this in the previous segment, but let me expand a little bit. Chiefs -3. This number is short, and I think this is the classic market overreaction and market underreaction. So we're seeing an overreaction to the Cowboys rallying from being 21 points down against the Eagles. Great win for them. Also, Dak Prescott has been a witch at home at AT&T against NFC East opponents, but they're playing someone from the AFC. That does not hold true here. So market overreacting a little bit to that Dallas comeback. And then conversely, the Chiefs had to come back from 11 points down against the Colts at Arrowhead in the fourth quarter, and the market isn't giving Kansas City enough credit for that. The Colts are a really good football team. You don't want to believe it. Every time Daniel Jones has a bad game, you're going to be like, oh, there we go again. Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes. Okay, it's the Colts. The Colts are exceptional. And what I mean by that is if you're Kansas City and you come back and get that win, you should be giving the Chiefs more credit for that comeback than they're getting. You combine those two factors, that's why I think this number is so short. The Chiefs must keep winning because they're certainly not guaranteed to have a playoff spot. They've got to get a dub here, and I think 3 is certainly reasonable against a Cowboys team that is incredibly inconsistent. So let's go Chiefs -3 against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I feel like Roger Goodell ain't letting the Chiefs lose on Thanksgiving. But again, it's against the Cowboys. That's another quote unquote America's team, but I feel like that title is not for long. All right, so if you want to watch it, Chiefs and Cowboys kick off at AT&T Stadium, 4:30 on Thanksgiving.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, so I keep looking at this line and thinking, what am I missing here? Because when you're giving the Bengals and Joe Burrow 7 points against a division rival and a Ravens team that's led by Lamar Jackson, who's nursing all kinds of injuries as well, I say to myself, this is going to be a good game. These are two division rivals in the AFC North where it feels like these games play closer to the vest. And statistically speaking, Joe Burrow has had some of his best games in the NFL against the Ravens. I understand it's not the same defense year to year, but still, Joe Burrow would not put himself in this position. He would not put himself on the field if he didn't think he was ready to roll and he was ready to give himself a chance to win. And here's the other thing. Like, Zach Taylor feels like he's kind of on the hot seat at this point, so it feels like a desperation game for the Bengals. And you could say that for the Ravens as well. When you are playing in a tight game and every single win matters for your playoff hopes and dreams, when we're talking about the Ravens, why would they keep their foot on the gas pedal? It just feels like this is one of those survive and advance games for the Ravens. And plus, they're one of the teams in the NFL who have done the worst job at sustaining leads in the fourth quarter. In fact, there is a stat with John Harbaugh blowing all these leads. So to me, 7 points feels too much. I'm going to be on the Bengals.
I think that's actually a good call. We were talking about that previously, and I think that is absolutely the way to go. Late game on Thanksgiving, 8 o'clock kick in Charm City.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right. This is my grossest pick, not of the week, of the month. Oh my God. You know what that is? That's the sound of tens of thousands of people who belong to a cult, and once they get in, they never escape. Most unbearable people on the planet. Aggies. The Ags, the Agroids. Aggie. We say Aggie because they're just one entity. Everyone thinks the same, looks the same, talks the same. So annoying. However, Texas A&M has a great football team. Mike Elko has done a great job. And the Texas secondary is not ready for what A&M has to offer. Texas hired Dwayne Akina during the offseason as part of their defensive brain trust. It has not worked out. He is a relic from the Mac Brown era, and there is a reason why that secondary cannot stop anyone. They give up a lot of chunk plays. We saw that against Georgia. We saw it in the first half against Arkansas. I think Texas A&M is going to have a lot of big plays against the Texas secondary, as much as I hate it. So I'm going to take Texas A&M on the money line, minus 130. I think they easily cover the number. The number is minus 2.5. It's in Austin. I would love to see Texas win this game. And what am I doing? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's early in the morning. I've had my mind on Thanksgiving and turkey. I'm not thinking right. How can we lose to a bunch of people who think the same and dress these khaki outfits that they have? I'm surprised. I am absolutely stunned that we haven't seen the Aggies do what they always do, which is drop some game they shouldn't. Because this is a team that generally wins 8 games a year and they disappoint. Oh, yeah, they've surprised us this season. Well, they got a surprise coming on Friday night in Austin. And that surprise is 2 words. Archibald Manning. Maybe you've heard of him. Maybe you've heard of his family. I'm ready for this secondary to have its game of the year. I'm ready for Texas to play the best game of the season and ruin the Aggies' chances of making the SEC championship game. I'm going to finish this on the nose. Texas plus 2.5 in Austin.
Oh, what a ride, Jenks. What a ride that was.
Whoa.
A roller coaster of emotions. And I will say I'm happy to know that now people are using Arch Manning as a part of a positive handicap and not a threat. People are like, yeah, but Arch Manning. So now the connotation has flipped a bit. But I'm hoping for you, Jenks. And I know that you are leaving the light on for your Texas Longhorns to make it in the college football playoff. And of course, we'll be rooting for you. If you want to watch it, 7:30 Eastern kickoff in Austin on Friday nights.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, let's keep with rivalry week, and we're going with the Dogs in the Vandy and Tennessee matchup. So I'm going to go with the Doors, getting 3 points here. And Vandy, we know, has been one of the most fun stories in college football, with Diego Pavia beating his chest and hoping for a campaign to win the Heisman. I don't think that's going to be the case, but en route to that, Vandy has been one of the best covering teams in college football, 9-2 against the number so far this season. And it feels to me that this is going to be their absolute Super Bowl. They've been running their mouths, and we know one thing, that Diego Pavia likes to back up what he's saying. And you look at this Tennessee team, and it's a team that certainly has some flaws. We've seen teams run the football against them, and I just feel like this is a Tennessee team that has been overbilled this year, and you can see that, and they're against the spread. Numbers, they are just 2-5 ATS in their last 7 games as favorites. So I don't feel like they're trustworthy favorites here, even when this game is in Knoxville. Diego Pavia ain't scared. Let's go Vandy +3.
All right, Chelsea. I am looking forward to this game. I need a Vandy loss here. I need a Vandy loss. Even though maybe they can lose and they can still cover your number so everybody wins here. I'm hoping for Texas to move up into the college football playoff, but probably not going to happen. Regardless, if you want to see this game, the Commodores and the Vols, 3:30 start in Knoxville.
Pick six. Pick six.
How about the big one? Unless you talk to Joel Klatt. Oh, no, this is the one he does like. What was he smashing? Auburn, Alabama?
Yeah.
Ohio State, Michigan. I am taking Michigan +10. This is a very simple handicap, and the handicap is this. This is a rivalry game, okay? And sometimes the number is just too big. You're getting double digits with the Wolverines at the Big House. I understand how good Ohio State is. Ohio State is so good this season, they're just boring. And that is a great compliment. You can be number 1 in the country and be boring because you just roll over people, because you're out-talenting everyone, because you're trying to defend your title. That's what Ohio State does. We're just like, Buckeyes win again. Buckeyes win again. But whoever they had a problem with over the past 4 years, it is Michigan. They've lost 4 straight to the Wolverines, and all of the pressure is on the Buckeyes here. None of the pressure is on Michigan, right? They're not expected to win this game. They are the ones who have a 4-game winning streak. All of the pressure is on the Buckeyes. So we'll see how Ohio State handles that going into Ann Arbor. And also, over the past few games, that Michigan run game has been really, really good. I think they can keep Ohio State on its toes enough to chew up some clock, chew up some yardage on the ground, keep this game close. Yes, Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate have been banged up. They will play, but they're not 100%. So I think you take all those factors together, and double digits in a game like this, way too many points. Let's go Michigan. I think Ohio State wins by a touchdown. I like the Wolverines getting double digits at the Big House.
I think the more that I think about it, the more I'm just rooting for a lot of these games to be good. Because isn't that what makes rivalry week special, is when these rivalries are neck and neck, and it's not a blowout either way. So I'll be rooting for a good game. In the game, if you want to watch it, a noon kickoff at the Big House on Saturday.
Pick six. Pick six.
All right, so we're sitting here at November 26th, and I have never come on this show and given out my alma mater, NC State, as a play. But this one hits different, because Dave Doran does one thing, and he beats UNC. This feels like this is why he has kept a job at NC State for so long. He's 8-4 against the Heels in his career, 7-3 in the last 10, and the Wolfpack are a perfect 3-0 against the number in their last 3 games against UNC. I don't know if you've been following the North Carolina football program, but let me tell you, feels like there's a little drama going on with, Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. So it just feels like a team that's kind of spinning its wheels, and NC State has played really well down the stretch. 2 outright wins as underdogs against some quality competition over Florida State and Georgia Tech in their last 3 games. So I'm going to go with the NC State Wolfpack, my alma mater. I'm going to play it down to 6.5, because you can still get that for -138. So I'm going to do that. I think NC State can win this one by a touchdown. This is our Super Bowl. We don't beat UNC in basketball, but we can beat them in football. So let's go Pack.
I am stunned right now
Right.
I'm stunned. We've done this show for 4.5 years. I don't know if I've ever heard you pick NC State. I don't know what to say. Are you having eggnog early? I don't understand. Let's go.
It's because they're only good against UNC in football. Like, this is our calling card. Like, this is why Dave Doran doesn't get fired, because the boosters are like, oh, well, we beat UNC. So it's the one time of year.
That's what I'm talking about, Chelsea. Finally a pick on the pack. Come on, next on the show. It is the weekend for almost everyone, so we're going to send you into the holiday with our favorite plays. Best bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the Thanksgiving Junior edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And you know we're going to finish strong on this Wednesday. Always great to have you with us. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Got the Donks are coming up. Best bets as well. Man, I just realized I have so lack of focus right now. I don't even have a best bet in, but I will put something in. All right. I'm like, Michael,
do you need me
finish
to filibuster?
Yes, filibuster. No, I got it. It's okay. I was like, what's going on next? You know, what you do every day, what you've done for years, you put in your best bet. So, yeah, I will do that here in a second. All right, Chelsea. I need the layout now. This is it. This is it. Final rehearsal. I know you got a lot on your plate today, and you have a lot on your plate tomorrow. Pun intended, right? You're going to have a big Thanksgiving meal. Give me the synopsis here. How many people are you having over? What's that going to look like tomorrow at the Messenger household?
Well, the Messenger Buchanan household, because
yes.
I am married. I just haven't changed my name. Maybe in year 15. I always joke about it. I'm like, okay, like one of these days, like I'll change my last name. I just haven't gotten around to it. Like the DMV sucks. I don't want to go there. It's not any like stand, but anyways. So we have my mom, my dad, maybe my brother. We're kind of on the fritz right now. We'll see how that pans out. Jake and Blake. So it is my quote unquote full family, but we just don't have that big of a family. But it's still like, expectations are high on Thanksgiving. You don't want to ruin the turkey. You don't want to ruin the sides. And plus, like, I myself want a good meal for Thanksgiving.
Sure.
If I'm going to spend all day and all week planning for something, I want it to pan out. Like, I don't want it to look like the Raiders offense where you're like, you had all week to decide this. This is what you came up with. And that's why Chip Kelly is fired. So I'm a little nervous. I'm a little anxious, but overall it should be a good time. And I've put in the work. Like, that's all you can really do with anything in life.
Yeah.
If you prepare as much as you possibly can, like, you should have some level of confidence because at the end of the day, you have done all you could do. So I've checked all the boxes. I've gotten all the groceries. So now it's time to put up or shut up. And it's time to execute, baby.
Yeah. You put in the work. Now you just let it rip. You know what I mean? You've done the film work. You've done the prep work. You've done the research. You're ready to go. That meal's going to slap tomorrow. I can feel it.
It's going to slap. Do people still say that? I'm so behind on like the actual lexicon of like what people actually say these days. I feel like I'm stuck in like 2018. Like I think I'm like a good 5 to 7 years behind.
Oh, I'm way behind. Like I'll talk to somebody about Catherine. I'm like, yeah, that's my boo. And I'm like, oh God, what are you doing, man? way behind. And then I'll try to overcorrect and I'll be like 6'7". I'll be like, get this guy out of here. Whatever he's doing, like get him out of here. Like that thing is what I love doing is asking parents, like, have you heard 6'7"? Because of course they have, and their reactions are always like, oh, have I heard it? I'm living it.
But I think that also has like an age limit. Like I don't think people over the age of like 14 are saying 6'7". Like if I'm not mistaken. Right. Like granted, I'm not talking to a bunch of high schoolers, but like it feels like one of those things that like the kids have for themselves, where it's not an adult thing. Yeah,
it's like, well, although Jaden Daniels said it earlier this year at a press conference, and I was kind of surprised. I mean, he's still very young, but it does happen. Double D is saying this right. This is to your point. His daughter does it all the time. Double D, how old is your daughter? God, I'm going to get this wrong. I don't know.
She's like 5, right?
6?
5 or 6?
She's 6.
That's the age group.
Okay. Yeah, we're close. Okay. Yeah, Max, his 5-year-old nephew, learned it from somewhere. I am definitely not saying anything that is popular with the 5 and 6-year-olds. Like, maybe I'll pass on that.
Well, the problem is, so my daughter is 5 and she's been saying it, but like kids are adding on their own flares to it. So what they say
Oh,
now is 6, 7, your mom's an 11 in heaven. I'm like, wait, why
oh
is
my
she in
God.
heaven? Oh my gosh, that took a
She
turn.
died? Yeah.
I
It
just-
took a terrible turn. She's dead?
right?
Oh, man. Well, this is why I don't know the common vernacular. And in this case, it's probably a good thing. All right, Chelsea, here we go. We've talked about the NFL. We've talked about college football. So we are locked in, ready to go. Let's tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
I am still reeling in a good way that you chose NC State this weekend, but it's not your best bet. Who do you got?
Yeah, best bet is going to be in the world of NFL props, and this is matchup dependent. So anytime the Cowboys have taken the field, you have to at least consider playing an opposing wide receiver because this season the Cowboys defense has given up the second most fantasy points to opposing wide receivers and the 6th most yards. So we should be in line for a shootout. At least that's what the odds makers are telling us when it comes to this Chiefs and Cowboys game. So I'm looking at the Chiefs and I'm like, hey, who fits this position for the Chiefs? And it does feel like it is Rashee Rice. So I'm going to play the over on Rashee Rice, over 74.5 receiving yards. If you look at this specific number, he's hit this in 3 of the last 4 games, including last game, which was a shootout in overtime against the Colts. He had 12 targets and 141 receiving yards. The only game in this 4-game stretch that he has not hit this number was against the Broncos, who are one of the best secondaries and defenses in the NFL. Not the case with the Cowboys, who have also gotten better at defending the run with the addition of Quinnen Williams. So I think Patrick Mahomes is going to have to throw the ball a bit. And his main target share king is still Rashee Rice. So we're going to go with Rashee Rice over his receiving prop of 74.5 for minus 114.
Okay, let's get a dub, Chelsea. I'm going to go back to the pick that I am putting in our squad parlay, which is Vikings at the Seahawks, under 41 and a hook. Vikings, not a good team this season. They have a real issue with J.J. McCarthy, by the way. He's been banged up, not playing a lot, not playing this weekend. He has looked really, really bad. Regardless, he's on the sideline, and guess who is in? Oh, Max Brosmer, who I believe started like at New Hampshire or something, transferred to Minnesota. Clearly, this is not who the Vikings want at quarterback, and he has to go up against that nasty Seattle defense, a top 10 unit. Then conversely, the Vikings, while not being a good team, have a defense that is very good under Brian Flores, ranked 11th in the NFL. So both of these teams 7-4 to the under this season. I think we see a lower scoring game, and that's why we're going Vikes, Hawks under 41 and a hook.
Should be a fun game to root for. That's the worst when you have like an under or like something that's not fun to root for and you're in a public setting. Like, I don't think you guys are doing that much for Thanksgiving, but like people are like, yay, a touchdown. You're like, no, that's not what we want. We want punts and field goals. And they're like, what? Do you follow sports? You're like, yeah, I bet on sports. There is a difference here, people. But I'll be rooting for Rashee Rice. Jenks, I was just looking. There was a bet that I wanted to parlay, but MGM's not letting me do it. Dak Prescott's rush attempts is set for 2.5. He's hit this in 5 straight games, but it's minus 175, but they won't let me parlay it. So, ack. I feel like that Kathy cartoon. Didn't she used to say that? Ack.
Kathy.
Let me parlay it, damn it.
Dang it.
But yeah, that's my current frustration. Or else I would have another play, but MGM is just like, no, you can't do that. And no other book is offering this line. So it feels a little fishy. It's probably going to be taken off the board.
Minus 175, just do it. Treat yourself. Believe in yourself.
Treat yourself.
Do it. Treat yourself to a huge minus money bet. Why not? Why not? If you believe in it, go for it. All right, before we wrap things up here and hand things out to Bed Sweats, I guess the Donkster maybe is in studio. Donkster, are you there?
Good morning. Does anyone want to hear my Thanksgiving song?
Oh.
No.
Well, you're in the spirit. Not really, but I guess.
Here we go. Turkey Day means lots of meat. I like lots of ham. How about dressing? How about a pie? Let's cover each other in gravy.
Ew.
Yeah. Oh. That's the song?
I'm still working on it. Look at my hat.
Well, that's a nice hat. It's about 3 sizes too small, but that's a nice pilgrim hat. Okay. Do you have a bet, Dongster?
Lions minus 2.5 taking on Brett Favre and the Packers.
All right.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Happy Thanksgiving, Dongster. Very exciting. Got the foliage behind him. You know, got a little pilgrim hat on. Are you gonna dress in something that's Thanksgiving-ish? Like, will you wear a fall color tomorrow? I'm not saying you're gonna dress up like a pilgrim or something like that, but something
Or an
like
Indian?
earlier this week.
Get canceled?
No. I'm saying, are you gonna wear something that's orange or brown or something that has like a fall tone to it? Do you go all in like that?
I mean, I don't know how much all in that is, but like all attempts to wear something like fall colors. But you're right. Like it feels like 10 or 15 years ago, like they did all the Thanksgiving plays with like the Pilgrims and the Indians. I feel like we're not allowed to do that anymore.
No, you just gotta, all I care about is just give me my turkey. Let me put some gravy on it, and some dressing and some football, and I will, I'll keep my mouth shut. That's all I care about. And I still don't know what we're going to do. Like, we are all over. I guarantee I know what we're going to do. We're just going to pop into some place close here. Yeah, the city is empty right now. Like, DC is just like it's a ghost town because people will leave town for the week, which is understandable. It's a transient city anyway. But I think we'll probably just pop into some place close, have a nice, quiet Thanksgiving dinner, and then come back and chill. So that's probably what we'll do.
I feel like especially if it's only 2 people, like you might as well just go out to eat. Because like there are places that offer great Thanksgiving meals and you might as well do it. I don't know if you have a Cracker Barrel close to you, but that would be a great option.
Oh, maybe we can find. Well, it's just us, and there are some deals in the area, so we'll probably find that. Hey, that's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, D-Day, Denton Day, David Double D Dykstra, Max Sheedy, and the Dongster, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and have a great Thanksgiving.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. We got a jam-packed show coming up for you guys today. Again, we're off the next 2 days for Thanksgiving. No show tomorrow or Friday, so we're going to try and combine everything into today's show. Our guy Chase Kitty, like he does every Wednesday, going to join us here in moments to go over all the big matchups coming up in rivalry weekend in college football. I'll also talk about some of my favorite games in college football. We'll dive into the NFL, of course, the PJ Pick 5 there, dive into the rest of the NFL games we didn't talk about, and then we still got another loaded slate of college basketball today coming up. So much to get to, so little time. As always, any questions, any comments, any bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session, and we check in with our guy, Chase Kitty, BetMGM senior writer. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A Kitty. And of course, James Madison University graduate. Got a little dicey there against Wazoo last Saturday, but the Dukes pull it out. Still alive in the group of 5 running to make the college football playoff. And Chase, we'll get your thoughts on that here in a little bit. I know it's dicey there in the American. Let's start with the Egg Bowl, though. Obviously, a lot around this game with Lane Kiffin and what's going to happen with his future. Ole Miss laying 7 in Starkville this weekend. The total is 62.5. Are you picking a side or a total in the Egg Bowl on Friday?
Total for me. I think Mississippi State is feisty. I think it'll be a really compelling game. And so if you made me take a side, I would take the points. But 8 straight unders in the Egg Bowl, 6-1 to the under on the last 7 in Starkville. So the trend here is that just the market is always too high on the number of points that are going to be scored. It plays like a rivalry game under because it is a rivalry game under, and that's the bet that I'll have.
I like that. Some good trends there for the under in the Egg Bowl. What about Georgia and Georgia Tech? This game going to be played at the NFL Stadium, home of the Falcons, Mercedes-Benz. So it's a neutral site game. It's in Atlanta. Georgia minus 13.5, taking on Tech. Total is 59.5. Chase, what would you do in this game? Do you feel like it's too much of an overreaction to kind of what we've seen out of these teams recently, with Tech losing at home to Pitt and then Georgia obviously throttling Texas a couple weeks ago?
It definitely profiles that way because you have one team that's ascending that might get to play in the SEC championship game depending on how things fall this week. Georgia Tech loses the game to Pitt, and now they have this weird sort of rump game where they're probably not going to play in the ACC title game, but hypothetically they still could. This is the best Georgia Tech team in many, many, many years, it feels like. They're going to be up for a game against Georgia, and because of what's been going on with both teams, you're probably paying a premium to get Georgia in this particular spot. And then on top of all that, Brent Key plays awesome as a dog in these kinds of games. I still don't know how you line up and go to the counter with Georgia Tech in this spot, though. So it's a pass for me, but I would play Georgia minus the points if I had to.
All right, sticking with the Friday games. Friday night should be a good one in Austin. A&M, a 2.5-point favorite against the Longhorns. Total is 51.5. Texas would need a miracle to make the college football playoff, but to give themselves a chance, certainly need to win this game. Aggies looking to go undefeated in the regular season. Chase, who do you like in the Battle of Texas?
Yeah, I would say totally drop the playoff from your handicap and just look at the two teams. Don't think about the conference championship game. Just what do you like here? What's the number? What are the sides? What are the matchups? I think at 2.5, kind of like we talked about with Pitt and Georgia Tech last week, Texas plus 2.5 as a home dog. That's kind of a Longhorns number. So the market would have me leaning toward the Longhorns. And I think maybe it's a subtle commentary on how Texas A&M has sort of been dealt a friendly SEC schedule in the Supermax conference schedules that we now have. I can't get there with the Longhorns and how unimpressive they've been all year. So this is another pass for me, but I would play Texas if I had to.
Moving into Saturday, we got the game. Ohio State, a 10-point favorite in Ann Arbor, taking on Michigan. Total is 44.5. Does Ryan Day and the Buckeyes finally get over the hump? Do they finally beat Michigan? And if you like them to win, do you also like them to cover? What are you doing in this game?
Yeah, I laid it with Ohio State. There was a moment there where there was some early buy-in on Michigan, and the number got down to 9.5, and I just grabbed that up and didn't think twice. It's now at 10. I would still lay 10. I think there are a lot of people that are maybe being a little too cute with the whole Michigan has won 3 straight thing or 4 straight or whatever it is. That's all great. Those games happened in the past. This game is this year, and there's really nothing that says Michigan's going to be able to score on Ohio State's defense at all. I don't care where the game's being played. There's nothing that says these two teams are on the same level. Ohio State has been pretty dominant all year. They have the better offense. They have the better defense. They have the better coaching staff. So I'm not being cute here with Michigan. I am laying the lumber with Ohio State. I would look at alts too.
Top 25 ACC matchup, Miami and Pitt. Both teams need some help from some of the other ACC teams if they want to play for the ACC championship game, but nonetheless a big game. Miami now up to -7 against Pitt. Total is 50.5. Chase, what do you like in this game?
Yeah, and Pitt needs a lot less help than some of the other teams, too. I did all the work on the ACC scenarios over the weekend. Pitt basically needs one of the two teams in the driver's seat to lose, and they're in. So if UVA loses to Virginia Tech, they're in. If SMU loses, they're in. I don't think they're going to win. I think they also have to beat Miami is right. The other thing that I I left out that maybe was obvious, but they have to beat Miami, and I don't think they're going to. I think Miami is one of these weird programs that almost has to be like motivated to care to show up, which is how they lose to a dumb SMU team that they're way more talented than. I almost feel like falling behind in the middle of the season is what has put a little bit of late season fire under them. They're way more talented than Pitt. I think they're going to smash Pitt.
We're talking with Chase Kitty here on Send It In. BetMGM senior writer. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. Let's go to the Big Ten between old Pac-12 foes, Oregon and Washington. Ducks are a 6.5-point favorite on the road in Seattle. Chase, is someone who watches a lot of college football. Washington's one of those teams way different at home than they are when they're on the road. I kind of have a feeling we might be on the same side in this game.
Yeah, it does feel like the Washington here. I would maybe play with an under too. I need to do a little bit more work on this game before I'm ready to launch. But it's Washington or pass for me in terms of size. I hate that I have to call this a Big Ten game. It's so stupid.
I know. I agree with you. Oklahoma laying 10 at home in Norman against LSU. Total is 36.5. Chase, this game and then the Virginia Tech game, very similar feels to me. Same point spread. The team that controls their own destiny to either make conference championship game or make it to the playoff. They're at home. They're laying a big number, and all they got to do is just win the game. I like Virginia Tech, and I also like LSU. What are your thoughts on both of those games?
I like Virginia Tech more than I like LSU. Those are the sides that I would be on, same as you, in the games. It does feel like Oklahoma's now flipped where they're like laying a bunch of points again, and that's where I'd be a little skeptical. I'd be more interested probably in the under in that Oklahoma LSU game. Tech versus UVA. I memean, here in Richmond, it's like this is the game that everybody will be paying attention to here in the state of Virginia, and I just the story I tell people is I moved to the state of Virginia in the year 2000. I am now married with children. I have seen UVA beat Virginia Tech twice since I moved to Virginia. So the fact that Virginia is laying 10 and a half, that's a really big number for a team I can tell you for a fact has a mental block about playing this team. Because Virginia Tech's been good and they've been bad, but they almost always beat Virginia.
Yes,
so
they do.
10 and a half is a really big number.
It certainly is. Chase, two more SEC games. Want to get your thoughts on Vanderbilt and Tennessee. Should be a fun one. Tennessee goes into the swamp, a place where they always struggle, dominate from start to finish. Now they come back home and take on everybody's darling in Vanderbilt and Pavia. You get him as a dog, +3. What are your thoughts on that game?
Kind of like the Vanderbilt side. It's not a bet that I've pushed go on yet, but I mean, you said it exactly. Tennessee always struggles with Florida. And I was on Florida last week, and they got smashed. Yeah. So I do wonder what the carryover is to this week after you get the monkey off your back with a big win in Gainesville, and now you got to come home and play Vanderbilt. How much emotional residue do you have left in the tank? That kind of makes me lean toward Vanderbilt.
Iron Bowl at Jordan Hare, Chase. It's really all you need to say. I mean, this game is always close when you play it there. Bama's laying 6. Total is 46.5. What do you think happens on Saturday night?
I think I've bet Auburn spread and money line every time the game has been in Auburn since I graduated college. It just feels like, there are years where Alabama kills them because the game's in Tuscaloosa. There are games where it's close in Tuscaloosa. It does feel like it's almost always close when it's at Auburn. So I got it at 6.5. It went down to 6 after that. I would take it there. I would take the money line. I have Auburn positions in pocket.
Yeah. Oh, Chase, I'm so nervous about that game. Anything else we didn't talk about on the card for rivalry weekend that you're betting this week?
Texas Tech against my Mountaineers, 23.5 in Morgantown. Who cares? They're way better than this team. I would lay it with Texas Tech. I mean, hey, feel good November for the Mountaineers, but they're going to get smashed in that game. And then Navy Memphis, 58.5 is the last total I saw. 3 straight overs in this game last few years, averaging 67 points per game. Both defenses below the top 100 or outside the top 100, I should say, and EPA per pass allowed. So I think you're going to get a lot of offense there. I would go over the total.
All right, love it. Chase, before we let you go, were there any futures bets you made leading into this week, whether it be a team to make or miss the playoff or maybe a conference futures bet, maybe in the SEC, ACC, anything that you bet or maybe that you're considering betting as we head into rivalry weekend?
I don't have anything hard to tell you, like a concrete thing that I've bet in the last 72 hours or anything. But the note that I would pass on is everybody always puts way too much stock into motivation in these games. Like, oh, they've got something to play for, so they're going to play great. That's not how it works. That's how markets get shaped, but that's not how the games unfold. So if you're looking to make some last-minute futures plays, what you want to look for is where are teams overpriced because the market is overestimating how well they're going to play because they're motivated. And then what are the downstream implications on prices for other teams? Because that's where you're going to find value, and that's what you want to bet.
Love it. Great stuff as always. Chase Kitty, give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, BetMGM senior writer. James Madison University graduate will be rooting for his Dukes this weekend. Hopefully they find a way to get themselves in the playoff. Chase, happy Thanksgiving, my friend. Enjoy your weekend. We'll talk again next week.
Yeah, be good, but the Dukes are done.
Oh, let's hope not. Let's hope the Dukes are still bad. All right, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Let's talk some NFL. Jump into a bunch of the games we didn't talk about yesterday. We talked about the 4 games we're going to have Thanksgiving, the 3 on Thursday, and then the Bears-Eagles game on Friday. Let's touch on some of the other games real quick. 49ers and Browns, my favorite bet of Week 13 in the NFL. Love the Browns in this spot. The stat of the week for you guys. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, is 1-9 straight up against Jim Schwartz, who's the defensive coordinator for the Browns. He was with the Eagles as their DC, he was with the Lions as their head coach. Everybody's got their boogeyman, right? And for some reason, Jim Schwartz is that for Shanahan. We all know how great the Browns defense is when they're at home. Short week for Cleveland, going on the road, playing at the Browns. Feels like an upset to me. I like Browns +5. I like Browns money line as well. Jacksonville laying 6.5 at Tennessee. This feels like a big-time trap here with the Jags, a team that plays everybody close on the road, right? Look at what just happened in Arizona. Look at the Houston game on the road. Look at the Vegas game that went to overtime. All the Jags do is play everybody close on the road. And quietly, Tennessee is starting to play a little bit better. They've covered their last few spreads. Cam Ward's getting better and better every week. This would be a nervy game if I was a Jags fan. Certainly wouldn't lay the 6.5 with the Jags. And if you're still in your survivor pools, I would stay away from Jacksonville as well. Another AFC South game, Colts and Texans. I don't really understand the line movement going from 3.5 to 4.5 in this game. Extended rest for Houston and just a brutal loss for the Colts in overtime against the Chiefs. You had Kansas City on the ropes. You were winning in the fourth quarter. Lose that game. Now you come back home. And what a massive game this is. 2 games up on Houston with 2 games left to play against both them and Jacksonville. So this is a massive game. Feels like it's going to be close. Field goal, 4-point game. I like the 4.5 with Houston. Dolphins laying 6 at home against the Saints. Now, these are the kind of games under Mike McDaniel that the Dolphins normally do play well. When they're a sizable favorite against a weaker opponent, they're at home, they're front runners, right? We know this. This is when the Dolphins tend to play well. It's funny, it's not one of the teams I would trust in Survivor. I'd never take the Dolphins in Survivor, but if I had to bet the game, I'd actually probably lay it with Miami just because these are the kind of games we have seen them play really well in the past. Atlanta's laying 2.5 on the road at the Jets. Feels like a game that's just going to be gross and ugly. I'm good and taking Kirk Cousins as a road favorite at this point. Drake London should be back, which should help Atlanta, but I'm staying away from that game. Teddy Bridgewater and the Bucs going to be a 3-point favorite at home against Arizona. I'll take the Cardinals here in this spot, +3. Brissett's been really good for the Cardinals. Again, they're the type of team that plays everybody close. Getting that 3 is key. I'll take the Cardinals plus the points. Rams are a 10-point favorite in Carolina. Now, the Rams are going to win the game. 10's a lot, though, in the NFL, especially traveling across the country. And the Panthers are another one of these teams. I never bet them on the road, but at home, different story. And Bryce Young plays much better at home. Usually they're able to run the ball with Rico Dowdle at home. So Rams coming off the big win against the Seahawks and then a primetime statement against the Bucs. Feels like maybe a little bit of a letdown for the Rams. Remember when they went to Baltimore and they played against Cooper Rush? Like, I could see one of those sloppy, ugly games this weekend for the Rams. I'll take the Panthers at +10. Seattle's up to an 11.5-point favorite against Minnesota. Total in the game is 41. I'd probably just look at like a Vikings team total under. How is J.J. McCarthy going to score points against that defense? I truly don't know. You can't lay it with Seattle at this point. That line is just way too inflated. But I also bet Minnesota and watched J.J. McCarthy last week to know I don't really want to bet on him either. So it'd probably be Vikings team total under or nothing for me. Bills are at the Steelers laying 4 points. Total in the game is 47.5. Anything north of a field goal, I like Pittsburgh. This just feels like a Tomlin voodoo magic spot for Pittsburgh. Baltimore has caught them. They're tied atop the AFC North. Everybody thinks the Ravens are going to win this division. These are exactly the kind of games where you want to bet the Steelers. When everybody leaves them for dead, thinks they're cooked, they're going to play well, and they might pull the upset. I like Pittsburgh +4. Chargers laying 10 at home against the Raiders. Total in the game is 41. I'd actually probably lay with the Chargers if I had to. I know the Raiders just played on the road against Denver on that Thursday night game a couple weeks ago when they were 10-point dogs and they nearly won outright. But coming off of a bye week, and the Chargers, if you guys go look at their schedule coming up, they still got to play Philly and the Rams and the Chiefs and the Broncos. They have a brutal stretch of games. This is an absolute must-win for them, and they can't really afford to mess around and keep it close. So coming off a bye, I think they roll. I like Chargers -10. I also like the Broncos laying 6.5 on the road in Washington. Does make me a little nervy to bet that many points with Bo Nix on the road. I just don't know how Washington's able to score many points against that Broncos defense. And then finally, Monday Night Football. I think the Patriots in a teaser, probably the good way to go at -1.5. Giants gave it their all on Sunday in that effort against Detroit where they lost it in overtime. Jackson Dart, good chance he's back in this game for Monday night. And the Patriots have won 8 in a row. It's a team that I want to fade, and they didn't cover against the Bengals last week. Maybe this is a spot where they trip up and potentially lose outright. But the Giants, all year long, they've been playing these kinds of teams competitive and then been losing in the fourth quarter. So I think Patriots teaser -1.5, the way to go. All right, let's dive into the PJ Pick 5. Again, no show Thursday or Friday, so we give out all my favorite plays today on the show. Subject to change, of course, right? Especially for some of these Sunday plays because it's only Wednesday, so a lot of time between now and then. But a couple of Thursday plays that I do like that we'll get into. But let's start with the Browns. This play for me, probably not going to change. Love Cleveland plus the points. Love Cleveland on the money line against San Francisco. Again, Kyle Shanahan, 1-9 straight up against Jim Schwartz. He just struggles for whatever reason. Schwartz's defense always gives him fits. And what a terrible spot for San Francisco. Coming off of a short week, Monday Night Football, Purdy's all in his head after all those turnovers. Now you got to go up against this Browns defense. And Shador's not very good, but I don't think he's really going to have to do all that much in this game. I think they lean on that Browns defense and Judkins. I like the Browns +5. Kansas City, I'll take them -3 at the Cowboys. Similar handicap to last week against the Colts. Spread at 3.5, pass. If it's at 3, that's a bet on the Chiefs. I think at worst we push. Just going to trust Kansas City to find a way to win this game. As pretty much all these games the rest of the way for the Chiefs must win with how jumbled that AFC wildcard picture is. I also like the Steelers +4 against the Bills. As I was talking, all that Tomlin voodoo magic. Steelers defense forces some turnovers. I'm concerned about the Bills and Josh Allen and the way that they're playing here as of late. There's just no consistency with Buffalo. Both the Steelers and the Bills coming off some tough road losses. Steelers are back at home. Pivotal game for both of these teams. I think 4 is too many. I like the Steelers to keep it close. Patriots, I'll lay the 7.5 with them against the Giants. I talked about liking them in a teaser, but I probably would lay it with New England if I had to. I really love 4 games this week. The 5th one was a little bit tricky, but I'll take the Pats if I have to. Again, the Giants, I think, are going to be a popular dog because of how impressive they've played, but that was a brutal loss against the Lions. And the last time the Giants had a brutal loss like that was against Denver. They went on the road against the Eagles and got smoked. I think we could see a similar thing against the Giants on Monday night. And then the Bengals, +7 against the Ravens. I just think it's too many points. Burrow's back, and Lamar is not healthy, and not enough people are talking about it. He's just not himself right now. And this defense recently during this 5-game win streak, they played Dylan Gabriel, J.J. McCarthy, Tua, Tyrod Taylor. They haven't played anybody. Yes, the defense is better, but even though Joe Burrow is going to have some rust and he's coming back after being on the sideline for 2 + 3 months, I still think he's going to be able to put up some points and put up some yards. So the Bengals keep this close. I like Cincinnati +7. All right, as for some player props, I like week 13 in the NFL. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I'm going to take his under 75.5 receiving yards against the Packers. Amon-Ra's played Green Bay 9 times in his career. He's only had more than 57 receiving yards 2 times against the Packers. Normally not a great matchup, and the Packers normally do a very good job against Amon-Ra, so I'm going to take his under receiving yards against Green Bay. Christian McCaffrey, I'm going to go under his rushing yards, 68.5 against Cleveland at -130. CMC, one of the top backs in the league, as we know. San Francisco has been force-feeding him the football. It's just really tough to run against that Browns defense, especially in Cleveland. So under 68.5 rushing yards for CMC. Josh Allen, I'm going to take his over rushing yards, 29.5 against Pittsburgh. Was running for his life in that Texans game. I think he's going to be smarter about when to use his legs. And instead of running around and trying to scramble, he's just going to take off and slide and try and keep his team ahead of the chains. Pittsburgh's got that great pass rush. They get after the quarterback as well as anybody in the NFL. Josh Allen, and this is a big game, again, for the Bills, over 29.5 rushing yards for Josh Allen against the Steelers. Bryce Young, I'll take his over passing yards, over 194.5 against the Rams. Night and day. Bryce Young, when he's at home versus when he's on the road. Now, he hasn't had too many games this season where he's thrown for over 200 yards, but because of the game script, they're a 10-point home underdog. You're going to have to score if you want to hang with the Rams or have a chance at upsetting them. I think Bryce Young over 194.5 passing yards. And then Jamar Chase against the Ravens. Jamar Chase to record 100 receiving yards is even money. Plus 100. Think about that. Jamar Chase, 100 receiving yards is even money. That just tells you all you need to know, right? When a line is that high, it's that high for a reason. No T. Higgins. They are going to be force-feeding the ball to Jamar Chase, who usually lights up the Ravens just about every time he plays them. So Chase rested, off the suspension, ready to go. No T. Higgins. He's got his guy Joe Burrow back. I'll take Chase 100 or more receiving yards at plus 100. All right, let's dive into my college football pick 5 for this week. And we'll start with the Iron Bowl. And it pains me, but my favorite bet is going to be Auburn +6 against Alabama. It's just too many points. These games are always close in Jordan-Hare, man. These rivalry games, some of them, I mean, it's so different when one team is at home and one team is on the road. The Iron Bowl, it's unbelievable when this game is at Jordan-Hare compared to when it's in Tuscaloosa. This game was in Tuscaloosa, no sweat. With Bama, when it's Jordan-Hare, though, you know it's going to be close. You think about DeBoer since he's been in Tuscaloosa, too, and how much he has struggled away from home when he goes up against unranked teams. They easily could have lost to South Carolina this year. They got pummeled by Florida State. Last year, they got pummeled by Vandy and Oklahoma. They lost to Michigan in the bowl game. So under DeBoer, they have not been great away from Tuscaloosa. And with this being Auburn's Super Bowl and everything on the line for Alabama, it's probably going to be close. So I like Auburn plus the 6. Virginia Tech, I like them plus 9.5 for Virginia. We were talking about that game with Chase. But again, Virginia Tech has dominated this rivalry. Virginia's only beaten them twice in the last 20 years. And now they're laying 9.5. And all the pressure is on Virginia in this game. They win. They're in the ACC title game. It's obviously been a bad season for Virginia Tech. James Franklin's going to take over. But this is why we love rivalry week, because these schools don't like each other, the fan bases don't like each other, and you have a chance to end and spoil your rival's season. And that's what Virginia Tech has a chance to do. I think 9.5 is too many points. I like the Hokies against UVA. I also like Washington plus the 6.5 against Oregon as well. Jed Fish and the Huskies have been awesome at home since he's been head coach. Even go back to Kellen DeBoer, they were really good at home. That's a tough place to play. Think about Oregon, some of the games they've had to play on the road this season, beat Penn State in overtime, last second field goal against Iowa. They've struggled at times on the road this season. I think this is going to be another close game. I like Washington plus the 6.5. I'm going with Miami -7 at Pitt. I think Miami is actually going to win convincingly in this game. This feels to me, you got two ranked teams, and Pitt coming off that big win to Georgia Tech. As Chase was talking about, if SMU or Virginia loses and Pitt wins, they're in the ACC title game. But Miami's just the superior talented team. We saw what happened when Notre Dame went up against Pittsburgh. Miami's got all that talent. They're playing a little bit better on the road. Beck looked good last week against Virginia Tech. I'll take the Canes at -7. And then Georgia Tech plus 13.5 against Georgia. I just think this line is way too inflated. Georgia, they're going like this. Georgia Tech is going like this. But this is a spot where you trust Brent Key. He's been so good as an underdog. Haynes King has been unbelievable this year for Georgia Tech, and he was awesome in this game between these two teams last season. Again, this is a neutral site game essentially. And it's priced at 13.5. If this game was at Georgia, the Dogs would be like a 16.5 point favorite or something like that. And I just think that is way too many points. So Georgia Tech getting a little bit disrespected. I think there's a little bit of a recency bias here because of what we saw Georgia do against Texas and what we saw Georgia Tech do against Pitt. I like the Yellow Jackets plus 13.5. So there we go. Our PJ pick 5 for rivalry week. Auburn, Virginia Tech, Washington, Miami, and Georgia Tech. All right, real quick, let's dive into some Survivor plays here on Send It In. Been on fire in Survivor this season. Through 12 weeks, we're 11-1 so far on our Survivor picks. And this week, my pick would be the Eagles if I had to make one. Now, what worries me is I think that Eagles-Bears game is either a Bears blowout win or is an Eagles blowout win or a Bears upset win. I don't think this is like the Eagles win, but the Bears cover. I think either the Bears pull off the upset or the Eagles absolutely smoke them. I saw a tweet that the Bears are like the worst 8-3 DVOA team since the mid-1970s. But the Bears find ways to win games. And if they're able to keep this game close, force some turnovers, and Philly's offense continues to struggle, the Bears could win. I just don't think that's going to happen. I like the Eagles. Rams would also be a good play, even though I do like Carolina to cover. Rams are going to win that game. Seattle at home with that defense against J.J. McCarthy. If you have the Seahawks, they're a good option this week. Chargers would be another great option. Outside, that maybe would be my favorite bet. Honestly, if you have the Chargers left, I do not have them left, but LA, I think, is a great look this week. Their schedule, again, is really tough down the stretch. Coming off a bye, they know they have to win this game. So I like LA against the Raiders. And then the Patriots, I do like them this week against the Giants. It might be a close game. I think the Patriots cover. Wouldn't surprise me if the Giants backdoor, but I like New England to get the win at home against the G-Men. Teams I'd stay away from. Ravens, stay away from. Bengals could pull the upset. The Niners, no way against the Browns. Jacksonville and Miami would be the two teams, right? We talked about this a bunch. People try to get cute with the Panthers against the Saints. They try to get cute with the Falcons against the Dolphins. They try to get cute with the Bengals against the Jets. That's the Jags and the Dolphins this week. Be careful of those teams if you're still in Survivor pools. And then don't take the Falcons and Kirk Cousins, please, as the Jets. Don't do that. And then the Broncos, something about that game just makes me a little nervous. Bo Nixon laying like 7 points on the road in prime time. They should win the game. But I think the Chargers, Eagles, Rams, Seahawks, Patriots, those are your best bets this week in Survivor. As for my favorite plays today, well, tomorrow my prop lock is going to be Amon-Ra St. Brown, under 75.5 receiving yards against the Packers. Again, Amon-Ra, only 2 games in his career against Green Bay has he had 57 receiving yards or more, so I'm taking his under. Dog of the day is going to be Michigan plus 2.5 against Gonzaga. What a great basketball game this is going to be. 2 of the top 4 teams in KenPom right now. High total at 163.5. I think Michigan's going to win the game, but I certainly like getting the 2.5 with them. And then my best bet's going to be Tennessee minus the 5.5 against Kansas. Maybe a little bit of a letdown off that great win against Houston, but because Kansas is without Darren Peterson, they played Notre Dame and they played Syracuse the first 2 games. Big step up in class going up against Tennessee. I'll lay the 5.5 with the Vols against the Jayhawks. Appreciate Chase Kitty for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Again, we're off tomorrow and Friday. We'll see you Monday. Happy Wednesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. We got a jammed-packed show coming up for you guys today. Again, we're off the next 2 days for Thanksgiving. No show tomorrow or Friday, so we're going to try and combine everything into today's show. Our guy Chase Kitty, like he does every Wednesday, going to join us here in moments to go over all the big matchups coming up in rivalry weekend in college football. I'll also talk about some of my favorite games in college football. We'll dive into the NFL, of course, the PJ Pick 5 there, dive into the rest of the NFL games we didn't talk about, and then we still got another loaded slate of college basketball today coming up. So much to get to, so little time. As always, any questions, any comments, any bets that you guys have for us, let us know at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session, and we check in with our guy, Chase Kitty, BetMGM senior writer. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A Kitty. And of course, James Madison University graduate. Got a little dicey there against Wazoo last Saturday, but the Dukes pull it out. Still alive in the group of 5 running to make the college football playoff. And Chase, we'll get your thoughts on that here in a little bit. I know it's dicey there in the American. Let's start with the Egg Bowl, though. Obviously, a lot around this game with Lane Kiffin and what's going to happen with his future. Ole Miss laying 7 in Starkville this weekend. The total is 62.5. Are you picking a side or a total in the Egg Bowl on Friday?
Total for me. I think Mississippi State is feisty. I think it'll be a really compelling game. And so if you made me take a side, I would take the points. But 8 straight unders in the Egg Bowl, 6-1 to the under on the last 7 in Starkville. So the trend here is that just the market is always too high on the number of points that are going to be scored. It plays like a rivalry game under because it is a rivalry game under, and that's the bet that I'll have.
I like that. Some good trends there for the under in the Egg Bowl. What about Georgia and Georgia Tech? This game going to be played at the NFL Stadium, home of the Falcons, Mercedes-Benz. So it's a neutral site game. It's in Atlanta. Georgia minus 13.5, taking on Tech. Total is 59.5. Chase, what would you do in this game? Do you feel like it's too much of an overreaction to kind of what we've seen out of these teams recently, with Tech losing at home to Pitt and then Georgia obviously throttling Texas a couple weeks ago?
It definitely profiles that way because you have one team that's ascending that might get to play in the SEC championship game depending on how things fall this week. Georgia Tech loses the game to Pitt, and now they have this weird sort of rump game where they're probably not going to play in the ACC title game, but hypothetically they still could. This is the best Georgia Tech team in many, many, many years, it feels like. They're going to be up for a game against Georgia, and because of what's been going on with both teams, you're probably paying a premium to get Georgia in this particular spot. And then on top of all that, Brent Key plays awesome as a dog in these kinds of games. I still don't know how you'd line up and go to the counter with Georgia Tech in this spot, though. So it's a pass for me, but I would play Georgia minus the points if I had to.
All right, sticking with the Friday games. Friday night should be a good one in Austin. A&M, a 2.5-point favorite against the Longhorns. Total is 51.5. Texas would need a miracle to make the college football playoff, but to give themselves a chance, certainly need to win this game. Aggies looking to go undefeated in the regular season. Chase, who do you like in the Battle of Texas?
Yeah, I would say totally drop the playoff from your handicap and just look at the two teams. Don't think about the conference championship game. Just what do you like here? What's the number? What are the sides? What are the matchups? I think at 2.5, kind of like we talked about with Pitt and Georgia Tech last week, Texas plus 2.5 as a home dog. That's kind of a Longhorns number. So the market would have me leaning toward the Longhorns. And I think maybe it's a subtle commentary on how Texas A&M has sort of been dealt a friendly SEC schedule in the Supermax conference schedules that we now have. I can't get there with the Longhorns and how unimpressive they've been all year. So this is another pass for me, but I would play Texas if I had to.
Moving into Saturday, we got the game. Ohio State, a 10-point favorite in Ann Arbor, taking on Michigan. Total is 44.5. Does Ryan Day and the Buckeyes finally get over the hump? Do they finally beat Michigan? And if you like them to win, do you also like them to cover? What are you doing in this game?
Yeah, I laid it with Ohio State. There was a moment there where there was some early buy-in on Michigan, and the number got down to 9.5, and I just grabbed that up and didn't think twice. It's now at 10. I would still lay 10. I think there are a lot of people that are maybe being a little too cute with the whole Michigan has won 3 straight thing or 4 straight or whatever it is. That's all great. Those games happened in the past. This game is this year, and there's really nothing that says Michigan's going to be able to score on Ohio State's defense at all. I don't care where the game's being played. There's nothing that says these two teams are on the same level. Ohio State has been pretty dominant all year. They have the better offense. They have the better defense. They have the better coaching staff. So I'm not being cute here with Michigan. I am laying the lumber with Ohio State. I would look at Alts too.
Top 25 ACC matchup, Miami and Pitt. Both teams need some help from some of the other ACC teams if they want to play for the ACC championship game, but nonetheless a big game. Miami now up to -7 against Pitt. Total is 50.5. Chase, what do you like in this game?
Yeah, and Pitt needs a lot less help than some of the other teams, too. I did all the work on the ACC scenarios over the weekend. Pitt basically needs one of the two teams in the driver's seat to lose, and they're in. So if UVA loses to Virginia Tech, they're in. If SMU loses, they're in. I don't think they're going to win. I think they also have to beat Miami is right. The other thing that I left out that maybe was obvious, but they have to beat Miami, and I don't think they're going to. I think Miami is one of these weird programs that almost has to be like motivated to care to show up, which is how they lose to a dumb SMU team that they're way more talented than. I almost feel like falling behind in the middle of the season is what has put a little bit of late season fire under them. They're way more talented than Pitt. I think they're going to smash Pitt.
We're talking with Chase Kitty here on Send It In, BetMGM senior writer. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A Kitty. Let's go to the Big Ten between old Pac-12 foes, Oregon and Washington. Ducks are a 6.5-point favorite on the road in Seattle. Chase, is someone who watches a lot of college football. You know Washington's one of those teams way different at home than they are when they're on the road. I kind of have a feeling we might be on the same side in this game.
Yeah, it does feel like the Washington here. I would maybe play with an under, too. I need to do a little bit more work on this game before I'm ready to launch. But it's Washington or past me in terms of size. I hate that I have to call this a Big Ten game. It's so stupid.
I know. I agree with you. Oklahoma laying 10 at home in Norman against LSU. Total is 36.5. Chase, this game and then the Virginia Tech game, very similar feels to me. Same point spread. The team that controls their own destiny to either make the conference championship game or make it to the playoff. They're at home. They're laying a big number. And all they got to do is just win the game. I like Virginia Tech, and I also like LSU. What are your thoughts on both of those games?
I like Virginia Tech more than I like LSU. Those are the sides that I would be on, same as you, in the games. It does feel like Oklahoma's now flipped where they're like laying a bunch of points again, and that's where I'd be a little skeptical. I'd be more interested probably in the under in that Oklahoma-LSU game. Tech versus UVA, I mean, here in Richmond, it's like this is the game that everybody will be paying attention to here in the state of Virginia. And I just the story I tell people is I moved to the state of Virginia in the year 2000. I am now married with children. I have seen UVA beat Virginia Tech twice since I moved to Virginia. So the fact that Virginia is laying 10.5, that's a really big number for a team I can tell you for a fact has a mental block about playing this team. Because Virginia Tech's been good and they've been bad, but they almost always beat Virginia.
Yes, so they do.
10.5 is a really big number.
It certainly is. Chase, two more SEC games. Want to get your thoughts on Vanderbilt and Tennessee. Should be a fun one. Tennessee goes into the swamp, a place where they always struggle, dominate from start to finish. Now they come back home and take on everybody's darling in Vanderbilt and Pavia. You get them as a dog, +3. What are your thoughts on that game?
Kind of like the Vanderbilt side. It's not a bet that I've pushed go on yet, but I mean, you said it exactly. Tennessee always struggles with Florida. And I was on Florida last week, and they got smashed. Yeah. So I do wonder what the carryover is to this week after you get the monkey off your back with a big win in Gainesville, and now you got to come home and play Vanderbilt. How much emotional residue do you have left in the tank? That kind of makes me lean toward Vanderbilt.
Iron Bowl at Jordan Hare, Chase. It's really all you need to say. I mean, this game is always close when you play it there. Bama's laying 6. Total is 46.5. What do you think happens on Saturday night?
I think I've bet Auburn spread and money line every time the game has been in Auburn since I graduated college. It just feels like, there are years where Alabama kills them because the game's in Tuscaloosa. There are games where it's close in Tuscaloosa. It does feel like it's almost always close when it's at Auburn. So I got it at 6.5. It went down to 6 after that. I would take it there. I would take the money line. I have Auburn positions in pocket.
Yeah. Oh, Chase, I'm so nervous about that game. Anything else we didn't talk about on the card for rivalry weekend that you're betting this week?
Texas Tech against my Mountaineers, 23.5 in Morgantown. Who cares? They're way better than this team. I would lay it with Texas Tech. Hey, feel good November for the Mountaineers, but they're going to get smashed in that game. And then Navy Memphis, 58.5 is the last total I saw. 3 straight overs in this game last few years, averaging 67 points per game. Both defenses below the top 100 or outside the top 100, I should say, in EPA per pass allowed. So I think you're going to get a lot of offense there. I would go over the total.
All right, love it. Chase, before we let you go, were there any futures bets you made leading into this week, whether it be a team to make or miss the playoff, or maybe a conference futures bet, maybe in the SEC, ACC, anything that you bet, or maybe that you're considering betting as we head into rivalry weekend?
I don't have anything hard to tell you, like a concrete thing that I've bet in the last 72 hours or anything, but the note that I would pass on is everybody always puts way too much stock into motivation in these games. Like, oh, they've got something to play for, so they're going to play great. That's not how it works. That's how markets get shaped, but that's not how the games unfold. So if you're looking to make some last-minute futures plays, what you want to look for is where are teams overpriced because the market is overestimating how well they're going to play because they're motivated. And then what are the downstream implications on prices for other teams? Because that's where you're going to find value, and that's what you want to bet.
Love it. Great stuff as always. Chase Kitty, give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, BetMGM senior writer. James Madison University graduate will be rooting for his Dukes this weekend. Hopefully they find a way to get themselves in the playoff. Chase, happy Thanksgiving, my friend. Enjoy your weekend. We'll talk again next week.
Yeah, be good, but the Dukes are done.
Oh, let's hope not. Let's hope the Dukes are still bad. All right, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Let's talk some NFL. Jump into a bunch of the games we didn't talk about yesterday. We talked about the 4 games we're going to have Thanksgiving, the 3 on Thursday, and then the Bears-Eagles game on Friday. Let's touch on some of the other games real quick. 49ers and Browns, my favorite bet of Week 13 in the NFL. Love the Browns in this spot. The stat of the week for you guys. Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, is 1-9 straight up against Jim Schwartz, who's the defensive coordinator for the Browns. He was with the Eagles as their DC, he was with the Lions as their head coach. Everybody's got their boogeyman, right? And for some reason, Jim Schwartz is that for Shanahan. We all know how great the Browns defense is when they're at home. Short week for Cleveland, going on the road, playing at the Browns. Feels like an upset to me. I like Browns +5. I like Browns money line as well. Jacksonville laying 6.5 at Tennessee. This feels like a big-time trap here with the Jags, a team that plays everybody close on the road, right? Look at what just happened in Arizona. Look at the Houston game on the road. Look at the Vegas game that went to overtime. All the Jags do is play everybody close on the road. And quietly, Tennessee is starting to play a little bit better. They've covered their last few spreads. Cam Ward's getting better and better every week. This would be a nervy game if I was a Jags fan. Certainly wouldn't lay the 6.5 with the Jags. And if you're still in your survivor pools, I would stay away from Jacksonville as well. Another AFC South game, Colts and Texans. I don't really understand the line movement going from 3.5 to 4.5 in this game. Extended rest for Houston and just a brutal loss for the Colts. In overtime against the Chiefs. You had Kansas City on the ropes. You were winning in the fourth quarter. Lose that game. Now you come back home. And what a massive game this is. 2 games up on Houston with 2 games left to play against both them and Jacksonville. So it's a massive game. Feels like it's going to be close. Field goal, 4-point game. I like the 4.5 with Houston. Dolphins laying 6 at home against the Saints. Now, these are the kind of games under Mike McDaniel that the Dolphins normally do play well. When they're a sizable favorite against a weaker opponent, they're at home, they're front runners, right? We know this. This is when the Dolphins tend to play well. It's funny, it's not one of the teams I would trust in Survivor. I'd never take the Dolphins in Survivor, but if I had to bet the game, I'd actually probably lay it with Miami just because these are the kind of games we have seen them play really well in the past. Atlanta's laying 2.5 on the road at the Jets. Feels like a game that's just going to be gross and ugly. I'm good and taking Kirk Cousins as a road favorite at this point. Drake London should be back, which should help Atlanta, but I'm staying away from that game. Teddy Bridgewater and the Bucs going to be a 3-point favorite at home against Arizona. I'll take the Cardinals here in this spot, +3. Brissett's been really good for the Cardinals. Again, they're the type of team that plays everybody close. Getting that 3 is key. I'll take the Cardinals plus the points. Rams are a 10-point favorite in Carolina. Now, the Rams are going to win the game. 10's a lot, though, in the NFL, especially traveling across the country. And the Panthers are another one of these teams. I never bet them on the road, but at home, different story. And Bryce Young plays much better at home. Usually they're able to run the ball with Rico Dowdle at home. So Rams coming off the big win against the Seahawks and then a primetime statement against the Bucs. Feels like maybe a little bit of a letdown for the Rams. Remember when they went to Baltimore and they played against Cooper Rush? Like, I could see one of those sloppy, ugly games this weekend for the Rams. I'll take the Panthers at +10. Seattle's up to an 11.5-point favorite against Minnesota. Total in the game is 41. I'd probably just look at like a Vikings team total under. How is J.J. McCarthy going to score points against that defense? I truly don't know. You can't lay it with Seattle at this point. That line is just way too inflated. But I also bet Minnesota and watched J.J. McCarthy last week to know I don't really want to bet on him either. So it'd probably be Vikings team total under or nothing for me. Bills are at the Steelers laying 4 points. Total in the game is 47.5. Anything north of a field goal, I like Pittsburgh. This just feels like a Tomlin voodoo magic spot for Pittsburgh. Baltimore has caught them. They're tied atop the AFC North. Everybody thinks the Ravens are going to win this division. These are exactly the kind of games where you want to bet the Steelers. When everybody leaves them for dead, thinks they're cooked, they're going to play well, and they might pull the upset. I like Pittsburgh +4. Chargers laying 10 at home against the Raiders. Total in the game is 41. I'd actually probably lay it with the Chargers if I had to. I know the Raiders just played on the road against Denver on that Thursday night game a couple weeks ago when they were 10-point dogs and they nearly won outright. But coming off of a bye week, and the Chargers, if you guys go look at their schedule coming up, they still got to play Philly and the Rams and the Chiefs and the Broncos. They have a brutal stretch of games. This is an absolute must-win for them, and they can't really afford to mess around and keep it close. So coming off a bye, I think they roll. I like Chargers -10. I also like the Broncos laying 6.5 on the road in Washington. Does make me a little nervy to bet that many points with Bo Nix on the road. I just don't know how Washington's able to score many points against that Broncos defense. And then finally, Monday Night Football. I think the Patriots in a teaser, probably the good way to go at -1.5. Giants gave it their all on Sunday in that effort against Detroit where they lost it in overtime. Jackson Dart, good chance he's back in this game for Monday night. And the Patriots have won 8 in a row. It's a team that I want to fade, and they didn't cover against the Bengals last week. Maybe this is a spot where they trip up and potentially lose outright. But the Giants, all year long, they've been playing these kinds of teams competitive and then been losing in the fourth quarter. So I think Patriots teaser -1.5, the way to go. All right, let's dive into the PJ Pick 5. Again, no show Thursday or Friday, so we give out all my favorite plays today on the show. Subject to change, of course, right? Especially for some of these Sunday plays because it's only Wednesday, so a lot of time between now and then. But a couple of Thursday plays that I do like that we'll get into. But let's start with the Browns. This play, for me, probably not going to change. Love Cleveland plus the points. Love Cleveland on the money line against San Francisco. Again, Kyle Shanahan, 1-9 straight up against Jim Schwartz. He just struggles for whatever reason. Schwartz's defense always gives him fits. And what a terrible spot for San Francisco. Coming off of a short week, Monday Night Football, Purdy's all in his head after all those turnovers. Now you got to go up against this Browns defense. And Shador's not very good, but I don't think he's really going to have to do all that much in this game. I think they lean on that Browns defense and Judkins. I like the Browns +5. Kansas City, I'll take them -3 at the Cowboys. Similar handicap to last week against the Colts. Spread at 3.5, pass. If it's at 3, that's a bet on the Chiefs. I think at worst we push. Just going to trust Kansas City to find a way to win this game, as pretty much all these games the rest of the way for the Chiefs must win with how jumbled that AFC wildcard picture is. I also like the Steelers +4 against the Bills. As I was talking, all that Tomlin voodoo magic. Steelers defense forces some turnovers. I'm concerned about the Bills and Josh Allen and the way that they're playing here as of late. There's just no consistency with Buffalo. Both the Steelers and the Bills coming off some tough road losses. Steelers are back at home. Pivotal game for both of these teams. I think 4 is too many. I like the Steelers to keep it close. Patriots, I'll lay the 7.5 with them against the Giants. I talked about liking them in a teaser, but I probably would lay it with New England if I had to. I really love 4 games this week. The 5th one was a little bit tricky, but I'll take the Pats if I have to. Again, the Giants, I think, are going to be a popular dog because of how impressive they've played, but that was a brutal loss against the Lions. And the last time the Giants had a brutal loss like that was against Denver. They went on the road against the Eagles and got smoked. I think we could see a similar thing against the Giants on Monday night. And then the Bengals, +7 against the Ravens. I just think it's too many points. Burrow's back, and Lamar is not healthy, and not enough people are talking about it. He's just not himself right now. And this defense recently during this 5-game win streak, they played Dylan Gabriel, J.J. McCarthy, Tua, Tyrod Taylor. They haven't played anybody. Yes, the defense is better, but even though Joe Burrow is going to have some rust and he's coming back after being on the sideline for 2+3 months, I still think he's going to be able to put up some points and put up some yards. So the Bengals keep this close. I like Cincinnati +7. All right, as for some player props, I like week 13 in the NFL. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I'm going to take his under 75.5 receiving yards against the Packers. Amon-Ra's played Green Bay 9 times in his career. He's only had more than 57 receiving yards 2 times against the Packers. Normally not a great matchup, and the Packers normally do a very good job against Amon-Ra, so I'm going to take his under receiving yards against Green Bay. Christian McCaffrey, I'm going to go under his rushing yards, 68.5 against Cleveland at -130. CMC, one of the top backs in the league, as we know. San Francisco has been force-feeding him the football. It's just really tough to run against that Browns defense, especially in Cleveland. So under 68.5 rushing yards for CMC. Josh Allen, I'm going to take his over rushing yards, 29.5 against Pittsburgh. Was running for his life in that Texans game. I think he's going to be smarter about when to use his legs. And instead of running around and trying to scramble, he's just going to take off and slide and try and keep his team ahead of the chains. Pittsburgh's got that great pass rush. They get after the quarterback as well as anybody in the NFL. Josh Allen, and this is a big game, again, for the Bills, over 29.5 rushing yards for Josh Allen against the Steelers. Bryce Young, I'll take his over passing yards, over 194.5 against the Rams. Night and day. Bryce Young, when he's at home versus when he's on the road. Now, he hasn't had too many games this season where he's thrown for over 200 yards, but because of the game script, they're a 10-point home underdog. You're going to have to score if you want to hang with the Rams or have a chance at upsetting them. I think Bryce Young over 194.5 passing yards. And then Jamar Chase against the Ravens. Jamar Chase to record 100 receiving yards is even money. Plus 100. Think about that. Jamar Chase, 100 receiving yards is even money. That just tells you all you need to know, right? When a line is that high, it's that high for a reason. No T. Higgins. They are going to be force-feeding the ball to Jamar Chase, who usually lights up the Ravens just about every time he plays them. So Chase rested, off the suspension, ready to go. No T. Higgins. He's got his guy Joe Burrow back. I'll take Chase 100 or more receiving yards at plus 100. All right, let's dive into my college football pick 5 for this week. And we'll start with the Iron Bowl. And it pains me, but my favorite bet is going to be Auburn +6 against Alabama. It's just too many points. These games are always close in Jordan-Hare, man. These rivalry games, some of them, I mean, it's so different when one team is at home and one team is on the road. The Iron Bowl, it's unbelievable when this game is at Jordan-Hare compared to when it's in Tuscaloosa. This game was in Tuscaloosa, no sweat. With Bama, when it's Jordan-Hare, though, you know it's going to be close. You think about DeBoer since he's been in Tuscaloosa, too, and how much he has struggled away from home when he goes up against unranked teams. They easily could have lost to South Carolina this year. They got pummeled by Florida State. Last year, they got pummeled by Vandy and Oklahoma. They lost to Michigan in the bowl game. So under DeBoer, they have not been great away from Tuscaloosa. And with this being Auburn's Super Bowl and everything on the line for Alabama, it's probably going to be close. So I like Auburn plus the 6. Virginia Tech, I like them plus 9.5 for Virginia. We were talking about that game with Chase. But again, Virginia Tech has dominated this rivalry. Virginia's only beaten them twice in the last 20 years. And now they're laying 9.5. And all the pressure is on Virginia in this game. They win. They're in the ACC title game. It's obviously been a bad season for Virginia Tech. James Franklin's going to take over. But this is why we love rivalry week, because these schools don't like each other, the fan bases don't like each other, and you have a chance to end and spoil your rival's season. And that's what Virginia Tech has a chance to do. I think 9.5 is too many points. I like the Hokies against UVA. I also like Washington plus the 6.5 against Oregon as well. Jed Fish and the Huskies have been awesome at home since he's been head coach. Even go back to Kellen DeBoer, they were really good at home. That's a tough place to play. Think about Oregon, some of the games they've had to play on the road this season, beat Penn State in overtime, last-second field goal against Iowa. They've struggled at times on the road this season. I think this is going to be another close game. I like Washington plus the 6.5. I'm going with Miami -7 at Pitt. I think Miami is actually going to win convincingly in this game. This feels to me, you know, you got two ranked teams and Pitt coming off that big win to Georgia Tech. As Chase was talking about, if SMU or Virginia loses and Pitt wins, they're in the ACC title game. But Miami's just the superior talented team. We saw what happened when Notre Dame went up against Pittsburgh. Miami's got all that talent. They're playing a little bit better on the road. Beck looked good last week against Virginia Tech. I'll take the Canes at -7. And then Georgia Tech plus 13.5 against Georgia. I just think this line is way too inflated. Georgia, they're going like this. Georgia Tech is going like this. But this is a spot where you trust Brent Key. He's been so good as an underdog. Haynes King has been unbelievable this year for Georgia Tech, and he was awesome in this game between these two teams last season. Again, this is a neutral site game, essentially, and it's priced at 13.5. If this game was at Georgia, the Dogs would be like a 16.5 point favorite or something like that, and I just think that is way too many points. So Georgia Tech getting a little bit disrespected. I think there's a little bit of a recency bias here because of what we saw Georgia do against Texas and what we saw Georgia Tech do against Pitt. I like the Yellow Jackets plus 13.5. So there we go. Our PJ pick 5 for rivalry week. Auburn, Virginia Tech, Washington, Miami, and Georgia Tech. All right, real quick, let's dive into some Survivor plays here on Send It In. Been on fire in Survivor this season. Through 12 weeks, we're 11-1 so far on our Survivor picks. And this week, my pick would be the Eagles if I had to make one. Now, what worries me is I think that Eagles-Bears game is either a Bears blowout win or is an Eagles blowout win or a Bears upset win. I don't think this is like the Eagles win, but the Bears cover. I think either the Bears pull off the upset or the Eagles absolutely smoke them. I saw a tweet that the Bears are like the worst 8-3 DVOA team since the mid-1970s. But the Bears find ways to win games. And if they're able to keep this game close, force some turnovers, and Philly's offense continues to struggle, the Bears could win. I just don't think that's going to happen. I like the Eagles. Rams would also be a good play. Even though I do like Carolina to cover, Rams are going to win that game. Seattle at home with that defense against J.J. McCarthy. If you have the Seahawks, they're a good option this week. Chargers would be another great option. Outside, that maybe would be my favorite bet. Honestly, if you have the Chargers left, I do not have them left, but L.A. I think is a great look this week. Their schedule, again, is really tough down the stretch. Coming off a bye, they know they have to win this game. So I like L.A. against the Raiders. And then the Patriots, I do like them this week against the Giants. It might be a close game. I think the Patriots cover. Wouldn't surprise me if the Giants backdoor, but I like New England to get the win at home against the G-Men. Teams I'd stay away from. Ravens, stay away from. Bengals could pull the upset. The Niners, no way against the Browns. Jacksonville and Miami would be the two teams, right? We talked about this a bunch. People try to get cute with the Panthers against the Saints. They try to get cute with the Falcons against the Dolphins. They try to get cute with the Bengals against the Jets. That's the Jags and the Dolphins this week. Be careful of those teams if you're still in Survivor pools. And then don't take the Falcons and Kirk Cousins, please, as the Jets. Don't do that. And then the Broncos, something about that game just makes me a little nervous. Bo Nix laying like 7 points on the road in prime time. They should win the game. But I think the Chargers, Eagles, Rams, Seahawks, Patriots, those are your best bets this week in Survivor. As for my favorite plays today, well, tomorrow my prop lock is going to be Amon-Ra St. Brown, under 75.5 receiving yards against the Packers. Again, Amon-Ra, only 2 games in his career against Green Bay has he had 57 receiving yards or more, so I'm taking his under. Dog of the day is going to be Michigan plus 2.5 against Gonzaga. What a great basketball game this is going to be. 2 of the top 4 teams in KenPom right now. High total at 163.5. I think Michigan's going to win the game, but I certainly like getting the 2.5 with them. And then my best bet's going to be Tennessee minus the 5.5 against Kansas. Maybe a little bit of a letdown off that great win against Houston, but because Kansas is without Darren Peterson, they play Notre Dame and they played Syracuse the first 2 games. Big step up in class going up against Tennessee. I'll lay the 5.5 with the Vols against the Jayhawks. Appreciate Chase Kitty for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Again, we're off tomorrow and Friday. We'll see you Monday.
To Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
It is a huge week for sports. We appreciate you checking in with us and taking the BetMGM network with you wherever you are going this Thanksgiving holiday weekend. You know you can do it a million different ways. You can always take us with you. You want to watch the show on YouTube. Just search the BetMGM network. Make sure you turn on notifications so you don't miss anything new throughout the weekend with Thanksgiving NFL games, a Black Friday game, obviously rivalry weekend in college football as well. We'll get into Ohio State, Michigan in just a second since we didn't get a chance to talk about it earlier. You can also get us in podcast form literally anywhere you get your audio, including the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, and the TuneIn apps where you can always listen live 24/7 as well. We got you covered, whether you're driving all the way across half a dozen different states or just walking on over to the recliner this Thanksgiving weekend. The BetMGM network here for you. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in for Joe O and Sammy P on Bet Sweats. And before we get to these projected CFP spreads, Brad Powers of Covers.com does it every week after the new CFP rankings have come out. Kate, he'll give us projected spreads on what those matchups would be. And they're always, I think, pretty instructive of what we may expect in the first round of the college football playoff, depending on how the matchups are set. And we've still got a week to go before that happens. Let's talk Ohio State, Michigan, because we didn't get a chance as we were rolling through the rivalry games earlier in the show to touch on this one. We've talked about it a couple times already this week. Ohio State favored by 10 over Michigan on Saturday at noon in Ann Arbor at the Big House. Ohio State has lost 4 in a row to Michigan. This is the best team in college football, I think, by far, Ohio State. Pains me to say that as a Penn State guy, but it's true. This is still 10 most places. There is a 10.5 out there on Ohio State. So I don't think we're going to come back down inside of 10. That would shock me. I think there would have to be a lot of late Michigan money. Maybe we would get some sort of definitive answer, which I doubt we will get, about Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, who are both aiming to play the Ohio State wide receivers, but maybe very limited in how they do play or how much they play if they are in the game on Saturday afternoon. If this were under 10, I would have no problem at all laying it with Ohio State. As it is, at 10, I think is probably still a decent number. I know the rivalry. I know anything can happen. I know Michigan's a good team. 15th in the country, according to the committee right now. But I could see Ohio State running away with this one. As much as we love to talk about the history of the rivalry and, Ryan Day's lost 4 in a row against Michigan and flag planting and all that kind of stuff, throw it out. We're talking about this year's teams. And I look at what Julian Sayin in particular has done the last few weeks to reinforce a belief that he could win the Heisman Trophy and that he was the favorite most of the year. And I think Ohio State handles their business and wins by double digits. It's why if you held my feet to the fire and I had to make a bet on this today, I'm going to wait till Saturday morning and hopefully still get to 10, not have to lay more than 10.5. I would go with Ohio State.
I think you have to. Like, it's scary because Ohio State's been the heavy favorite over the last couple of seasons. But these are all independent of each other because they're different teams. They're different quarterbacks. I don't fully trust a rookie quarterback as good as he has been this year for Michigan, Brad Underwood. Like, this is still a massive game for him. What worries me a little bit, Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, if they don't play. And I think if you're Ohio State, you want them healthy for the playoff more so than you want them healthy for this game. But maybe they play in the first half and Ohio State's up big and you're able to rest them in the second half, something like that. I think this is probably like, it scares me to lay it with Ohio State because anything can happen in rivalry games. But this Ohio State team's even better than last year. And after last year and the whole flag planting thing and everything, like any players that were on that Ohio State team last year, if they've had this, which they have had this game circled literally since they were children, they have it double, triple circled this year because it just means that much more. And think about, like, for Ohio State, you win this game and you go on to win the title, you have an undefeated season. Where like this was the blemish on the record last year is losing to Michigan. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like this is Ohio State's smash spot.
And,
I
and
hate
let's
I
not-
hate even saying that, but like this could be Ohio State by a zillion.
Yeah, I tend to side with what you're saying here. And look, let's not pretend like there aren't going to be alums, guys who are in the NFL now, who aren't going to be texting their buddies that are still on the team saying, "Hey, remember last year? Remember when Jack had to basically fight that guy at midfield after the flag planting? You think Judkins or Sawyer or JTT aren't going to be hitting dudes up saying, hey, remember last year? Will Howard isn't going to reach out to Julian Sayin and be like, remember last year?
Yeah.
I think there's a ton of motivation on Ohio State's side. There's the ability to set their quarterback up to win the Heisman Trophy. Julian Sayin still at 4-1 for that. Got that one in yesterday. That I think there's a very good chance they could roll Michigan in this game. If it gets to 10.5, maybe it's a little more uncomfortable. Like I said, I don't think unless there's a wave of Michigan money that comes in late, it'll get down to 9.5. So I should probably just step on it and get the 10 today. But I could see Ohio State running away with this one. Now, again, the reason it hasn't gotten to more than 10 is because there are enough people like you and I also saying, well, you never know. And that's a possibility, especially, this is Julian Sayin's first real big road test. But I think, after 11 games, regardless of where they've been played, he's to the point now. And again, he's played much better, in my opinion, over the last few weeks, where he's set up to succeed on Saturday.
What I always try and think of for, any game that you handicap is like, what's the sabotage factor? How do you lose this? How does Ohio State lose this game? It would be like they would have to lose it, not necessarily Michigan.
Right. Turnovers.
I don't see Michigan not playing them. It would have to be Ohio State's fault. Yes. Turnovers, bad decisions, ticky-tack mistakes, penalties, things like that, where Ohio State loses it for themselves versus like Michigan firmly beats Ohio State.
Now, I do think I just gave all the motivational and sort of intangible edge to Ohio State in this one. I do think Michigan, knowing that there's an outside shot at maybe ending up in the Big Ten championship game with a win, maybe even, a win over Ohio State is not just a win in college football's best rivalry. It would also be the best win in college football all year long. And could be enough for the committee to look at them and go, maybe even as an at-large, they've got a chance if other things fall their way in the SEC, especially this weekend. So there is motivational edge on or motivational positives for Michigan in this one as well. I just think it's a chance for Ohio State, Julian Sayin, Ryan Day to make a statement going into the Big Ten championship game. That's why I've talked myself into it. I will lay the 10 today and make sure I get it in so I don't have to worry about the hook if it comes to it on Saturday morning. As for the CFP and the rankings that were released last night, the latest set of rankings, for those of you that may have missed it and are still catching up this morning, 1 through 5 are the same. Still got Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Georgia, Texas Tech. Number 6, Oregon leaps number 7, Ole Miss after the win over USC. 8, 9, 10 remain the same. There is a question. Heather Dinich brought it up this morning about number 8 Notre Dame maybe being kind of vulnerable. No conference championship game, only Stanford this weekend, to that BYU scenario that we discussed yesterday, where if BYU beats Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game next weekend, and a couple other things don't fall Notre Dame's way, possibly the Irish end up on the bubble and get bounced. So a lot going into it here, but the current matchups would be Texas Tech hosting Tulane with a 21-point spread. Oregon hosting Miami, which again, we've deduced is basically just an ACC placeholder, but 8.5-point favorites. Ole Miss hosting Alabama and a pick'em on that game. And Notre Dame, they haven't played yet this year. Notre Dame laying 5 against Oklahoma. So those would be your 4 matchups, Kate. I think Tech being favored by 21 against any of those group of 5 opponents, probably spot on.
That's a fair price. I would lay that right now if that line was out for us to actually take. I think Tech, whatever group of 5 team they do play, they just demolish them, as they have done for most of their opponents that are, I guess, all of their opponents all season long. They've been demolishing them. The pick 'em for Ole Miss and Alabama's I feel like it would be Alabama -1.5. I know that's essentially a pick 'em, maybe -2.5, because that game would be played at Alabama, right? Like a little home field advantage.
Yeah, that's. Well, no, that game right now would be at Ole Miss. You'd have Ole Miss, the 7 seed.
Oh,
Bama, the 10
okay.
seed. So
then I think pick 'em is probably fair. Because I would put Bama as better than Ole Miss a couple points. So on a neutral site, maybe Alabama -2.5, 3. If that accounts for home field, then that makes sense that it would be a pick 'em.
This is also, I imagine, with Lane Kiffin in place. If Lane Kiffin were to depart and Joe Judge takes over, I think even going into Oxford, Bama probably gets an extra couple of points. You're probably talking about Bama 3.5, I would think, on the opening line. Does that sound good to you?
Chris, do we get the coach gone bump for Ole Miss? That's going to be the narrative.
That's going to be the other side of this, too, is after all the distraction of Kiffin and the LSU Florida job search and all that, when and if Lane Kiffin does leave and Ole Miss is in the playoff, assuming they beat Mississippi State and everything holds, that will be, you're right, that will be a narrative. Not just the coach bounce, but I got to think you would have a lot of guys in that Ole Miss locker room who would look around and say, man, look at us. We're a one-loss team this close to the SEC championship game, and our coach bailed on us. He doesn't even believe in us. Let's go out and get it. And I think that is, I still think it's Bama by 3.5, even in Oxford, if Kiffin were to leave, maybe more. I don't know. Oregon 8.5 against Miami, I think is a pretty accurate line. The problem is that's not going to be Miami in that situation. I don't think it's, you're going to have an ACC champion. If chalk holds through the weekend, we're talking about SMU or Virginia. SMU or Virginia going into Oregon, I think is closer to 14.
I could get on board with that. I mean, if it were Miami, I would lay the 8.5 with Oregon right now. I think Dan Lanning's a phenomenal coach, especially in the playoffs. I guess last year they got bounced a little early, but that's too short of a number. Virginia, if it's Virginia, I would lay 2 touchdowns with Oregon. SMU worries me a little bit more than Virginia. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the name Virginia and Virginia being a football school all of a sudden. I know they've been great this year, but yeah, I would take Oregon. It's hard not to grab the favorites right now, Chris. Like even looking at Notre Dame in Oklahoma, that one that Brad Powers has is Notre Dame -5. I would lay it with Notre Dame.
That one I'm kind of conflicted on. I'd be a whole lot more comfortable, obviously, at like 3.5 Notre Dame, Oklahoma. But I tend to side that if that would be in Norman right now. Not that Notre Dame couldn't go in there and win. Again, Mateer's been inconsistent since the hand injury. I don't know. I think if we actually got that game in Oklahoma, it would be a lot closer to like 3.5 for Notre Dame, which would make it, you'd probably get I don't know, maybe you'd get too much Notre Dame money early, but I think 3.5 would probably keep that from happening. 3, I think you'd get a ton of Notre Dame money. 3.5, a little less so. 5, obviously a little less so. 5 is kind of like a nowhere number, though. It's like, yeah, it wasn't enough to get to 6, but I couldn't back off to 4.5 either. It's a wonky number.
Yeah, 5's one of those dead numbers that, like, okay, if you're going to lay 3.5, you'll probably be fine laying 5, right?
Yeah.
Or if you're right?
And if you're
I'm saying
not
that
comfortable
correctly?
laying 6, then are you necessarily comfortable laying 5?
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. Those would be, I mean, the Ole Miss and Bama finally getting to play each other would be a great matchup. Notre Dame, Oklahoma would be a great matchup. I think, Oregon gets anybody other than Miami, which, again, we've deduced will probably happen if this were the matchup and that were the ACC team going out to Eugene, would be more of a 2-touchdown spread, if not more, if we're talking like Virginia or Pitt or somebody like that. Still a long way to go. That's just based on this week's rankings. A long way to go in Feast Week for college hoops as well. A lot of big matchups to talk about, including St. John's. Can they continue to roll against Auburn? Gonzaga, Michigan, a massive game tonight as well. We get into them next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Plenty of college hoops today. Feast week continues with the Maui Invitational Final. We got plenty going on out in Vegas as well. Some massive games there. We'll get to them in just a second here on Bet Sweats, presented by the BetMGM Network. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mackin for Joe O and Sammy P today. Before we wrap up, we got lightning bets for you as well. Send you off into your Thanksgiving holiday, ready for a bunch of football, including those Thanksgiving Day games, college football rivalry weekend as well. We got plenty of plays that we want to make sure we get in before the lines move anymore in some cases, and things get kicked off tomorrow at noon down in Mississippi between Ole Miss and Mississippi State, a full day of college football. And again, we got tomorrow in the NFL, Friday, I should say, in college football. College hoops today. We got at least 3 interesting games, I think, Kate, all of them out in Vegas. We've also got the Maui final between Arizona State and USC. But the marquee names are all out in Vegas, it feels like, for that tournament there. We got St. John's Auburn. We got Tennessee Kansas. We got Gonzaga Michigan. Michigan looked great last night in a massive win. They beat Auburn by 30. They were up 28 at halftime. So as we look at today's college basketball card, Kate, what's jumping out at you as you look at the numbers?
I like USC over Arizona State. Just looking at those numbers, and I'm using KenPom for a lot of this early on in the season before I feel like we really have a great handle on this these teams. But one of the numbers that jumps out is the field goal attempts for USC. They're 5th in the nation in field goal attempts. That right there, I feel like gives them a significant advantage, just that they're going to get to the line. They're going to get a bunch of freebies there. You also look at their defense significantly better than Arizona State's defense. And I mean, both of these teams, this is the championship game, so they've been playing the last couple days. They're going to be tired. I feel like it could get sloppy where foul calls, things like that. If USC can get to the free throw line, I think they could win this one and cover -5.5.
Yeah, that's a good look. Didn't consider that. Total sitting at 163 on USC and Arizona State. That one tips at around 2:30 Eastern in the Maui Invitational. I mentioned St. John's and Auburn. St. John's has looked really good out in Vegas. Really good. And they're favored by 5.5 against Auburn, who I mentioned is coming off an ugly loss against Michigan last night. I'll be curious to see if they can turn it around. Like you mentioned, these teams are on their 3rd game in 3 days now. So how fresh are the legs? I would look for, and again, hate to put too much of last year's personality and philosophy on this year's teams because there are obviously personnel changes on most rosters. But I look at St. John's, I look at the backcourt defense, and I think I end up leaning St. John's on this one against Auburn. Like I said, it was 5.5 this morning. I want to make sure I have the most up-to-date line, though, before I go and tell you whether to go in on this one or not. St. John's down to 4.5 at BetMGM. So things moving in Auburn's direction. I still like St. John's, especially now that we're inside 2 possessions at 4.5. I'd feel good about St. John's.
You get smoked in the manner that Auburn did yesterday, and you're in Vegas and you're college-age kids. Do you stay up a little late, at the tables, whatever you can legally do in Vegas? That makes me a little weary of backing Auburn, even though the money sounds like it's moving in Auburn's favor. I don't have a play in this game, but I would be with you. I think St. John's would be the right side. I also wonder, Auburn, what's the younger Pearl, the new Pearl coach, Bruce Pearl's son? What's his name?
I don't know, to be honest. I just know
Coach Pearl. We'll call him
Bruce's kid.
Coach Pearl. I trust Patino in this area of keeping his players focused in this type of environment more so than I would a first-year head coach in Mr. Pearl. So those types of intangible things, I think that makes me want to lean towards St. John's too.
Steven. I looked it up.
Steven Pearl. Nice name. Coach. We'll call
Coach Pearl. Tennessee, coming off a huge upset win over Houston, gets unranked Kansas. This morning, the line was 4.5. Again, I want to make sure I have the most up-to-date number on this one for you. It's out to 5.5 now. That's not surprising, given that Tennessee took care of Houston last night. Tight ball game. They won, I think it was 76-73 was the final. The total on this one, because of Tennessee, and we know the pace of play that they like, at 139.5. I don't know if I'd play over in this one instead of under, and count on Tennessee's offense to keep going. They looked good against Houston last night, so the 5.5 is in play for me as well. The total over 139.5.
I could only look towards Tennessee on the side here. 5.5. They are number 1 in the country in offensive rebound percentage. They're going to be getting second chance points a lot. Kansas's defense does not turn the ball over, does not turn other teams over at all. So it's not like, and Tennessee's a very disciplined team, and like they don't turn the ball over all that much. So it's not like Kansas is going to be getting any extra possessions via defensive turnovers or things like that. So I think these teams are just in two different categories right now. Tennessee being a significantly better team. Part of me is like, you coming off of a great win over Houston, a little bit of a letdown, but also like, no, not really. I think maybe that's some momentum building, and you can build off of that if you're Tennessee. So I would lay the 5.5 with the Vols over Kansas. Kansas has been on a slide. I mean, last season was not great. They're not amongst the top teams like they typically are early on this season. I don't have a ton of faith in the Jayhawks right now.
This is one of those ones, if you change the name from Kansas to, I don't know, pick a random Big 12 team, middle of the pack Big 12 team, which Kansas is, would it be just 5.5? Or would we be out a little farther, given the way Tennessee has performed to this point in the Players Era tournament, to 6.5 or even 7? So I tend to agree with you that I would lean Tennessee, but the total has caught my eye as well on that one. Gonzaga, Michigan is late tonight. I believe it's the final of that Players Era tournament out in Las Vegas. And Gonzaga is actually opened as the favorite. 12th ranked Zags, 7th ranked Wolverines, 2.5-point favorites. Gonzaga. You wonder if Michigan, after a resounding win, maybe exhales a little bit. Final day out there in Vegas. Maybe the finish line is in sight before a nice long weekend. Gonzaga has shot really well in this tournament. 2.5 is a tough number for me on Gonzaga, Michigan.
I don't know what to do with this one either, Chris. If anything, I think I would lean towards the over of this just being the third game in a row that they've played, and like the legs are going to be tired, right? The defense is going to suffer, if anything. You just mentioned how good Gonzaga's shot the ball. I mean, I think that continues over like lockdown defense happening tonight. So when you're in these tournament types of atmospheres and playing multiple games, like think back to those AAU days for these players. What happened to the scores the later the tournament went? Oftentimes they were higher scoring games because the defensive discipline starts to waver a little when teams get tired, and especially this early in the season too. Like down the road, March Madness, your conditioning is so much different, so much better. But like this is early on in the season. You haven't played a whole lot of games. So that's where I think things would go sideways, if anything, is on the defensive side, leading to a higher scoring game.
Yeah, total sitting there on Gonzaga, Michigan tonight at 163.5 right now. I think for a lot of the reasons. Yeah, I still think for a lot of the reasons you laid out, we may see that number bump up another point or two as money comes in on the over. So if you're thinking over, now probably the best time to catch it on Gonzaga, Michigan, and just kick back, relax tonight, and root for lots of buckets to be made for Michigan, who played really well. I think, like I said, 6 players in double figures, including 3 off the bench last night against Auburn, and Gonzaga has shot well out in Vegas as well. The one thing you should not do tonight, we talked about this earlier, Kate. Do not, if you are over the age, we've dropped the age now. It's like the total is dropping on some of these spreads. We've dropped the age from 35. It's been a big line move, I'll be honest.
It has.
We're dropping it to 25. If you're older than 25, You do not need to go out tonight on Thanksgiving Eve. You don't. You don't. Make a couple bets as the wallet allows and sit back and relax and watch some basketball, because I'm going to tell you right now, as a guy in his 40s, his mid 40s, I'm going to tell you, you are not going to recover the same tomorrow morning. And you're going to have to either go somewhere or have people over, and your uncle's going to be rambling about politics, and you're going to want to go back into blackout stage tomorrow. Don't do it tonight. Don't. You're not going to recover the same from it.
Plus, isn't it more fun to, well, I suppose if you're in your early 20s, it's probably more fun to go drink with your friends. As I get older, it's more fun to drink with my family, right? So, like, I'm looking forward to then saving myself for Thanksgiving Day of having beverages with my family, right? Rather than being so hungover that you don't want to drink anything on Thanksgiving. So I'm with you. And we did really need to lower that bar. The line movement on the age needed to come down quite a bit. Money came in on the under hard. Because we don't, as 30 some people, we don't need to be out in the streets past a certain time. And that's when, let the kids do that. We've had our days. Plus, make a nice cocktail, sit on the couch. Doesn't mean you can't have drinks tonight. Just don't go nuts. Right. Do it on your couch. Get a decent night's sleep. I don't know, maybe pop a gummy if you're into that stuff. Watch some sports, and then wake up and feel good tomorrow.
Wake up in plenty of time to get your bets in on the first Thanksgiving Day game, right? And then they're fully equipped and prepared for Thanksgiving.
Help make the stuffing. Who knows?
Yeah.
Be useful this Thanksgiving.
Exactly. Be useful. That's a good way to look at it. I will be of no use tomorrow. I'll be honest. I'm awful in the kitchen. My wife takes over for the stuff that she needs to make to take over my sister-in-law's. I will only sneak in there to maybe steal a deviled egg or two while she gets those ready. Because you got to have, that's the other thing. And this always happens to me every Thanksgiving. The snacks and the appetizers before Thanksgiving dinner, it can pile up on you. You want to talk about pacing yourself? Pace yourself on the snacks and the appetizers before dinner too.
Where you get to the table for dinner and it's like, I'm not even hungry for this. Then you're just choking down a full plate of food that is not necessary. And of course, there's no better feeling than being overly stuffed after Thanksgiving and laying on the couch. Maybe you've got a fire brewing in the family room watching football. Like, that's the best. But it is kind of an awful feeling when you get to the table and you've already devoured all the appetizers where you're not hungry anymore.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to go into the dinner portion of Thanksgiving wondering if you can even swallow that, that dry turkey, white turkey meat that we talked about. You got to douse it with gravy. You're like Clark Griswold at the Christmas table chewing down on the turkey jerky that just came out of the oven. Don't do that to yourself. Make sure you got plenty of room left. What is the Constable family line on deviled eggs? I've mentioned them a couple times this week.
0.
None?
Not a staple. None. 0. I don't know if my family has ever made a deviled egg ever. I don't dislike them. They just, we stick to our normal stuff that we have done for the last zillion years, and we do not waver. So they're fine, but they're not on the table at Thanksgiving.
Deviled eggs are a very polarizing treat, I've found. Deviled eggs.
Yeah.
And I didn't get the patented Kate Constable wrinkled nose look when I mentioned deviled eggs. So I thought they might be in play.
Yeah, I haven't got my Botox in a while, so everything's moving right now. So you know exactly what I like. What I like and don't like. The face does not hide anything. I have a question though for you, Chris. Okay. So I have 2 sisters. They are not into sports. They don't care. So when we've had Thanksgiving at one of my sister's houses before, she's like, do we have to have football on all day? Do you have anyone, like, your family just fully accepts that, right? Like, football is on in the background while dinner is being served while you're eating. That is normal people Thanksgiving, right?
Totally
Sometimes
normal.
my family's like, let's turn it off while we eat. That's not Thanksgiving.
Yeah. No, I've gotten to the point where I have a brother-in-law. My sister-in-law's husband is not a huge sports fan. Like, he keeps up with it enough to be able to talk about, oh, those Steelers suck, huh? And I'll be like, yeah, they're terrible. Let me tell you about it. He's more into, like, He'll bend my ear tomorrow and tell the same story 3 or 4 times over and over again about how he has to pack up his truck and leave early the next morning to go hunting because deer season opens in Pennsylvania on Saturday morning. So, like, he goes to a hunting camp every Thanksgiving weekend, and he'll tell me about that over and over again. But he's smart enough to know, and my sister-in-law has known me long enough, that they make sure there is a dedicated TV in the game room in the basement that is already on football by the time we even walk in the door. They know exactly. It's Thanksgiving. You know what.
Those are smart people right there. Those are smart people.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. You have to have football. We got plenty to bet on. We'll get you our favorite plays of the day and Thanksgiving, and maybe even a couple ahead of Friday's slate as well with our lightning bets. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
All right, no Bet Sweats tomorrow here on the BetMGM network. You'll still have the daily tip bright and early to get you prepared for Thanksgiving Day games. But if you need Bet Sweats anytime, you can always get it in podcast form. Wherever you download your podcasts, make sure you get in there and get it. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio, just search Bet Sweats. We will be back Friday morning. Kate, are you back Friday morning? You're going to be busy this weekend, aren't you?
I am not back Friday morning. I am doing a little Illinois State high school football this weekend. So we will be outdoors in the cold. So it's have a snowstorm.
There's the Kate Constable nose wrinkle I'd waited for. Didn't get it for deviled eggs. Got it for outdoor high school football in the middle of nowhere, Normal, Illinois.
It's going to be quite the time. Yep. 1A, 2A.
State championships, though, right?
Hey, big deal for these kids. So
we
got some cool stories to highlight, but nice. I'm trying to figure out like how to stay warm enough because also at this age, Chris, like being cold sucks. Like you could tough it when you were in your 20s. Maybe you not wear a coat to the bar. Hell no, I will be bundled to the max. So
layer
that's my
after
plan.
Layer, those little hand warmers, all of it.
We've got that. Heated socks. Oh yeah.
But we will be back on Bet Sweats on Friday to look back on the Thanksgiving games. Kate won't be. She'll be out in the cold freezing. But we'll be here certainly 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Friday to take you through what went down on Thanksgiving. Obviously, plenty of college football weekend rivalry action. Oh, boy, my buddy Jake Hassan is going to be in. Me and Jakub.
Wow.
That should be a fun one Friday morning. You want to be here for that. Cannot wait. I'll have to keep Jake from somehow cooking up like college baseball futures or some ridiculous stuff. But we will have you covered for all of the weekend NFL action as well. So we will be back on Friday. A lot going on, obviously, in the next 24 to 48 hours that we can fill up our cards with, fill up our plates, as it were, on this Thanksgiving weekend. Lightning bets. We've got NBA, college basketball, college football, if you want to get ahead of some lines. And, of course, Thanksgiving Day NFL bets to get out there for you. Kate, you want to get us started?
Yeah, why not? We talked this one just in the last segment. College basketball, I'm going to go the over Michigan. Gonzaga, over 163.5. I believe that's still where that one is at. That's the only college basketball bet that I feel confident in today, really. I'm going to go Ohio State. I'm going to lay so I got to make sure I have this right. I'm not giving out
still
bad
10,
lines.
Right?
10, I was going to say. As long as it's still 10, I'm going to go Ohio State minus 10 in this one. Yesterday, I gave out the Lions minus 2.5. I'm also going to go Jahmyr Gibbs in that game. His rushing and receiving prop. 108.5. I know that Green Bay's defense is very good, but you take away one thing from him in the rushing game. I think the receiving game, that's opened up for him over the last couple weeks, and he's had some good numbers there. I am also going to go with the Bengals plus the 7.
Okay.
And I'm debating Bears plus 7 as well. But Bengals for sure. Bears is we'll see what we get to on Friday.
Yeah, I think that's a wait and see. It could get to 7.5. We'll see. But there hasn't been a lot of movement on that. You wonder if maybe the markets are just waiting to move to get through the Thanksgiving Day games, and maybe that's a reassess on Friday morning deal. All right, I'm with you on Ohio State minus 10. I'm going to make sure I get that in today, as well as the Gonzaga-Michigan over 163.5 tonight out in Vegas. Those are two that I'm definitely on with you. Detroit minus 2.5. Got to get in on that as well, because I have not locked it in yet this week, so that will get locked in. Other college basketball bet that I have, we mentioned Tennessee against Kansas. If this were any other nondescript, randomly named Big 12 or any other conference for that matter, major conference team, I don't know if you'd be laying as short a number as you're getting with Tennessee right now. Tennessee's played really well out in Vegas, so I'll lay 5.5 against Kansas. As for NBA tonight, we mentioned all the in-season tournament games that are happening. Detroit only having to lay 2.5 at Boston. I'm on that one. Detroit, a much better rebounding team than the Celtics right now. So I'll go with the Pistons on the road, even though the Celtics have won 4 of their last 5, laying 2.5 at TD Garden. And then we had talked a good bit earlier about the Western Conference Finals rematch happening tonight in OKC between the T-Wolves and the Thunder. Minnesota's on the final game of a 3-game road trip. They've dropped the first 2, but they've both been very close. A 1-point loss in Phoenix, a 5-point loss in overtime in Sacramento. Anthony Edwards has had massive nights in both of those games, 40 or more, 43 against Phoenix, 41 against Sacramento. So I don't think he gets to 40 against the Thunder, but Anthony Edwards' points prop is at 25.5. I'll take the over on that, but I'm also going to take OKC on the first half line because they've been just rolling teams. They've won 9 in a row now, none of them by fewer than 13, averaging a 22-point margin of victory. So I'll take OKC in the first half and sort of hedge my bet on OKC rolling in this one. It's 4.5 on the first half line. I'll take the Thunder there tonight as well. Another college football game that I want to get in before maybe the line moves a little bit more. I suspect we could get some more money in on Georgia. So I'll take Georgia laying the 13.5 in what is in essence a home away from home game for them at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta against Georgia Tech, who, yeah, they've got an outside remote chance of sneaking their way into the ACC title game if they upset Georgia, but I'm not counting on it. I think a lot of the wind out of their sails in the last few weeks, punctuated by that loss at home to Pitt last week. So give me Georgia laying 13.5 against Georgia Tech on Friday. And then one more Thanksgiving bet that I want to make sure I get in. And we talked about this game. Dallas's defense has given you reason to think that maybe they're finding some footing, but Patrick Mahomes is coming in. The Chiefs have found a run game, a little more balanced on offense, I would suspect, tomorrow afternoon. So I'll take the Chiefs and Cowboys over 52 on the total there. So I'll have plays in the first 2 games. And then I have an eye on Joe Burrow. And right now, there is not a total posted on his yardage prop, his passing prop yet, but you can obviously get the ladders on 150, 200, 250, 300 passing yards. 200 plus, heavily juiced. I wouldn't take it. It's minus 625. 250, a little more reasonable at minus 150. 300 is up there at 225. Again, no T. Higgins, so consider that. But I'm intrigued. So just throwing it out there before tomorrow night's game, Joe Burrow passing yard total is one I'll have an eye on.
Chris, I found Burrow's passing yards at a book not named BetMGM. 251.5, minus 114 right now. So that is more like than got to do some shopping before you lock that one in.
I will, but if it's 251.5 and that's the best number right now, and it's only, what'd you say, minus 115?
Minus 114, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd go with that. Burrow over that tomorrow against the Ravens as sort of a hedge against the Bengals winning that game or at least covering the number. But you never know. Is Burrow rusty? I think Chase Brown is an interesting look there, too. I should probably bring that up while we're talking Bengals-Ravens. Chase Brown rushing is, how about this? 75-plus rushing yards for Chase Brown right now is plus 180 at BetMGM. So that is another look.
Great price.
Yeah, really good price. Almost 2-1. Chase Brown has had basically 300-yard games in his last 4 or 5. So now 2 were against the Steelers in a very bad run defense, but Chase Brown over 75 at plus 180. That price is kind of hard to turn down, so may lock that one in.
He's picked things up over the last 4 weeks compared to, the first 7 weeks of the season or so. So I think he's someone that is going to continue to get the touches going forward.
Yeah, I think as Joe Flacco has started to slowly turn back into Joe Flacco over the last few weeks, that they've been willing to lean more and more on Chase Brown, whether it's run game or in the pass game. If there's a total yards prop out there on Chase Brown, that would be worth a look as well as we approach kickoff tomorrow night between the Bengals and the Ravens. Thanks again to each and every single one of you for joining us this week on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. We've been in for Joe O and Sammy P the last couple of days. As mentioned, Kate is going to take off for beautiful, picturesque, Normal, Illinois tomorrow afternoon. You're shaking your head.
I believe it's like most restaurants per capita in the country or something like that. I'm really looking forward to there's a Chick-fil-A near the stadium, and I'm a big Chick-fil-A person, and it's hard to get it in the city. So I'm going straight to Chick-fil-A, and we'll probably hit that once or twice this weekend. I'm really into Culver's Butter Burgers right now as well.
Oh.
So I don't get it. I'm not getting Thanksgiving. I'm not going to be able to go to my family Thanksgiving tomorrow because I have to drive down there tomorrow. My games are early on Friday. So I don't know, Chris, like Thanksgiving for me might look like a butter burger and a what do they call a Oreo concrete tomorrow night.
All right.
Which
That if they're open.
Second to stuff it. Oh, right. If they're open. Are fast food restaurants open on Thanksgiving? I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Oh.
That isn't. There's nothing worse, by the way, than it being a Sunday and you wake up, especially after a night out on a Saturday, and you're like, oh, I could go for some Chick-fil-A, spicy chicken sandwich or chicken nuggets. And then you're like, Sunday.
Closed. Yeah, that is, and I have done that one too many times in my life. So not only am I not going to get stuffing and mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving, apparently I'm not getting my Butterburger either.
It's all right. You're saving yourself a few calories. Look at it that way.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate every single one of you for hanging out with us. Enjoy your Thanksgivings, whatever you're up to, whether you're working, whether you're headed to some family Thanksgiving that will annoy the heck out of you, or just hanging out on your couch watching sports all day. Hang with the BetMGM network. We will have you covered. For David Dykstra, for Brian Gertch, for Zach Krull, for Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks.
ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It is, as the weirdos on the internet say, Wednesday. Hi, dudes. Welcome in. You Better You Bet is live on the BetMGM Network. How do you do, America? Great to be with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. I am Rob Brown. It is not Nick. It is not Femi. Nick will be with you here in just a little while, but you are stuck with me for the next 60 seconds of chaos and insanity. No, not 60 seconds, 60 minutes. We got way longer than you get the point. Listen, it's the middle of the day. The college football playoff rankings are out. I've been watching college basketball for hours and shall continue to watch college basketball for hours more into the night. Plus, we've got NFL. We've got games tomorrow. We've got Black Friday games. We've got NBA games. I know that you are all just absolutely fired up about the NBA Cup. Shut up. I like it. All right. Just let people like what they like. I like the NBA Cup. Is it dumb? Yes. Is it fun? Also, yes. Relax. Let people like what they like. All right. We have got so much we've got to get into here on the radio program. Glad to be along with you for the next 60 minutes before I hand it back over to the rightful ruler of these terrestrial airwaves, my guy, Nick Costos. But let's talk college football here for just a second, shall we? Our college football playoff rankings dropped yesterday evening. They are as follows. The Arizona Wildcats have made it into the spot where they get a little number next to their name. The Wildcats at number 25, a spot behind 24 Tulane, who stays in their spot. Georgia Tech, after a loss to Pitt, falls 7 spots down to number 23. One spot behind the team that beat them, the Pitt Panthers. Now, we're going to talk about Pitt in a minute because Pat Narduzzi has the boys ranked. I don't necessarily care what that does for Pitt. I care what it does for the Miami Hurricanes, ladies and gentlemen, because the Canes are now right there. They're right there in that spot. And I want to have a conversation about Miami and Notre Dame here in just a little while, because I think that is an important one to have when it comes to the conversation of subjective eye test versus empirical and objective on-field results. And we will get to that in just a moment. SMU at number 21, a spot behind 20, Arizona State. Tennessee moves up a spot to 19, one spot behind Virginia, who also moved up a spot. USC down to 17. Texas moves up 1 to 16. Michigan will move up 3 spots, now at number 15. Is that because Michigan deserves to be at number 15? Or is that to make it a little bit more sexy when they and the number 1 Buckeyes get together in rivalry weekend? And our next segment of the show, all about rivalry weekend, all about the schedule upcoming, what games matter, what games will have the biggest impact on the college football playoff rankings when they drop and we get to Selection Sunday in just a week and a half or so. Vandy is now at number 14. They hang on to their spot. Utah and Miami flip spots. It is now the Utes at 13, the Canes at 12. BYU, Alabama, Notre Dame, and Oklahoma hold their spots at 11, 10, 9, and 8. An interesting one as Oregon and Ole Miss switch spots. It is now the Rebels down a spot to number 7. It is now the Ducks up a spot at number 6. Your top 5 teams are Texas Tech, Georgia, Texas A&M, who are a cult, by the way. I stand on that. Number 2, Indiana, and number 1, Ohio State. After this past weekend, setting up the rivalry weekend. Now, there's a lot to talk about, but I wanted to get into this conversation for just a couple of minutes. I wanted to get into the conversation about eye test versus on-field metric. And I want to do that for 2 reasons. Number one, I don't think we're going to see too much movement inside the top 10 after the weekend. That's not to say none. Is it possible that Ohio State falls to Michigan? Sure. In a hypothetical world, just about anything is possible. Is it possible that Indiana falls to Purdue? No, but sure. In a hypothetical world, anything is possible. Texas A&M could possibly lose to Texas on the road. I'm not banking on it, but we've seen what the Longhorns have been able to do, as they've kind of caught a vibe a little bit. Is it possible that Georgia loses to Georgia Tech? It absolutely is. Am I banking on it? Would I tell you to put some dollar bills, y'all, on it? No, absolutely not. I'm not quite there yet. I love Brent Key. I love the Yellow Jackets. I love Haynes King. I'm not there yet. Georgia should win that game comfortable. Texas Tech is an interesting one. They take on West Virginia. West Virginia is, and I've done the scientific research on this, real not good at football. So I don't think Texas Tech is going anywhere. Is Oregon going to go anywhere? And I do think we are now in another conversation that I'd like to get to here in just a little while as Oregon is on the road at Washington. And that is, what about the one-loss teams? What about Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon? What about Ole Miss? What about BYU? When you take into consideration the list of two-loss teams, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Alabama, Miami, Utah, Vanderbilt, Michigan, Virginia, all two-loss teams. Hell, Georgia Tech. And that one's interesting because, hey, look, Georgia Tech's lost 2 games. The 2 games that Georgia Tech lost, we know they lost this past weekend to the aforementioned Pitt Panthers, who are now a ranked team. And we know they lost on the road at Dave Doran and the NC State Wolfpack a couple of weeks ago. Georgia Tech committed the cardinal sin of losing late in the season instead of getting them out of the way early. And I hate that. I do want to be very clear. I despise that if we really look at it objectively. It is probably just as important when you win, or I should say maybe when you lose on the calendar, as it is who you lose to. And that can be maddeningly frustrating. But it killed Georgia Tech and their chance to become an at-large team at 9-2. Part of the reason is because they lost to Pitt, who was right there in the mark. And even though Pitt has more losses, Pitt head-to-head beat Georgia Tech, so they get the nod. So here is my question. If the playoff ranking committee just said that we're going to take Pitt, who was unranked last week, and we are going to move them all the way up to 22. And we're going to move them up to 22 because that is about as far as we are comfortable dropping Georgia Tech at 9-2. And we're going to say, out of the exact same conference, that an 8-3 Pitt team can go ahead of Georgia Tech, who is 9-2 because they beat them head-to-head. I am going to need a situation to play out for my own love of chaos and shenanigans. I'm going to need a situation to play out. I'm going to need Miami to just absolutely walk the dog this weekend. I'm going to need Miami this weekend to put everything they got and a little more on the Pitt Panthers. We talked about them. I said hang on to the fact that Pitt is ranked. It was going to come back and be important. Here's the spot. If Miami absolutely shellacks the Pitt Panthers this weekend, and let's say they and Notre Dame, who is on the road at Stanford, let's keep it a buck. Stanford is not exactly an impressive team. I've got hope. I've got optimism down the line for Andrew Luck. I don't know why in the world they decided Frank Reich was the right guy, but that's a different conversation. Yes, I do, because he was Andrew Luck's coach in Indianapolis. Whatever. I don't have a ton of love loss for a 4-7 Stanford Cardinal team. So, if Miami goes on the road and they dog walk Pitt, and to be honest, I think they will. Now, I said yesterday on this same show, I'll say today on this same show, I'm not a big Mario Cristobal believer. I'm not a Cristobal believer. Bang! It was right there the whole time. It was right there. I'm not a Cristobal believer. Put that on a t-shirt, print it. If you do that, I get 2% for coming up with it. That's all I ask for. Okay. There is a very good chance that Mario Cristobal and Carson Beck, as we know historically, Carson Beck has played his not best football in high-pressure games. And this is absolutely a high-pressure game for the Miami Hurricanes. If they walk the dog against the Pitt Panthers, and Notre Dame does anything but walk the dog, what are we going to do in that spot? Because I do have to ask the question. If I'm looking at, let's say, BYU, who is 10-1, BYU has UCF at home this weekend. They should win that game. I wonder if right now, and I think BYU is a good team, just so we're very clear. I think there's been a little BYU disrespect by a lot of you out there, but I do think they are a good football team. If I put BYU and Miami on the field together, who you got? Who you got? Because I got to tell you right now, I think I take Miami. I think BYU's been in some fights. I think the one really good team they played, Texas Tech, absolutely slapped them around. Outside of Texas Tech, BYU has one other ranked win, and that's Utah, back when Utah was ranked number 23 in the country. And they beat them by 3. And to be honest with you, I'm not a big believer in Utah either. So while I think BYU is a good team, I take Miami. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are doing right now is we are talking about the concept of the eye test. If A played B, I would take. I think A is a better team than B. I believe B is better than A because of X, Y, and Z. This is the eye test. And the eye test, I think, is the reason that 9-2 Miami is this far behind 9-2 Notre Dame. Because if we look at these two teams, it is absolutely clear and evident that Notre Dame is a better football team today. But then this brings me to a crux of the conversation that a lot of people have been having today. And I would like to throw my 2 cents in because, hey, they gave me a microphone. I don't know why, but they gave it to me. I'm going to use it. So let's use it. Notre Dame played Miami. It was all the way back in week 1. Notre Dame played Miami. It was at Miami. It was all the way back in week 1. Miami won the football game. So here is my question. If we have 2, let's say at the end of this week, 2 10-2 football teams, and they're right there in a group together, they're right there in a mix. Again, let's remember, we dropped Georgia Tech 7 spots, and we moved Pittsburgh from well unranked all the way up to number 22, just so we could put Pitt ahead of Georgia Tech after Pitt beat Georgia Tech. So, if we have 2 teams, and they're in the same realm, they're in the same group with each other, and one of them beat the other one, what I am being told by this committee right now is the eye test matters more than results of head-to-head football games on the field. And Rob, it was week 1. That was 17 years ago. It was week 1. Cool. Rob, it was at Miami. It was a home game, and Miami just barely beat Notre Dame. Cool. But they did beat them, correct? Like, these 2 teams played a football game against each other, and one of them beat the other. And what I'm taking away from this is what the committee thought Notre Dame looks like in those other 8 or 9 games matters more than the results on the football field. Does anybody have a separate take than that? And you can hit me at the Rob Brown Show on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, whatever you want to do. But what I'm taking away from these 2 teams, having, in my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion, relatively similar resumes and relatively similar results. Notre Dame's losses are better. But I would like to remind you, one of those losses is to the team that we are talking about as their direct competition, right? So, with those 2 losses being what they are, what this is telling me is that the committee looks at this and the committee says, we value the subjective eye test of what you have done recently more than we value what happened early in the season, and we value it more than if you two teams play. Now, it is one thing if one of these teams, if Miami had lost 7 games, but they beat Notre Dame. All right, obviously, like you can't, like we just can't, right? Like this is one of those times. It's kind of like arguing with a kid sometimes when the kid says, but Dad, why can't I? Because you can't. Stop asking me questions. I'm not going to put a 7-loss team ahead of a 2-loss team because they beat them and they gave them one of the 2 losses. These two teams aren't separated by 7 losses. They're 3 spots away from each other. One beat the other. What are we doing here? I thought head-to-head mattered more than anything else. I'm Rob Brown. Back after this. You Better You Bet is live on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
I need some help. I need some help from you people because I've got to tell you, I'm not a reality TV guy. I'm not against it. It's just not my thing. Judge as you will. I don't judge other people's entertainment choices. I watch like 7 to 10 hours of professional wrestling any given week. I'm in no position to judge when anybody else is entertained by. But I think there is one thing happening right now that everyone involved in college football is considering just world-class entertainment. And that, of course, is the Lane Kiffin soap opera. Now, the help I need is I need somebody, and you can send it to me on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show or on Instagram, same handle. I need like a punny soap opera name for the drama surrounding Lane Kiffin and whether or not he's going to stay at Ole Miss or if he's going to go to LSU or if he's going to go to Florida or if we're going to get that classic Royal Rumble moment where another college music hits. By God, that's Penn State's music. And Lane pulls a heel turn and an absolute swerve and goes somewhere else. I don't know. But I need something here. And I'll tell you why. Because while I'm not a reality television guy, this is about as good as reality TV has ever been. And if you're not a reality TV guy, but you're a college football guy, what a moment. What a moment. And we get a little bit more drama at it every day. It is being reported right now by Wilson Alexander, who covers LSU football for the Baton Rouge Advocate and for NOLA News, that a private plane left Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which, if you didn't pay attention in geography class, is the capital of Louisiana and also the home of the LSU Tigers. And that private plane was flying to Oxford, Mississippi. That private plane was then scheduled to return to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. But instead, it continued its eastward journey and headed to Gainesville, Florida, which, if you haven't been paying attention, is where the Florida Gators play their football. Now, that's interesting because obviously Lane Kiffin, the current head coach of the Ole Miss Rebels, is also the hottest head coaching prospect in college football right now and has been openly courted by both LSU and the University of Florida. And, of course, Lane Kiffin being the greatest thing that's ever happened to Ole Miss football, the folks at Ole Miss would very much like him to stay in Oxford, Mississippi. So, for a plane to leave Baton Rouge, to go to Oxford, with the plan to return to Baton Rouge, but instead then fly to Gainesville, everybody's involved. If I can, to use another wrestling term, fantasy book this, which for those of us in the professional wrestling fandom means we're just going to come up with our own scenario that we would really be entertained by, whether it's going to happen in real life or not. To fantasy book this. The greatest thing in the world is Lane Kiffin didn't get on an airplane at all today. Lane Kiffin took some of that big paycheck that he gets from the Ole Miss Running Rebels. And Lane Kiffin said, hey, I'm going to hire a pilot to fly a plane from Baton Rouge to Ole Miss, land, stay there for 30 minutes, then take off again, say the flight plan was to Baton Rouge, but then change it at the last minute, go to Gainesville, then leave Gainesville, go back to Oxford, and then just disappear off the map. And that would be the greatest thing that's ever happened. I mean, ever. Like, I would say, hey, Rob, what's the greatest day of your life? Was it the day you got married? No. That was number 2. The greatest day of my life was the day that Lane Kiffin trolled 3 fan bases at once by hiring an airplane that he never actually got on. That would be number 1. Everything else checks in second. I need somebody to help me come up with a punny soap opera name. Days of Our Lanes, As the Lane Turns, All My Kiffins, whatever. Like, I need a soap opera name so that we can just start a daily social media segment where all we do is talk about Lane Kiffin and what's happening with him. All right. We have talked a little bit about the college football playoff rankings thus far. We have talked a little bit about the eye test versus subjectivity. Now, I do want to say one more thing before I get to the college football rivalry weekend upcoming and all the things that could shake out and play out based on results. I heard a very prominent, very popular college football talking head, and I want to be clear. Well, I won't say the name because this is going to sound as if I'm going after the guy. I'm absolutely not. In fact, quite the opposite. This major prominent college football talking head is somebody that I have an immense amount of respect for, somebody that I think does a fantastic job covering the sport, somebody that is not my least favorite type of broadcaster, which is a hot take artist. I can't stand hot take artists. I can't stand people who say things just to get a reaction by saying something that is out of the norm or not mainstream. This guy's not any of that. In fact, I got the opportunity to meet this cat at SEC Media Days earlier this year, and I told him to his face as I shook his hand, thank you for being what I think is probably the most respectable college football big-time talking head in the game. But I did have a little bit of a pushback from something that he said on his YouTube channel last night after the rankings came out. He said, in talking about the Notre Dame-Miami situation, he said, what college football needs to do isn't expand the playoffs any further. It's not change anything. It's not blow anything up. What college football needs to do is it needs to create a set of parameters by which teams are judged and gauged. And then it needs to have a process or a formula created by those parameters that we apply to teams at the end of the year, and we utilize those parameters to determine who gets a playoff spot. Now, he did say, I'm not against the expansion of the playoffs because I think playoff spots should be valuable because they are scarce. And I agree with that. I do want to add the caveat that that's not happening. The college football playoffs are going to expand to 16. And they are going to expand to 16, not because 16 is the ideal or magic number, not because 16 is the number where we all think, okay, like we're never not going to have that. I would like to remind you that if we went to 16 right now, Vanderbilt, Michigan, and Texas are in. USC, Virginia, Tennessee are out. Do you not think that USC, Virginia, and Tennessee would not be screaming bloody murder that they got left out when Texas, Michigan, and Vanderbilt all got in? Of course they would. It's not about who's out and who's in. It's expanding because more games equals more money. And at the end of the day, and something that many of my college football loving fans and friends down here in the Deep South refuse to accept and acknowledge, nobody in a position of power and authority gives a good gosh darn about your love of the pageantry and the tradition of college football. You know what they care about? One thing alone: greenbacks, dinero, dollar bills, y'all. That's it. That's all they care about. By putting in 16 playoff teams, they get more games, they get more money. You don't get any of it, but they get all of it, and that's all they care about. Now, we'll put that aside for a minute. Here's the issue we bump into. There is no, and let me clarify there. No one has yet, in the years that I have been doing sports broadcasting, no one has yet presented me with an idea, with a thought, with a concept, with a plan of how we can create, as the NFL has, an objective way of determining who goes into the playoffs. In the NFL, we have 8 divisions. Those 8 divisional champions go to the playoffs, and 6 teams who are the next best based on record go in. We have an objective formula. There is no debate. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about snubs. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about, well, they got left out or they didn't. I would love to see college football have an objective way to determine playoff teams. Here are the teams that are going, they hit the marks they're in. The reality is it can't. It can't and it won't. There's no way to do it. Now, down the line, when we inevitably end up with two college football conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC, when those two conferences expand to 24 or 28 teams each, then we will have an objective measure on both sides. We will say, you're going to play in divisions, and then the division winners and X wildcard teams are going to go play in a bracket, and the bracket winner will be determined as the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ. And then we could one day end up in a spot where the Big Ten champ and the SEC champ play each other to be determined as the national champion. But we'll put our fantasy booking for years down the line to bed for a moment. As it is set up right now, with the Power Four and the Group of Five, and Notre Dame is an independent, and X teams in that conference, and Y teams in that conference, and yada, yada, yada. Guys, there is no objective way to get a team to get a playoff bracket. There's no objective way, or at least no one has presented me with a plan that makes sense. I've been able to kick the legs out of every plan about how to have an objective metric for who gets in and who gets out. And this is the debate. This is the problem. Listen, there are a lot of you. I know because I've been having the conversations with friends and family and fans since last night. There are many of you that are perfectly willing to say, and I want to be clear, you're not wrong for saying it or feeling this way. Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami because look at them. Just look at them. Look at Notre Dame and look at Miami. Who's the better team? Notre Dame, they're the better team, rank them higher. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are the better team. In fact, if those two teams played today, I'd pick Notre Dame. However, there's also a lot of people out there that say, guys, Miami beat Notre Dame. And if we have crafted a world, and I want you to know, by these rankings, we have. If we have crafted a world that when two teams have similar resumes, when two teams have similar wins, when two teams have similar results over the course of an entire season, and they played each other and the team that won is ranked lower than the team that lost, you have created a world where, at least in certain situations, on-field head-to-head results don't matter. And I just need you to acknowledge that. I don't need you to change anything. I just need you to out loud say and acknowledge there are situations where head-to-head doesn't matter. And the resulting question for me is, if head-to-head doesn't matter, why would anybody play anybody that's good outside of their conference ever again? Why would Miami ever again play Notre Dame in week 1? Why would they not just do what a ton of other schools did and play Northeast Southwest Georgia State? Why would Miami not go play Florida Atlantic every year in week 1? Florida International every year in week 1. Why would they not pay them $1 million to come down and lose by 60 to open up every year? These games are games we have all been excited about, not just because it's big-time matchups and it's brands and it's legacies. They've been excited because they have always served to some degree as a benchmark, and there's always been the threat that when we get late into the year, if these two teams are around each other, the winner of that game might get themselves a little boosty boost in the rankings, right? And here's Miami not getting that. So I just need you, if you're looking at this and you're going, hey, it's okay. So what I need you to recognize is a few things. Number one, the playoffs are not expanding to prevent this. It's not going to be prevented. At the end of the day, we are still going to live in a world where Vandy, Michigan, and Texas are in, USC, Virginia, Tennessee are out, And we're going to have a debate about who deserves to go and who doesn't. So that doesn't matter. We're expanding for money. I need you to recognize that, number two, there is no way in college football as it's crafted today to create an objective set of parameters where if you hit mark A, B, and C, you're in. And if you hit mark A and B, but you fail C, you're out. There's no way to do that. I would love it. You would love it. America would love it if it was just these teams that do these things are in. You win a division, you're in. You get a wild card, you're in. But we can't do that in college football. And number three, if we're all good with the way Miami and Notre Dame are lined up in these rankings, I need you to out loud acknowledge you live in a world where head-to-head results don't matter in college football. I'm Rob Brown, back after this on You Better You Bet and the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
It's so catchy, man. The jam is just catchy. I feel like I'm shopping in an American Eagle in like 2005. If you don't know what that means, kids, ask your parents who are now old. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is You Better You Bet here on the BetMGM Network. I am Rob Brown in for Nick and Femi. Nick will be with you here in about 18 minutes. So, hold your metaphorical horses. All right. The regular guys are rolling through. You just got to put up with me for one more segment. But I'm glad that you are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have talked a whole lot of collegiate football so far. So what do you say we flip it over? What do you say we go to the professional ranks, my dudes and my dudettes? Because is there much better than NFL Thanksgiving football? It starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you're me. It carries on all the way till an 8:20 kickoff. Eastern Standard Time. Green Bay's at Detroit, Kansas City at Dallas, Cincinnati at Baltimore. We do have a Black Friday game as well, 3 p.m. Chicago at Philadelphia. I want to talk about a few of these games. Let's start with the game tomorrow. Green Bay is at Detroit. The Lions at the crib, giving away 3 points at home. The over-under in this game set at 47.5. I really want to bet Detroit to win this game. The problem is, I don't like the field goal. The problem is, I don't love the 3. If that drops to a 2.5, I'll take it. If I'm going to play it, I might as well play it now at a 3. And I might as well play it at a 3 so that at least the push is on the table. If it jumps to the 3.5, I'm out. I might have to play this as either part of a parlay, or I might have to up it just a bit and just take Detroit on the money line at -150. There's a few things that have jumped off the page at me about this bet. I would like to go back to the Packers beating the Lions at Lambeau back in week 1. We've seen a few things change since the Lions beat the Packers. Since the Packers beat the Lions at Lambeau in week number 1. One of the things that we've seen is that Green Bay's stop unit, not as good as it was at the time. It looked like Green Bay was going to be an absolute monster of a defense right out of the gate. And remember, that was before we even really got Micah Parsons going for the Packers. They've taken a big step back. On top of that, the Packer offense. You've had injuries to Jaden Reed. You've had injuries losing Tucker Kraft for the season. Elton Jenkins is out. We've seen a lot of guys that have gotten beaten up. This game feels like a game for the Lions to either embrace a narrative that they are gritty, that they are tough, and that Detroit, Michigan is one of the toughest places to play in all of football. Jared Goff under center. They've got speed at the skill positions that I don't think Green Bay is going to be comfortable matching up with. You add all of that together, and you add up that regardless of the metric that you look at, the Detroit Lions play better football indoors than outdoors, which I'm sure is not a narrative that Dan Campbell wants, but it is true. They especially play their base football indoors at home at Ford Field. The Lions are 4-1 straight up at home this year, and the Packers are 1-4 against the spread on the road. Now, I'm not going to play a spread bet here. If you do, grab it at 3. Don't wait for the hook to kick in. But if I'm going to take it, I'm going to take it at the field goal. Then we go to 4:30, the Kansas City Chiefs on the road at the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the thing, guys. The conversation about Kansas City, dating back to the preseason, whether you like it or not, the conversation about the Chiefs has been, is the dynasty dead? Are the Chiefs cooked? Ding dong, are they out of this thing? Here's the reality. That question might get answered this weekend. I'll tell you why. If the Kansas City Chiefs lose this game on the road, not only are a lot of us, and I will include myself in that, going to be out on Kansas City, who, by the way, Must win this game to avoid falling to 500 this deep in the season. But I don't know if they make the playoffs if they lose this game. If they're sitting at 6-6 in a division where Denver's 9-2, if they're sitting at 6-6 in a division where the LA Chargers have already won 7 games, I don't see how they bounce back from that. I don't see how there's a way back. They can't afford to lose this game. The problem you have as a bettor is that Kansas City is -3.5. And I could absolutely see this being a field goal different game. I'll tell you why I am going to take, or I should say lay, the 3.5 with Kansas City. Dallas is about to play their 3rd game in 10 days on Thursday. Kansas City, I don't think can have another stumble, and this would be one. Dallas is exhausted, not just playing their 10th game or their 3rd game in 10 days, but they've also, I think, have to be exhausted because even with the emotional weight of that game last week, coming back against Philly from down 3 touchdowns to win that game, I just started sweating thinking about that. That's got to be tiring. And then again, you add in 3rd game in 10 days, and Kansas City can't lose. They can't lose. If they can't lose, give me Kansas City, and I'll lay the points in this one. We wrap it up with Cincinnati at Baltimore. That one's at 8:20 kick Eastern Standard Time. I said this yesterday on the show. I'll say it again now. Joe Burrow, I don't know if you're listening. If he's not listening, somebody clip this, put it on the internet, and tag him in it because I'm here to help. All right? Joey B. Listen, I love you, dog. I really do. You're my guy. Ever since the documentary on Netflix where you lost your gosh dang mind because you got to see the Archaeopteryx fossil behind the scenes at the museum. Listen, I'm a big nerd. All right. I love archaeology. Archaeopteryx is my favorite fossil. I'm such a dork. I got a favorite fossil. I love Archaeopteryx. It's the perfect illustration of the transition from dinosaur to bird. It's got all the bird traits. It's got the dinosaur traits. I love it so much. It is a goal to have an Archaeopteryx fossil on my tattooed on my arm. All right. I'm a giant nerd. Joey B, I love you because you are too, and we all see it. So please know that I'm looking out for you when I say this. Don't play football for the Bengals anymore, brother. Don't do it. I'm begging you. Why would you? Why would you? They clearly don't care about you. The only positive thing that I can say about the Bengals for you, Joey B, is that when you talked T and Jamar and the rest of these guys to coming back and playing one more year, they did that. They let them. They paid them. They got them back. My brother, they're gone. Those guys don't want to be there anymore. And hell, who blames them? The Bengals did not invest in your offensive line. You've been getting your ass kicked for 3 straight seasons because of it. They did not invest in your defense. You again. Well, not you personally this time, but the offensive line, you personally. This time, just you, like in general, have been getting your ass kicked because of that. Why would you come back for a 3-8 football team that can't make the playoffs? Like, I get you're a competitor, dog. I get it. You're a dude. You want to go play. You want to go. I get it. Like, can you? Like, can you? Can you win? Can you win with this team? You can't, brother. You can't. Listen to me, Joey B. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ladies and gentlemen, that being said, the Ravens are like the 24th or 25th best pass defense. Is anybody going to be shocked if Joe Burrow comes out in his first game back and he throws for like 310 yards, 320 yards? I might play the Joey Burrow over passing. I might take the attempts. I may take the number. I don't know. I saw the passing attempts is like 36.5. Guys, he's probably going to have to do that. He's going to have to do that because once Derrick Henry gets going, and he will, give me Derrick Henry. By the way, I'm going to go, all right, I'm going off the reservation a bit with this one. Give me Derrick Henry to score 2 touchdowns in this game at plus 260. All right? I think they're just going to rumble, bumble, and stumble, as Chris Berman's evil twin brother would say. I don't know. It wasn't a great impression. I tried my best. Shut up. Leave me alone. Oh, by the way, as I'm having it pointed out in the chat, and I read this earlier, I didn't know that it was definitive yet. No T. Higgins. So, Joe, don't play. Not only are you coming back for a bad team, but you're not even going to have your number 2 wide receiver. It's just you and Jamar, brother. Don't. All right, I'll put that to bed. Joe B over 36.5 passing attempts in this one. But I'm laying the 5.5 with Baltimore. I know that they're not a great football team. I get it. I'm laying it anyway. They're just going to run over, around, through, behind, any direction in 3-dimensional space they want to run. They're going to do that. And it's just going to be a desperate Bengals team. I'll take Joey B over passing attempts. I might even take him over on passing yards. But I'm going to lay the 5.5 with Baltimore and feel really, really good about that one, to be honest with you. And then Black Friday, Chicago is at Philadelphia. That one's going to be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Give me a Saquon Barkley touchdown, -120. I know he's been killing me, and I keep going back to the well. I was on a show on Sunday, and I asked the host, am I bananas for continuing to want to bet Saquon Barkley props? It was Pat Boyle, and Pat Boyle said, yes, you're an idiot. Please don't do that anymore. I'm going back to the well one more time again. Give me a Saquon Barkley touchdown in this one. I'm going to be honest with you. I think I'm going to bet the Bears here. I really do. We're starting to see Philadelphia kind of walking back against the spread. Let me be clear, not to win it outright. But give me Chicago +7. I'll take the Bears. Y'all, I said coming into the season, Caleb Williams is going to be, and here I am being proved right. Caleb Williams is going to be, as I talked about on the show yesterday, and I will talk about on the show the next time I'm here, and I'll talk about it on BetMGM tonight when I'm there on Friday, and I'll talk about it whenever. Caleb Williams is going to be the proof that sometimes you need to blame the franchise, not the quarterback, for the failure of the franchise quarterback. Hey, thanks for letting me ride with you guys for the last hour. Your boy Nick is back in the next. I am Rob Brown. Follow me on social at The Rob Brown Show. Have a killer Thanksgiving. Be safe. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. I'll see you next time. It's You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Later.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm going to say something now that some may take as a hot take, and I don't really care because I know that I'm right.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Saquon Barkley, the reigning offensive player of the year. He has been terrible this season. Doesn't look close to the same player with the eye test, and I dare anyone to disagree with me on that. I dare you. It means you're not watching the games. But there was a first-person shooter. The one that really launched the genre into the stratosphere was Doom. And there was a cheat code that you could use, and you would enter what's called God mode. When Matthew Stafford gets rolling, he's in God mode. Him right now and Sean McVay, Hall & Oates.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful Football Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew, which today features as our engineer, our Sunday engineer on You Better You Bet, the great Grant Leader. I'm expecting Grant to give us a weather report in Chicago. There's no game in Chicago, but Grant gives us the weather in Chicago whenever the Bears are playing at home. I'm expecting a weather report from Grant on the show today that will blow your socks off, that will make Al Roker jealous wherever he is, probably pounding Ozempics like Tic Tacs. So Grant, you're on the clock, buddy. Grant, part of our amazing crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch. I've kind of started wanting to do a bit here at the start of the show, because the way I do that, right, on YouTube, on Twitch, it's like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, on Dasher, on Prancer, on Vixen. Vixen's my favorite reindeer. On YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, we are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. We're talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we've got so much injury news and so much news, period, in the National Football League. Joe Burrow activated off injured reserve and will start tomorrow night in Baltimore against the Ravens for the Bengals. Can Cincinnati cover the touchdown spread? We'll discuss. How about this Buffalo Bills offensive line in very, very bad shape on the injury report to kick off the week for Buffalo as they travel to Pittsburgh to play the Steelers? Can TJ Watt and the Pittsburgh defensive line take advantage of a beat-up Bills offensive line? We will talk about it. And J.J. McCarthy's unlikely to play for Minnesota, per Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Gee, you don't say. What a shock! J.J. McCarthy's not going to play on Sunday. We will talk about Max Brosmer and Minnesota's chances to cover on the road in Seattle. So much NFL news, all my takes, all the betting analysis coming up as we move along. You know, every single edition of You Better You Bet, we have to talk at least some basketball. We love talking hoop here on You Better You Bet. Now you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, at least if you're of a certain age, you might think and hear Three Dog Night and say to yourself, slightly above average 70s rock band. And you'd be right about that. But on this show, Three Dog Night means I am betting 3 underdogs tonight in the association. I can't wait to discuss with everybody. We will talk about the mess that is the LA Clippers and why I think they are in for a disastrous season. And we'll talk about their adjusted win total. The Lakers as well, who slammed the Clippers last night. We're talking hoop here on You Better You Bet, and that includes college basketball. With Houston losing yesterday to Tennessee, Gonzaga looking unbelievable, Michigan looking unbelievable, Michigan and Gonzaga coming up tonight in Las Vegas. We will talk everything going on in the world of basketball next hour here on the show. 2 tremendous guests will join us. Pro sports bettor Joey Knish later this hour, baby. Knish giving us bets for the week to come in college football, rivalry week in the great sport. And Greg Cosell of NFL Films, NFL Matchup, does a ton of hits on Odyssey stations around the country, including in San Francisco, in the Bay Area. Greg Cosell will join us. No one watches more film than Greg. It's probably like Greg and Brian Baldinger, draw a line, everybody else. Greg will join us next hour on the show, and Greg Cosell and I will talk about the 3 games tomorrow in the NFL on Thanksgiving and Black Friday with the Eagles and the Bears in Philadelphia. Power Hour, final hour of the show today, will feature all the football bets for this weekend. I will run through all the big games, rivalry weekend in college football, all my bets, all my takes, all the leans. We'll get to it. All the NFL games, 3 tomorrow, 1 on Friday, all the games on Sunday. And yes, to answer your questions, thy royal prop king is prepared to deliver thou royal props for Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So they're not going to be on Twitter. They will be nowhere but here today on You Better You Bet to close the show in the Power Hour. The show's going to be an absolute banger, a phenomenal football Friday on a wonderful football Wednesday. And before we dive into the festivities here, allow me to say, as I rip off Chris Berman a little bit, one of several ways I rip off Chris Berman with my broadcasting style. Shout out to the GOAT, the great Chris Berman. Happy early Thanksgiving to all the listeners, all the viewers. I hope this is a blessed holiday coming up for you guys. You get to enjoy some time with your family. Hopefully you win your bets. But in all seriousness, hope this is a tremendous, tremendous holiday weekend coming up for everybody. Now, I was all set as of like 20 minutes ago. I'm leading the show, as we have every Wednesday for the past however many weeks, with the latest batch of college football playoff rankings. And I'm going to get to it. I've got takes, and I've got bets. And we'll preview some of the other huge games we didn't get to yesterday for rivalry week in college football, including Ohio State and Michigan in Ann Arbor. But we got a piece of breaking news in the NFL that I saw and had to triple check to make sure that the NFL insiders had this right. That this was not a darn Schefter tweeting it. That this was actually Adam Schefter that tweeted this news. A legitimate stunner, like an RKO, coming out of nowhere. Lions All-Pro center Frank Ragnow is going to unretire and rejoin the Detroit Lions. Wow. You absolutely have to love it. Now, I think our audience on this show is a pretty educated one, right? Like you listen to You Better You Bet. You consume content in this way where you're thinking about point spreads and how can teams win and is this team going to be able to run the ball and can they pass protect? I feel like a lot of audiences would hear a show being led with a center on retiring and think, why the hell are they talking about that? But I know that you, our listeners and viewers, that you can appreciate this being such a big piece of breaking news that we're going to do a couple minutes on it to start the show. Because Frank Ragnow is not your average run-of-the-mill, curtain-jerking jabroni center. No. Frank Ragnow is an all-pro. Frank Ragnow, who retired at age 29 before the start of the season, like if he plays for however many more years, maybe let's say the Lions win a Super Bowl, he's getting a gold jacket. Like he's a Hall of Fame caliber player that retired early because of all the injuries and the way his body feels. And you got to appreciate this, man. And try to put yourself in the shoes of a pro athlete, one like this who retires early, right? And he's got that itch. And he just can't stay away. And the Lions are in the playoff hunt, and now he wants back in. And it matters, not just because Ragnow is a spectacular player, and we'll see when he's up to speed and when he can actually play. There were some insider tweets that Ragnow's like in game shape already. He's not going to play tomorrow. I don't think he's going to play. I'd be shocked if he played tomorrow against the Green Bay Packers. But maybe we see him as early as next week, potentially, for the Lions when they host the Dallas Cowboys. Oh yeah. This is the good stuff. It matters not just because Ragnow's awesome. It matters because the guy that replaced him is not awesome. That is Graham Glasgow. And I have Pro Football Focus up here. And not that they're, and I always say this when I reference them, it's not that they are the be-all, end-all, right? And if they say something and their player grade say something that they have to be correct, I'm going to give you a little additional context here. Graham Glasgow, and I have the Lions page up here on PFF, and I subscribe to PFF. I like their stuff. Nate Youngke's fantasy stuff, I think, is the gold standard. Graham Glasgow, they have ranked as the 28th out of 38 qualifying centers. Okay, so maybe you want to say, you the listener, you the viewer, well, that's just Pro Football Focus. What do they know? Okay, like we can have that conversation. I texted a bunch of people that are in the league. How big a deal is this for the Lions? And they all say, yes, it is a huge deal for Detroit. And that Glasgow's not good. And now Glasgow could potentially go back to play his actual position, which is guard. And Ragnow can come in and play center. And remember what we talked about leading up to the start of the season on You Better You Bet when Ragnow retired and how it really came to roost week 1 against the Green Bay Packers. And I do like Detroit in the game tomorrow. The teams have obviously changed as the season has gone on, and I feel better about Detroit right now than I did obviously coming out of week 1 when the Packers handled them in that game at Lambeau Field. Because what we were looking at was not just Frank Ragnow being replaced, but Kevin Zeitler signs in Tennessee with the Titans, and you have Glasgow at center, and you have 2 young players, Christian Mahogany and Tate Ratledge, the rookie, at guard. And that maybe this was going to be a big deal. Because when you think about Jared Goff, and I'm a big Jared Goff fan, something Jared Goff does not handle well, and to be fair, no quarterback does, is pressure up the middle. So, we identified this early as something that could really matter for the Detroit Lions. And now, ahead of the stretch run, Frank Ragnow comes back. It allows everyone to play their actual position. It's massive for Detroit. Massive. And another way I want people to think about this for the Lions, and it's not going to matter tomorrow, he's not going to play tomorrow, but as we come down the stretch here, and I think we all think the Lions are a playoff team, and that the Lions have a chance to make a lot of noise in January. Lions head coach Dan Campbell said before last week's game against the New York Football Giants that he wanted to get David Montgomery more involved in the rushing offense, that they got to get David Montgomery going. David Montgomery last week against the Giants, 5 carries, 18 yards. Meanwhile, here's Jahmyr Gibbs with a combined 10,000 yards from scrimmage against the Giants. Now, Gibbs is obviously a superior player to Montgomery. There's no question about it. You could put Jahmyr Gibbs in basically anywhere except for Indianapolis and San Francisco, and he's the best running back with a bullet on that team. He's unreal. He's like an alien playing football at the running back position. He's great. So he's better than Montgomery, regardless of who the offensive linemen are. But think about David Montgomery's style of running. And ultimately, at their heart, what the Dan Campbell Lions are. They want to line up and absolutely punch you in the mouth. And that's why they signed David Montgomery when Jamal Williams walked. And that's why they extended David Montgomery last year when they didn't have to. We talked about that on the show. Why would they do that? They didn't have to extend David Montgomery. He's not even that good compared to Jahmyr Gibbs. It's because of the physicality that he brings to the position. And that can be lost a little bit when you have a hammerhead running back, a battering ram running back who doesn't have a good interior offensive line in front of him blocking for him. And now here's Frank Ragnow coming back. I will bet, this is going to be a winning bet. This is flipping a weighted coin. You know what's going to happen here. That David Montgomery all of a sudden, once Frank Ragnow's back, is all of a sudden going to be a lot more effective running the ball. And it's going to add that physical dimension back to the Detroit Lions offense. Because here's, the lightning of Jahmyr Gibbs, and that's awesome to go along with St. Brown and Jamison Williams. And I think Isaac Tesla is going to be way more involved in the offense. But they've been missing the thunder a little bit. And if I can channel my inner AC/DC here, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, thunder. Oh, baby, I think it's coming back for the Detroit Lions. A massive, massive deal for Detroit as the Lions come down the stretch of their season. And I'm going to take a look at the old futures market here at BetMGM, and let's see where we've got the Lions at plus 150 to win the division. I'll tell you, I like that. I think they're going to beat Green Bay tomorrow. Minus 350 to make the playoffs. I like that anyway. I don't know if that's a bet to lay minus 350. But I do think when it's all said and done, I think the Lions will catch the Bears. I think they'll beat the Packers tomorrow. And they have all of a sudden become more dangerous when we get into January with Frank Ragnow unretiring. On the other side, analysis of the latest batch of college football playoff rankings, including the latest in the soap opera in Oxford, Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So here is Jack Stonehouse, who's one of the best punters in the country, and they need a good one here. That is partially blocked. And a Notre Dame player has it at the 20-yard line and streaking into the end zone for the touchdown.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
NBC, courtesy of the call, as Notre Dame obliterates Syracuse this past weekend. Bill Zimmerman crying all day on Saturday, watching his beloved Orange get decimated by the Fighting Irish. Notre Dame, a huge topic of conversation today and really always, especially when you compare their resume with one of the teams that handed them one of their 2 losses this season, the Miami Hurricanes. As we talk the latest batch of college football playoff rankings here on You Better You Bet. And Joey Knish will join us in 20 minutes. His bets for rivalry week in college football. So takeaways, bets, all of it is coming up right now. The top 4 unchanged. Ohio State, Indiana, and I think we are on a collision course for those 2 teams in the Big Ten title game. Texas A&M 3, Georgia is 4. Texas Tech at 5, and Tech feels like a lock for the playoff, even with a loss this weekend, and I don't anticipate that happening against West Virginia. Oregon leapfrogs Ole Miss, so Oregon is now 6. Oregon with a huge game at Washington this weekend, and kind of feels a little bit like Oregon might make it still with a loss, but kind of up in the air there as far as Oregon is concerned. Ole Miss is 7. We will get to Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin and that saga, that soap opera in Oxford. Oklahoma 8, Notre Dame 9, and Alabama is a 10. And we've said this for a few weeks right now. The way I want everyone to think about, the way I want our audience to think about the college football playoff rankings, the top 10 are getting in. And that's it. Because the ACC champion is not going to be Miami in all likelihood. And it's going to be like the 16th team, like Virginia or SMU is going to make it as the ACC champion. So the ACC champ is going to take one spot, and the group of 5 team is going to take the other. So if you're not in the top 10 when it's all said and done, you are going to be on the outside looking in of the college football playoff. So with that context, BYU is 11, Miami is 12, Utah 13, the Utah Utes off their stunning come-from-behind win last week against K-State. Vanderbilt next at 14. Michigan at 15. And this is where I believe we can draw a line and everybody else is out. Nobody else can make it, except for, obviously, the ACC Conference champion and a group of 5 team. But an at-large team, like, there's no more teams that can make it once we get past Michigan. Texas is 16. Texas has 3 losses. Texas is out. And all the teams behind Texas, I don't think any of them can make it. So the at-large teams, for me, end with the Michigan Wolverines at number 15. This is going to be an awesome rivalry weekend. An awesome rivalry weekend. That's going to really crystallize how this is all going to turn out heading into conference championship weekend in college football. 3 primary takeaways from this latest batch of college football playoff rankings. I want to begin with the Alabama Crimson Tide. There is some thought and conjecture that if Alabama loses a 3rd game, and I should really specify what I mean by this, if Bama loses to Auburn on Saturday in the Iron Bowl, Bama's out. So this is like Bama has to win against Auburn to make the playoff. A loss, and Bama's got 3 losses, and Bama's going to be out. Bama has to win this game against Auburn. If Bama makes the SEC championship game and loses, Alabama would have 3 losses. And there are some that are all too willing to argue. You can call them Bama haters, SEC haters, whatever. I don't care about any of that. But there will be people that will argue rather vociferously that Alabama should be out with 3 losses. I come down on this in an entirely different perspective. I think Bama wins on Saturday in the Iron Bowl, and they are 100% in. It doesn't, to quote Dwayne Johnson, it doesn't matter what happens in the conference championship game. If Bama makes the SEC title game, which by the way, it's a reward. Like, it shouldn't be viewed as a hindrance for teams in the college football playoff. And I'm going to slightly contradict what I just said when we talk about BYU coming up in a moment, but I'm going to make it make sense. I promise. This is a reward to play in a conference championship game. So it's not like, like you lose 6 conference games. You're like, oh, you can just play for the conference championship. That's not how it works. And the SEC, along with the Big Ten, the 2 best conferences in college football. So if Bama wins this weekend and goes to the SEC championship game, let's say Bama plays A&M. And let's say A&M wins 31-10. I'm making this up, right? Play Georgia, whatever. Georgia beats them, 31-10. Bama's still in. There is no way, no chance, given the power player that the SEC is in college football, that the team that the conference runner-up's getting left out because they lose the conference championship game. No way. Now let's talk about prices. Alabama, right now, on the money line at Auburn on Saturday in the Iron Bowl, is minus 220. Bama to make the playoff at BetMGM is minus 185. And I guess maybe you could argue that, like, what if Ty Simpson gets hurt in the SEC title game if they make it? And now it's a backup, right? We saw what happened with Jordan Travis a couple years ago in Florida State. I think these prices should be almost identical. I think Bama money line against Auburn, that should be the Bama playoff price. I think Bama is in almost no matter what else happens the rest of the way leading up to the college football playoff. So I don't buy it at all that Bama's out with 3 losses if that third loss is to A&M or Georgia in the SEC championship game. For me, Bama is in with a win on Saturday, and I expect Alabama to win the game on Saturday at Auburn. Full rivalry weekend betting card coming up in the power hour of the show. Now, just to touch on BYU and the idea of losing a conference championship game in the Alabama instance won't hurt Alabama. Let's be real about this. Not all conferences are created equal. The Big 12 is not the SEC. And as far as national powers go, BYU is not Alabama. Now, perhaps your counter to that is, well, SMU made it last year over Alabama. Bama had 3 losses. There was no way that was ever happening last year. This is a different story. BYU is a big favorite this week against UCF. And Texas Tech's a big favorite against West Virginia. We are, in all likelihood, not definitely, going to get Tech BYU part 2 in the Big 12 title game. And if Texas Tech wins that game, and BYU has 2 losses, and they're both to Texas Tech, I think BYU's out. And I feel pretty sure about that. You might think it's unfair, and you can yell into a cloud or phone a friend. I don't really care. The BYU and Alabama are not the same. The Big 12 and the SEC are not the same. You bet on this Wednesday. All right. It's time for us to have our weekly chat about the Miami Hurricanes and their standing in the college football playoff rankings. Miami's up to 12. They've done very well for themselves since the initial batch of college football playoff rankings, which came out after they lost to SMU. And an at-large bid for Miami, because they, in all likelihood, can't play for the ACC championship. I mean, you try and read the fine print on that, on the ACC championship, you're dumb. I'm not smart enough to absorb all of that information in one sitting. I don't know many people who are. I'm not saying there aren't any people. I just don't know any of them. Which maybe is a commentary on sports media. I'm not sure. An at-large bid is not impossible for Miami. The betting market does not think the Canes are going to make it. Miami at BetMGM minus 295 to miss the college football playoff. Miami has to win at Pitt this weekend, and the Canes have gotten bet out now to a touchdown favorite on the road. Total is 50.5. So Miami's expected to win that game, right? On the road at Pitt. But Miami's going to need some help. And for anyone out there who thinks that if Miami wins, and let's say a couple teams lose, and it comes down to Miami or Notre Dame to make the playoff. Yes, Miami beat Notre Dame early in the season. We had committee chair Hunter Yurachek, I believe is how you pronounce his name. I think like no one should ever speak from the committee. I feel like that would be better than someone actually speaking, just like never speak. This is kind of why the BCS, while everyone hated it at the time, like it's just like, well, it was what the computer said. That's it. We can't have any human go out there and contradict him or herself like Hunter Yurachek does. Where the committee wants to tell you, our listeners and viewers, that head-to-head results matter. But then also says that Notre Dame and Miami are considered along in a pod with Bama and BYU. Like, none of this makes any sense. Like, the thought of BYU being in the same universe as these teams, to me, doesn't pass the smell test. Then he went on to say that Notre Dame is a, quote, complete team. Now, I think Notre Dame's way better than Miami. And the way I'll pose this to everybody is as such. If I could tell you, our listeners and viewers, and I think we have an extremely, exceptionally educated audience. Not that your thought has to be right, but that we are very smart collectively with the way we think about things. Maybe not me all the time, but certainly you, our audience. Notre Dame and Miami on a neutral, pick the winner of the game. Who are you taking? Who are you betting? Of course you're betting Notre Dame. Of course. And I said after Miami beat them in the opener, and I bet Notre Dame in that game, that if they played that game again tonight, Notre Dame would beat them. And it was Notre Dame's conservative play calling and CJ Carr's first start that really sunk them early in that game. Otherwise, I think the Irish would have won that game by double digits. I think Notre Dame's better than Miami. I have no problem with the idea that, like, we watch the games, we know Notre Dame's better. But then don't say that head-to-head matters. Because it doesn't in this instance. Like, it doesn't. Because Miami beat Notre Dame, but if it comes down to it, and the two schools are next to each other, we know what's going to happen. Notre Dame's going in, and Miami's not. I'm not saying Miami can't make it. Miami can make it. But they need a lot to happen in front of them. You got to have Oklahoma lose. You'd love to have Oregon lose. You'd love for Bama to lose. Like, there's a lot that you're rooting for. If you're a Miami fan, a Miami alum, you've got futures on Miami to make the playoff. It can happen, but it's like a 4-leg parlay that you need to be cashed. And you can complain about it if you want, and I understand the complaints. At the end of the day, I have to say, I agree with the committee chair. Notre Dame's just better than Miami. And people cannot like that, and that's fine. I don't even think it's questionable. I think Notre Dame's way better than Miami. Last note on the college football playoff rankings. Ole Miss is 7. Oregon leapfrogged them this weekend with Oregon's win against USC. Now, we have been on this show, and other people have said the same, right? And there are some dissenters, not everyone, it's not all groupthink, but I think a lot of people think this way. That Ole Miss is in the playoff even if Ole Miss loses on Friday to Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl. And by the way, betting market moving towards Mississippi State in that game. We're down to 7 from 7.5. I've been telling you all week I like Mississippi State plus 7.5. Doesn't mean the bet will win, but it looks like we're going to beat the market with that game. Let me create a scenario for everybody. Let's say that Ole Miss loses to Mississippi State. Not impossible, right? Rivalry game. Crazy things happen. The players on Ole Miss don't know if Lane's going to coach them next year or next week. Let's say Mississippi State wins. Okay. I will ask our audience now the same question I asked you yesterday. What is your, none of us know, but what's your guess as to what Lane's going to do? Would you say it's more or less than 50% that Lane leaves Ole Miss? I have no inside information. None. Zero. The only place I get inside information is in the NFL sometimes. I have no inside info here. But reading the tea leaves, and I can be wrong about this, I feel like he's going to LSU. I have no inside info. That's my guess right now. I think it's more than 50% he leaves. So if you're the committee and you dropped Ole Miss down to 7 and Ole Miss loses to Mississippi State, and now here's maybe Joe Judge maybe is the interim coach. We haven't even talked about that. 2-loss Ole Miss with an interim coach. Do the Rebels get boned out of a playoff spot? Interesting to think about. I'll say this about the Egg Bowl. I do think Mississippi State's going to keep the game a little closer than the betting market anticipates. These Ole Miss players are humans. This has to be affecting them, the drama with their head coach. On the other side, we'll get bets for rivalry weekend in college football with Pro Sports Bettor, our friend, Joey Knish.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Down and goal at the 3. Power formation. Warren looking. And it's intercepted at the goal line. Unbelievable. Wow, Jack Sawyer. The hero. Captain Jack.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Speaking of legendary, the legendary Gus Johnson with the call there. Last year on Fox in the big game. Jack Sawyer, the hero. Captain Jack. Until he wasn't. And then Jack Sawyer, after the game, got really mad at Michigan for celebrating at the 50-yard line after they won in insane fashion against Ohio State. Now, all's well that ends well for the Ohio State Buckeyes because they won the national championship. But you know this, right? You, our listeners and viewers. And I'm a New Yorker. And growing up in New York, New York's a pro sports town. Now, I'm a massive college sports fan also. And even I know this as a New Yorker. Ohio State fans need to beat Michigan. And there's a portion of the Ohio State fan base that is more mad at Ryan Day for losing again to Michigan than they are happy about the fact that Ohio State won the national championship. Ohio State's lost 4 in a row to the Michigan Wolverines. And this could be, and this is the way I want to frame it, the last time this season, unless you want to take the second half against Washington, Ohio State won the game by 18. The last time that Ohio State truly faced adversity this season, I was on the beach for Ohio State and Texas a long, long time ago. Perhaps things will be a little tight and orifices may be a little tight for the Buckeyes ahead of Saturday's game at Ann Arbor. Joining us right now to break it all down, including his Michigan Wolverines against Ohio State, one of our absolute favorites on You Better You Bet, pro sports bettor Joey Knish. His college football show, Hit the Books, along with our friend Brad Powers. You got to check it out either on YouTube or you can find it in podcast form as well. Just search Hit the Books as part of the Hammer Betting Network. And our friend Rob Pizzola is, in fact, Knish's boss. Knish, welcome back to the show. Happy early Thanksgiving. How's it going?
Well, I think Nicky solo today. Listen, wonderful, whimsical Wednesday, and no place I'd rather be on Thanksgiving Eve than in the kitchen getting everything ready with you, baby. Getting Nicky K, getting everybody set for that Thanksgiving Day.
All right, my friends. We'll get to Ohio State, Michigan. I just gave a bunch of takes on the college football playoff rankings and some bets I have associated with it. Anything strike you as out of the ordinary from the playoff rankings last night? Does it make you want to make any bets? Do you have any thoughts on what's going to happen? Anything crazy potentially happening on Selection Sunday? Give me your thoughts on the latest batch of college football playoff rankings before we hit the games on rivalry weekend.
Yeah, kind of as expected in terms of just where the rankings were. But I will say, we talked a little last week about the things that could happen of, if Michigan wins this week, and then you got to put Michigan in, right? Then they're stealing a spot of where, it kind of goes into those, can you get those bid stealers in, or the Big 12, Texas Tech loses the Big 12 championship game. You probably still got to put them in, but then there goes another spot. So I think as long as, everything holds to serve and the favorites win in that, you maybe don't get as much chaos. If you get a couple of these upsets where, you have to put a Michigan in or you have to put a Texas Tech in, and then you've got a couple of extra teams in, that's where it's going to get a little sweaty, a little dicey. So I haven't done anything bet-wise. I think maybe the biggest intrigue is, if Ole Miss loses this weekend, as my co-host on Hit the Books had a little bet there, are they out? You know what I'm saying? Is a 9-3 Ole Miss out? I think.
Well, can I ask you this? Can I ask you this, Knish? And I want to frame it this way, and I want to give you my opinion here, and I'm going to give you a chance to respond. So if Ole Miss, let's say Ole Miss loses to Mississippi State, right? Let's say that happens, and Lane Kiffin leaves. The next day comes Saturday, and Lane Kiffin goes to either LSU or he goes to Florida. I actually think then Ole Miss would get left out of the playoff. Do you have a thought on that and kind of break it down for us here?
So I would say they would be on the first cutting block, right? If any of those things happen, where then 9-3 Ole Miss, the committee has the excuse.
Well, Ole Miss has one
to
loss.
Leave them out. And I tended to Ole Miss here to get them out. Where you know what? If they lose, it's just the same thing, right? Where if they lose, you've then got that excuse to leave them out. And I think that it kind of leaves that margin. If you win, you've got no margin. You have to put them in. They lose, then you can get on that short cutting list of teams that probably don't make it. So I'm with you. I think if it's a win, you got to put them in. It's a lose, and you really got the sweat rag going into it. But I would lean towards the route.
I think if they lose and Lane stays, I think they're still in. If they lose and Lane leaves, I think they're out. A fascinating game coming up in the Egg Bowl on Friday. Mississippi State needs to win to make a bowl game, by the way, as well. So they've got something to play for here. You bet on this Wednesday. Kanish, let's start our game opinions here from you and bets from you with this Egg Bowl, where we are now down to 7, right? Ole Miss, a 7-point favorite at Mississippi State. Total in this game, as I refresh my odds board, 62.5. Any bets for you, Ole Miss and Miss State?
You know what? I went head-to-head with Old. I know there's some people here, like, the numbers come down. This, to me, if you didn't have just swirling rumors around Kiffin, about him leaving the next day, about him exiting, I think all of that is baked into this price, where you would have this number should be, I think anybody's power ranks, anybody's number in that, at least 10 or north of 10. And you're getting 7 now. I laid it with a little bit of Ole Miss. I know it's the spot where people think they're getting upset and Lane's leaving and all of that stuff. I just can't get to this number regardless of it. And I think there's a little bit of, you've seen it from their quarterback, Trinidad Chambliss. I think there's enough to rally the troops here and get them up on a Mississippi State team that's been fading down the stretch, right? They had a great season. They upset some people early. They played above their head. It's been coming back to earth the last stretch, and I know this is the Egg Bowl. They get up for it. To me, Lane takes care of business here. I laid some Ole Miss.
All right, we have about 5 minutes to go, Kanish. I'd like to hit a bunch of games with you, so maybe like 30 seconds per. We'll go in chronological order here. So let's hit Georgia and Georgia Tech. Bulldogs 14-point favorites, neutral site game at Mercedes-Benz, 59.5 the total. I laid 13.5 with Georgia. We're up to 14. Anything for you on Georgia Tech?
I'm with you. Later, if you can get anything under 14, I like it. The offense is too much. Georgia Tech, I don't think, has enough left. That's another team that's been fading here as it gets down the stretch. Horrible loss last week to Pitt. Just think Georgia's offense is too much. Two teams going in polar opposite directions as we wrap up the season here, with Georgia ascending and Georgia Tech descending. Bulldogs run them out.
Yeah, Georgia Tech handled last week by Pitt, and Gunnar Stockton looks like the real deal at quarterback for Georgia. Oh, baby. Black Friday night, A&M in Texas. A&M, a 2.5-point road favorite, 52.5 the total. I'd like to bet A&M, Kanish, but I am deathly afraid of the Arch Manning game. How are you betting A&M in Texas?
You know what? I got no fear, baby. No fear. Give me A&M. Give me the oil money. Give me the Ags. I think this Texas team has been fraudulent all year. They've had a few good efforts here at home against weaker opponents. This is not that. This is the best rendition of Texas A&M in a long time, and I think they handle business. I think they got the better quarterback in this game and the better team overall. They go on the road. They handle it. I laid it with A&M. Even some cheap money line out there, minus 120-ish. I like that. I like that quite a bit. Over here, too, for me. Think it's a little back and forth, but overall I think A&M's too much.
I got to tell you, the thought that Marcel Reed might be better than Arch Manning, like, how can you really disagree with that? And Mike Elko might be better than Steve Sarkisian. They might have the better coach and quarterback. Maybe I'll lay it with A&M also. My bet's coming up at the end of the show. All right, buddy. The big game. Ohio State, 10 at your Michigan Wolverines, 44.5 the total. You know I think Ohio State's going to kill them. What do you think, Ohio State and Michigan? And be honest with us.
You know what? I was with you, and maybe don't take this one to the bank. But I'll tell you, for the last month, the last 6 weeks, I said, you know what? It's over. The streak is over. The streak is dead. It's over. And then last week, no Carnell Tate, no Jeremiah Smith, Bryce Underwood, couple of great weeks behind him. I don't know if Jeremiah Smith is going to play in this game. I do know if he plays, he's not going to be 100%. And the Buckeyes haven't been, I heard it in the prelim, they haven't been tested. They haven't gotten that sweat rag. They haven't had that Mike Tyson, the season's going well until you get punched in the mouth. And it's windy. It's cold here. The snow's going to be out. All the trimmings for another game weather. And if you think that Ryan Day, after all those L's in a row, when it's tight in the fourth quarter, he's going to be shivering like a leaf off the Buckeye on that weekend. Give me Michigan with 5 in a row, baby. And to put Ryan Day in the dirt and get him out of there in Columbus. Go Blue!
All right, so Kanish, maybe a little home cooking there. Jeremiah Smith, for what it's worth, did say that he's going to play in this game on Caleb Downs' podcast. We shall see. Kanish, to wrap, I'm going to give you a couple games. You tell me if you've got anything in them. About 30 seconds to go. Oregon, Washington, LSU, Oklahoma, Vandy, Tennessee. Anything in any of those 3 games in 30 seconds to wrap.
Vandy's my favorite of the bunch. I played a little Washington. Numbers come down, though, under 7. It had to be 7 or better for me. Vandy, I like it. I think they're winning outright. I think Pavia ends his historic career, and I think they go big. Looked great last week against a Tennessee team that I don't believe in their defense whatsoever. Give me Vandy. Give me Pavia to end it out. 10-2 Vanderbilt. Maybe with the way things fall, including Ole Miss, maybe going to the playoff.
Give me 10 seconds on the Iron Bowl. Bama laying 6 at Auburn.
I can't lay that number I know Auburn's couple of cute quarterbacks, going to be a defensive grinder. I think Auburn can step up here. I took the points. Not one of my favorites, but give me Auburn in a close one.
You are the best. Happy Thanksgiving, my friend, to you and your family.
Happy Thanksgiving as well. Frank Ragnow back, baby. Lions, second half of the season. You better watch out, Mr. Costos. You better watch out.
I did like 8 minutes on Frank Ragnow to start the show. You absolutely love it. The great Joey Kanish with us here on You Better You Bet. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you. Coming up on the other side, a bevy of NFL news kicks it off, including the latest on Giants quarterback Jackson Dart.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network on Thanksgiving Eve. Again, happy early Thanksgiving to all our listeners and viewers out there. I hope this is a joyous holiday for you, your family, your friends, and it would be great if we all won all our football bets over the next couple days leading into NFL Sunday, when I'll be back on the airwaves. I am off tomorrow, off Friday, off Saturday. Hell yeah. Later, suckers. But back on NFL Sunday for my show on WFAN in New York and the tri-state area, 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern. And then nationally, yours truly and Sammy P, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. And the engineer of that show, the legendary Grant Leader. The executive producer of that show is Tyler Pineapple Morales. We look forward to that show coming up on Sunday. Countdown to kickoff. First hour of the show mostly devoted to college football, the latest batch of college football playoff rankings. Why I don't like the committee talking about head-to-head if head-to-head doesn't matter. Notre Dame's better than Miami. Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami. But stop saying head-to-head matters if head-to-head doesn't matter. Because, you know, Miami did beat Notre Dame in the first week of the college football season. I told you why I think Bama's in with a win this week in the Iron Bowl against Auburn, no matter what happens potentially in the SEC championship game. And I think Bama's make the playoff price should mirror the money line price on Saturday on the road at Auburn. Yeah. And Ole Miss. We're going to find out on Saturday where Lane Kiffin's coaching next year. What happens if Ole Miss loses the Egg Bowl to Mississippi State and Lane leaves for LSU or Florida? I think Ole Miss will be on the outside looking in of the college football playoff, and you will have one of the angriest fan bases ever in Ole Miss if, in fact, that happens. Pro Sports Bettor Joey Knish joined us. His best bets for rivalry week in college football. If you missed it, search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts for that interview. And I opened the show talking about Frank Ragnow unretiring. The Lions All-Pro center unretiring, will rejoin the team. Could play as soon as next week against the Dallas Cowboys. And why I think that's a massive deal for the Lions as the Lions move down the home stretch of the season. Won't have Ragnow for tomorrow for Thanksgiving against the Green Bay Packers. I like Detroit in the game anyway. But having Ragnow back will be a massive deal and help solidify that interior of the offensive line for Detroit and for quarterback Jared Goff. Greg Cosell from NFL Films will stop by in 20 minutes. We will break down the Thanksgiving games and Black Friday with the great Greg Cosell. And we'll talk some hoops 40 minutes from now. Bets for tonight in the NBA. My thoughts on the Lakers and the Clippers and why I think one of those teams, well, it's the Clippers. I got thoughts on their adjusted win total right now that I can't wait to share with all of you. And some college hoops as well, where hopefully you faded everything I said on the show yesterday in terms of college basketball bets, because I lost them all last night. Final hour, Power Hour, is a phenomenal Football Friday Power Hour on a wonderful Football Wednesday. All the football bets coming up for this weekend. Next hour, here on the show. A lot more NFL news to get to. A very busy Wednesday in the National Football League. And I'm going to try and hit like 5 or 6 stories in this segment. Let's start with Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow. Officially activated to the active roster, he will start tomorrow night for the Bengals on the road in Baltimore against the Ravens. And the conversation around the Bengals is not Like, can Joe Burrow take them to the postseason? I told you before the year, the Bengals aren't making it. If Burrow plays every game, they're not making it because the defense is truly dreadful. And I saw a tweet, and I'm not trying to put so much stock in this because I think a lot of these things are bad, and I don't even mean that as an insult. Just like the playoff predictors, that if the Bengals win tomorrow night, their probability is 1% to make the playoffs, which is kind of funny. And maybe it's true or not true. I don't think they're making it. So the conversation around this is not, hey, can the Bengals make the playoffs? I think the answer to that question is a resounding no. The question is, can they cover numbers down the stretch? And from a fantasy perspective, can Burrow be Joe Burrow and put up big numbers with Jamar Chase, who's back from suspension, when T. Higgins is back from the concussion, and Chase Brown in the backfield? Point spread at tomorrow night's game, Bengals and the Ravens. Baltimore is a touchdown favorite, total 51.5. Kyle Hamilton going to be good to go in this game for the Ravens. And I've said throughout the week, and I will reiterate my opinion here, with a little bit of a caveat, where I acknowledge that the game could start, and my basis for making this bet could be completely blown to smithereens. So it's not going to be a big bet for me on this game. My favorite bet tomorrow on Thanksgiving is the Chiefs against the Cowboys laying 3. I like Detroit. I don't know if I love Detroit, but it's a Thanksgiving game, and I'm going to bet on it. I like Detroit laying anything less than 3. I love the Chiefs laying 3 in Dallas. And I would say I like the Bengals a little bit at this number. But look, I'm being real with everyone. It's an island game. It's a holiday. Of course I'm going to bet it. And I'm going to take the points with Cincinnati. And as I've said all week long, and all the focus right now, as this game is concerned, is on Joe Burrow, my focus on this game, and the way I want to bet it, is on the other quarterback, Lamar Jackson, where the Ravens offense has been like running in quicksand. I'll do the Jackson Brown. Running on Empty. Great song. Running on Empty by Jackson Brown. They're running on empty right now. Outgained on a yards per play basis this past Sunday against Tyrod Taylor and the receiver-less New York Jets. Lamar's not right. No matter what he says, what Zay Flowers says, what John Harbaugh says, this is like George Orwell 1984. Reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Like Lamar's healthy. No, he's not. Because we've seen Lamar play. And when Lamar plays 99% of the time, he looks like a Hall of Famer. And he has been well short of that since he came back from the hamstring injury. So maybe he's right now. And if he's physically right, the Ravens are going to score 40 points in this game. Like that is a potential outcome. And that's why I'm not saying I love the Bengals. But I have enough concern about Lamar's health and the way the Ravens offense has looked. I don't really want to lay 7 with them against a Joe Burrow-led team, even if Burrow will be shaking off some rust tomorrow night. So I'll be on the Bengals with Joe Burrow officially back in the saddle, plus the points tomorrow night in Baltimore against the Ravens. Other news in the NFL. Josh Jacobs going to play tomorrow for the Green Bay Packers. He is off the injury report. He is going to play. Matthew Golden questionable for the Packers. Jaden Reed will not return tomorrow for Green Bay. And I'm actually happy about the way it's worked out in their wide receiving core. Not that I'm rooting for injury, but I have a prop that the Prop King will give out at the end of the show that I was a little on the fence about if Jaden Reed were going to play and like Matthew Golden were 100% in. So I'm happy that it's worked out this way because I have a prop that I think will win coming up tomorrow in Packers-Lions. We'll give that to you at the end of the show. Let's go to Sunday, where J.J. McCarthy, per Diana Rossini of The Athletic, not expected to play for the Minnesota Vikings. What a shock. You bet on this Wednesday. What a surprise. Wow. Can't believe it. Can't believe that again. J.J. McCarthy finishes a game, looks fine, and then, and he's horrible in the game, and then afterwards, he's got a mystery injury that no one knows about. Week 2 against the Falcons on Sunday Night Football, he face plants. All of a sudden, he's got an ankle sprain that keeps him out 6 weeks. There has never been an ankle sprain in the history of the NFL that has kept a quarterback out 6 games. And if you want to bring up Jimmy Garoppolo in 2020, that's a high ankle sprain, and he re-aggravated it. This was unprecedented in NFL history. I told you throughout the process that the Vikings benched J.J. McCarthy, and it took until Carson Wentz's arm was hanging like a wet noodle and he needed season-ending surgery that, wow, what a coinky-dink. Now J.J.'s healthy and ready to play. Really? Do you believe this? Do you believe me now with the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy? Max Brosmer is going to start on Sunday for the Minnesota Vikings, undrafted free agent. And I'm a little interested in betting the Vikings here, a little interested in betting Minnesota. You know, this is a Wednesday, and it's the last show that I'm going to do until Sunday. And I'll obviously talk way more about it in detail on Sunday on my various shows. Minnesota is currently an 11.5-point dog on the road in Seattle. Now, I would like for Christian Darrisaw, left tackle, to play, rookie guard Donovan Jackson to play, to give Brosmer like a healthy offensive line. Couple things on Max Brosmer. And if you listen to the show throughout the summer, and you should, because we're in the weeds in a great way with the NFL, you know that Kevin O'Connell loves him. Loves him. I actually own him in a couple dynasty leagues for this exact reason, because Kevin O'Connell loves him. And we had the report from ESPN's Kevin Seifert a couple weeks ago, George's son, who said that one of the reasons why Brosmer didn't play while Carson Wentz's shoulder was hanging off his body was because the Vikings were worried that if Brosmer's good, they can't go back to J.J. McCarthy. I have no idea if Max Brosmer's good or not. Here's what I do know. And I would encourage you, the listener or viewer, to draw your own conclusion. Do you think he can be worse than J.J. McCarthy? Probably not. I'd like to bet the Vikings in this game. And Drew Dinsick, the whale capper, we respect him, NBC sports betting analyst. He thinks the Vikings might get shut out. I don't know if I want to go that far with KOC, the quarterback whisperer. Maybe it's just that JJ can't play. We'll find out over the balance of his career. I'll be interested in the Vikings, assuming they get good injury news on the offensive line. We won't know, obviously, until later in the week. I will talk about it on Sunday. Elsewhere, Sunday Night Football. It looks like Marcus Mariota, because Jaden Daniels isn't going to play, is going to have like all his receivers back. Noah Brown's back at practice. Debo's practicing. Terry McLaurin's practicing. And if you look at your odds board now, this game is down from Denver 6.5 to Denver 5.5. And that betting move makes sense now that we have this context that the receivers are healthy. I kind of think 5.5 is like the perfect number in this game. Candidly, I think I missed the boat on Commanders yesterday and on Monday. I'll talk more about that game on Sunday, but it does look like the Commanders will have their receivers all back in action. Buffalo's offensive line is in bad shape. So Spencer Brown gets hurt against Houston on Thursday night last week when Josh Allen gets sacked 8 times. Deion Dawkins is on the injury report early in the week for Buffalo. And if both tackles are going to be out and it's early in the week, here's TJ Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers defense and pass rush coming to town. And unlike Santa, this would be a bad thing for Josh Allen. We'll know more later in the week. I'll talk about it on Sunday, but wanted to put this on everybody's radar. We don't have news on Baker Mayfield. If we had it, I would bring it to you here as to whether Baker will play on Sunday for the Bucs when they host the Arizona Cardinals. But Bucky Irving will be back for Tampa. So fantasy owners, like, you can start Bucky Irving, but just keep in mind, offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard of Tampa saying that Bucky Irving would have a similar snap count to what Chris Godwin had last week on Sunday night in Godwin's return to the Bucs. Godwin played about a third of the snaps. So my guess is you'll get Bucky and Sean Tucker and Rachaad White on Sunday against Arizona, which is no fun for anybody. We're awaiting the Arizona Cardinals in that game to officially, activate Trey Benson to the active roster. Marvin Harrison Jr. back at practice today for the Cardinals, missed 2 games with an appendectomy. We can expect Marv back in the lineup for Arizona for that game in Tampa. And last note, Jackson Dart, full practice for the New York Football Giants. This is the Monday night game, Giants against the Patriots on Monday. Now, it's early in the week. It's a concussion, so who knows what can happen here. It certainly feels like Dart is going to play on Monday for the Giants in New England against the Patriots. Earlier today, the Patriots placed stud rookie left tackle Will Campbell on IR with a knee injury. He'll be out at least 4 games. The team does not think it's season ending, so Campbell could play in the postseason potentially. Left guard, it's an all-rookie left side of the offensive line for the Patriots. You think they're going to be good for a long time with that and Drake May? Jared Wilson, the rookie left guard, high ankle sprain. He's not playing on Monday night. And here comes the Giants' defensive line. It's a big number in that game, Giants and the Patriots. We are still at 7.5 right now, juice towards Big Blue. You know, our listeners and viewers, despite the fact that I am a lifelong Giants fan, I am far from a homer. With that being said, the number 7.5, I do think the Giants will cover on Monday night on the road in New England. Quick break, and on the other side, the great Greg Cosell of NFL Film stops by to break down the 3 Thanksgiving games and Black Friday with the Bears and the Eagles from Philadelphia.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
20 minutes from now, we're talking basketball here on the show. Getting you set for tonight in the NBA, tonight in college hoops. And I've got an adjusted win total that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. A team that everyone loved coming into the season that I think is headed towards the bottom of the standings, they won't even reap the benefits because they don't have their own first-round pick. All of that's coming up in 20 minutes. And the final hour of the show is a power hour on a phenomenal football Friday, on a wonderful football Wednesday. I'm off tomorrow and off on Black Friday, so giving you all the football bets for college and the NFL, all the analysis next hour on the show for everything to come from now until Sunday. But joining us right now to break down Thanksgiving, to break down Black Friday, one of the absolute best. No one watches, maybe Brian Baldinger, who comes on our show all the time. I think it's like Baldy and Greg Cosell, and then draw a line and everybody else. No one watches more film and breaks it down better than our friend Greg Cosell. Friend of the show, been with us before. NFL Films, ESPN's NFL matchup, does a great job. 95.7 The Game, the Odyssey station in San Francisco. Worked together at SiriusXM for a long time, and I am guessing our listeners and viewers are familiar with you, Greg, and if not, you are about to be in for a treat. Greg's breakdown of the NFL games. Welcome back to the show. Happy early Thanksgiving to you and the fam. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. You too, my friend. It's been a long time. Glad to see you're doing well, and it's good to be with you.
All right, let's get into the games on Thanksgiving, and we'll go in chronological order with the Lions and the Green Bay Packers. And had that juicy bit of breaking news right before I came on the air, Greg, at 4 o'clock Eastern today, that Frank Ragnow is unretiring. Now, he won't play in the game tomorrow, obviously, but I kind of think that matters a lot for the Lions coming down the stretch. Kick Glasgow out to guard. He's been obviously playing center this year, maybe not as well as Lions fans would have hoped. So your thoughts on this game from watching it, all the film that you've watched, and maybe a little also on what Frank Ragnow's impending return to the Lions means for them.
Let's start there, because I think the reason, and again, he has to want to come back, but I think the reason they probably made this move is because the left guard position has been a bit of an issue. And what they'll do is they'll move Glasgow from center to left guard, where he's played before, obviously, and Ragnow will play center. It won't happen in the game tomorrow. But I think one of the things that I look for in this game, and one of the things that's been noticeable since Dan Campbell took over the play calling, is Goff's been under center more. There's been more of the play-action pass game with him under center. The thing that really struck me in their last game was that Jahmyr Gibbs played 50 snaps and David Montgomery only 23. I don't know if that's something they'll continue to do again beginning tomorrow, because I think that their run game, particularly their run game with Goff under center, is so foundational to what they do. And obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs is not going to run for 200 yards every week, but he gives you that explosive element in the run game. And they have two players on their offense who have what I would call terrifying speed. There's not that many in the league, but Gibbs and Jamison Williams. And Williams has sort of been a little bit up and down in terms of deployment and target share, but, any given game. And one area where I think the Packers, their defense is really good. I love their front seven, but I think they're a little suspect at the corner position.
And then we'll see about Keyshawn Nixon and his health coming into the game tomorrow. Lions 2.5-point favorites.
Yeah.
From the Green Bay perspective, Greg, I got some issues with this team. I look at them, and I know the record is gaudy, and the trade for Micah Parsons. I don't see a Super Bowl caliber team, and I can be wrong, but I don't look at the Packers and say this is a Super Bowl caliber team. I like the Lions tomorrow. If the Green Bay Packers, Greg, are able to win this game tomorrow and use it as a springboard to go on a run down the stretch, how does it happen for Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur, and company?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I don't even think to me, it's week 13. I'm not even thinking about the Super Bowl. But, it's funny. Offensively, it's been kind of an odd year because I've seen every one of their games on tape. And I think Jordan Love's actually played well. He doesn't really turn the ball over. Now, I don't have numbers in front of me, but just from tape study, it doesn't seem to me like there's been as many big explosive pass plays. So maybe that's been a factor in not scoring quite as much as we've seen them score in the last couple of years. We know Matt LaFleur would really like to be able to run the ball. Look what they did last week in a game they pretty much controlled. I doubt you probably had going into the game that Emmanuel Wilson would have 28 carries. And I think they'd certainly love, and Jacobs, I think is supposed to go tomorrow.
He's back. He's off the injury report. He's good to go.
Yeah. So, again, I'm not saying he's going to get 28 carries, but I think that's the way Matt LaFleur wants to play. Now, they're on the road. I'm sure there's an element of that with – I'm not a big believer in the phrase keep the opponent on the sideline, but it's more about controlling the pace and tempo of a game. And I think they would like to control the pace and tempo of the game as much as they can by running the football. But their defense is solid. As I mentioned, I think their front seven or front six is very, very good. It's just the corner position, I think, can be exploited in any given week.
I want to distill what you just said, Greg, and I know you're not looking to give betting advice here, right? But I want to give you the total of the game. It sounds to me like you think this could be a lower scoring game, and this is not to put you on the spot. This is not Greg Cosell's 99-star best bet. The total of the game is 48.5. Right. Does that strike you that this will be a little bit of a lower scoring game? It sounds like based on your analysis that maybe you think this game will be a little lower scoring than the betting market expects.
It's funny you say that, Nick, because I've never bet on a sporting event in my life, so I don't even know what half these things mean. I don't even know what half these things mean when people talk about betting. But I think the Lions are capable because of their players of being explosive in any given game. I don't know if the Packers have those kinds of players, so they've become a little more methodical in the way in which they play and the way in which I think Matt LaFleur wants to play. So I can't sit here and say that Gibbs won't break a 60-yard touchdown or Goff won't hit Jameson Williams on an in-breaker and he's going to run away from people. There's no way to know any of that. But my sense is, barring turnovers, special teams plays, I don't see this right now as a 35-32 kind of game.
I think that analysis was sensational. Greg Cosell is our guest. You bet on this Wednesday. NFL Films, NFL Matchup. You can catch him on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, the Odyssey station, on a weekly basis as well, on Twitter at Greg Cosell. Greg, I can't wait for the Chiefs and the Cowboys tomorrow. This is one of those games. Yeah, this is really great. Kansas City and Dallas, both with big comeback wins on Sunday, setting up this monumental affair in Big D. What does your film study lead you to in this game as KC looks for another win to get to 7-5 and Dallas looks to make it 3 in a row coming out of the bye?
Yeah, Dallas has become a very interesting team. They've obviously really upgraded their defensive front because they're the trio of defensive tackles that they have with Williams, Clark, and Odigizua is really, really good. Now, rarely do they all three play at the same time. Occasionally they do, depending on their front, but that's really good. They've upgraded their linebacker position. They've gotten faster with Overshown being back. He's a really good athlete. The question for them is at the corner position because they've been playing the rookie Revel, who just came back 2 weeks ago, the kid from, I believe, East Carolina, who's got some length. He's got some physicality. He played a lot more snaps last week in his second game back than he did in his first game back, but they're really not that strong at the corner position overall. And it might surprise a lot of people, Nick, that Javonte Williams has the second most first down rushes of any back in the league. This is not just a passing team, because that's what most people think about when they think about the Cowboys. They think about Dak, the passing game, and George Pickens. I mean, George Pickens, just from a pure physical talent standpoint, is a top 5 receiver in the league. He's just really, really good. The Chiefs are a fascinating team to me. And, obviously Patrick Mahomes is phenomenal. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Who knows what's going to happen the rest of this season. He's a fascinating guy to watch because in so many ways he just does it differently. He's just kind of a different guy because he's really at his best when he's in his playmaking dimension mode. I mean, he's much more of an instinct player than he is a refined technician in the pocket. He's got unbelievable vision. I've heard people call it fighter pilot's vision. He's got unbelievable awareness. He sees everything, and he's very precise with his ball location. But their pass game is not really timing and rhythmic based. It's sort of Mahomes based. He's truly the kind of quarterback, Nick, and I don't think you would teach anybody to play like this, but he's truly the kind of quarterback that you say, he just makes plays. But he does it, often enough that that's who he is, and it works.
How much do you think, Greg, Isaiah Pacheco's return to the lineup can help Kansas City in this game? It feels like, and Kareem Hunt's done a decent job, but it feels like they could use that real hammer in the backfield to try and get some balance on offense. Do you think that's going to matter at all coming up tomorrow?
Nick, they had some last week. They ran 91 offensive plays last week, which is nuts. And it's way too many. I hate when teams run that many plays because I got to watch them. But last week, Kareem Hunt had 30 carries. So last week they did run the ball, and it was a sustaining element. He only, had 104 yards, so it wasn't a high yards per carry. But, Pacheco he's a little more physical runner than Hunt. Look, I think they would like the run game to be productive, not necessarily the foundation. But, I think you need the run game. The question I would have, and I have no idea because, I don't play and I haven't had to come back after 3 days. But like I said, there was a very physical game against the Colts. They ran 91 offensive plays. It was a physical defensive game. And then to come back on a short week like that, you wonder if there'll be, some kind of physical aspect that it's just hard to do that.
Food for thought coming up for the Chiefs and the Cowboys tomorrow. I want to set up, Greg, the night game on Thanksgiving in this way with the Ravens and the Bengals. So Joe Burrow's going to play. He was officially activated to the active roster earlier today. Burrow's going to start tomorrow night. And what I've been saying all week, Greg, and this is kind of where I want to lead this. The way I'm betting this game, conceptualizing the game, and even if you take betting out of it, just the way that I think the game's going to play out, and can the Bengals keep it close, almost has nothing to do with Burrow and Chase and the Bengals defense, and everything to do with Lamar Jackson, who I think clearly is not healthy with the way he's playing right now, because we've seen Lamar be awesome, and he's been not great since he came back from the hamstring injury. So I see a big point spread, right? Baltimore's a 7-point favorite. Can I trust Lamar when Tyrod Taylor and the Jets outgained them on a yards per play basis this past Sunday? I think the Bengals can keep it close, Greg, for that reason. Nothing to do with Joe Burrow. What do you see right now on film from Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens offense?
Yeah, I don't think Lamar looks the same. I don't think he's as explosive a mover as we've seen him. He's getting tackled in ways in which we've never seen him get tackled. Now, again, you have to assume that each week it gets better. So I can't say what he'll look like tomorrow night, but their offense has not been efficient. Derrick Henry to me, does not look like the same back that he's been. And again, he's had a lot of wear and tear, a lot of tread on his tires, another first ballot Hall of Fame player, but he does not look exactly the same. And it's just, hey, father time catches up to everyone. So their offense over the last couple of weeks has really not looked particularly good. Now, knowing Joe Burrow, Nick, Joe Burrow probably tomorrow night will go 30 for 40 and throw for 420 yards because that's kind of who Joe Burrow is. He just goes out and plays, and sometimes it just looks so easy. Now that that defense has gotten better. We'll see. What's Kyle Hamilton's status?
He's going to play. He's off the injury report.
Okay, because he's such a critical piece to everything they do. So at least he's out there. But you're 100% right. Lamar has not looked like Lamar, and the offense has not, therefore, looked very, very good at all.
The Derrick Henry point, also a Prussian one. He kind of, maybe Father Time's caught it. Fine. We've been saying it for years, especially fantasy football players. When's it going to happen for Derrick Henry? Unfortunately, maybe it's happening right now. And that provides us, Greg, a delicious segue into the final game we'll discuss here. We have about 90 seconds left to Eagles-Bears on Black Friday. On Monday, I came on this show and said, it looks to me, and look, the Eagles' offensive line, like Lane Johnson's not playing, the line hasn't played as well this year. It looks to me like the 400-plus touches last year from Saquon Barkley are taking a toll on him. He doesn't look like the same player to me. And if the Eagles can't run the ball, I've got some concerns about them. They're a touchdown favorite on Friday against the Bears. Can the Eagles fix this run game Friday against Chicago? Have about 45 seconds for the answer.
Well, I think the O-line has been the bigger issue. The O-line has actually been poor this year, and that might be hard for people to believe because it's been among the best in the league for 3-4 years. But it's been poor. It's almost hard to get a read on Barkley, to be honest with you. On the other side, they're going to play with a backup safety, Sidney Brown. And the middle of the field between the numbers at the intermediate level is a staple foundation of the Ben Johnson pass game. And Caleb Williams has incrementally gotten better and better this season. So there's elements there. But it's, as you know, it's hard to play at the Link in November. So it could be one of those fluky games. But the Eagles right now are a bad offense. They're certainly not a championship offense.
Wow. And Greg, we're alluding to Sidney Brown playing, starting at safety. Andrew Makuba, the rookie for Philadelphia, might be out for the season. man, like the more I think about this game, the more I think the Bears might be live to win it. Greg, this was sensational. Love having you on the show. NFL Films, ESPN's NFL Matchup, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. My friends, happy Thanksgiving to you and the family. Enjoy the football. We'll talk soon.
All right, Nick. Loved being with you. Thanks so much.
Greg Cosell joining us here on You Better You Bet. This is what I love having people like Greg Cosell, like when Baldy comes on the show, that don't have to place bets. The film breakdown and the way they talk about the game can lead you in some really interesting directions, right, when you're conceptualizing a game. I came on the show a couple days ago and said I think the Eagles are going to kill the Bears. I'm concerned now after what Greg just said and me thinking about the game a little more. Football bets coming up next hour on the show, but on the other side, we're talking hoops. I got 3 NBA bets for you tonight.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
flags are down. Williams downfield, open man, touchdown, DJ Moore.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Iron Eagle with the call this past Sunday on CBS as the Bears won their fourth straight game to improve to 8-3 ahead of a Black Friday showdown on the road at 8-3 Philadelphia. The Eagles and the Cowboys, same record on November 26th. What a world. What a time to be alive. A little bit more on the NFL, and then we'll turn our attention to basketball. And speaking of basketball, today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. And let's be honest. Mike, put me on camera for a second, and we'll go back to the screen in a second. If we can be honest, everybody, when it comes to the NBA, I'm Billy Walters, bitch. I just don't lose NBA bets. Well, I haven't in a few days. I certainly have lost my fair share and will lose my fair share. But look, we're going to talk about all the college basketball bets I lost last night in a moment. If I'm going to tell you about the bets I lose, let me be happy about the bets I win. The NBA has been going well recently. Mike, we can put the screen back up. And I will restart the read because it's quick. Today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. I say it all the time. I love having Brian Baldinger on the show. Baldy does not bet on football. I love having Greg Cosell on the show. Greg does not bet on football. Because I think even on a show where you, our listeners and viewers, are looking for bets, right? And maybe you're just a sports fan, and I appreciate everyone that tunes into the show. Guys like that are grinding film, will often give you kernels of information, even if it's not presented in a way that says, I think a team's going to cover the spread. That we, as bettors and fantasy players and sports fans, I think that we can take that and distill it down, right, into actionable information. So from the Greg Cosell interview, what I took from it is this. Potential lower scoring game with the Lions and the Packers. I don't think he had a strong opinion on Chiefs-Cowboys, which is okay, and no one has to have a bet on every game, not even me. Sounds like he thinks the Bengals can keep it close tomorrow night, and Joe Burrow will play very well. And I think he's way right. And I might be, and I'm being honest, right? I might be way wrong on my initial thought on Eagles-Bears. Because the middle of the field could be a problem for Philadelphia in this game. Now, Andrew Makuba is not like Brian Dawkins. Not yet, at least, right? Good player. I don't know if he's one of the best safeties in the league, but it does feel like you'll be able to attack that area of the field if you're Ben Johnson, right? And he said the Eagles are a bad offense right now. Certainly not a championship offense. The number 7. I've got a little concern about the Eagles. You know what? I got a lot of concern. And that's my preseason NFC champion. I'd like for them to get it turned around. I am nervous heading into this game on Friday. And the fact, this is why betting is both great and terrible. As a lifelong New York Giants fan, the fact that I'm invested in the Eagles winning games kind of makes me sick. But it just is what it is. So enjoyed that spot with Greg Cosell from NFL Films and NFL Matchup. Next hour on the show, Phenomenal Football Friday Power Hour on a Wonderful Football Wednesday. All the college football, all the NFL, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, and Sunday, and thy royal prop king for the 3 Thanksgiving games and Black Friday, Eagles and Bears. We'll get to the basketball bets for tonight in a few. Just one note from last night in the NBA. Well, I'm going to give you 2 notes from last night in the NBA, and I'll give you the quick one first. I bet the Magic last night on the road at the Sixers. The Magic absolutely annihilated Philadelphia. And the takeaway for this game to spin forward with Orlando. The Magic, since Paolo Banchero got hurt, and Paolo's their best player, and Franz Wagner's good and Jalen Suggs is good, Paolo's their best player. The Magic have, since Paolo got hurt, the second best offense in the NBA. Anthony Black scores 31 points last night. Remember, he was a top NBA draft pick a couple years ago. Now he seems like he's coming into his own in the absence of Paolo Banchero. And the Magic are right back in this here. And remember, we're talking at the start of the year how disappointing the Magic were. And then Banchero gets hurt, And all of a sudden, the Magic look like one of the best teams, maybe not in the league, but certainly in a down Eastern Conference, where the Magic are 7-3 in their last 10, 3 games over 500. And we'll see when Paolo Banchero is back in the lineup. I'm curious how Jamal Mosley, Magic coach, is going to integrate Banchero back into this offense, where Banchero's an ISO guy and the Magic are running up and down the court. I think that's going to be fascinating. And the betting spin on this, I'm going to be looking, at the very least in the first game that Banchero's back, to bet against the Orlando Magic in that first game. And then we'll see how it goes from there. Elsewhere in the NBA, on a slow Tuesday night in the association, the LA Lakers destroyed the LA Clippers 135-118. Luka Doncic, 24 points in the first quarter. LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves combined for 99 points in the game last night. James Harden. This is not the setup to a joke. I'm going to compliment him. James Harden has been tremendous this year for the Clippers. Without James Harden, they're 5-13. They might be like 1-17 without James Harden. He's been so good for the Clippers. And when Kawhi Leonard has played, he's been bad. So this isn't like Kawhi in past years, where there's one thing that's kind of like Kawhi in past years going on, where he barely plays. And when he's out, like, no one knows why he's out. But usually, when Kawhi shows up and plays, he's fantastic, because he's a Hall of Fame caliber player, obviously. I don't know if the injuries have finally caught up with Kawhi Leonard, or if, he's 34 years old, if Father Time is kind of taking its toll on Kawhi Leonard, or candidly, like, all the stuff that happens, and like people can poke jokes at Pablo Torre and whatever. Like, maybe all of that with aspiration, and like, is he getting paid under the table, and like Steve Ballmer's got to get involved? Maybe it's weighing. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. But what I do know is he's bad. He's not very good right now. He's not. Defensively or offensively. And if that's the case, the Clippers have no shot. 0. They're old, and they're not very good. And the Thunder have their first round pick. It's like this is like Bobby Bonilla with the Mets. Bobby Bonilla will get $1 million annually from the Mets until meteor hits the earth and we're all dead. Like, I'm pretty sure the Thunder have every Clippers first round pick until like the Messiah comes back. It's insane. As part of the Paul George SGA deal. Like, the Thunder might get the first pick in the draft if the Clippers are going to be really terrible. So the Clippers are not going to tank because they don't have their own pick. They're going to try and make this work. Except that how is it going to happen? They're terrible and they're old. Their adjusted win total's 39.5. They're 5-13. Maybe you want to paint a rosy picture and say, well, Kawhi can round into form, and here's John Collins. Whatever. I'm just not interested in it. I think this is a bad team with bad vibes. And they had their chance last year in the first round against the Nuggets, and all of us, I shouldn't say like you, the listener and viewer, but like me and Femi and a lot of people I know, we all bet the Clippers in that series, and they lost to the Nuggets, and they blew that series. They blew it. They should have beaten Denver. And who knows what happens against the Thunder. They probably lose, but Denver took them to 7. This adjusted win total, the Clippers are going to go 40-42. In what universe? Get San Antonio Kawhi back and maybe that can happen. I think they are in line for a brutal rest of the season. You bet on this Wednesday. We'll get to the bets in a second. Maybe we can even do it to start next hour. But just, for as good as things have been recently for me in the NBA, I mean, I am like the opposite of King Midas right now when it comes to college hoops. Everything he touched turned to gold. And everything I touch turns to, well, you know. I outsmarted myself yesterday. I give you what I think, and it actually was proven out, to be pretty sterling analysis on the Houston Cougars. And I say Houston beat Auburn and beat Syracuse barely, and those two teams missed a combined 1 billion free throws in those games. They should have lost both. And then I followed up by saying, well, and I also like Houston 2.5 against Tennessee because I think the number is short. Fast forward, Tennessee wins outright. And everyone now is starting to question Houston. And I've got legitimate questions about this team. And I'll repeat what I said yesterday. Not that they can't go to the Final Four or win the Big 12, but this is a national championship conversation. And right now, they don't look like they're up to snuff. So really wrong on that game. And then I'm praising Gonzaga up and down for the way Gonzaga is dominating and taking care of business, beating Alabama by 10. And then I proceed to bet Maryland plus the points, and Gonzaga beats them by 1,000,000. What an idiot I am. So take this next thought, maybe with a grain of salt. Or perhaps, like Kanye West said on the album, The Life of Pablo, what you would like to do with this bet I'm about to give out is feel it fade. No one else around. I think too much. Good song, right? He a lunatic, man. But good musician. And that's a good song. Gonzaga plays Michigan tonight in the Players Era Final. And Michigan beat Auburn by 50. Another loser for me, Auburn plus the points. Michigan's got the 3 big men. They're working that to perfection. Dusty May is obviously a badass coach. Took FAU to the Final Four. Was really good last year with Michigan, obviously. And Michigan's getting bet a little bit in this game against Gonzaga tonight. And I'm just going to bring up the updated point spread just so I'm giving you the accurate info. So Gonzaga is 2.5. 2.5. It looks like we're going to drop down to 2. Perhaps this is great fade material for you and yours. I'll give you the NBA bets to start the hour. Those I think are actually pretty decent. I'm going to bet Gonzaga tonight against Michigan. And I'm going to bet Gonzaga on the money line. I think Michigan is going to run into problems with this 3 big, is their backcourt good enough? Against Gonzaga, I'm not sure it will be. Give me the Zags tonight against Michigan. Lay the 2.5 minus 140 on the money line. My one college basketball play for tonight. Next hour is the final hour. The final hour is the power hour. NBA bets for tonight. College football bets for rivalry week. Thy Royal Prop King for Thursday, Friday, and all the NFL bets.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Grant. Final hour. Power hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, our incredible crew, and whoever the hell you are. The Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up this hour on the show, it's a phenomenal football Friday on a wonderful football Wednesday. In moments, college football bets for rivalry weekend. NFL bets for Thanksgiving. NFL bets for Black Friday. Bets for Week 13 NFL Sunday. Now, there will be some games for Week 13 NFL Sunday that I'm just going to say, like, I have no opinion right now. It's Wednesday. Need a lot more injury information. A lot still has to happen. Good news. I'm back on Sunday for 3 hours on 2 different shows. So I am going to punt on a couple of the games coming up for NFL Sunday. I'll give you opinions on the ones I have opinions on. And that's how this is going to go in this Power Hour. But as promised, I got some NBA bets coming up for everybody tonight. And I've just refreshed Basketball Monster, and like they don't pay me, but I will promote them because they do a great job updating everything in terms of who's playing or not in real time. And we always need that with the NBA. So here's where I'm at. 3 NBA bets coming up for tonight. And I like 3 dogs to cover. Let's start with the Indiana Pacers on the road in Toronto against the Raptors. Toronto's 13-5. We talked about them a little bit yesterday. Winners of 8 straight games. They've been great. Brandon Ingram's been awesome. Scotty Barnes has been awesome. They've been a huge surprise to begin the season. Conversely, the Indiana Pacers, it feels like, are going to be on a race to the bottom. 2-15. Tyrese Halliburton's not coming back. They're going to get probably a pretty good pick and a good player to add to a roster, and Halliburton comes back next year. I don't want to say this is going to be like when David Robinson got hurt and the Spurs won the lottery and got Tim Duncan. I don't think that's what this is. But the Pacers have a real chance to really improve this team heading into next season. And the Pacers have been a bet-on team for us recently, where they're not going to win these games. I don't think they're going to win tonight. But they've been really scrappy. And maybe Toronto just lays it on them. I'll take the points here at the Indiana Pacers. So bet numero uno, the Indiana Pacers plus 10.5 on the road in Toronto. Dog numero dos. Let us go to New Orleans with the Pelicans and the Memphis Grizzlies. Memphis is a 3.5-point road favorite. Total is 235.5. I hope you know where I'm going with this one before I even have to say it. You know that I love me the New Orleans Pelicans right now. I love me some Derek Queen. I love me some Zion Williamson. I love me some Jeremiah Fears. I love me some interim coach James Borrego. And I hate the Memphis Grizzlies. Vibes are bad in Memphis. No Ja, and even when Ja's not playing, he's still in the headlines for dumb reasons, like jawing with Klay Thompson over the weekend. What a dope Ja Morant is. Give me the New Orleans Pelicans plus 3.5 as a home dog against the Memphis Grizzlies. And the last one. And this is why, even like in the heart of football season, we try and do a little basketball every single day on the show. A, because when it's just basketball season, when football ends, we are going to be so far ahead of the game, it's not even funny. We're in the weeds now, so just imagine how good our basketball content's going to be when football ends, right? Like, it's going to be amazing. It's already amazing. It's going to be even better. But it's so we can give you nuggets of information and kernels of information that we can apply in the betting market, right? And that doesn't mean that this bet's going to win. This bet can lose that I'm about to give you. I'm not painting it as a lock or anything close to it. But I did tell you, right, yesterday, that Kings head coach Doug Christie really got on his team. And the Kings had been languishing. They had lost 8 straight. Then they won back-to-back games against the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. Now, I don't think the Kings are a playoff team. I don't think the Kings are any great shakes. They're 4.5-point home dogs tonight against the Phoenix Suns. And Phoenix has been much better than expected to start the year. If the season ended today, it doesn't. The Suns would be the 6th seed in the West at 11-7. I don't think the Suns are as good as their record indicates. I don't think that's like a hot take. I'll take the Kings tonight plus the points. Give me Sacramento plus 4.5. So a 3-dog night in the NBA, and I've been winning a lot of these bets, so maybe it all goes to hell tonight. But give me the Pacers, give me the Pels, and give me the Kings all to cover tonight in the association. We'll get to college football in a moment. But given that it's Thanksgiving tomorrow, and I thought Danny Parkins, our friend from First Things First on Fox Sports 1, and I did a nice job yesterday, kind of mocking and then kind of turning it on its head. Candidly, that was both of us just kind of stunting in the moment because we're both really good. And I'm just being honest with everybody. I don't think I'm the number one talent in the world, but I think I'm pretty good. Where you take a bad concept, right? And there's a lot of bad sports radio, like terrible sports radio. I've been saying for this whole week, there's nothing worse in sports radio than let's do a Thanksgiving food draft. Every show in the country does it. They do it every single year. It's the same content every single year. And I'm not the be-all, end-all. You, the listener or viewer, you might like that content. That's totally fine. Like, that's the great thing about this country and the great thing about humans. Like, you could like pepperoni pizza. I could like sausage pizza. I like pineapple on my pizza, as long as there's something spicy to go along with it. That's very important. We can all have our opinions. I think that's like brutal sports radio. And that doesn't mean that people shouldn't do it and that people can't enjoy it. Just my opinion. And I want to do something holiday related on the show. I don't want to be like, hey, like, what's better, apple pie or pumpkin pie? Pecan pie is the answer to that question, by the way. The king of pies. Especially with, you warm it up with a piece of vanilla ice cream. I feel like George Costanza in that episode of Seinfeld when he brings food into bed with him. It's kind of sexual, if I'm being honest. That's dishonest. It's not really sexual. But I like it a lot, and I thought it was a good line. So here's what I got for everybody. This is the official Nick Kostos holiday power ranking. And as that comes out of my mouth, I'm thinking, is this any better or any different than a food draft? I'm not sure. But we're going to go with it for a few minutes and see how it goes. So I have a couple different categories here. And we'll get to them. But let's just do 1 through 8 on this particular part of the list. Nick Kostos' holiday power rankings. Number 1 with a bullet is Christmas. I'll be honest with everybody. Like, I like going to church. And I'm not a Bible thumper. You've been watching the show, listening to the show for years. I'm not trying to convince everyone like, hey, go to church or like you'll face eternal damnation. I'm not doing that. But I like going to church, and I like going to church around the holiday season. I love Advent. I love Christmas, religious Christmas music. I really like this. I've always loved Christmas. I love everything about it. Now that my daughter's getting older, it just like means a lot to me. And I like almost, I was going to say nothing in the world's more important to me than her enjoying Christmas. Like, nothing's more important than her being happy in general, my daughter. But I really I want her to grow up and love Christmas. That means a lot to me. This holiday means a lot to me. Christmas is, and I don't say that to be saccharine. It's my honest opinion. That's honestly how I feel. Christmas is number 1. Thanksgiving is number 2. Thanksgiving to me is like the kickoff to the Christmas season. And I think Thanksgiving is like part of Christmas as opposed to being its own separate entity. But look, you got food, you got family, you got football. It's all amazing things. Danny had a great line yesterday, and there's no religion. And for people that are agnostic in that regard, God bless you. Pun not intended. That worked out pretty well. But for the people that like it for that reason, I'm not going to judge you. That's cool, right? I love Thanksgiving too. Thanksgiving is number 2 for me. Number 3 is the 4th of July. Because every year on the 4th of July, and it's changing now because I have a family, and we now as a family, we get to do stuff. What a joy. I'm being sarcastic. Because usually on the 4th of July, I go to Connecticut, where one of my friends, his family has a really nice house in Connecticut, and all my college friends, and it's different now because a bunch of us have kids, so not everyone goes anymore. But we used to go and do keg stands or get wasted and sleep over and smoke pot, and just laugh the whole day. It's great. So 4th of July is still number 3 for me, but it's probably going to start falling down the rankings, unfortunately. There's no better way to celebrate America than drinking and smoking to the point that you don't remember your social security number. That's my opinion, at least. America. Memorial Day is number 4 because it kicks off summer, and summer is my favorite season of the year. Of the year, love it. Hot weather, less work for me. It's the absolute best. Memorial Day, number 4. Easter for me is number 5 because I like going to church, and also, my in-laws are Italian, and usually we have like the best meal of all time on Easter and Palm Sunday. Because I'll tell you what, you want to celebrate like who you think is the savior being brutally murdered. There's no better way to do that than veal cutlets and orecchietti with sausage and broccoli rabe. That's the way to do it. Love Italians. Number 6 is Father's Day. Because it's my day now that I'm a dad. Even though, and I think most fathers will be nodding along with this, what you realize is it's not really your day. Every day is actually Mother's Day, even if it's Father's Day. Number 7, Labor Day, because it kicks off the NFL season and kicks off football in general. Labor Day, number 7. Valentine's Day is number 8. It's last because it's a man-made holiday meant to take my money away from me. I don't need an excuse to buy my wife a card or go to dinner. You have created this holiday to stimulate the economy. It's nonsense. It's a made-up Hallmark holiday. I hate it. And if you ignore it, your wife or your girlfriend gets pissed. I hate Valentine's Day. The other categories. Number 1, holidays I like more now that I'm older. Halloween. I was never a mischievous kid. And you may take that to mean, nerd alert. Maybe you're right. Probably are. I was never I'm going to go egg someone's house on Halloween. It was never my thing. I didn't love Halloween. I thought Halloween was okay when I was a kid. But now that I'm older, especially, man, we're going to take a little trip back in time, right? Now that we're on Instagram, now that Instagram's a thing, people forget. You think, honestly, there's a holiday that's not on this list because it doesn't exist anymore. November 1st used to be a holiday for heterosexual men around the country because it was the day that girls would post the Halloween album on Facebook of their pictures and all their costumes, right? What a great day that was on November 1st where, hey, this hot girl that you're friends with on Facebook, here's pictures of her in a word that starts with S and ends with Y and not sexy cop outfit. You love it, right? You absolutely love it. And now that my daughter's getting older, the idea of trick-or-treating with him is fun. So Halloween's, I like more now that I'm an adult. Then there's the 3 holidays that I like less now that I'm kind of old. Number 1 is New Year's Day. Or New Year's Eve, I should say, right? And I like New Year's Day. New Year's Day is cool. Tons of football, right? And when there's football on New Year's Eve, it's great. But New Year's Eve used to be like a drunk fest, right? You go out, you get wasted, you ring in the new year, right? It's really amateur hour to the nth degree. It's overpriced, it's crowded, it sucks. I used to like it when I was younger, so if you're younger and you like it, I'm not going to judge you. But if you're in your 40s, you're my age, and you're still getting off on New Year's Eve, you got a problem. I'm looking to go to bed on New Year's Eve. And for the people that go to Times Square and sit there for hours, and you can't use the bathroom, I don't know, I guess maybe you need psychiatric help. I'm just saying. Cinco de Mayo is a holiday that I used to enjoy when I was younger because it was a great excuse to get hammered on tequila. Now if I do that, I have to go to work on May 6th. As opposed to skip class in college and get away with it. Cinco de Mayo. And then there's St. Patrick's Day. And as someone, even though I'm not Irish, as someone who worked in Midtown Manhattan for many years, so work at Sirius XM and go out and just get bombed. And usually St. Patrick's Day coincides with the start of the NCAA tournament. So for that reason, I like it. But once you reach a certain age, unless you're a fall down piss drunk, which I hope you're not, these holidays don't have the same impact for you anymore. And you don't like them as much anymore. Again, unless you're an alkie, in which case, you don't need a special day to get drunk. St. Patrick's Day, Cinco de Mayo, New Year's Eve. kind of off the list for me. Halloween I like more. Christmas is number one, and it's not even close. And now that we've got that out of the way, because every show has to do holiday content around this time of year. There's your Thanksgiving content, everybody. You're welcome. There was no food draft. By the way, the number one pick, stuffing. That's like the Peyton Manning of draft picks. Coming up next, all the college football bets for rivalry weekends and my side and total bets for Thanksgiving and Black Friday in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, I promise we're going to get to the football bets in a second, but we have some major, I didn't think I'd be saying this. We have some major breaking news in Major League Baseball, and I'm being serious right now. Our friend John Heyman, Odyssey Sports MLB insider, friend of the show, tweeting that the Toronto Blue Jays have signed Dylan Cease, free agent pitcher, 7 years, $210 million. So Dylan Cease signing with the Toronto Blue Jays, the World Series runner-ups, obviously losing to the Dodgers in 7. Dylan Cease, 7-year contract with the Toronto Blue Jays, $210 million. And Cease, coming off a bit of a down year with the Padres, 8-12 record, ERA of 4.5, still struck out 215 batters, has got electric stuff. Maybe the Blue Jays feel like they can fix it a little bit and get Dylan Cease rolling here. I love this move from Toronto. Lose the World Series in absolute gut punch fashion with the way Game 7 went down and the end of Game 6 as well to the LA Dodgers, who obviously won. And the Blue Jays not resting on their laurels, pedal to the metal, trying to get back to the Fall Classic. And you look at their rotation for next year and how it shapes up. Kevin Gausman's going to be back. Shane Bieber's going to be back with the Blue Jays. Trey Savage, obviously, who was a revelation down the stretch and in the postseason. Now here's Dylan Cease. If you're a Blue Jays fan, you have to love this. The way that happened, you haven't won a World Series since '93, not resting on your laurels, don't want to be a one-year wonder, get right back into October next year and give it another try. I love this from a Blue Jays perspective, and I'll just say this as a Yankee fan. Maybe the Yankees can win more regular season games than the Blue Jays next year. They didn't last year. Finished with the same record, and the Blue Jays had the tiebreaker, and then had home field in the ALDS, and the Blue Jays won that series 3-1. You made me pick, like Blue Jays or Yankees next year to win the World Series. I'll take the Dodgers, but it's easily the Toronto Blue Jays. I love this for Toronto. Again, per Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman, Dylan Cease to the Blue Jays, 7 years, $210 million. I did not think we'd do baseball during the show today. And now, let's do football for the next 40 minutes, and we will begin with all of the plays for rivalry weekends on the College Gridiron. Okay. I will always I have a lot of bets for rivalry weekends. This is important. I'm getting railroaded in college football. Railroaded. Beginning of the season was great. Recently, not so much. These are smaller bets for me. If you tail me, which you can do, you can also fade. Do whatever the hell. I don't care. I mean this sincerely. I don't care what you do. I just like that you're here listening and watching the show. If you're going to bet all these games, whether you like my bets or not, please bet responsibly, especially over a holiday weekend, where if it all goes to hell for you, and I hope it doesn't, I hope you win, I hope I win too, please bet responsibly this weekend. I'm going to give a bunch of bets here. If you like them, if you don't, please bet responsibly, please. Okay, with that said, here are the bets. Egg Bowl on Friday, Ole Miss and Mississippi State. I told you all week I like Mississippi State at any number above 7. We are at 7 right now, but it was 7.5 earlier in the week. I grabbed Mississippi State plus 7.5. I'm curious how this is going to go for Ole Miss on Friday. Our friend Joey Knish, Pro Sports Bettor, comes on earlier in the show. He likes Ole Miss laying 7. I like Mississippi State plus the 7.5. I think we could see some crazy things happen here. We don't know if Lane's staying. We don't know how Ole Miss is going to respond to this, knowing that their coach might be out the door. We'll find out on Saturday if he's staying in Oxford, if he's going to Baton Rouge, or if he's going to Gainesville to coach LSU or Florida. I want to bet into this uncertainty, and again, these are small bets for me on college football. Mississippi State plus the 7.5 in the Egg Bowl. Georgia and Georgia Tech. This game is going to be played at Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta, neutral site. The Bulldogs, 14-point favorites over the Yellow Jackets, 59.5 the total. I broke this game down yesterday. Spread was 13.5. I like Georgia at that number. Fine to 13.5 if you like the Bulldogs. If you like Tech, bet plus 14. I don't know how Georgia Tech is slowing down Gunnar Stockton. And, I mean, Haynes King is like the knight from Monty Python, like missing appendages with how many hits he takes. He's had a valiant effort this season. Georgia Tech's going to come up short in its bid to make the playoff. Give me Georgia. 13.5 is the number I want to bet with the Bulldogs. A&M in Texas. A&M a 2.5-point road favorite, 51.5 the total. I'm being a coward here. I would like to bet A&M. I am deathly concerned that Arch Manning blows up in this spot and has an awesome game. And I bet on it in the Georgia game that it would happen, and they lost by 25. And candidly, I'm on tilt when it comes to betting Texas games, and I'm being honest about it. So you could hear what I'm saying and be like, coward, you should bet A&M. Maybe you're right. Maybe Texas. I don't know. If I had to bet the game, I would lay A&M, but I don't have enough confidence. I'm just going to watch that game on the sidelines as a fan. We go to Saturday. Ohio State and Michigan in the big game. Now, Joey Knish talked about, will Jeremiah Smith play? Will Carnell Tate play? They're both listed in all the prop markets. Jeremiah Smith said he's going to play. Buckeyes, a 10-point road favorite at Michigan, 44.5 the total. Literally, all Ohio State has to do here is play its game. That's it. Don't get sucked into this, we want to try and, run the ball at Michigan, run into a brick. No. Let Julian Sayin wing it down the field to the receivers. And once Ohio State builds a lead in this game, Michigan can't come back. So that's going to be it here. I think Ohio State can win this game big. I've got Ohio State to win the Natty, as you know. That's my only bet to win the Natty. Placed it before the season. I like Ohio State here laying the 10 on the road at Michigan. Ohio State wins, and the streak ends at 4 with Michigan beating Ohio State. Miami, a touchdown favorite at Pitt, 50.5 the total. Small bet for me on Pitt, +7. This feels like the Pat Narduzzi spot to end all Pat Narduzzi spots. And last year, if you remember on this show, I loved Carson Beck. I loved him this year a little bit too. Tailed Sammy P on the Heisman bets, which aren't going to win. That's okay. Looked good for a while. I bet Beck to win the Heisman last year and bet Beck in a bunch of big games. And he never played well. This is a big game for Miami, where the Canes have got to win, they've got to look impressive in doing so, and they need help to get in. I don't like betting Miami and Mario Cristobal in these spots. Small bet for me on Pitt +7 against the U. Oregon and Washington, the Ducks, 6.5-point road favorites, total 51.5. Here's what's fascinating about this game, aside from, Oregon and the college football playoff. Jed Fish, Washington's coach, is rumored to be in the running for the Florida job if Lane Kiffin doesn't take it, right? What happens if Washington wins this game? And let's say Lane says he's staying in Oxford. He's not leaving Ole Miss. Does LSU try and get Jed Fish? Jed Fish knows this, right? That if they win this game, he going to be in high demand from some of these SEC, some of these big names. Maybe Penn State would be. I don't know. We'll see. I think Washington's going to empty the kitchen sink here even more than usual in a spot like this because I think Fish knows that they win this game. This is his stepping stone to a mess. Not that Washington's not a great job, but obviously if you're going to compare it to LSU, they're not in the same universe even though they both have the primary color purple. A lean for me towards Washington. I would need 7 to consider Washington. Right now I'll be on the sidelines of this game. 3 more quickly. Oklahoma, a 10-point favorite against LSU, total 36.5. I don't know how LSU's scoring in this game against this Oklahoma defense. No Garrett Nussmeier for the Tigers. And Oklahoma can't score. John Mateer hasn't looked good in a while. Small bet under 36.5. Tennessee and Vandy, Vols 3-point home favorites, 65.5 the total. I think the total might need to be 75.5 with these offenses in this game. Small bet for me on the over, and I'll take Vandy +3. I think Pavia is the best player on the field. Vandy +3, over 65.5. And then the Iron Bowl, Alabama and Auburn to wrap it up. Bama's now a 6-point road favorite, 46.5 the total. I have a small bet on Bama 5.5 that I talked about earlier in the week at 6. I think that we're fine here. I do think Bama will win, and I think Bama will punch its ticket to the college football playoff with the victory on Saturday night at Jordan-Hare. And those are the college football bets for rivalry weekend. Just to reiterate, I gave a lot of bets out. These are small bets for me. If they all lose, I'm still in good shape. I'm good. Make sure that you are good if you're going to spray the board this weekend in college and the NFL. And with that being said, you bet on this Wednesday. Let's get to the NFL. Thanksgiving and Black Friday here in this segment. Grant, please lay down the Mario music. The dope ass beat's okay too if we want to go with that. Just hit me with either one. There we go. That's fine. Okay. We begin our Thanksgiving Day NFL betting sojourn in Detroit, where the Lions are now out to a 3-point home favorite against the Packers. It is juiced towards Green Bay. The total is 48.5. Injury stuff in this game. Josh Jacobs is he's going to play. He's off the injury report. Josh Jacobs is in. Jaden Reed is out. Lucas Van Ness is out for Green Bay rushing the passer. Savion Williams is out, one of their rookie receivers. Matthew Golden is questionable. Nate Hobbs and Keyshawn Nixon, their two starting corners, are both questionable, as is linebacker Quay Walker. Kirby Joseph is out. Terry and Arnold questionable for the Detroit Lions. Said it all week. I like the Lions in this game. 2.5 is my buy point. 2.5. And no matter what side of the game you come down on, please, if you like Detroit, lay 2.5. If you like Green Bay, please bet +3. Give yourself the best chance to win. I think the Lions have more good players than the Packers. And that's really what it comes down to. I don't trust Green Bay, and I can be proven wrong. I laid 2.5 with Detroit. That's the number I like with Detroit. Give me the Lions -2.5 ahead of Frank Ragnow's return to this team in the coming weeks. And I might bet a little on the under 48.5 after Greg Cosell's analysis last hour. And if you missed that interview, search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Great stuff on the Thanksgiving games and Black Friday with Greg Cosell of ESPN's NFL Matchup and NFL Films. Chiefs and the Cowboys in the sandwich game. And I love me a good Thanksgiving sandwich. Stuffing, little cranberry, turkey, delicious. KC, a 3-point road favorite. Total is 52. Trey Smith and Noah Gray are out for the Chiefs. That'll factor into the prop king. The Cowboys will be without tackle Tyler Guyton. Listen, you know I love the Chiefs in this game. Love Kansas City. The Chiefs are John Wick. They went to hang out with the dog for a little while. Lost to the Jaguars, lost to the Broncos, some bad losses. But now, I guess you can say, they're back. And when they're back, they're the best. And to be the man, you got to beat the man. And I don't think the Cowboys are the man. Woo. Because Patrick Mahomes is. Chiefs go into Dallas. Chiefs win. Chiefs cover the spread. My favorite bet on Thanksgiving Day. And then on Thanksgiving night, we got the Ravens and the Bengals in Baltimore. Current side and total market in that game at MGM is 7. Just worth noting, the juice is all over the place depending on where you're looking here. 7 is the number at MGM. Total is 51.5. Kyle Hamilton's going to play. Justice Hill is out for Baltimore. Joe Burrow will start. T. Higgins out with a concussion. Trey Hendrickson out for the Bengals. My bet in this game has nothing to do with Cincy. It has everything to do with Lamar Jackson. I've said it a number of times this week. Until proven otherwise, I don't trust Lamar and the Ravens to win by margin against a team that's like not the Jets, like we saw last week. I'm going to bet Cincinnati. I'd like 7 or 7.5. I can be wrong, and honestly, we're going to find out pretty quickly if I'm wrong. Because if the game starts and Lamar looks really good, and he's running like he hasn't been since he came back from injury, then the Ravens are going to score like 38 points in this game. And look, maybe the Bengals can still cover. Burrow is probably going to be knocking some rust off. So I'll have a bet. I like the Bengals, and I like the Packers. I love the Chiefs, just to give people an idea of where I'm at. I'll have a bet on Cincinnati. I am a little worried that Lamar comes out slinging it, but nothing that we've seen since he came back, and it's a short week, would lead me to believe that, but you never know. So I will have a ticket on the Cincinnati Bengals to cover the spread. And Black Friday, Bears and the Eagles, and I am concerned about this game for my Eagles. The Eagles are a touchdown favorite. The total is 44.5. Devontae Smith has not practiced this week for the Eagles. Lane Johnson is out. And we'll see about the Bears linebackers, but it looks like the Bears will be getting Jalen Johnson back at the cornerback position. There's still a lot that has to get figured out injury-wise in this game. Like a good amount. I don't know if I'm ready to give like a concrete thought here. I know I said earlier in the week that my play was going to be, and I said it earlier in the week also, right? That I want to see what happens with injuries, but I'm going to like the Eagles in this game and Eagles alts. And as the week has gone on, I'm becoming less confident in that opinion. Andrew Makuba's out for the Eagles, one of their rookie safeties. Maybe Caleb Williams can have success over the middle of the field throwing the ball. And this Eagles rushing attack and the Eagles, look, I think it might just be time to, I love Jalen Hurts and I love these players. I'm worried. I think my course of action here is going to be, if and when the point spread drops to 6, and there's 48 hours until the game. If the point spread drops to 6.5, I think I'm going to have to put a small bet in on the Eagles. But it won't be with confidence. And if we're going to hover in this range, I think I'm going to pass the game side and total. And I have a prop that I'm going to give out on the other side for this game. But side and total, I'm kind of twisted into a pretzel here on Black Friday with the Bears and the Eagles. Coming up next, bets for Week 13 NFL Sunday and thy royal prop king for Thanksgiving and Black Friday to wrap up the Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the Phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet on a wonderful Football Wednesday with the rest of the football bets, Week 13 NFL Sunday, and Thy Royal Prop King for Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Our executive producer, the great Bill Zimmerman. Oh, and our guest as well. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, NFL Matchup. Love Greg Cosell. Thank you very much to him. And pro sports bettor Joey Knish. Now to our crew. Executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, we didn't even need a weather report from him today. He was awesome. Our friend Grant Leader. And our video producer, the birthday boy. A very happy 41st birthday to God's perfect creation, downtown, Mike Brown. I will allow me to say, Brad Evans will join us in a second. Allow me to say this just about Thanksgiving. And I know I can be a little saccharine around the holidays, and I'm aware of that. But listen, I'm myself on the air. I know, just from past experience, like my life's pretty good now. Hasn't always been. And I'm not trying to make it like I'm like destitute or anything like that, even though not always had the most money. But look, I've had holidays that I haven't been happy for. I think we've all kind of been there, right? And if you haven't, man, you're lucky. That's awesome. And I hope that's the case for everybody. I'm sure that there are some people in our audience who maybe you're not looking forward to the holiday for whatever reason. Like whatever that reason is, and there can be many, and they are all viable. I sincerely hope that you are able to, over the course of the next few days, and I don't say this like in a presumptuous way, I mean it sincerely, find some happiness, find a little joy, whether it comes from sports, eating something you like, seeing someone you care about, talking to someone you care about. I sincerely hope for all of you that you can find some joy in this holiday season the next couple days and leading into Christmas. I know it's not an easy time of year for everybody. So just know that, like, for whatever it's worth, maybe nothing, like, I'm thinking of you and we're thinking of you. And I hope that this is a great holiday for you and yours, both Thanksgiving and into the Christmas season. BetMGM tonight follows us here on You Better You Bet. Brad Evans is with us now. Brad, happy hump day, my friend.
Hola, amigo! Happy hump day to you, and very well said.
I appreciate that, my friend. If you'd be so kind, your best bet for Thanksgiving in the National Football League.
Yeah, believe it or not, it is a tight end who is going to score a touchdown against the Cincinnati Bengals, because every tight end scores a damn touchdown against the Bungles. That's going to be Mark Andrews. The only my luck is probably going to be Isaiah Likely, who, by the way, can get north of 2-1 odds to do exactly that at BetMGM. For Andrews, though, it's at a plus 115, and I'll roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. Why? Well, again, Cincinnati did last and dropped back EPAD this season. They have given up just the tight ends, folks, 87.5 yards per game and 1.2 touchdowns per game. That's per game. It's mind-blowing. Andrews has one of the highest red zone target shares of any plus-size target in the NFL. He has scored a touchdown 3 of his last 4. He's getting some of those tush pushes, so it could come on the ground, not just through the air, being used in variable ways and goal line packages. So Mark Andrews, I'm spiking that turkey home, baby, on a late night tip. I'll wake up from the tryptophan-induced nap, and I'll probably see him score a touchdown, and I'll count my winnings and pour another glass of Mas Tequila. Love him at plus 115 anytime touchdown.
Happy Thanksgiving, my friend, to you and the Evans clan. Enjoy a couple of days off. I'll catch up with you on Monday on You Better You Bet.
Muchas gracias, and same to you and your family. Gonzaga minus 1.5 in a monster matchup tonight. I'm out.
I love that. And Brad, I don't know if it's a good thing that Brad and I are simpatico out of these college basketball bets with the way the last couple nights have gone. And Brad's done pretty well, but when him and I like a bet together, it has not gone great. I told you earlier in the show, I like Gonzaga tonight as well to win and cover against Michigan. That 3 big lineup for Michigan's been great. I don't know how it's going to go tonight against the Zags. So give me Gonzaga to beat Michigan tonight and win the Players Era Championship. All right. I think, Grant, we can do the dope-ass beat now. The rest of the NFL bets, and we'll get to thy Royal Prop King momentarily. All right, today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. I am going to rip through the games on NFL Sunday right now. Now, I do have some thoughts on some games. On others, I don't. And if I don't, I'm going to say I'm punting to Sunday. I am back at 8 a.m. on The Fan in New York, 8 to 9, and then nationally with Sammy P, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if you do not hear me give an opinion on a game today, that does not mean I don't have one. It means I don't have one yet. On Sunday, I will give you all the bets and all the analysis when we have all the information. It's Wednesday, right? Normally we're doing this on Friday. Two full days of info to go off of. I'm not going to have thoughts on every game. So this is going to be like Chris Berman does the fastest 2 minutes. This will be the fastest 2 minutes of bets. All right, Niners and the Browns. San Fran laying 5 on the road, total 36.5. I liked Cleveland at 6. We talked about it on Monday. No thought on the game at current prices. Jaguars and the Titans in Tennessee. Jacksonville, 6.5 on the road, 42. I did like Tennessee at 7. Didn't grab a piece of it. No thought on the game as of right now. Indy laying 4 against Houston, 44.5 the total. Told you yesterday I like the Texans, 4.5, but I really like this total under 44.5. I'm on that under. I placed that bet, and I think this point spread's a little big. 4.5 was the number I liked. We'll talk more about this game coming up on Sunday. Miami, a 5.5-point home favorite against New Orleans, down from 6, total 41.5. Lean towards the Dolphins. No bet yet on the game. Atlanta, a juice 2.5 on the road at the Jets, 39.5 the total. Lean for me towards the Falcons. No bet on the game as of yet. Tampa, a juice 2.5 at home against Arizona, total 43.5. Way too much to be figured out from an injury perspective to give you an opinion on the game now. Rams, 10.5 on the road at Carolina, total 45. I told you earlier in the week, 10 on the Rams was a thought for me. I actually did not place that bet. Rams are nothing for me at this point in the week. Seattle, 11.5 at home against Max Brosmer and the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy has not been ruled out yet, but we're not expecting him to play. Total is 41. I would actually like to bet Minnesota, but want to get positive injury news on the Minnesota offensive line. The Bills are off 4, down to 3.5 at Pittsburgh, 46.5 the total. If the Bills' offensive line can be healthy here, I'm going to look towards Buffalo here, but we don't know if it's going to be healthy. We won't know until later in the week. No play for me on this game right now. The Chargers, 10-point home favorites against the Raiders, total 41. Lean for me towards Vegas after firing Chip Kelly. How could the offense be any worse? And then Sunday Night Football, Broncos and the Commies. Denver down to 5.5 on the road, 43.5 the total. Marcus Mariota will start. Candidly, I feel like I missed this on Washington, getting the receivers back at 6.5 or 6. No thought for me right now on the game. I feel like I blew it for myself by not betting a little Washington on Monday or Tuesday. And those are the thoughts for NFL Sunday. I am back on Sunday at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on WFAN in New York. Without further ado, it's time for thy Royal Prop King to descend down and all that jazz for a holiday edition of the Prop King on Thanksgiving and Black Friday.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your Prop King, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, you wonderful people. It's the holidays. Try to bring a little cheer. Yeah, Tyler's right. I'm being too nice. You're all pigs. Fat, lazy pigs. Sweat hogs, in fact. I love all of you. Packers and thy Royal Lions. I said earlier, when I was detailing the Packers injury report at wide receiver, I'm happy it turned out this way. Because now, we get to be elementary, my dear Watson. Christian Watson's a baller. Over 51.5 receiving yards for Christian Watson, even though I like the Lions in the game. We'll do the yardage props first, and then we'll get to the anytime touchdowns. Chiefs and the Cowboys. Per my friend Evan Silva had established the run, and I think ETR does a great job. I subscribe to ETR. I subscribe to Fantasy Points. I subscribe to Pro Football Focus. So just shout out to all those places that I'm a huge fantasy football fan, right? Travis Kelce, since Rashee Rice came back, is second in fantasy right now at the tight end position behind only Trey McBride since Rice came back. And the Chiefs got to win games, and Mahomes is going to lean on his binky. Travis Kelce over 56.5 receiving yards. Bengals and the Ravens. We talked about this last year, right? When T. Higgins is out, Mike Gesicki basically plays wide receiver instead of tight end. Mike Gesicki over 36.5 receiving yards. And Eagles-Bears, I love me some Luther Burden. 34.5 is the number on Luther Burden. He's playing a ton of snaps now. Per our friend Nate Yonke at Pro Football Focus, he has the Bears snap count from last week. I will read it for everybody. Luther Burden ran 23 routes, fourth on the team behind Colston Loveland, third behind Colston Loveland, DJ Moore, and Rome Odunze, and had 5 targets, tied for third with Colston Loveland. He gets another 5 targets. He's going over this. Luther Burden over 34.5 receiving yards. Now the anytime touchdowns. The Green Bay Packers, since Tucker Kraft went out, used 3 tight ends. They're all bad. I think they're all white. Maybe a little variation would be good for Grant. Just saying. If they all play and they all get targets, let's bet the guy at the longest price. That is Josh Weil. Perhaps you, dear listener and dear viewer, are a Republican, and you'd like to own the libs on Thanksgiving. Perhaps you'd like to bet Isaac Tesla to score a touchdown, Khalif Raymond probably not playing, and Sam Laporta out for the season. Chiefs and the Cowboys. Noah Gray is out. That means I will take the slice of pizza and cut it down the middle. Small money anytime touchdown bets. Big Bob Tunyon and Jared Wiley. So split bet on those two to score a touchdown. And with Isaiah Pacheco back, I think we'll see Brashard Smith fully in the Jet McKinnon role. Brashard Smith, anytime touchdown. And then for the Bengals and the Ravens, I would bet Likely or Andrews, whoever's the longest price, it'll be Isaiah Likely. And our guy Mitchell Tinsley for the Cincinnati Bengals. And I do like the Eagles a little bit on Black Friday. I may end up betting Saquon Barkley to score a touchdown, and I might bet Saquon to score twice at plus 550. From my family to yours, a very happy and joyous Thanksgiving, and wishing everyone, more importantly, minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. I'll see you on Sunday morning.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Yes, welcome into BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser alongside Brad Evans. A happy Thanksgiving Eve to you and yours. Another great show upcoming here on BetMGM Tonight. We're with you for the next 4 hours and so much to dive into. Today's going to act like the Friday show. Obviously, we're off on Thursday and Friday, so we're going to give you all our bets coming up for Week 13 in the NFL. All three of the Thursday Thanksgiving games we'll dive into, the Black Friday game, Eagles, Bears, and then the entire Sunday slate coming up in the National Football League. Also look at rivalry weekend in college football. So many great games beginning on Friday and then going into Saturday that we will break down. The great Allen Robinson going to join us coming up here in about 40 minutes, get his thoughts on the NFL and some of the marquee games that we have this weekend. And of course, college basketball. When Brad and I are doing a show, you know, that will be discussed. And certainly today, another great slate of games headlined by Gonzaga and Michigan. Might be a Final Four preview. Might be a national championship preview, the way those teams have been playing out in Vegas. So definitely excited about that one. Tennessee and Kansas tipping off here in a little bit as well. So we'll update you on those college hoops games going on throughout the night. As always, you can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network, hit that subscribe button, and check us out. You can also listen to the show, watch the show on X, Instagram, TikToks. Check out all the clips. Make sure you check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast as well. And also, we would love to hear from you. Call into the show, 833-732-3875. Anything that's on your mind, certainly college basketball, college football, NFL. Maybe you got some NBA bets that you like. Maybe you're watching some NHL. We'll dive into all of it here on BetMGM Tonight. But let me bring on my co-host for another night. Brad, great to see you again, sir. How are we doing on this Thanksgiving Eve?
Oh, splendid, spectacular. I've been in the kitchen all day prepping all kinds of stuff for the Thanksgiving Day meal at Casa de Evans. My kids demand that I make my homemade guacamole. They like that as a little appetizer. They'll probably crack into that and empty it by 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's that's like minus 10,000. It's going to occur. You can bet on that right now at BetMGM. You won't make any money. I'll make a bet on it. But yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to the holiday. Spend it with the family. And I can guarantee you as well, the first tequila pour for yours truly, 8:01 a.m. Central, book it.
Oh, I mean, just wake up tomorrow. Maybe you turn on the Thanksgiving Day parade. You start getting a whiff of the kitchen, and then ball just starts. And we get those three games, Lions and Packers. Definitely going to talk about that coming up here on BetMGM Tonight. Brad, before we talk about some of the biggest storylines in the NFL and a topic that we want to discuss in college basketball with this Players Era tournament that's going on and how they just completely butchered all these tiebreakers and what they need to do, we did get some big breaking news about 15, 20 minutes ago from Major League Baseball. Dylan Cease signing a 7-year, $210 million deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. Maybe if this happened 4 or 5 years ago, people would be like, okay, pretty good pickup for Toronto. But with Cease getting older and the stats and the ERA starting to get elevated the last couple of years of San Diego, I mean, what were your initial thoughts when you see that the Blue Jays decided to sign Cease for $210 million over 7 years?
You know what I did? I grabbed the mitt. I warmed up the arm. See if we still got it and see if I could bring a little heat because I could be a painfully mediocre pitcher and demand $210 million. That's asinine. What are the Blue Jays doing? He's a middle rotation guy. He's not a top of line guy. Maybe he was a couple of seasons ago, but he walks too many batters. The ERA this past year was in the mid fours. Could have been much higher based on the expected ERA and some of the advanced data. That is your thing. I don't understand it. Them backing up the truck, smashing the piggy bank to acquire Dylan Cease for 7 years, $210 million. And sadly, this might set the market. A lot of guys could be overpriced. And there could be just wild expenditures as a result with some pitching needy teams like my Chicago Cubs. But my biggest takeaway, bar none, bat bleeping crazy that Dylan Cease got that kind of money because, again, he's like a number 3 at best.
I'm with you. I mean, this contract at this point in C's career is just nuts. I was talking to you, Brad, before we hopped on, and I said it kind of reminded me of Corbin Burns a little bit from the standpoint of like, you give a guy who's had some great success, but he's clearly not the pitcher he once was. And then he goes to like Arizona, Corbin Burns does last season. You're like, that's where he went? And that was my first reaction was Dylan C. Like Toronto gave him all this money. So look, the Blue Jays were just in the World Series. They easily could have ended up winning it and beating the Dodgers. We all watched that playoff run unfold, and we know their 1-2 punch with Gausman and Trey Savage looks like he's going to be a really nice young pitcher for Toronto. So clearly they wanted to get that number 3 guy, and they felt like Cease was that guy. So maybe it'll end up being money well spent for the Blue Jays, but I tend to agree with you, man. I mean, that just feels like a complete overpay for the Blue Jays. All right, moving on now to the NFL, Brad. And we had Josh Jacobs and Joe Burrow. Both of those guys, it looks like they are going to play tomorrow in their respective games. Jacobs going for the Packers against the Lions, and then Joe Burrow going for the Bengals against the Ravens. We'll start with Jacobs with the Green Bay Packers. Is this a big deal for you? I mean, certainly Jordan Love hasn't been playing hasn't been playing great here as of late. Lions run defense, okay. Jacobs certainly a premier back in the NFL. But do you think this is a big deal? Like, did this change anything for you now that we officially know that Jacobs is going tomorrow?
No, I still think Detroit's going to win the game. I think it's going to be a nip and tuck, though. It's going to be ultra close. They're going to win by the hairs on their little chins, I feel. That's why they're only favored by 3 points right now on BetMGM, and I think that is going to be the final outcome of the game. It's a big one, really, for both these franchises to continuously remain afloat with the opportunity to take the NFC North from my Chicago Bears, who are leading that division right now. And of course, they got a monster game on Friday in the city of brotherly shove against the Philadelphia Eagles. But you know what Josh Jacobs does? He's a guy that always carries the mail. When he is on the field, he wants a ball in his belly probably 15 to 20 times. And he just really, badgers you and batters you between the tackles for 3, 5, the occasional 8, 9, 10-yard gain. His performance is going to be absolutely critical in this one for the Packers to remain competitive. Detroit is quite good. You look at the EPA data, look at the yards per carry data. They're a top half unit in the NFL. And with Jared Goff on the fast track, I think Goff just a different quarterback, and I think he's going to be able to pick them apart, the Packers defense vertically. So, Jacobs is going to have himself a day. Green Bay has got to remain matching bullet for bullet in this contest ultimately, and you'll probably get a little peppering of Emmanuel Wilson as well. So yeah, it's a big deal ultimately because he is one of the best chain movers in the NFL, and when he gets a hot hand, he can single-handedly take over contests.
He certainly can. And look, I mean, anytime you're going on the road, especially in a divisional game, it's always going to help you when you're able to run the football. And we know right now that Green Bay's passing game is struggling. They're beat up at wide receiver. Jordan Love's just been super inconsistent for Green Bay. He tends to play pretty well at Ford Field. So I'm interested to see if that continues tomorrow against the Lions. But I tend to agree with you. Like, it is a big deal in the standpoint of Josh Jacobs is a good player. And especially if he's effective, I mean, he's definitely going to help the Packers in that game tomorrow. But does that news make me sway my opinion of who I like to win the game? Or if I now would bet Green Bay to cover the spread? It doesn't. Still feel the same way I did if Jacobs wasn't going. But he's going to be out there tomorrow. And then Joe Burrow, it is official, Brad. All signs were pointing early in the week and even last week that Burrow was targeting coming back for the game tomorrow night against the Ravens, but he's officially active, expected to start tomorrow. So yeah, your thoughts on that game now that we know that it's official that Burrow's going to be out there under center for Cincinnati?
Yeah, let's just hold the Bengals are catching 7 in that one. I think they're going to actually cover. What version of the Ravens is going to show up? That's a $64,000 question right now because they've been asleep at the wheel offensively. Lamar Jackson's like a shell of what we've seen previously at the MVP level. You might get a whole lot of Seahole, Smash Hole, Derrick Henry. who can obviously break off a 70-yard touchdown run in the blink of an eye. And you look at Cincinnati, historically bad defensively. They're number 32 right now in drop-back EPA defense, near the bottom of the barrel as well in rush EPA defense. I mean, Baltimore should, that's the operative word here, should command and score at will. But if Joe Burrow is even 80% of his usual self, I know he's down T. Higgins, but he got Jamar Chase. And Jamar Chase, all he does is obliterate Baltimore, at least he has in his career. This is not exaggeration, PJ. This could be a 20-target game. This could be a 15-catch game for Jamar Chase tomorrow night under the primetime lights. And for that reason, backdoor is always wide open when he got a spread of 7 or more. And right now it's at 7 even at BetMGM. So I kind of like the Bengals to hang tough. I'll take a plus the 7. And I think Jamar Chase is going to absolutely ball out having his buddy back in Joe Burrow.
You know, Brad, last night we were talking about that Alabama UNLV game, and Bama's team total was 98.5, and we both laughed at that number, and we're like, but we both kind of like the over, right? They're probably going to score in the 110, and they did. They scored 115. Jamar Chase, for him to have 100 receiving yards in that game tomorrow night, is plus 100. It's even money.
What?
So to everything that you were just saying, for him to have 100 receiving yards was plus 100. I was looking at it earlier today. And that's with no T. Higgins. So the Ravens see Chase twice a year. They know what they're in for. And the books are basically telling you that they're still not going to be able to stop it. And obviously with Burrow being back, just more incentive to like Chase tomorrow night. But yeah, I mean, certainly, again, like I bet the Bengals earlier in the week. I was expecting Burrow to play. It's not really much of a shock that he's going to be out there tomorrow night, but just him being out there. And these Ravens-Bengals games are always close. It's a divisional matchup. I get the case being made for like, well, Joe Burrow doesn't play defense for the Bengals, and that's obviously going to be the big point for them tomorrow, and that's going to be the deciding factor of whether or not they win the game. But just having their guy, their captain, their leader, their quarterback back out there, going to be massive, and pretty cool that he's back for Thanksgiving. So excited for that game tomorrow night. BetMGM tonight, PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here on the BetMGM network. All right, Brad, something that we both wanted to talk about was in college basketball and what's going on with this Players Era tournament, because it's an awesome brand of basketball. We got a lot of great matchups. We've had a lot of great games. It's a fun tournament, but what's so confusing are all these tiebreakers and how they have decided who is playing each other in all these games that we're getting today, right? So on Monday and Tuesday, each team had their set games that they were going to play. Each team knew the two opponents that they were going to face. And then late into the early evening, I guess earlier today or late last night, we started to see the schedule and the tiebreakers and the points margin of who was going to end up playing today. And you get a team like Iowa State who went 2-0, but because they didn't have the margin of victory that Gonzaga and Michigan did, that Kansas and Tennessee did, they end up playing, Creighton today. They get stuck with a bad team. So how would you go about this? How would you fix this if you were in charge of this Players Era tournament that would make it better for the next couple of years moving forward?
Oh, here's an idea, PJ. Just give me a stinking bracket. I think that's all what America wants. A little appetizer before the main course in March. And if they're going to get 32 teams, they've already got the idea of they're going to expand this to 32 teams next year. You could either divvy it up into 4 different 8-team tournaments, and then the winners of those 8-team mini tournaments play each other in a Final Four. That sounds appetizing, right? Then eventually for a title, you could have the same purse, if not more money. There's more sponsor involved because you get $1 million as a winning team in NIL cash. In this year's brand, even the second place team gets $300,000, which is no chump change. So it's as simple as that. If you want to guarantee 2 games, we'll have a consolation bracket, kind of like they do in Maui, right? So if you win, you move on to the championship bracket. If you lose, you get the consolation bracket, but you still get that second game. So it's worth the trip to go out to Viva Las Vegas. And they have all of the basketball facilities, our fine sponsors. at MGM and BetMGM. They have a number of those, and they're holding a lot of these events there. So they have the properties and the stadiums, the arenas to host multiple tournaments if necessary. So that's all I want. Give me a bracket so I can fill it out during Thanksgiving. We could have a little side action, some pools with people in our office, with our friends, with our families around the dinner table, and we let it ride. This is idiotic. It's too confusing. PJ, when you have on a television broadcast, these are on TNT, and you need a full billboard to explain in every game how this works, it's way too much. Simplify it because we're dumb.
I mean, why try and reinvent the wheel? Brackets in college basketball are synonymous with each other. We all love it, right? Just give us a bracket. I love your idea of with 32 teams doing like 4 different separate brackets with the 8 teams and then the winner of those having the Final Four. I think that's genius. Brad, I think you should maybe be ahead of the Players Era tournament. That's the way they should go about it. So I'm a big fan.
Resume
PJ
sent.
Glasser, Brad Evans. We're going to give out our 3 favorite plays on our card coming up next. Stay with us.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
No one has yet presented me with an idea, with a thought, with a concept, with a plan of how we can create, as the NFL has, an objective way of determining who goes into the playoffs. In the NFL, we have 8 divisions. Those 8 divisional champions go to the playoffs, and 6 teams who are the next best based on record go in. We have an objective formula. There is no debate. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about snubs. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about, well, they got left out or they didn't. I would love to see college football have an objective way to determine playoff teams. Here are the teams that are going, they hit the marks they're in. The reality is it can't. It can't and it won't. There's no way to do it. Now, down the line, when we inevitably end up with 2 college football conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC, when those 2 conferences expand to 24 or 28 teams each, then we will have an objective measure on both sides. We will say, you're going to play in divisions, and then the division winners and X wildcard teams are going to go play in a bracket, and the bracket winner will be determined as the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ. And then we could one day end up in a spot where the Big Ten champ and the SEC champ play each other to be determined as the national champion. But we'll put our fantasy booking for years down the line to bed for a moment. As it is set up right now, with the Power 4 and the Group of 5, and Notre Dame is an independent, and X teams in that conference, and Y teams in that conference, and yada, yada, yada. Guys, there is no objective way to get a team to get a playoff bracket. There's no objective way, or at least no one has presented me with a plan that makes sense. I've been able to kick the legs out of every plan about how to have an objective metric for who gets in and who gets out. And this is the debate. This is the problem. Listen, there are a lot of you. I know because I've been having the conversations with friends and family and fans since last night. There are many of you that are perfectly willing to say, and I want to be clear, you're not wrong for saying it or feeling this way. Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami because look at them. Just look at them. Look at Notre Dame and look at Miami. Who's the better team? Notre Dame, they're the better team. Rank them higher. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are the better team. In fact, if those 2 teams played today, I'd pick Notre Dame. However, there's also a lot of people out there that say, Guys, Miami beat Notre Dame. And if we have crafted a world, and I want you to know, by these rankings, we have. If we have crafted a world that when two teams have similar resumes, when two teams have similar wins, when two teams have similar results over the course of an entire season, and they played each other and the team that won is ranked lower than the team that lost, you have created a world where, at least in certain situations, on-field head-to-head results don't matter. And I just need you to acknowledge that. I don't need you to change anything. I just need you to out loud say and acknowledge there are situations where head-to-head doesn't matter. And the resulting question for me is, if head-to-head doesn't matter, why would anybody play anybody that's good outside of their conference ever again? Why would Miami ever again play Notre Dame in week 1?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. We're getting ready to give out our cards, our top 3 favorite plays of the night here on the show. Real quick, though, a reminder of where you can watch and listen to the show. You can check us out on YouTube. Go just search BetMGM Network, hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at the BetMGM Network. And Brad and I are getting ready to give out our favorite plays in college basketball tonight. Any plays that you guys love that are listening to the show, make sure you call in, or you can, check out the chat in the Twitch, the YouTube, right into us. But give us a call, 833-732-3875. So we hope to hear from you on that. But Brad, decent night for us last night in college basketball. Some more really good games on the slate tonight. I will give you the floor first. My friend, what is your first play on your card for this evening?
Oh, yeah, let's go out to that Players Era event and Viva Las Vegas. And let's go with the marquee matchup, Gonzaga and Michigan. I grabbed it earlier today at -1.5 with the Zags. At a +105, little baby cities by the juice. We got some line movement right now. I just pulled up the latest odds here at BetMGM. The Zags up to -2.5 now. So nice CLV for your boy as a result. Look, I think the Zags are going to come out and they're going to take care of business against Michigan. No knock on Michigan at all. They've had a couple close shaves here this season. See the Wake Forest game, see the TCU game, and they have been dynamite so far there in Sin City. They got a ton of size there with Mara, Yaxel Lindenborg, a guy that can beat you inside, beat you out. The guard play has played a heck of a lot better last couple of games, and they're going to have to bring an A effort tonight. And what I feel is one of the most balanced teams in all of college basketball. Graham Ike, of course, a dynamite backcourt there, spearheaded by St. Dupree, and also Adam Miller has been in college basketball for seemingly 15 years. And you look at the Zags, they're top 20 in EFG offense, or top 10 EFG defense. Michigan, no slouches in either of those categories as well. They're 29 EFG offense and 9 in EFG defense. But the Zags have played stiffer competition, and they have dominated a lot of those games. See the Maryland game last night. They won by 39. This game is going to be zip, 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 zip. Take your breath away. Cue the Berlin in the background. But I like Gonzaga to get the win at a -1.5. And PJ, I might even play it on an alt line up to like -4.5 at significant plus odds. I think they're going to win this sucker by 5 or more.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been the 2 clear best teams out in Vegas. So to watch them go head-to-head tonight, third game in 3 days for both of these teams, that's going to be fun. I'm going with St. John's -4.5 against Auburn as my first play on the card. Look, St. John's this year, they've lost to Bama. They've lost to Iowa State. Both of those games have been close. Yesterday, we saw them take control of Baylor. I think Auburn right now is a little bit closer to Baylor than they are to Alabama and Iowa State at this point. And I think St. John's is going to take advantage of that. And also, Brad, I just think it's a tough matchup really for anybody to play a St. John's team when you've played 3 games in 3 days, just because a Pitino team is always going to be well-conditioned. They're always going to be well-coached. And in a game like this, I think you can really lean on those kinds of things, right? We know his team's going to pick up full court press. We know he's going to be great with substitution patterns. The defensive effort level is going to be there. And where is Auburn after last night? A lot of confidence after the Oregon win. And then you're down 30 at halftime to Michigan. You lose that game by 40 points. So is Auburn just ready to go home? Are they ready to go back to campus and watch the Iron Bowl on Saturday? Are they just ready for Thanksgiving? Where's Auburn at right now? St. John's, I know what I'm getting out of them tonight. And I just feel like this line should be priced a little bit higher. So I like St. John's minus the 4.5 against Auburn. Brad, play number 2 for you on your card, my friend. What do we got?
I've also tailed you on St. John's just to put that on the record. Totally agree with that point of view. Auburn has just royally sucked. All right, numero dos. Let's roll with your Tide, PJ. That's Alabama taking on the not-so-mighty Terrapins. Not a whole lot of turtle power going on there with Maryland. I like the total on the over more than anything else. I grabbed this morning in 164.5. It's up to 166.5. Hell, I played up to 169. Nice. And a half tonight. This game is going to be up and down. Defense is going to be highly optional because the style of play that Alabama features. Again, it's NBA style. They don't believe in shooting mid-range twos. They get downhill into the rim or they jack endless threes, and they often get to the line and convert in those situations. Alabama, the 7th fastest team in the country. They're also number 39 EFG offense. They're netting 62% from 2 and 35% from 3. Their weakness is rebounding, but it's not like Maryland's tearing it up there, although they're a decent second chance opportunity squad. But you look at Maryland, they're one of the worst high major defensive teams around. Number 201 at EFGD, and it gets worse, folks. Peel back the layers, they onion. They're number 267 in the country in 3-point D. Alabama come up 115 points last night. They're going to score another 100 tonight. It's just a matter of how many points does Maryland contribute. I think they'll get at least 70. So 100 to 70, I'll take it. And that will easily cash the over at the current number at 166.5. So again, I have the over Maryland, Alabama at 164.5 at a minus 110.
Yeah, Brad, we talked about it last night, right? Every Bama game opens with a certain total, and then that bad boy just keeps getting bet up and up. So you got 164.5. It's 166.5. That game doesn't tip off for another 4.5 hours. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that maybe go up another point between Bama and Maryland. I'm going to that Michigan-Gonzaga game, and hopefully both of us hit our bets. I'm actually looking at Michigan in the first half, and I'm taking them plus a half. That way, if it's a tie game, I'm going to win my bet. Brad, I've just been so impressed with how Michigan has come out of the gates in these first 2 games, right? San Diego State come out and just blitz them from the beginning. Yesterday against Auburn, again, those 59 points in the first half. I think Gonzaga's strength has been in the second half because yesterday, all show, we just talked about how old they are. It's like grown men playing in college basketball. Gonzaga, I think they wear you down as the game goes on, and I trust them to win and maybe pull away in those final 5 minutes. But I think for the initial 20, Dusty May and Michigan and all the confidence they have right now and how they've been starting these games, Brad, I think they'll be able to get off to another good start. So I tend to agree with you where I think Gonzaga wins the game, but the bet that I actually like the best is for Michigan to get off to a good start. So I'll take the Wolverines in the first half plus a half tonight against Gonzaga. All right, Brad, third and final play for you tonight on your card. What do we got?
Oh, bear down. Give me Baylor. I'll take them on. I'm going to lay the 1.5, and that's still the current line against San Diego State. That was one of the shocker specials last night, how San Diego State absolutely boat raced Oregon, winning by 17 in a game that blew up the box score. I had the under. Boy, was I wrong on that. Holy mackerel. I was like, 97 to 80 was the final? That was outrageous. But I think San Diego State's going to come crashing back down to earth against a Baylor team. Yes, Baylor stinks defensively, number 2 291 right now in EFGD, but San Diego State not exactly tickling the twine with consistency. Now, they did last night, but a decent second chance opportunity team. But their biggest issue is 3-point percentage defense, the number 194 in the country, and also their turnover rate on offense. They got a lot of sloppy handles. They're coughing up on 21% of their possessions. So Baylor could take advantage in transition, and if they can box out with Yesufu, with Carr, with Skillings, with Rataj, Powell off the bench, get a glass advantage, I think they'll squeak by, hopefully sold it away at the free throw line late, and score me the cover. I'm already sweating, pulling up in the wrong places thinking about it, but I'm laying it with Baylor -1.5 against the Aztecs of San Diego State.
Yeah, I was going through the games today, and I saw this one, and I saw Baylor favored by 1.5, and I said, yep, that is a coin flip type game, right?
Yep.
50-50 could go either way. So I would also lean with you and side with Baylor, but that game's coming right down to the end. Brad's rolling with the Bears there. My final play, I'm actually going with a player prop tonight in college basketball in that Maryland-Alabama game. If you're able to, in certain states, bet college player props, I would look at Pharrell Payne for Maryland over 7.5 rebounds at +100 tonight against Alabama. Brad, it's clear for Bama right now, their real weakness so far this season is interior rebounding. Their 2 losses this year against Purdue and against Gonzaga, that is what has killed them. And if there's anything I know about a Buzz Williams team, especially off of a 40-point loss last night to Gonzaga, I would expect a good effort out of Maryland, and his teams always rebound well, as you know. And Buzz is no stranger to Alabama and Nate Oates, right? I mean, he came over from Texas A&M. He's played Bama plenty of times. He's going to have his team ready for that pace and that tempo, and there are going to be no surprises tonight. Bama's just a better team. They're way more talented, so they're going to win and they're going to pull away. But I think Pharrell Payne's going to do some work on the glass tonight. So over 7.5 rebounds, the best rebounder for the Terps. And in this matchup last year when A&M played Bama, Pharrell Payne was a handful to deal with. So I like getting that at even money. So that'll be my third play tonight. Nothing for me side or total in that Maryland and Alabama game, but I like the player prop Pharrell Payne over 7.5 rebounds at +100. So Brad's rolling with the Zags against Michigan -1.5 +105. The over 164.5 in Maryland, Alabama, and Baylor -1.5 against San Diego State. Or Brad's 3 plays, mine, St. John's -4.5 against Auburn, Michigan +0.5 against Gonzaga, and then Pharrell Payne over 7.5 rebounds at +100 against Alabama. All right, Brad, let's pivot now to the Bears and the Eagles as we start diving into these NFL games that we have coming up here. We get 3 tomorrow. We get this game on Friday, and then a whole bunch on Sunday, and then Monday night, Patriots and Giants. But let's start with the Black Friday game. Philly favored by 7. Total is 44.5. Side, total, player prop, Brad, where are you going? What's the best bet for you in Bears, Eagles?
Bear down, Chicago Bears. That's right, Brando. Bring it, baby. We got to shut all the naysayers up, all the DVOA. They're a joke. They're the worst franchise with this kind of record ever in NFL history. Get out of here with your nonsense. I think the Bears going to be ultra competitive in the game. I think they're going to cover the spread. They have more than a puncher's chance to win the sucker straight up. And I think one of the biggest X factors in this game, PJ, are the legs of Caleb Williams. Why? Well, you look at Philadelphia. Sure, they're number 3 in rush EPA defense on the season, but they've also given up the 9th most quarterback rush yards in the National Football League at 29.8. Williams, one of those guys, can read, react, call zone number, and extend plays and extend drives based on the real estate that he chews up. He's a guy consistently calling his own number 5.1 times per game at 17.2% carry rate on the season. He's averaging north of 5 yards per carry. He's averaging north of 26 rush yards per game. He's gone for at least 24 in 4 of his last 5. I've seen another yard more get to 25 plus, and that pays plus money, plus 110 at BetMGM. So again, give me the X factor. Caleb Williams, rush yards of 25 or more at plus 110, and bear all the way the hell down.
All right, I like that look. I like that angle. I think I agree with you. Caleb's legs in a game like that, especially against a defense like that, should be on full display. I'm sorry to do this to you, Brad, and to Brandon, and I'm sure Monty. Monty might be. Is Monty a Bears fan or is Monty an Eagles fan?
Yes. No,
he is. Okay. Now Monty's a Bears fan. That's what I thought. So all you guys are Bears fans, and I hate to do this to you. I'm sorry, but I am laying it with the Eagles at -7. I just look. I think this is one of these games, Brad. I think this is one of these games where either the Bears win outright or the Eagles cover. Like, I don't think the play is Chicago +7. I don't think that if the Eagles win, it's going to be close. I think if the Eagles win, they're going to win by double digits. And I think if the Bears win, or if the Bears cover, they're just going to win the game outright. So that's the way I would bet it. If you like Philly like me, lay the 7. If you like Chicago, just bet him outright. It's a tough spot for the Bears because they're on the road, short week. You're getting the Eagles off of a loss. And we all agree that Philly has this championship DNA to them. They're certainly looking like the Chiefs from last year where they have a good record, but they haven't really looked all that impressive. They're leaning a lot on their defense, all these kinds of things. But you look at some of the big games that they've played. That Super Bowl rematch against the Chiefs, they went into Arrowhead and won that one. They just had the game at Monday night against the Packers in Lambeau. They won that one. The game against the Lions, the Sunday, they won that one. So all these big games, the Rams game, they found a way to win that one. It's just what the Eagles do. When they sense a big game that they really got to get up for, a game that's really important, they usually find ways to win those games. And this is obviously a massive game. Both teams are 8-3. I mean, this is huge for the NFC playoff race. And Chicago, credit where credit is due. They found ways to win all these games, but again, you just go through and you look at all the teams, and now you got to play the defending Super Bowl champs in this house. So what a great opportunity for the Bears to kind of shut everybody up, including myself. Prove that they are not frauds. Prove that they are here to stay. And we'll see what they're made of, man. This is a great test. But last time they were a 7-point dog against a pretty good team in the Ravens. They failed to cover. I think the same thing's going to happen against the Eagles. So fly, Eagles, fly, -7 against the Bears. Speaking of the Bears, former wide receiver Allen Robinson going to join the show next. Stay with us, BetMGM tonight.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
If I were out on the Eagles, if I had already burned them, if I were out on the Chiefs and had already burned them, this would be a weekend on the Thursday, Friday, first portion of the Week 13 slate, where I might look at the Bengals, especially as an opportunity to zig while everyone else is zagging in Survivor.
Like, yeah, if you were really bold, that would be the move to make if you really wanted to hopefully knock out the majority of your pool and still be alive. That would be the way to do it. And I think that's the game that has the most variables because you don't know what Joe Burrow is going to look like, right? Like, we feel like we kind of know what's going to happen in the other games, but like that Bengals-Ravens game could go completely sideways. And it's not as easy as, okay, they're a big favorite. Like, what happens every year, week 1? Everyone takes the heaviest favorites and someone always loses. So I don't hate the look on the Bengals. It's interesting that I know all season long people were saving the Chiefs for Thanksgiving. Like, that was the thing, is kind of save the Chiefs, save the Lions, but available in 54% and only 4% are taking the Chiefs. That shows the faith that the public has in this Chiefs team right now, which is not as high as I think we all thought it would be at this point in the season.
All right, let's keep with rivalry week, and we're going with the Dogs in the Vandy and Tennessee matchup. So I'm going to go with the Doors, getting 3 points here. And Vandy, we know, has been one of the most fun stories in college football, with Diego Pavia beating his chest and hoping for a campaign to win the Heisman. I don't think that's going to be the case, but en route to that, Vandy has been one of the best covering teams in college football, 9-2 against the number so far this season. And it feels to me that this is going to be their absolute Super Bowl. They've been running their mouths, and we know one thing, that Diego Pavia likes to back up what he's saying. And you look at this Tennessee team, and it's a team that certainly has some flaws. We've seen teams run the football against them, and I just feel like this is a Tennessee team that has been overbilled this year, and you can see that, and they're against the spread numbers. They are just 2-5 ATS in their last 7 games as favorites. So I don't feel like they're trustworthy favorites here, even when this game is in Knoxville. Diego Pavia ain't scared. Let's go Vandy +3.
I mean, I just wonder how distracting, or what type of distraction this has put on the players for Ole Miss. Like, that's my handicap in this game against Mississippi State, is what's the distraction level like for Ole Miss? They should be able to go out and beat a Mississippi State team by over a touchdown, but you wonder the intangible part of all of this that, you can't exactly account for in the season-long stats and any numbers or metrics you want to weigh against each other for either team. For me, it's more of like, how locked in is this Ole Miss team? Do they feel like they're supported from Lane Kiffin still? Do they feel like he's already out the door? Those are the types of things that I would want to know before betting this game. Obviously still like college football playoff implications for Ole Miss. So you'd imagine that they would be playing their best football, but those types of distractions for college age kids can kind of derail things.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans back here with you. BetMGM Tonight presented by BetMGM. Getting ready to talk with Allen Robinson here in a moment. Real quick, though, update on the college basketball game we're watching out in Vegas. Kansas up 30-29 right now on Tennessee. So Jayhawks came into the game as a 7.5-point dog, hanging tough with the Vols, and pulled off a great win last night against Houston. No Darren Peterson for Kansas again tonight, but Bill Self's boys hanging tough right now. The first half, 4 minutes to go until intermission in that game. We'll keep you updated on everything going on in college hoops, but let's talk about the NFL, this Thanksgiving slate that we have tomorrow and the rest of Week 13. And to do that, we welcome on former NFL wide receiver Allen Robinson. Allen, great to have you on the show, man. Let's start with these Thursday games, and the first one up, Lions and Packers. Tight spread, Lions favored by 3 at home. Massive game in the NFC North. Who do you think gets the win tomorrow up in Detroit?
I think the Lions. I know the Lions haven't been as consistent as we're used to seeing them, but just the way that the Green Bay Packers offense has been playing, they've been struggling a bit. I know that the Detroit Lions will be getting a piece back in their secondary with Terrion Arnold. Also offensively, Jahmyr Gibbs right now is just on a tear. And I think that they'll look forward to getting Jamison Williams involved a little bit more. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown will play phenomenal. And, again, it's something that they're used to and that they really are going to take this matchup seriously, especially considering that they lost early in the season to Green Bay.
Oh, Alan, you and I are simpatico, my man. I think Detroit's going to take care of business as well at home. They got to against those mighty Green Bay Packers. Let's go to game number 2 on the Thanksgiving Day slate. Of course, a monumental matchup for both these teams that are playoff hungry. They are scratching and clawing to try to punch their postseason ticket. Kansas City and the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to ask you this way, with you being a former wide receiver, what battery do you got in this one? Mahomes, Rice, Worthy, Kelsey, or Dak, Lamb, Pickens, Ferguson? Which one do you think gains the upper hand and why, and who ultimately wins this bad boy?
You know, this is one that I still have to sleep on a little bit to come to my conclusion, but I'm not going to lie. I think the way that the Dallas Cowboys offense is playing right now, you can see the confidence that they have in some of their post-game interview stuff. When you see the coach talking to the guys, you can see and feel the energy and that they're coming around. Obviously, them acquiring Quentin Williams, the trade deadline, has really been a big boost to the defense, and they've been playing even better as well. So I will have to give the edge to the Dallas Cowboys. As much as Kansas City needs this game, I have to give the edge to the Dallas Cowboys. I think they just have a sense of confidence right now, especially coming off a victory against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, it's all a matter of whether Dallas can play. I've said this before, like C-minus level of defense, Alan. If they can bring that to the table, given the firepower they have on offense, they may be able to get the victory and send the throng of fans home happy on Thanksgiving Day. Alan, let's go into the primetime lights as we got one more game tomorrow to break down, and that's Cincinnati and Baltimore. Joe Burrow returns after several weeks off to his surgically repaired turf toe. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson and Baltimore are in a funk, and they have got to snap out of it in a hurry, but the Bengals ain't playing a lick of D right now. The Ravens right now are favored by 7 at BetMGM. Do you think that's too many points? And another little sidebar question for you. Jamar Chase, what do you think? Does he get to 200 yards? I think that's on the table.
I think it's on the table, but I don't think he gets there this week. I know he's owned the Baltimore Ravens since he's coming to the league. He's had some of his biggest games against the Baltimore Ravens, but I think they somewhat hold him in check just a little bit. You know, I still think he'll play well and have a phenomenal game, but I like the Ravens in this game. Also, with T. Higgins being out on the Cincinnati Bengals, they just can't seem to be able to get their entire group healthy to be able to go out there and compete.
We're talking with Allen Robinson here on BetMGM tonight. Former NFL wide receiver. Give Allen a follow on X at Allen Robinson. Allen, you were telling us all fair, man. You think you played on Thanksgiving like 4 or 5 times. So you're a Thanksgiving veteran. You played on that holiday a bunch of times. Did you always enjoy playing on Turkey Day, or were you somebody that just rather watch the day from home, spend the day with your family, and watch some of the other games going on?
I did. It's fun, you know. And for me, being in Chicago, ironically, my family is from Detroit. So being able to see my family at the game and have some family come to the game, it would always be exciting. Sometimes my parents would come to Chicago and I would meet them for dinner when we got back, and some of my other extended family would come to the game in Detroit. So for me, it was always a blast. You know, obviously that game is in Detroit. So going there, going back home, it's a stadium that I've played in a lot. In high school, state championships. So it was always a great feeling for me to come back. And also we got a few wins. You know, I was able to get a win when I was on Detroit Lions playing on Thanksgiving, and I was able to get some wins when I was in Chicago playing against the Detroit Lions.
Speaking of the Bears, Alan, now let's talk about my Chicago Bears right now. 8-3 atop of the NFC North. People just hating on my guys right now. Say, oh, yeah, the record, it's so deceiving. Who have they really beat this year? Not a whole lot of winning teams, and that is a true story. But they're going against Philadelphia on Black Friday. Do you feel the Bears have got to win this game to shut the naysayers up? And do they have a chance to do exactly that? What is the key for the Bears to emerge victorious and, again, stiff arm all the doubters, all the haters out there?
Well, firstly, I don't think that this is a must-win for the Chicago Bears. I think that they've been playing phenomenal all year, and I think that they've done everything that they need to put themselves in a position to where they have the lead in the division. So I don't think that this is a must-win for them. And at the end of the day, it's Chicago. It's going to be naysayers all the time. But what I will say is, I think for the Bears and what they've done, they've competed at an extremely high level. They've improved in all areas on the field. And for them on Black Friday, what they need to do to get the W is, I think they just have to be themselves. Obviously, the Philadelphia Eagles offense isn't clicking on all cylinders. We've seen even with a lead, they'll leave the door open for teams to come back and win. And we know that Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson teams play their best late in games and in crunch time. So I think the Bears have that advantage there. And I think if they come out and do what they need to do and be who they are, I think they'll come out victorious. But I don't think that this is a game to overthink by any means, win, lose, or draw. I think it's still early enough in the season. And at the end of the day, I think the Chicago Bears have built the confidence over this season that they're really a force to be reckoned with, win, lose, or draw in this week's game against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, can't wait for that one on Friday coming up from Philadelphia. Alan, last one from us, looking at one of the games on Sunday. Texans and Colts is a huge game, and the AFC South division is going to be really fun the next 6 weeks because Indy's got a 1-game lead over the Jags, a 2-game lead over Houston, and they haven't played either of those teams yet this season. So all 3 of those teams are in the mix. Who would be your pick today to win the AFC South? You like the Colts, the Jags, or the Texans?
I think this game right here is going to decide who ultimately wins the division because I like Indy, but I also like the way that the Houston Texans have been playing as of late. I know the Indianapolis Colts started hot, but as I'm watching this Houston Texans defense and the fear that they're instilling in other offenses, seeing Danielle Hunter, seeing Will Anderson, seeing those guys rush the passer and being able to keep a quarterback like Josh Allen in check, the sky is the limit with those guys, especially now getting back C.J. Stroud, their leader. Hopefully he can continue to take care of the ball and play some winning football. And I think the Houston Texans are going to be a team that other organizations and teams are not going to want to play here as we get later into November and December.
Tend to agree with you, man. That defense, so good. Allen Robinson, great having him on, former NFL wide receiver. Give him a follow on X at Allen Robinson. Always appreciate the time, Allen. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
All right, great
Thanks,
stuff
Allen.
there. Great stuff there from Allen Robinson as clock ticking down in the first half, Players Era Festival, the third place game between Tennessee and Kansas. And Tennessee starting to get a little cushion, Brad, 41-32, Vols on top. I'll ask you the same question that I just asked Allen here on BetMGM tonight, PJ Glasser and Brad Evans. Who'd be your pick to win the AFC South? Colts, Jags, or Texans? Who you like?
I like the Texans because that defense is elite, man. They are stellar, whether in gap coverage or on the back end. You're going to get C.J. Stroud presumably back this week. He's still in concussion protocol, last I checked, but he's been practicing. So once he gets the A-OK from the medical team, should be available and back out there. Although Davis Mills is undefeated as a starter for this franchise. So they have more than a viable crutch they can lean on in case Stroud needs yet another week. But he got Nico Collins, a guy that can really stretch the field vertically for them. Dalton Schultz has been a dirty worker underneath and on intermediate routes there at tight end. Usually good for 4 to 5 receptions in a game. Woody Marks has had a nice little spark there on the ground with the Chubb Club still in under a health inspection, not exactly moving the chains like he used to during his elite days with the Cleveland Browns. But again, it's all about that D. That defense is outstanding. And again, when you don't give up a lot of points, you're never out of a game. You're always in it. And I think Houston right now is a team that is starting to click. And with C.J. Stroud back, if they can continue to hum offensively, do just enough in games, the defense will be able to slam the door. And I think ultimately they'll prevail and take this division, though it's going to be a bond bender down the stretch. However, I think the Jags very much third on that list.
That's what I was going to say. I think it's either Indy or Houston. Like for me, the Jags are the clear 3. I just don't like that Jacksonville team. I'm not a fan of Trevor Lawrence. I think, look, again, much like the Bears, I think for a lot of people, they're finding ways to win games. If I had to trust one team more so than the other, it'd definitely be Chicago, more so than Jacksonville. You look at those 3 teams, Brad. Houston's defense is elite. The Colts offense has been elite for much of the year. Like, what have the Jags really done this season that's elite? They've had those games this season where they feasted on turnovers and all that, but we know that's not really sustainable. I agree. I think it's either one of those 2. And I agree with Allen. I think whoever wins that game on Sunday probably wins the division, because right after this game, the Texans have to go on the road and play Kansas City next week on Sunday night. They're probably not going to win that game. So if you lose on Sunday to the Colts, you're 3 games back, and then you're probably going to follow that up with another loss to the Chiefs. It's just going to be too much to overcome. However, you win that game against Indy, and then you have that game against them at the end of the season, there's maybe a chance the Texans can win that division for a 3rd straight year in a row. All right, that'll do it for hour 1 here. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. When we come back, we're breaking down all the games on Thanksgiving. Packers, Lions, Cowboys, Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals. Stay with us.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
To the pick that I am putting in our squad parlay, which is Vikings at the Seahawks, under 41 and a hook. Vikings, not a good team this season. They have a real issue with J.J. McCarthy, by the way. He's been banged up, not playing a lot, not playing this weekend. He has looked really, really bad. Regardless, he's on the sideline, and guess who is in? Oh, Max Brosmer, who I believe started like at New Hampshire or something, transferred to Minnesota. Clearly, this is not who the Vikings want at quarterback, and he has to go up against that nasty Seattle defense, a top 10 unit. Then conversely, the Vikings, while not being a good team, have a defense that is very good under Brian Flores, ranked 11th in the NFL. So both of these teams 7-4 to the under this season. I think we see a lower scoring game, and that's why we're going Vikes, Hawks under 41 and a hook.
Michigan's at 15, kind of sitting there right outside the bubble, kind of barely on the bubble with Vandy and Utah. A win over Ohio State would be the best win in the country all season long for anyone. So regardless of whether Oregon lost and Michigan snuck into the Big Ten title game, I think there's a question about Michigan maybe sneaking in as well. Again, based on the committee's recency bias, and they would have a marquee win, the best win in the country all year long, if they were able to upset Ohio State at home on Saturday.
Kind of like the over more so in this one, Chris. I know you talked about the Ravens Ravens offense rather being shaky and inconsistent, but if they could get to if they could get to 27 points, I would imagine the Bengals, and against this Bengals defense, I think they could. I would imagine the Bengals with Joe Burrow back are going to be able to put up a couple touchdowns as well and do their part in getting over this number. So 51.5 feels, I don't want to say too low, but I would only lean towards the over and certainly not an under here with the Bengals defense being what it is.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Hour 2, and we're going to talk a lot of football coming up here over the next couple of hours. Again, today's kind of acting like the Friday show on BetMGM Tonight. Going to be off tomorrow, off on Friday. So many games to discuss, including the 3 Thanksgiving games tomorrow, which we're going to get into here in a little bit. But as always, we'd love to hear from you guys listening and watching the show. You can call in 833-732-3875. Let us know what you're betting tomorrow, what plays you like, what props you like, who you like to win these games between the Packers, the Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, and Ravens, Bengals, or maybe any other games going on in Week 13 in the NFL. Maybe there's an NBA game you want to talk about, college hoops games going on. Give us a call. Again, 833-732-3875. And as always, you can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. You can watch us right here on the BetMGM Network, and you can check us out on all social media channels, Instagram, TikTok, and X at the BetMGM Network. All right, Brad, let's dive into some of these games that we have tomorrow. Really good 3 games, right? I feel like Thanksgiving Day, there's a lot of times where we don't really get any good games, or maybe we get 1, maybe 2. But all 3 of these games, super intriguing. Even with the 3-8 Bengals playing, with Burrow back, that being a divisional game. As you were talking with Alan, the Ravens just haven't looked right. Lamar isn't healthy. That should be a fascinating game. But let's start with the first game of the day, Lions and Packers. Detroit has moved up now to a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 49. Just a massive game for NFC North implications, NFC playoff implications. Green Bay smoked Detroit all the way back in week 1 and became the Super Bowl favorites after that game. Everybody thought Green Bay, team to beat. They've cooled off here in recent weeks. Brad, how do you see this game playing out tomorrow in Ford Field?
Yeah, look, revenge is a dish best served cold, right? And it's only appropriate that Detroit, I think, exacts that revenge. I kind of like them. I would lay the 3 currently there at BetMGM. I don't really have a strong lean on the side on the total, whether over or under the 49. However, I do love me a player prop. And no, it is not tied to a Detroit Lion. It's tied to a Green Bay Packer, and that's their premier field stretcher. And Christian Watson, give me the over on 50.5 receiving yards at a -115. Detroit, middle of the pack in terms of drop back EPA defense at number 17. And Kirby Joseph, the former ILL standout, is not going to play. One of the best defensive safeties in the National Football League is going to be out of action. Detroit as a collective this year, they have allowed the 12th most wide receiver yards on the season. I think Watson's going to get a lot of Terry and Arnold in coverage, who's getting up the 12th highest yards per catch average of any DB in the National Football League at 15.3. On top of that, Watson usually right around that 50-yard mark. He's been just under it in 3 straight games, but his average at the target north of 22. He's averaging 16.7 yards per catch, and he's one of the league leaders in yards per route run. So put all together, I think he catches a bomb or 3 off the arm and the hand of Jordan Love, and I think he will exceed 50.5 receiving yards. That over cashes. It's a -115 at BetMGM.
I like that. It feels like Watson usually does play the Lions pretty well, especially at Ford Field. So I think that's a nice look. I'm going to lay it with the Lions, Brad. I got it at 2.5. It's back up to 3. I think 3 is still a good bet here on Detroit. I just think this line's too much of an overreaction to what we saw this past week in the NFL. Green Bay and Minnesota was a close game. It was 10-6 middle of the third quarter, and then the Vikings punt returner muffs the punt. Green Bay takes over like 1st and goal at the 8. They punch it in for a touchdown, 17-6, and then you just let that defense and that pass rush tee off on J.J. McCarthy, and it's just ball game for Minnesota. But that game was a lot closer than the final score indicated. And then you look at Detroit, Giants outplayed them. They should have lost. They were fortunate to win that game. I do think it was a tough spot, though, for Detroit. I think it was a little bit of a sandwich spot with that big game that they had on Sunday night against the Eagles, looking ahead a little bit to this game against the Packers. So I think it was a tricky spot for Detroit. All their attention I think, was on this Packers game, knowing how important it is to both of these teams. So getting the Lions at -2.5, -3, Brad, I think that's a nice price. Feels like to me, this should be priced at 3.5, 4. So the fact that we're getting 3 with Detroit and, 2.5 again for the last couple days, Lions, I'm going to take them to cover the spread tomorrow against the Packers. Brad, do you think the winner of this game tomorrow goes on to win the NFC North Division, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily, because it's all going to be contingent on what the Bears do on Friday, right? If the Bears somehow, some way, go in silence, shut up, body slam their harshest of critics, and beat the reigning Super Bowl champs here in Philadelphia on their turf, I think people have really got to reassess who is going to win this, division overall. So it's really going to rely on that. I think, whoever wins this game will separate themselves from the other team in this contest who catches the L. That will be distinguished a little bit. But ultimately, it's not going to determine Jack nor squad, because we still got several weeks to go. And this division is just ultra tight. And a lot of these teams all got to play one another. So it could be rock'em sock'em robots here. Maybe Detroit gets the victory. And this one, I know this is a closing act for them against Green Bay, and they do exact that revenge. And remember, the Packers got to play the Bears not once but twice here down the home stretch. And, of course, Chicago has everything on the line against Philadelphia. So much to be determined. So I wouldn't go out on that limb and say winner has got the upper hand, is in control of the North. Loser is officially out of it. We got a long way to go before we sleep.
Yeah, I agree with you. We were just talking about that Colts and Texans game, and I do think the winner of that game on Sunday is going to win the division, but I don't feel that way about this game tomorrow. Massive game, no question, and probably more important for the Packers, because if they win, then they have the tiebreaker over the Lions, and they still got to play the Bears twice, so Green Bay could be in really good shape. If the Lions win, then it just adds to the chaos that is the NFC North. So massive game. Huge for both teams, but Green Bay can really put themselves in a good spot because they do play those Chicago Bears next week. So big couple of games upcoming for the Green Bay Packers. All right, game number 2 that we have tomorrow, Brad, also going to be a good one. The Kansas City Chiefs travel to Dallas to take on the Cowboys. KC laying 3. Total in the game is 52. You're looking at another wide receiver prop that you like in this Chiefs-Cowboys game. What is it?
Oh, yeah, and a recency bias is usually a hell of a drug. And you might say, oh, Brad is certainly backing George Pickens. He's white hot. He's just put up astronomical production right now, but not so fast, my friends. I'm not going to go with him. I'm not going to go with CeeDee Lamb. I'm going to go with a Kansas City Chief, and I'm going to serve up a side of rice on Thanksgiving. Rashee Rice had the most receiving yards in the game, plus 265. Yeah, roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice on that prop. Absolutely love this. I know Dallas actually plays some respectable D. Again, if they get to a C- level, I'm going to look like a horse's ass betting on this. But I got to see them do it in back-to-back weeks on the season. Number 27 in dropback EP80. They've allowed the 6th most wide receiver yards this year. Going to get a lot of Remy Stewart there in coverage, who's given up an 88% catch rate to his assignments out of the slot. That's where Rice primarily lines up. Rice top 15 yards per route run. Rice top 25 in total yak. And remember, he missed a few games this year. He's gone for at least 80-plus receiving yards in 3 of his last 5. I think he's going to exceed 100. I think he's going to set the pace among all receivers, including tight ends, in this game in yardage. So for him to have the most yards, plus 265. Oh, baby, is that a spicy value?
I like that play a lot with Rashee Rice. I'm just going to bet the side again, and I'm going to take the favorite once again. Give me Kansas City minus the 3 against Dallas. Brad, there were some 2.5s that were popping up yesterday in this game. Quickly got bought back up to 3. Opened Chiefs 3.5. Then it went back down to 3. My thoughts on this game were the same thoughts that I had when the Chiefs played the Colts. At 3.5, it's a pass. At 3, I'm taking Kansas City because I think worst case, we get a push like we did last week against Indianapolis. I just look, man, Kansas City, I mean, there's all this talk about them missing the playoffs, them not getting in. They're 1-5 in one-score games. these are playoff games that Kansas City's playing. Now, they're not used to playing playoff games in November, but that's what these games are. They have to continue to win. And we saw it again last week. When the Chiefs are in playoff mode, when they are in must-win games that they have to win, that's when they're at their best. And do you trust in a game like this, in a must-win game for both teams, Patrick Mahomes or Dak Prescott? Which guy, which team do you trust? It's always going to be Mahomes for me. So I'll take Kansas City minus the 3 tomorrow in Big D to get the win and get the cover. Brad, I've all along, even before the game last week against Indy, thought Kansas City was always going to make the playoffs. It's never been a concern for me. Are you in the same boat, or were you thinking that maybe the Chiefs were going to stumble and find a way to miss the postseason?
No, I still think they're going to make the postseason. I got them win 9 or 10 games this year. I mean, look at the rest of the season schedule. Okay, got a coin flip matchup tomorrow against Dallas. I think they do take it as well. You and I are very much on the same page there. I think get Houston at home, and that's the key. It's at home. It's at Arrowhead. Likely to get the victory in that one, followed by the LA Chargers, also at Arrowhead. Likely get the victory in that game. Then you're at Tennessee. That's practically the G word, the L word. That seems like a layup. They got a revenge game against the Denver Broncos in Week 17, also at Arrowhead. And then you wrap in Vegas against the rancid, repugnant, god-awful Raiders. They're going to win 10 games, folks. They're going to make the playoffs. Of course, they're going to be a trendy pick. Oh, the Chiefs are back. Oh, they're awesome. They're going to get another title. The dynasty's going to continue. I don't think that's going to happen. There are much better teams in the AFC who I think are built to make a deep playoff run, if not just outright represent in the AFC and Santa Clara in the Super Bowl. But the Chiefs, they're making the playoffs.
All right, let's get to the nightcap tomorrow on NBC. We got the Ravens and the Bengals. Baltimore favored by 7. Total in the game is 51.5. Joe Burrow returns from that turf toe injury. Massive game for both teams. I mean, the Bengals, if they want any shot at making the playoffs, they got to win out. Baltimore has come all the way back from that 1-5 start. They've won 5 straight, and they have a first-place lead right now in the AFC North, tied with Pittsburgh with a 6-5 record. Ravens laying 7, Brad. Again, total's a high one, 51.5. But once again, you're looking at the prop market. What's your favorite player prop that you like?
Yeah, you got to bet on a tight end prop against the Bungles, for crying out loud. It's up there on the L and G word scale, with me, again, crushing the over 2.5 twice baked potatoes tomorrow. Me probably consuming an entire bottle of wine and chasing it with an entire bottle of tequila. So, look, man, Mark Andrews, anytime touchdown, plus 115. I'm weighing on this. Do you need evidence? Let me give it to you. Again, Cincinnati, number 32 in dropback EPAD this season. That's dead last in the NFL. They've given up 6.9 receptions, 87.5 yards per game, and 1.2 touchdowns per game. That's per game, folks, just to the tight end position. Andrews at 29% red zone target share. That's top 5 in the NFL. He has scored a touchdown in 3 of his last 4, whether via the pass or with Baltimore's version of the tush push, on which he scored recently with. So he can do it in variable ways. The Bengals provide 0 resistance against plus size targets. Mark Andrews spikes home the entire damn turkey at plus 115. I can't believe it's plus money.
Yeah, it's a nice price on Andrews. And like you said, I mean, it just fading the Bengals defense against tight ends. Usually very profitable this season. I'm going to take the Bengals plus 7 against the Ravens. I got 7.5. I still like it at plus 7. Brad, the last 7 meetings between these two teams, 5 of them have been decided by 1 score. They're normally close games. Both games last year came right down to the wire. Burrow usually plays really well against Cincinnati, and against Baltimore, and Lamar usually plays really well against Cincinnati. So both quarterbacks in their careers have done really well against the opposing defenses, and I think we're going to see the same thing tomorrow night. The Bengals defense, even though it's still awful, they're getting a little better, and the Ravens defense is getting better. But Brad, I mean, during this 5-game winning streak, they've played Tyrod Taylor, Dylan Gabriel and Shador, J.J. McCarthy, Tua. They're playing like some of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL and some of the worst teams in the NFL. I know Burrow had a long absence. He was dealing with that injury. There's probably going to be a little bit of rust, but even a rusty Joe Burrow, I think, is head and shoulders above all the quarterbacks that they've been playing. And I think he exposes this Ravens defense a little bit that has kind of been benefiting from playing some bad quarterbacks and some bad offenses. So, divisional game, Ravens have won 5 straight. Bengals this week, Steelers next week. It's a massive 2-week stretch for them on their schedule, and I think this game is going to come down to the wire tomorrow night. So I'll go with Bengals +7 against the Ravens tomorrow in Baltimore. All right, when we come back, Brad, a couple of AFC South matchups we got to dive into. Texans, Colts, Jags, and Titans. We'll dissect those 2 games. Coming back from break, PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
No one has yet presented me with an idea, with a thought, with a concept, with a plan of how we can create, as the NFL has, an objective way of determining who goes into the playoffs. In the NFL, we have 8 divisions. Those 8 divisional champions go to the playoffs, and 6 teams who are the next best based on record go in. We have an objective formula. There is no debate. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about snubs. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about, well, they got left out or they didn't. I would love to see college football have an objective way to determine playoff teams. Here are the teams that are going, they hit the marks, they're in. The reality is, it can't. It can't and it won't. There's no way to do it. Now, down the line, when we inevitably end up with 2 college football conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC, when those 2 conferences expand to 24 or 28 teams each, then we will have an objective measure on both sides. We will say, you're going to play in divisions, and then the division winners and X wildcard teams are going to go play in a bracket, and the bracket winner will be determined as the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ. And then we could one day end up in a spot where the Big Ten champ and the SEC champ play each other to be determined as the national champion. But we'll put our fantasy booking for years down the line to bed for a moment. As it is set up right now, with the Power 4, and the group of 5, and Notre Dame is an independent, and X teams in that conference, and Y teams in that conference, and yada, yada, yada. Guys, there is no objective way to get a team to get a playoff bracket. There's no objective way, or at least no one has presented me with a plan that makes sense. I've been able to kick the legs out of every plan about how to have an objective metric for who gets in and who gets out. And this is the debate. This is the problem. Listen, there are a lot of you. I know because I've been having the conversations with friends and family and fans since last night. There are many of you that are perfectly willing to say, and I want to be clear, you're not wrong for saying it or feeling this way. Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami because look at them. Just look at them. Look at Notre Dame and look at Miami. Who's the better team? Notre Dame, they're the better team, rank them higher. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are the better team. In fact, if those 2 teams played today, I'd pick Notre Dame. However, there's also a lot of people out there that say, guys, Miami beat Notre Dame. And if we have crafted a world, and I want you to know, by these rankings, we have. If we have crafted a world that when 2 teams have similar resumes, when two teams have similar wins, when two teams have similar results over the course of an entire season, and they played each other and the team that won is ranked lower than the team that lost. You have created a world where, at least in certain situations, on-field head-to-head results don't matter. And I just need you to acknowledge that. I don't need you to change anything. I just need you to out loud say and acknowledge there are situations where head-to-head doesn't matter. And the resulting question for me is, if head-to-head doesn't matter, why would anybody play anybody that's good outside of their conference ever again? Why would Miami ever again play Notre Dame in week 1?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Got a promo to tell you about over at BetMGM. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So make sure you take advantage of that. Our friends over at BetMGM make it legendary. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. We're going to roll through all these games that we have upcoming on Sunday, Week 13 in the NFL. As always, would love to hear from all you guys tuning into the show, listening. Give us a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. All your favorite bets, Week 13 in the NFL. Maybe there's something college basketball that you love tonight, NBA, NHL, whatever on your mind, college football. Let us know and give us a call. But Brad, let's dive in to a couple of these matchups we got in the AFC South, including this Texans and Colts game that we've been talking about. Let's talk about some of our favorite plays. Indy, a 4.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 44.5. Brad, how are you betting Texans and Colts?
Yeah, I'm hoping that Nico Collins indeed goes nuclear. I'm going to take him 70-plus receiving yards at a plus 104. Little baby seduced by the juice on that one. The Colts have been pretty stellar defensively on the back end. They're number 9 this season in drawback EPA defense. However, they've given up the 8th most wide receiver yards of any team in the NFL. 8 guys, the Ocho, have gotten to at least 70 yards. Now, Nico, I fully suspect, are getting a whole lot of Sauce Gardner. And Gardner has been excellent in coverage, giving up just a 46.9% catch rate over the entirety of the season, including his days earlier this year with the Jets. Also giving up an 89.1 passer rating and 13.9 yards per catch. But Collins, he's a volume king. He's averaging 8.1 targets per game. He's number 12 in total air yards among all qualifying wide receivers. He's top 15 yards per route run, and the trend has been thy friend. He's got to the 70-yard mark in 3 of his last 4. It's not like C.J. Stroud is going to be back in uniform, and Stroud could really uncork down the field. Nice little chemistry and rhythm and flow that he's established over the last couple of seasons with Nico Collins. So for him to get to 70 yards at plus money against the Colts in a game that's got some sneaky pew shootout appeal, count me in.
All right, Brad, going with Nico Collins. I'm going to take the Texans, plus 4.5 in the game against the Colts. I don't really understand this line movement, Brad. It went up from 3.5, which was the open, to 4.5. Texans are off extended rest. They played on that Thursday game against the Bills. And then the Colts are off that overtime game against Kansas City at just a hard-fought game, crushing loss. Those are the kind of things I look for in the NFL, are teams that are coming off emotional road losses. You get back on the plane, it's quiet, nobody wants to talk with one another, you're pissed off that you lost, and that could have some lingering effects going into the next week, and it better not. They better flush it, because they obviously got a massive game on Sunday against the Texans. But man, when you're giving me this amount of points with that defense in a divisional game, Stroud's going to be back likely, like you said. I'll take the Texans all day. So I like Houston plus the 4.5. I think the Colts probably win the game, but I think it's going to be super close. Brad, who do you like to win that game on Sunday?
Yeah, look, I got a gut feeling Houston's going to pull it out. I really honestly do. I mean, of course, the biggest, it's not even an X factor. He's a major factor. Jonathan Taylor, right? If Jonathan Taylor gets like a magic number of 80, 85 yards on the ground, it's a wrap. It's over. Sayonara. See you later. Chances are he'll probably find the end zone as well. But if he is held under wraps to a certain extent, maybe has a clunker like he did last week, only finishes around 75 yards on the ground or fewer, then I think Houston wins. It's really that simple because Taylor is what really makes this Colts team tick. But the Texans are number one in the NFL in total defense in terms of the EPA data. They've been outstanding. They're restrictive. They put a stranglehold in the trenches. So if their run gap coverage is plunging those holes and wrapping Jonathan Taylor up for only like 2-3 yard gains consistently, I think Houston wins, and I believe that will happen. So give me the Texans.
Wow, Brad going with the Texans, pull the upset against the Colts. Were there any props that you were considering with the Colts? Maybe like unders because of how great that Houston defense is. I'm trying to figure out ways to either bet on or bet against this Houston defense because their pass rush is so great. Is this a game maybe we look at like a Daniel Jones rushing yards prop in a must-win game like this? You figure the Colts are going to lean heavy on Jonathan Taylor. BetMGM is rushing attempts 20.5 is plus 100. How would you maybe look to attack that Texans defense, whether it be over or unders, any props that maybe stood out to you when you were looking at the game?
Dude, you're inside my mind right now because earlier today, I immediately fired on a Daniel Jones over on rush yards. That number was just 12.5. And what the one area of susceptibility for Houston has been giving up those rush yards to the quarterback position. Opportunistic guys. I mean, 6 guys hit the 20-yard mark at the quarterback position on the ground against them. And Daniel Jones is springy. He's spry. He may run the ball 4 or 5 times in this one. And that could be an X factor is him reading, reacting, and, with them keying on Jonathan Taylor, maybe he's going to drop back in the pocket. He's going to look down the field. Michael Pittman's covered. Tyler Warren ain't open. Josh Downs has got a guy on his back. So he's like, well, they're giving me a bunch of green grass in front of me. I'll just run and take off and then slide for a 10-yard gain. I mean, that could be a one-run cash in ORC. I was talking about the OCC. Yeah, you know me, which stands for one catch cash. But this could be on a single gallop. Daniel Jones get the over on 12.5 rush yards. So, yes, I did fire off on that. You don't believe me? Go to my website, thegamingjuice.com. I got a spreadsheet there. Every single bet I put on the spreadsheet, I actually bet on, and I track it. Win, lose, draw, downright ugly. I'm all about transparency, and I did indeed wager on that earlier today. So, yeah, I think Daniel Jones gets it done on the ground.
Love it. What's on the spreadsheet for Jags and Titans? Jacksonville, a 6.5-point favorite in Nashville. Total in the game is 42. Divisional game in Tennessee. Total again, 42. Low-scoring game. Titans only 1 win this season. Jags 7-4. Battling for their playoff lives. What's the play in Jags-Titans for you, Brad?
Yeah, cue the Doors when you're strange. I love Britton Strange, man. Splashy return of the lineup last week. He was really keyed on and featured by Trevor Lawrence. I think it's going to be more of the same. I took the over on 3.5 receptions at plus 130 at Jackals. Yeah, rolled the shoulders yet again and got seduced by that juice. Why? Look at Tennessee. They're not defending worth a damn at all. Whether it's in the trenches, defending the run, or the back end defensively. Number 29 dropback EPA defense. They giving up 5.1 receptions per game, just the tight end position. 8 tight ends have caught at least 4 balls against them. And you look at Strange, he's running routes 67.3% of his stats play. That's 23.3 routes per game. He's number 3 in catchable target rate, so he's getting some precise throws in the short to intermediate field off the hand of Trevor Lawrence. And he's cashing over on 3.5 receptions in 4 or 6 games. So cut off the injury. He's riding hot. I can't fade him. He's going to ride dirty in a great way this week. So give me the over 3.5 receptions on Britton Strange at plus 130. Exceptional value in my mind.
Yeah, I like that play. I think that's some good value on the Jags tight end. I'm going with Cam Ward over 10.5 rushing yards at minus 125 against this Jags defense. Brad, Cam Ward didn't really run all that much at the beginning of the season, but in his rookie years, he's starting to figure it out and he's starting to adjust to the NFL game. Last 2 weeks, 33 rushing yards and 37 rushing yards for Cam Ward. So I think the books are starting to adjust a little bit because last week it was 6.5. Now we're up to 10.5. You are starting to see the spike, but I don't think it's that high enough because when Cam Ward runs, he's running for 30 plus yards. So getting it at 10.5, even though you got to lay some juice, I think it's worth it going up against this Jacksonville defense. Another thing I'll say about this game, I kind of think the Jags might be on upset alert. Like, this is the kind of game it would not shock me if the Jags. Yeah, I know Tennessee's awful, but Brad, think about how Jacksonville's been playing on the road here this season, right? Arizona, they just won by a field goal. The Texans game was close. That Raiders game, they easily could have lost. That went to overtime. Like, the Jags just play down the level of their competition, especially when they're on the road. And God, going up against Tennessee. This is the Titans' 4th straight road game. I don't think I've ever seen that. They had a bye in between their first and second home game of this current stand, but they've been at home 4 straight weeks. I mean, they're comfortable. They've been sleeping in their own bed. They're hanging out. Jags are coming off a big win on the road against Arizona. I just, divisional game, it just makes me a little nervous if I was a Jags fan. When Trevor Lawrence is your quarterback and you're laying this amount of points, this could easily be a 2-3 turnover game from Trevor. So I kind of think the Titans are sneaky live in this game. And for anybody out there that somehow is still in their survivor pool because they're going up against the Titans, the Jags might be a popular play. I would stay clear of the Jags this week. So are you as bold as I am, my friend, and willing to maybe take a little stab at the Titans on the money line in this game?
Look, I appreciate where you're coming from as CEO of Team Huevos. And you got giant cojones for backing anything Tennessee Titans. So you're a card-carrying member now, mi amigo. Congratulations and welcome to the club. But I also think you're bat bleeping crazy. Titans are just so terrible defensively. But I do have severe trust issues with Jacksonville overall. So you might be actually on to something there. You have to see what Tennessee can do with Cam Ward. Chimere DK is going to be their WR1. So if you're desperate for a heave in fantasy football, it might be a player of interest. But you're right. Even with maybe Brian Thomas back, coming off the high ankle sprain, with Jacoby Myers getting, more experience in this Jacksonville offense, they should move the ball undisturbed and uninhibitedly, especially on the ground, because Tennessee, that's far and away their biggest weakness defensively. And again, they're bad everywhere. So a heavy dose of Travis Etienne and Bashaw Tootin should be the formula for success. But there is a piece of me deep inside my gut that agrees with you that Jacksonville will find a way to somehow choke this sucker away, and Tennessee winds up winning. So it's not outlandish. It's not really that nuts, you suggesting it. And again, this is the reason why I have Jacksonville 3rd on the pecking order list of teams in competition to the AFC South. I think they're in a class by themselves behind Houston and the Indianapolis Colts.
I mean, like, you just look at the Jags on the road this season. Again, early on in the year when Burrow got hurt in that game against the Bengals, remember Browning threw 3 interceptions, Brad, and they still lost that game 31-27. And then they went on the road to play San Francisco. Purdy had a ton of turnovers, and they won that game 26-21. They went out to London to play the Rams away from home, got smoked 35-7. And then you had that Raiders game I was talking about, 30-29 in OT, that epic collapse in the second half against Houston when they were up big. They lose that game. And then Arizona last week, they win by 3 in overtime. So it's not as much a bet on the Titans. It's almost a fade of the Jags. And the fact that when you get to this time of the year, and in a game like this, where it's a divisional game, there's so much familiarity, and all the pressure is on one team to just not screw up a game like this. And oh, by the way, Brad, the Jags host Indianapolis next week. You don't think there's maybe a little looking ahead to that game against the Colts? Look ahead. And I think anybody that follows the NFL, we all know Indy never wins in Jacksonville. I think they've lost like 11 straight games. It's something crazy like that. So tough spot. That's all I'm saying for the Jags. I think I might do it. It depends on how much turkey and alcohol I consume tomorrow, Brad, but I might pull the trigger on the Titans on the money line against the Jags. All right, we got some college basketball going on right now. Kansas is just not going away, Brad. They're hanging tough with Tennessee.
Yeah.
56-51, 11 minutes to go in that game. And then my BetMGM app isn't loading. Do you have a score for me on the Auburn and St. Oh, 25-21. There we go. Auburn on top of St. John's. So not a great start. Not a great start to that one for my St. John's bet. Maybe double down. Maybe get them at a live plus money number. But yeah, those two games. Tennessee, Brad, do you think this is maybe finally the year Rick Barnes can get to a Final Four? The Vols have never been to a Final Four. He's had some great teams here recently. He was in the Elite Eight last year. I mean, they beat Houston last night. Do you think this team maybe has a chance to get to the Final Four?
Yeah, look, again, they're unblemished so far this season. They've got just a huge three there. Gillespie nails it to extend a lead of 59-51 over Kansas team. Again, down there, Star Frosh and Darren Peterson. You look at Tennessee. I mean, you look at the advanced analytics profile right now. They're top 10 in defensive rating per usual, and they're top 15 offensive rating. And that's the key for any team to be successful. We go, you're a numbers nerd, Evans. What matters most about any of these ratings? Nothing. I can see with my eye test. Well, it just confirms what you're seeing with the eye test. And you want a team to be ultimately balanced. You want them inside the top 20 in offensive rating. You want them inside the top 20 in defensive efficiency rating as well. When you have that balance, it shows you have very few weaknesses. It also shows no matter how the game plays out, especially play elite defense, you're never out of it. And that's the key to Tennessee. They can play a sped-up game if necessary. They prefer to play in a half-court setting under Barnes, but they defend.
We got to wrap. Yeah, we got to get out. All right, we'll talk some more NFL when we come back here. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
If I were out on the Eagles, if I had already burned them, if I were out on the Chiefs and had already burned them, this would be a weekend on the Thursday, Friday, first portion of the Week 13 slate, where I might look at the Bengals, especially as an opportunity to zig while everyone else is zagging in Survivor.
Like, yeah, if you were really bold, that would be the move to make if you really wanted to hopefully knock out the majority of your pool and still be alive. That would be the way to do it. And I think that's the game that has the most variables because you don't know what Joe Burrow is going to look like, right? Like we feel like we kind of know what's going to happen in the other games, but like that Bengals-Ravens game could go completely sideways. And it's not as easy as, okay, they're a big favorite. Like what happens every year, week one, everyone takes the heaviest favorites and someone always loses. So I don't hate the look on the Bengals. It's interesting that I know all season long people were saving the Chiefs for Thanksgiving. Like that was the thing is kind of save the Chiefs, save the Lions, but available in 54% and only 4% are taking the Chiefs. That shows the faith that the public has in this Chiefs team right now, which is not as high as I think we all thought it would be at this point in the season.
All right, let's keep with rivalry week, and we're going with the Dogs in the Vandy and Tennessee matchup. So I'm going to go with the Doors, getting 3 points here. And Vandy, we know, has been one of the most fun stories in college football, with Diego Pavia beating his chest and hoping for a campaign to win the Heisman. I don't think that's going to be the case, but en route to that, Vandy has been one of the best covering teams in college football, 9-2 against the number so far this season. And it feels to me that this is going to be their absolute Super Bowl. They've been running their mouths, and we know one thing, that Diego Pavia likes to back up what he's saying. And you look at this Tennessee team, and it's a team that certainly has some flaws. We've seen teams run the football against them, and I just feel like this is a Tennessee team that has been overbilled this year, and you can see that, and they're against the spread numbers. They are just 2-5 ATS in their last 7 games as favorites. So I don't feel like they're trustworthy favorites here, even when this game is in Knoxville. Diego Pavia ain't scared. Let's go Vandy +3.
I mean, I just wonder how distracting, or what type of distraction this has put on the players for Ole Miss. Like, that's my handicap in this game against Mississippi State, is what's the distraction level like for Ole Miss? They should be able to go out and beat a Mississippi State team by over a touchdown, but you wonder the intangible part of all of this that, you can't exactly account for in the season-long stats, and any numbers or metrics you want to weigh against each other for either team. For me, it's more of like, how locked in is this Ole Miss team? Do they feel like they're supported from Lane Kiffin still? Do they feel like he's already out the door? Those are the types of things that I would want to know before betting this game. Obviously, still like.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. We got a couple games going on out in Vegas. Plays Era Festival, third place game between number 17 Tennessee and Kansas. Tennessee's pretty much led the whole way, but Kansas just is not going away quietly. And if you laid the 5.5 with the Vols, it's getting a little sweaty. Tennessee 62-59 over Kansas with 7.5 minutes to go in that game. Meanwhile, St. John's making a little bit of a run against Auburn. They have a 28-27 lead in that game with 3:50 to go in the first half. And also Kentucky enjoying playing Tennessee Tech rather than Michigan State or Louisville. They're up 100-54 in that game. So we'll keep posted on all the college hoops going on, especially the Players Era Festival. We got Gonzaga and Michigan coming up in about an hour, which should be a lot of fun. But Brad, let's get back to the NFL games that we have coming up on Sunday in Week 13. And let's go to the Tampa Bay, Arizona game. Bucks a 3-point favorite at home. Total is 44.5. No Baker Mayfield most likely for Tampa. It looks like he's going to return next week against New Orleans. So the line is priced as if Teddy Bridgewater is going to be under center. What's your play in Bucks Cardinals on Sunday?
Yeah, I want to count Baker quite out yet, man. That guy's an absolute gamer. He was available for the media today. Did a little bit of the walkthrough, so he's not officially out. So it ain't dead yet, but I think it is probably a long shot. I also got news on Bucky Irving. Everybody, especially in fantasy land, has been winning on pins and needles for that dude to come back. He got in a full practice today, so he is trending in the right direction. Could be setting up a 3-headed monster with him, and Sean Tucker's really turned it on here last few weeks, and Rashad White, more or less a finesse pack. So that could be a key factor in who wins this game ultimately. You and I already talked about how much we like Arizona. And one of the reasons why I like Arizona, Jacoby Brissett, and I couldn't believe this when I saw it open at BetMGM earlier today. The over on 1.5 passing touchdowns, I thought for sure would be like minus 150 or greater. Nah, it's a baby. Not quite seduced by the juice, but a baby minus odds juice at a minus 105. and I grabbed a pacifier, put it in a baby's mouth, and immediately bet on it, man. I couldn't believe that. And the reason being is this, Jacoby Brissett, one of the hottest stinking quarterbacks in the known universe right now. He is thrown for at least a pair of passing touchdowns in 5 of his last 6 games. He's now up to number 15 after being well outside the top 20 red zone completion percentage on the season. Again, he's at number 15 exactly. Number 13 in adjusted completion percentage on the year. He's been in spirals all over the place. It doesn't matter if Marvin Harrison Jr. is back. Michael Wilson's been that dude. Trey McBride has been that other dude. He's just spreading the love around. I had that NFL completion record that he set a couple of games ago with 47 in a single game. It's outrageous. And you look at Tampa, they have struggled on the back end defensively. Number 18, dropback EP80, 7.69 pass yards per attempt. 6 quarterbacks have thrown for at least a pair of passing touchdowns against them. And 3 straight quarterbacks have done that, make it 4 straight. I think Brissett goes off. This could be a 3-touchdown game for him. So you fantasy managers that are out there like, should I start Brissett? Should I start this other guy? Brissett's gone for 19 or more fantasy points in 6 straight starts. It's a really high floor. Definitely get the king of consistency in your lineup.
I like that play a lot. Brissett's been on my fantasy team. He's been terrific, man. He's been a revelation. So like that play a lot, like that price on his over 1.5 passing touchdowns. You said it. We both like Arizona. I'm keeping it simple. I'm grabbing the 3 with the Cardinals, and I'm taking them on that number. Brad, I kind of think Arizona might be the better team than Tampa with Teddy Bridgewater under center, right? Like that, we know this team, they were 5-1. The regression was coming. The injuries, they're just so beat up. Like you said, Bucky Irving should be back. They still got Ibuka, but we know Mike Evans is going to be out. So with no Baker, who's just the heart and soul of that team.
Yeah.
And you can't judge Teddy too much off of what we saw on Sunday. He got thrown in the fire. They were trailing by like 20 points, going up against one of the top defenses in the NFL. It should be different this week with a full week of prep, knowing he's going in as the starter most likely if Baker can't go. Cardinals defense nowhere near what the Rams defense is. So I do think Bridgewater is going to be better, and I think the Bucs offense is going to be better, and I think they're going to lean on their run game a little bit. But man, Arizona's just been playing everybody close this season just about, and I think they're going to do the same thing again on Sunday against Tampa Bay. So I like the fact we're getting the 3 again, now down to 2.5. Would much rather have the 3, but like Arizona plus the points against Tampa. All right, San Francisco taking on Cleveland. Niners, a 5-point favorite on the road. Total is 37. Brad, Niners, Browns, what's the play in this one?
CMC, receiving yards. I just go ahead and lock it in right now. I'm going to take it every single game. I'm pretty much taking it consistently every single week. The number I have in the doc is actually wrong. It's even lower. It's at 38.5. I was going to play it at 48.5. That was the original number, but I grabbed it at BetMGM earlier today, again, at the 38.5 at a minus 115. Why? Why is it so low? And thank you, MGM odds makers, for setting that low threshold. I know you look at Cleveland, outstanding defense across the board, especially on the back end, and just in general, defend the pass, defending the run, they can really do it all. They're number 3 in dropback EPAD on the season, giving up 4.4 receptions, 29.1 yards per game, receiving to the running back position. 3 running backs have gone over this prop. Those running backs were Josh Jacobs, pretty damn good, Breece Hall, pretty damn effective in the pass game, and Ashton Jeanty, who's become a check down weapon for Geno Smith. Who's the more supreme running back compared to all 3 of those? Oh, yeah, Christian McCaffrey, who has done this in all 12 games this year. Oh, and on top of that, PJ, I'll give you more evidence. 66.3 receiving yards per game, 6.8 receptions per game is what he averaged this season. He is running around 79.3% of his snaps played. He is number 1 among all pass-catching backs in target share at 26.8%. Number 2 in yards per route run, catching 78.6% of his looks. Do I have to say anything more? No! I'm dunking it home, baby! Dominique Wilkins, old school windmill slam dunk style. CMC gonna make you sweat. Bop, 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 baby. No, he's not. Not at 38.5 receiving yards. Over. over and over again. You know, screw this. Daddy wants, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Come on, Brenda, let's go. I'm going to get myself worked up in a lather, and I was like, F it. I got to call the Sledgehammer special. It is worthy of that. How is it 38.5, PJ? Explain it to me.
So it's funny because I actually bet CMC's under rushing yards at 68.5. So I tend to agree with you. I think the angle with McCaffrey is the receiving game and not the running game. Browns front four, their defensive line, it's too good. I don't think they're going to find much room on the ground. So I think that they're going to use McCaffrey through the air. I don't know why it's so low, to answer your question. And I would take his under rushing yards, and I would agree with you. I would take over receiving yards for CMC. Brad, my favorite play in this game, you could take the Browns plus the 5, or you could just take them outright, because I think we're getting an upset. This is my upset of the week. I think the Browns are beating San Francisco. I got them at plus 195. Here's what the Browns have done this season at home in Cleveland. They lost all the way back in week 1 to the Bengals, 17-16, in a game that they should have won, and Joe Burrow had 4 passing yards in the second half. Then in week 3, as 8.5-point underdogs, they upset the Packers 13-10. Then they played the Dolphins in week 7, and they smoked Miami 31-6. And then a couple weeks ago, they played the Ravens, lost 23-16, but they were up 13-3 in that game, and they had a chance. They were driving down the field in the final minute, and Shedeur had a chance to tie that game, maybe even win it if they scored and maybe decided to go for 2. So I like the Browns at home, Brad. They're a different kind of team at home. Their defense is a different kind of animal at home. Their defense is already good to begin with, but at home, it's great. And my stat of the week for everybody, Kyle Shanahan, head coach of San Francisco, when he goes up against Jim Schwartz, who's the defensive coordinator of Cleveland, when he was with Philly, when he was the head coach of Detroit, or when he's been in Cleveland, Shanahan is 1-9 straight up against Jim Schwartz, Brad. Wow. That is his boogeyman. Wow. He can't figure out Schwartz. Those defenses give Shanahan teams fits. He can't figure it out. That's his kryptonite, and I think you're going to see that again on Sunday, man. So I love this spot for the Browns. I love the fact that San Francisco is on a short week. They played that Monday night game. I love the fact that Purdy threw 3 picks. He's a little bit in his head, and now you got to go face Myles Garrett and that defense. So I know it's a little scary because of how bad the Browns offense is, and because Shedeur is probably going to make some mistakes in this game, and he's probably going to turn the ball over. You just got to accept that. But I trust that defense, Brad. And it's a fade, a Shanahan, and San Francisco. And I think the Browns are going to get them. So give me Cleveland plus 195. I obviously love the spread if you want to take them plus the points. But I think you take the money line. I think the Browns win it outright. So, Brad, what say you? You think the Browns can win this game on Sunday?
Yeah, look, I think you have a convincing argument. I mean, that factoid of the 1-9 record against Schwartz is astounding, and that's obviously very, very convincing. Yeah, it could happen. I know the hype around Shedeur Sanders and a lot of the hot take artists out there taking their victory laps because he's 1-0 or 1-1, I guess, kind of in a way. But getting that first start, getting the victory, he was still just kind of ho-hum, right? He only completed 11 of 20 against the Raiders, one of the most repugnant secondaries in the NFL. And now you step up with a level of competition. No, San Francisco, as you mentioned, they have been leaky. They have been overly generous defensively this season. When you look at the EPA data, defending the run or the pass, there are areas of concern certainly there. So I don't think it's entirely far-fetched, not at home for the Browns. So, yeah, man, I think it's worth a little bit of sprinkle on getting down with the Browns and springing the upset against San Francisco. But give me CMC still all day. That's the bet that I love so damn much. Like turkey on Thanksgiving.
I mean, Brad and I both love a couple plays in that game. Over receiving yards for CMC for Brad. Browns money line for me against the Niners. Kansas Jayhawks are up 71-66 on Tennessee. What a second half for Bill Self squad. Hour 3, BetMGM tonight, up next.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
To the pick that I am putting in our squad parlay, which is Vikings at the Seahawks, under 41 and a hook. Vikings, not a good team this season. They have a real issue with J.J. McCarthy, by the way. He's been banged up, not playing a lot, not playing this weekend. He has looked really, really bad. Regardless, he's on the sideline, and guess who is in? Oh, Max Brosmer, who I believe started like at New Hampshire or something, transferred to Minnesota. Clearly, this is not who the Vikings want at quarterback, and he has to go up against that nasty Seattle defense, a top 10 unit. Then conversely, the Vikings, while not being a good team, have a defense that is very good under Brian Flores, ranked 11th in the NFL. So both of these teams 7-4 to the under this season. I think we see a lower scoring game, and that's why we're going Vikes, Hawks under 41 and a hook.
Michigan's at 15, kind of sitting there right outside the bubble, kind of barely on the bubble with Vandy and Utah. A win over Ohio State would be the best win in the country all season long for anyone. So regardless of whether Oregon lost and Michigan snuck into the Big Ten title game, I think there's a question about Michigan maybe sneaking in as well. Again, based on the committee's recency bias, and they would have a marquee win, the best win in the country all year long, if they were able to upset Ohio State at home on Saturday.
Kind of like the over more so in this one, Chris. I know you talked about the Ravens Ravens offense rather being shaky and inconsistent, but if they could get to if they could get to 27 points, I would imagine the Bengals, and against this Bengals defense, I think they could. I would imagine the Bengals with Joe Burrow back are going to be able to put up a couple touchdowns as well and do their part in getting over this number. So 51.5 feels, I don't want to say too low, but I would only lean towards the over and certainly not in under here with the Bengals defense being what it is.
and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser alongside Brad Evans. Hour 3 of the show. We still got 2 more hours to go with you until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Time is running out on the Tennessee Volunteers, though, as Kansas has mounted a massive second-half comeback, really a massive comeback in just the last 9-10 minutes or so. They lead 75-70 with a minute 45 to go in the game. St. John's up 39-30 at halftime against Auburn as well. So Brad and myself keeping an eye on those games. We're getting ready to talk some more NFL here during hour number 3. And as always, we would love to hear from those of you tuning into the show. Give us a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. As always, you can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network, and you can follow us on all our social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, and on X at the BetMGM Network as well. And make sure you check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast, which will drop after the show. We had Allen Robinson join us earlier on. Allen knows a thing or two about the NFL, knows a thing or two about playing on Thanksgiving Day. We talked about all that stuff with Allen Robinson, so make sure you go and check that out. Brad, let's continue rolling on through week 13 in the NFL. Sunday Night Football, we got the Denver Broncos and the Washington Commanders. Denver, a 5.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 43.5. What is your favorite play in Broncos and Commanders?
Oh, I'm waiting on the line, and he is yet to post there at BetMGM. So this is really for the fantasy audience that's out there. And I'm hoping this line's going to open somewhere, maybe the high 20s, low 30s on a former ILL standout and Pat Bryant, who started to really develop as that third weapon in the passing offense of the Denver Broncos, and one of those true X factors as a result. Cortland Sutton's still the WR1. You could very much argue that Troy Franklin is a WR2, but Bryant is doing a lot of that dirty work across the middle of the field. He's getting a lot of chunk gains in the process. A superb route runner, especially on some of those slants and post routes between the hash marks. And he's got growing confidence from Bo Nix, growing confidence from Sean Payton. Payton's been gushing about him really since training camp, largely because of him able to do the little things like run blocking. So he's playing between around 55 to 60% of the snap share the last 3 weeks. He's running 20 to 30 routes per game. He's seen an increase in targets. He led the team before the bye week in receiving yards in their last game. And I love whatever the number is going to be, because Washington is just trash on the back end offensively. They're wounded. They're down their top cover corner for the rest of the season. Marshawn Lattimore, so for that ACL injury, they're dead last in drop back EPA defense in the NFC. So Pat Bryant, again, I don't care where the number is. Anywhere south of 40, I'm playing the over on it. And again, if you're looking for a Hail Mary Chuck in fantasy football, like 12-team and deeper leagues at WR3 or at the flex position, he is somebody worth picking up and plugging in, because a matchup is just so damn exploitable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stay with the wide receiving core for the Broncos, and I'm going to take Troy Franklin's longest reception over 21.5 receiving yards with that great speed. He's one of the big play receivers for the Broncos, and that Washington defense has just been giving up so many explosive plays, Brad. I mean, they have really struggled, and they've been giving up a lot of long touchdowns, a lot of 40-yard, 50-yard pass plays, and I think we're going to see Denver try to exploit that in this game. So the line's 5.5, like I said, total 43.5. That feels about right to me. I don't really want to touch that at all. Brandon gave us a great stat that Sean Payton has won 12 straight games off of a bye week. So maybe Broncos money line, like that's a great parlay piece this week. And, and I think that's probably the way to go. I don't really want to flirt with the spread at all, but I think Broncos money line is a nice look. And then if you want to look at a player prop, I think Troy Franklin, longest reception over 21.5 receiving yards the way that I would go. What about you? Do you like that idea of like Broncos money line parlay in a parlay or something like that? I guess if they go back up to 6.5, you can tease them down if you want, but is that the way that you would probably play it if you had to look at a side?
Yeah, look, I typically don't play the standard lines and any of this stuff, so I love the parlays, and that's where you can use the same game action to your advantage. Try to find a softer number, take it down to like 2.5, for example. Find a flavored player prop, and maybe in an alt market like 25 plus or 50 plus yards, or maybe the quarterback market go with Bo Nix like 175 plus or 200 plus passing yards, and slap that together. You will need 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, look at me. I'm so cute. I'm so special kind of parlays, and the snowball's chance that they actually hit. You're trying to build bankroll. So build a lot of those 2-3 leggers using SGP software to your advantage. Try to trick the algorithm in some way, maybe get some kind of positive action on Washington in some way, shape, or form, or take maybe the total way up and then hit the under on it if you have a lot of like positive player props or other action to confuse and have the algorithm having smoke coming out of its ears so you get it at plus money. So yeah, man, so many creative ways I can build SGPs and slice and dicey action there at BetMGM. Take it and use it to your advantage.
What about Buffalo and Pittsburgh, Brad? The Bills are a 4.5-point favorite at the Steelers, total 47.5. What a massive game this is. Bills are 7-4, Steelers 6-5. Huge implications for that AFC wildcard race. So what are you leaning here? Another player prop that you like in this game. What's your bet?
Yeah, I'm taking the under on Aaron Rodgers at open at 209.5 pass yards. And I honestly would have played this at like a $199.5. I don't see how he's going to have a lot of vertical success in this game. This game is really set up to have that 1-2 punch on the ground at Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, because Buffalo cannot stop and defend the run. They've been one of the lousiest in the trenches all season long. So this is a game in which Rodgers may leave the gun more or less in the holster. And DK Metcalf has had his issues as well. You look at Buffalo on the back end, defensively number 6 in drop back EPAD. They've given up just 6.68 pass yards per attempt, only 182.8 pass yards per game in the quarterback position. Only 4 quarterbacks have gone for 210 plus. And you look at Rodgers, he's averaging below 200 pass yards per game at 196.9. The air yards per attempt outside the top 35 in league. This isn't the Aaron Rodgers of 10 years ago. He's gone under this prop in 3 straight. The completion percentage data outside the red zone completion percentage, not great either. So under 209.5 pass yards on Aaron Rodgers, and Tennessee Volunteers, you're officially dead to me.
Ugh, I know. Just so brutal with Tennessee. The Steelers, I like them at +4 in this game, Brad, against the Buffalo Bills. I think this is one of those classic Tomlin voodoo magic spots, where they just find a way. I think anything north of 3 is a good bet here with the Steelers. I think their defense is going to lead the way. And they match up pretty well with the Bills. They get after the quarterback, and we saw what that Texans pass rush was able to do to Josh Allen last week. They're able to run the ball. Buffalo doesn't have a very good run defense. So just one of those games. There's a lot on the line. The Steelers are at home, and I think it's just going to be a close game that comes down to the wire. So if you're giving me +4 with the Steelers, I'm going to take it in this one. Brad, do you think the Steelers still have a chance to make the playoffs? Do you like the Ravens in the AFC North? And if so, do you still think Pittsburgh maybe has a chance to get in as a wild card team?
Yeah, of course they still have a chance to get in. Are they going to get in? That's anyone's best guess. Looking at the schedule rest of the season, obviously a monumental and massive game against the aforementioned Baltimore Ravens on the road in Week 14. That may ultimately decide it, quite frankly. You got Miami after that at home, should be a dub. But then you're at Detroit, likely a loss. Old stomping grounds here for Aaron Rodgers a little bit. And then at Cleveland, that'll be a tricky game in Week 17. Never know with Mother Nature this time of year. And then he finished with the Ravens at home in Week 18. There are opportunities there for them to get the upper hand and get some separation in that division. Am I buying it? No, because the defense stinks. And Aaron Rodgers is thinking about sipping Mai Tais somewhere on the Hawaiian Islands here pretty soon, or maybe, doing a little ayahuasca. I'm not buying it at all with the Steelers. Even if they make the postseason, they're going to get waxed in round one, whoever they go against. Mike Tomlin will be back. I know there are a lot of rumors that are out there that maybe this is it. The exit stage left, and we'll finally get the pink slip. I'll believe it when I see it. I just don't think the organization is run that way. They're going to stick with their guy, and Aaron Rodgers is going to ride off in the sunset. And maybe we'll never hear from him again, and I'm all right with that.
Yeah, maybe we won't. We shall see. It's funny, Brad. I would listen to all these Steelers fans talk about how they wanted to move on from Mike Tomlin, and I didn't understand it. But now I do, because Tomlin's actually so good at his job, and he's so good at getting the most out of his teams, that the Steelers will never be a Super Bowl caliber team until they fire him, because they'll never be bad enough to get that franchise quarterback that they've been looking for since Roethlisberger, right? I mean, like you said, they're the ultimate 500 team every year. And yeah, they make the playoffs, but then it does them no good, because then they just go up against the Chiefs, the Ravens, or the Bills, and they get smoked in the first round every year. So I know fans are hoping that maybe this collapse in the division, and if they miss the playoffs, is the final straw, and maybe they part ways with Tomlin. I don't know if that's going to happen. And I start to see where Steelers fans are coming from, because if they want to get back to the Super Bowl and try and win, I think they're going to need to get rid of Mike T. So next game up, Brad, we got the Chargers and the Raiders. Chargers are a 10-point favorite, and the total in the game is 41. Your thoughts here on Chargers Vegas? What's the play?
I like Keenan Allen. I think it's a really soft number that opened up at just 39.5 receiving yards. I took the over on that immediately at a minus 115 there at BetMGM. You got to go back to the first matchup between these two teams way back in week 2. Keenan Allen was the star of that game. 7 targets, 5 grabs, 61 yards, and a touchdown. It could be more of the same. Maybe not the touchdown department, but at least the yardage, I think, is repeatable and doable. Why? Viva Las Vegas, they're just awful on the back end defensively. A team you can really pick apart vertically. Number 22 in drop back EPAD. They've allowed the 9th most wide receiver yards this season. 20 wide receivers have hauled at least 40 yards against them. And he's going to see a familiar foe in Stokes. That's a guy lit up there in that defensive backfield for Vegas in that week 2 matchup. I know Stokes only given up a 56.7 catch percentage this year, but Allen, 7.8 targets per game. Just a dirty work underneath, and so efficient and proficient as well in his route running. He'll find ways, very crafty, of getting open, getting that separation. I think he catches at least 4 balls, and I think they'll go for at least 40 yards. The only downside really to this lean is if the Chargers get out to an early lead and Keenan Allen doesn't do a whole lot of anything, and they lean on the run. And we'll see if Amari Hampton is out there. Man, the film that we saw yesterday, him back at practice doing drills, man, he looked awfully good.
Yeah, he really did. I know we were talking about Hampton yesterday, and I agree with you. I think you be cautious this week with Hampton, and it's a reason why I'm laying the 10 points with the Chargers against the Raiders in this type of game. Normally, I would do something like this, Brad, and we saw the Raiders as a 10-point dog not too long ago on the road against Denver, and they nearly pulled off the upset on Thursday night. Obviously, the Chargers right now have all these issues with their offensive line, and they really can't block anybody. And when you're going up against Max Crosby, that could be a little bit problematic. But the Chargers' schedule after this game, home against Philly, at the Chiefs, at the Cowboys, home against the Texans, and at the Broncos. Absolute gauntlet, the final 5 weeks of the season. So LA needs this game, right? They got to win it. They know that. They're coming out of their bye week. Harbaugh historically great off of a bye week. So for me, it's really all about the spot. And it's the fact that the Chargers know they can't mess around in a game like this. You're probably going to drop 2, if not 3 of your final 5 games. So you got to win this one. You got to take care of business. You can't mess around. You can't play around with Vegas. And I think that's what the Chargers do. And I think they take care of business. So I like LA. I think they're a good bet this week. I wish I got it at like 8.5 or even less than 10. But I think anything 10 or below. Nice bet here on the Chargers, Brad. So I'm rolling with LA. Are you in the same mindset? You think this game's probably going to be a rout?
Yeah, it will be. And there's one other bet I tossed out today. Justin Herbert has been really effective with his legs. And he way back in the summer during training camp, he said, I got to run more. And he's done exactly that. That line opened at 18.5. He ran for 31 yards in that week 2 matchup against Vegas. I think it's going to be more of the same. Vegas gives up a lot of chunk gains on the ground to effective and advantageous running quarterbacks, and that's what Herbert has become. So, again, love the over 18.5 rush yards for Justin Herbert.
All right, very nice. Kansas, a 81-76 winner over Tennessee. So, after you beat Houston, turn around and you lose to Kansas without Darren Peterson, and here comes Auburn. 44-41. St. John's got to sweat out that one too. It's feast week. We absolutely love it. More BetMGM tonight.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
No one has yet presented me with an idea, with a thought, with a concept, with a plan of how we can create, as the NFL has, an objective way of determining who goes into the playoffs. In the NFL, we have 8 divisions. Those 8 divisional champions go to the playoffs, and 6 teams who are the next best based on record go in. We have an objective formula. There is no debate. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about snubs. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about, well, they got left out or they didn't. I would love to see college football have an objective way to determine playoff teams. Here are the teams that are going, they hit the marks, they're in. The reality is, it can't. It can't and it won't. There's no way to do it. Now, down the line, when we inevitably end up with 2 college football conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC, when those 2 conferences expand to 24 or 28 teams each, then we will have an objective measure on both sides. We will say, you're going to play in divisions, and then the division winners and X wildcard teams are going to go play in a bracket, and the bracket winner will be determined as the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ. And then we could one day end up in a spot where the Big Ten champ and the SEC champ play each other to be determined as the national champion. But we'll put our fantasy booking for years down the line to bed for a moment. As it is set up right now, with the Power 4, and the group of 5, and Notre Dame is an independent, and X teams in that conference, and Y teams in that conference, and yada, yada, yada. Guys, there is no objective way to get a team to get a playoff bracket. There's no objective way, or at least no one has presented me with a plan that makes sense. I've been able to kick the legs out of every plan about how to have an objective metric for who gets in and who gets out. And this is the debate. This is the problem. Listen, there are a lot of you. I know because I've been having the conversations with friends and family and fans since last night. There are many of you that are perfectly willing to say, and I want to be clear, you're not wrong for saying it or feeling this way. Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami because look at them. Just look at them. Look at Notre Dame and look at Miami. Who's the better team? Notre Dame, they're the better team, rank them higher. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are the better team. In fact, if those 2 teams played today, I'd pick Notre Dame. However, there's also a lot of people out there that say, guys, Miami beat Notre Dame. And if we have crafted a world, and I want you to know, by these rankings, we have. If we have crafted a world that when two teams have similar resumes, when two teams have similar wins, when two teams have similar results over the course of an entire season, and they played each other and the team that won is ranked lower than the team that lost, you have created a world where, at least in certain situations, on-field head-to-head results don't matter. And I just need you to acknowledge that. I don't need you to change anything. I just need you to out loud say and acknowledge there are situations where head-to-head doesn't matter. And the resulting question for me is, if head-to-head doesn't matter, why would anybody play anybody that's good outside of their conference ever again? Why would Miami ever again play Notre Dame in week 1?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. We are rolling through all the games on the Week 13 NFL slate, giving out all of our favorite bets. One bet at least from every game coming up over the next 3 or 4 days. And Brad, we got 4 games left to go over. We also have to review our cards for tonight, talk about how those are looking at the moment, and then maybe get some quick college football thoughts from you, my friend, on rivalry weekend, maybe some weather updates, any games that you're betting, all that good stuff here over the next 40 minutes. But let's dive back into the NFL. We got the Rams and the Panthers coming up on Sunday from Charlotte. Rams a 10.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 44.5. Man, that Rams, both their offense and defense are cooking, but especially Stafford and that offense. So, Brad, what's the play for you in Rams and Panthers on Sunday?
Yeah, kind of getting a little bit silly with this one, but who cares? It's Thanksgiving. Let's have some fun. Same game parlay. I'm going to go Matthew Stafford, 2+ passing touchdowns. He's doing that practically every single week. And I think one of those passing touchdowns is going to go to Davante Adams. A man's got a Taco Bell wherever he goes. I'm very jealous and envious. And we're going to stop right there on that same game build. It's plus 105. It's not the most outstanding juice, but I think it's entirely doable. You look at Carolina, number 25 in drop-back EPA defense. Only 4 quarterbacks, though, have thrown 2 or more passing touchdowns against them. Though 7 wide receivers have scored at least a touchdown against them this season. You look at Stafford, he's number 4 in the NFL in red zone completion percentage. He's a front runner right now for MVP. He's a guy who's been very consistent with those airstrikes. 9 of 11 games, he has spun at least a pair of passing TDs. And you look at Adams, he's number 1 in red zone targets with 26. He has scored in 5 straight games. And he's going to get J.C. Horn. Now, J.C. Horn was awesome against Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was underthrowing everything, and he was picking him off left, right, did a couple times, almost had a 3rd INT in that game. He's only given up a 57.4% catch rate this year, but Horn is also allowed 4 touchdowns. 4 to his assignments. That is the primary DB of Davante Adams in this game. So, you might be sitting there like 2nd and goal from the 5 to 6 yard line. And it's going to be one of those classic fade routes, back corner of the end zone. Stafford will drop a dime right in the hands of Davante Adams, and he will earn his Big Beef Mexi Melt in the process. So, again, Matthew Stafford, 2+ passing touchdowns. I don't even know if they have the Mexi Melts anymore, but those were damn good. Davante Adams, anytime touchdown, plus 105. Bar none, my favorite action in this game. Rams by 1 billion.
Yeah, I'm also going with the prop. I'm going with the quarterback prop. I'll go Bryce Young over 194.5 passing yards against this Rams defense that was so good against Tampa. They've been so good here as of late. But Carolina, Brad, it is night and day. The team that plays at home to the team that plays on the road. When Carolina goes on the road, normally an auto fade for me. But when they're at home, they actually tend to be competitive and they put up some points. they're going to lean on Rico Dowdle. They try to run the football, and they're at their best when he's running well. But the Rams' run defense and that front four is so good that it's just going to force Bryce to have to throw the ball. And with them being this big of a dog, and with probably the game script being them trailing, Bryce is going to have to make some plays through the air. So because of that, I think the fact that this number is under 200 passing yards, I would look over the 194.5 for Bryce Young on Sunday against the Rams. As for the spread, initially I thought I was going to be on Carolina, Brad, at plus 10.5. It just felt too many. It felt like too many points. But I went back through and I looked at all the Rams road games this season, and they've kind of all gone the same way, where they've kind of been struggling a little bit in all these games, or they've been close, but then they kind of just break away and they cover the spread. You know, the Titans game, they were trailing in the third quarter, and then they end up winning 33-19. The Ravens game was close pretty much the whole way, and then they pull away 17-3. The Niners game kind of got close there. It was a 7-point game in the fourth quarter. Rams pull away and win by 16. So this is what they do. You can hang with them for a half. You can hang with them for 3 quarters. I think if you bet Carolina, it's going to look like you're on the right side for a majority of the game. And I think late in the fourth quarter, the Rams just make a couple plays and they end up covering the spread. So I'm staying away from the number. I like your little short game parlay. I like Bryce Young over 194.5 passing yards as well. Another game featuring a big spread with an NFC West team. That's going to be Seattle at home, laying 11.5 against Minnesota. Total in the game, 41. Brad, what is your favorite play in Vikings Seahawks?
Yeah, Max Brosmer going to get the start with JJ McCarthy out. That's crazy. This is what desperate times and what they call for desperate measures. I actually picked up Brosmer in a super flex 16-team league, and I'm playing him. And, PJ, I'm 9-3 in that fantasy league. But having a second quarterback is money in the bank. Look, all I'm needing from you, Max, is like 175 yards and a touchdown, and limit the picks. If you give me that, give me like 10, 11 fantasy points, bravo, I'll take it. That's all I'm asking, man. That kind of low-hanging fruit. I know Justin Jefferson has really struggled. I saw his prop open at 62.5. Then the Brosmer news came out and it immediately plummeted at a 58.5. He has almost the same amount of receiving yards. We talked about this yesterday as Christian McCaffrey. That's how crazy of a down year that he has had, or maybe an incredible year that McCaffrey's had as a receiver. I think Aaron Jones is going to be a point of emphasis in this game for Brosmer. You're young, you're inexperienced. The pressure could be on high against a Seattle defense that can really crank up the heat. And the area where Seattle has been quite vulnerable has been the short field. The defense really doesn't give up, but they do give up some of that nickel and dime action. They are number 8 in drop back EPA defense. However, against running backs, they've allowed 5.6 receptions per game, 40.8 receiving yards per game. 10 running backs have gone for at least 18 receiving yards, and that's a number for Aaron Jones, and why I like the over on 17.5 receiving yards. And you look at Jones, very reliable, dependable weapon underneath. He's averaging 15.5 routes a game. He's averaging 8 yards per catch. And he's gone over this in 3 of 7. So for Brosmer, his binky, his safety blanket, when the heat gets dialed up, I think it's going to be Aaron Jones in the short field. I just need Aaron Jones to create in the open field after the catch. I think he'll do enough. This may be like a 4 or 5 catch game for him. And I fully suspect the Vikings are going to be playing from behind in this one. Seattle's awfully good. I said they're going to be a contender to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, and I still stand by that. I think they're very much in contention. They're going to ball out in this game. So Aaron Jones may clean this up in the second half as that check down weapon from Max Brosmer, one of my starting quarterbacks in fantasy. Lord help me.
God bless you. Something I am thankful for is that I do not have to start Max Brosmer in any of my fantasy leagues this week. So shout out to me for that one. Brad, I like the Vikings actually plus 11.5. I'm going to close my eyes, probably not even going to watch this game because it'll just be painful to do so, and hope that somehow, some way they cover the number. Initially, the open, it was Seahawks minus 8.5, which I agree with, because when Minnesota played Detroit a couple weeks ago, the Lions were an 8.5-point favorite in that game. And I think at this point, it's fair to say that probably the Lions and the Seahawks comparable teams. So I think 8.5 is a good opener. I understand he's an undrafted rookie, but do we really think it should be a 3-point adjustment from J.J. McCarthy to Max Brosmer? Like, McCarthy was so bad. So bad. I think Brosmer is worse, but I don't think he's that much worse.
Yeah.
And also the key with Seattle, Brad, is you just have to survive the first quarter. I don't think enough people realize that just about every game the Seahawks have played this year have been decided by one score. The only games that haven't been were the Saints game, in which they won 44-13, where it was 21-0 in the blink of an eye, when they played the Commanders, when it was 28-0 in the blink of an eye, and when they played Arizona, when it was 21-0 in the blink of an eye. If you can survive the first 10 minutes against the Seahawks, they play everybody close. So that's all Minnesota's got to do. And I think O'Connell and Flores realized that. Lean on Jones, as you were saying, and Mason, and lean on that defense, and just have the kid not make any turnovers and try and find a way to keep this game close in the fourth quarter. So Tennessee only lost by 6 last week. I mean, they were able to keep that game somewhat close in the fourth quarter. I think Minnesota can do the same. I think 11.5 is too much. So again, it's not going to be pretty, but I just think it's too many points. And if Minnesota can keep it close early and not get blown out of the building, I think they can cover the spread. So I'll take the Vikings plus 11.5 against the Seahawks. Brad, another kind of tough game in the NFL is going to be the Dolphins and the Saints. Miami laying 6 at home. Total in the game is 41.5. How are we attacking Dolphins and Saints? What's your play in this game?
Yeah, look, I'm going to attack with the vertical weapons of Miami. I think Tua Tagovailoa should have a decent game. There's really never an outstanding game for him right now at this point in his career. An outstanding game for him would be like 250 yards and a couple of touchdowns. I might be on the table. I mean, the Saints have been atrocious on the back end all year defensively. Number 24 in drop back EPAD. So as a result, give me Jalen Waddle. I bet this immediately on the over 70.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. I got to get some Quincy Riley in coverage, who's given out 12.2 yards per catch, 71.2 passer rating. Seems like a difficult matchup on paper, but Waddle's just far better with the shimmy, the shake, his separation abilities, supreme route runner. I always worry about the Nixon scrapes that he gets in a lot of games, and sometimes will exit stage left and then reappear. But you look at what he's done this season, he's top 15 in total air yards. He's top 20 in average at the target. He's top 10 in yards per route run. And this is among all wide receivers. And he's gone for at least 71 receiving yards in 5 of his last 7 games. So with this game being played under the brilliant sunshine of SoFla, I think Jalen Waddle is going to coast past 70.5 receiving yards, and will be a big reason why Miami wins this game, and I think ultimately cover. And I hope they do, because PJ, I don't know if you know this, I have a ticket out on the Saints that placed way back in July on them to have the worst record in the NFL. Still alive. Other teams vying for that dishonor. I got it at plus 850, so I'm praying they rack the L's here down the home stretch.
Yeah, it would be nice. Again, I think Tennessee could be live in that game against Jacksonville. So how great would it be if the Titans were able to win that game? I mean, you brought up Waddle. I'm going to go with this quarterback. I'm going to take Tua over 1.5 passing touchdowns at minus 115 for all the reasons that you said. Look, these are the kind of games that if the Dolphins are going to play well at all, it's a game like this where they're front runners, where they're favorites, they're at home against a bad team. These are the kind of games that Tua tends to play well. So I think getting him over 1.5 passing touchdowns, they're off a bye week. This is a nice spot here for Tua and that Dolphins offense to do something against that Saints defense. So Brad's going with Waddle over 70.5 receiving yards. I'm going to go with Tua over 1.5 passing touchdowns. The Dolphins' schedule is actually pretty favorable down the stretch here, Brad.
Yeah,
like they could end up winning, some games and maybe get close to being a 500 team They're at the Jets next week, at the Steelers, home against the Bengals, home against the Bucks, and then they finish up at the Patriots. So they're 4-7 right now. Let's say maybe they get to 7-10, 8-9. I mean, do you think there's a chance Mike McDaniel could come back next year for Miami?
Yeah, I think the matching number is 8. If they get to an 8-9 finish, or of course anything better than that, I think he will be retained. Honestly, I cannot believe he survived this long. Everybody was wager on him to be the first coach to have the axe fall, and he would exit stage left. That never happened. He got some reassurance from the front office. They fired the GM instead. So they seem somewhat committed to him, and they might stick with him in the offseason if he does have a hot finish. Look, he's an offensive genius. I think he's excellent in that capacity. Needs a personnel. They have a lot of question marks on defense, and really that's their area of weakness. Tyreek Hill, losing him, he's not going to be back. So that's a considerable void they're going to have to fill. They can fill it via free agency or the NFL draft. But I like some of the parts that they have. It's just really Tua. Do you see Tua being the starter in Miami next year? What's what more of a higher probability in your mind? McDaniel getting fired or Tua getting shown the door and maybe not being the starter come next season? I might go with the latter.
I think it's only McDaniel just because of that contract that Tua has. I mean, nobody's taking that from Miami, so they're kind of stuck with them. They could swallow all that cash, and obviously, if they continue to lose games, get a high enough draft pick. A lot of people like the quarterbacks coming out, but I just think they're kind of stuck with Tua because of the contract, and I think they're going to try and make a change at head coach. That would be my guess. Maybe they end up doing both things, but I think McDaniel maybe a little bit more likely. All right, one game left to go. Jets and Falcons. We'll talk about that game, give out some plays that we like. Then we will let you know about our favorite college hoops bets that we still have coming up later tonight and get a couple of college football thoughts from our guy Brad Evans wrapping up hour 3 next.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
If I were out on the Eagles, if I had already burned them, if I were out on the Chiefs and had already burned them, this would be a weekend on the Thursday, Friday, first portion of the Week 13 slate, where I might look at the Bengals, especially as an opportunity to zig while everyone else is zagging in Survivor.
If you were really bold, that would be the move to make if you really wanted to hopefully knock out the majority of your pool and still be alive. That would be the way to do it. And I think that's the game that has the most variables because you don't know what Joe Burrow is going to look like, right? Like we feel like we kind of know what's going to happen in the other games, but like that Bengals-Ravens game could go completely sideways. And it's not as easy as, okay, they're a big favorite. Like what happens every year, week 1, everyone takes the heaviest favorites and someone always loses. So I don't hate the look on the Bengals. It's interesting that I know all season long people were saving the Chiefs for Thanksgiving. Like that was the thing. It's kind of save the Chiefs, save the Lions, but available in 54% and only 4% are taking the Chiefs. That shows the faith that the public has in this Chiefs team right now, which is not as high as I think we all thought it would be at this point in the season.
All right, let's keep with rivalry week, and we're going with the Dogs in the Vandy and Tennessee matchup. So I'm going to go with the Doors, getting 3 points here, and Vandy, we know, has been one of the most fun stories in college football, with Diego Pavia beating his chest and hoping for a campaign to win the Heisman. I don't think that's going to be the case, but en route to that, Vandy has been one of the best covering teams in college football, 9-2 against the number so far this season. And it feels to me that this is going to be their absolute Super Bowl. They've been running their mouths, and we know one thing, that Diego Pavia likes to back up what he's saying. And you look at this Tennessee team, and it's a team that certainly has some flaws. We've seen teams run the football against them, and I just feel like this is a Tennessee team that has been overbilled this year, and you can see that, and they're against the spread numbers. They are just 2-5 ATS in their last 7 games as favorites. So I don't feel like they're trustworthy favorites here, even when this game is in Knoxville. Diego Pavia ain't scared. Let's go Vandy +3.
I mean, I just wonder how distracting, or what type of distraction this has put on the players for Ole Miss. Like, that's my handicap in this game against Mississippi State, is what's the distraction level like for Ole Miss? They should be able to go out and beat a Mississippi State team by over a touchdown, but you wonder the intangible part of all of this that, you can't exactly account for in the season-long stats, and any numbers or metrics you want to weigh against each other for either team. For me, it's more of like, how locked in is this Ole Miss team? Do they feel like they're supported from Lane Kiffin still? Do they feel like he's already out the door? Those are the types of things that I would want to know before betting this game. Obviously still like college football playoff implications for Ole Miss. So you'd imagine that they would be playing their best football, but those types of distractions for college age kids can kind of derail things.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser and Brad Evans here with you as Gonzaga and Michigan have tipped off from Vegas, and Michigan, first possession, 10 seconds in, knocked down a three-pointer. So they are off and running. St. John's and Auburn's a good game right now, 61-59. St. John's on top there. So a lot of great college basketball. I'll keep you posted on that in the final hour of the show. Brad and I are going to give out our favorite plays on our card and look at those coming up here in a second. And also Brad's going to give us some thoughts on college football rivalry weekend before he exits stage left and gets ready for his Thanksgiving holiday. But Brad, one more game to discuss here, as we have talked about all of the Thursday, Friday, and Sunday games in week 13 of the NFL. We got the Falcons favored by 2.5 over the Jets, and the total is 39.5. So Brad, Jets, Falcons, I mean, not a lot of people going to be tuned into this one, but this is why we gamble, to give us a reason to watch Jets and Falcons. So what is the play that you like?
Yes, to endure the pain, we got to fire off on some sort of wager, and I went with John Mechie, and I took the over on 38.5 receiving yards at a -110. Mechie's actually starting to turn it on a little bit. New member of this franchise, and really being featured by Tyrod Taylor, and Tyrod far more accurate than Justin Fields. The adjusted completion percentage data really bears that out. He's top 10 according to Pro Football Focus in that category on the season. And you look at Atlanta, checked out defensively. Number 10 in drop back EP80. They've given up 14 wide receiver performances of 39 or more yards. Probably get a lot of D. Alford out of the slot in coverage. 64.1% catch percentage he's given up. And you look at Mechie the last couple of games, again, no slouch. 55 combined routes run. He went 3 and 45. That's 3 targets, 3 catches for 45 yards a couple of games ago. Last game, 7 targets, 6 grabs for 65, and he scored a touchdown in back-to-back games. So building that chemistry, building that trust right now with Tyrod Taylor. Premium matchup. Why the hell not? It's Thanksgiving weekend. John Mechie over 38.5 receiving yards at a -110. But then again, maybe it's the half a bottle of tequila talking.
Yeah, I mean, that's been Tyrod's guy, has been Mechie. So I like that play. I like the over 38.5 receiving yards. I'm going to go with a Tyrod prop, and I'm going to take his longest pass completion under 31.5 yards. I watched that Ravens game last week, Brad, and I look at this matchup, and they're so conservative. Aaron Glenn is so conservative with Tyrod. They're trying to run the ball with Breece Hall. They're trying the short passing game. They're trying to limit mistakes. They want to win low-scoring games. It's just a boring brand of ball, and they really aren't doing anything to stretch the offense. There's no trick plays. It's very vanilla. So I don't really see Tyrod having that many explosive plays in the passing game. I'm going to take his longest pass completion under 31.5 yards. So there we go. All the games that we got Thursday, Friday, Sunday in the NFL. Brad and I discussed them all. Again, if you missed any of the conversation, as always, you can check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast after the show. But Brad, let's go back and look at our cards for this evening, our top 3 favorite plays that we had. We both got to play in this Gonzaga-Michigan game that's going on right now. So tell me your top 3 plays for tonight that you had in college basketball.
Already off to a lousy start with this Gonzaga game. They're down 13-3, 16:49 remaining there in the first half. Got a timeout on the floor. Mark Few is going to get his guys in order and hopefully in shape because I have the Zags -1.5 at a +105. Should just waited and take them on the money line live at +135. Are they going to be humbled? Is this a moment where they stub their toe for the first time this season with a surging, and I mean surging Michigan team, a much different squad that we've seen here the last couple of games that we saw the last couple of weeks, quite frankly. So we're going to ride with the Zags -1.5 and see how it plays out. We got eons to go. Also took the over on your boys, Alabama and Maryland, on the over 164.5 at a -110. That game doesn't tip until I think next Thursday, quite frankly. It's so late. And then I took Baylor -1.5 against San Diego State. And that game is yet to tip as well. That one going off here in about 45 minutes. By the way, Auburn has now grabbed a 5-point lead, 6 minutes remaining. Kill me now.
Oh, yeah, that's not good because that was my first play on the card was St. John's -5. Brad, it's a carbon copy of the Tennessee-Kansas game. I mean, truly. St. John's was up 8 at half. They had all the momentum. They were looking good. And now here comes Auburn all the way back, like you said, lead by 5. So St. John's -4.5. That was my first play. Not great. I did take Michigan in the first half against Gonzaga at +0.5. I've been talking about this is what they've done the first 2 games. I mean, at San Diego State and Auburn, this is what it's looked like. It's just a replay once again tonight. So, again, hopefully we can hit both of our bets. You took Gonzaga full game. I took Michigan first half, but that one is off to a decent start. And then in the Bama-UNLV game or Bama-Maryland game, I took Maryland big man Pharrell Payne over 7.5 rebounds at +100. Early on in the season, it's evident the area of weakness for Alabama is their interior rebounding.
Yeah.
They struggle mightily against Gonzaga, against Purdue in both of their losses, and Buzz Williams teams, their DNA. They might struggle on offense, but they're always going to be a good rebounding team, and he's always going to get guys that crash the glass, and that's what Pharrell Payne is in there to do. So over 7.5 rebounds at +100 for Pharrell Payne. I like that number against the Tide. No play for me on the side or total in that one, but going with that rebounding prop. So those are our 3 plays for the night. We'll be rooting those on, and hopefully they can come home. All right, so Brad is going to I'm going to have the final hour solo, and I'll give out all my college football plays that I love for rivalry weekend coming up. But Brad, we got about 5 minutes or so. I'll leave it up to you. College football, just kind of what jumps out at you. I know you've been monitoring the weather in some of these games that we're going to have coming up on Friday and Saturday. So what's jumped out at you? Maybe some angles that people can attack and some bets that they can make.
Yeah, I live here in Central Illinois, about 15 minutes away from Memorial Stadium in Champaign. There's going to be a night game, which is absurd to be played. The last weekend in November was going to be quite chilly regardless. But now we got some precip. We got a vigorous storm system that is about to hit the coast of California. It's going to be marching across the country and expected to reach the ILL late on Friday. And rolling into Saturday all the way into Sunday morning. So accumulating snow is increasingly likely. I just saw the latest forecast at NOAA for my neck of the woods, and the percent chance of 4 inches or more of accumulating snow is now greater than 60%. And their winds are going to be picking up as well. It's going to be around 18 miles an hour sustained with some gusts as high as 25 during the game time, which kicks off at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So it's a long way of saying the under might be the play in that game at 44.5. It could be a run-heavy game, a game for Northwestern and Illinois. Could be a game that's played in like 2 hours. And for the 500 people that are probably going to be in attendance, they're like, oh, thank God. And they'll try to get home as a result. And that could also play a factor in one of the marquee matchups, if not the marquee matchup of the weekend between the Ohio State and Michigan, as the percentage chance of accumulating snow in Ann Arbor of 4 inches or greater is now around 50%. Now, I don't know if you're going to see any snow early in that game because of the early kickoff. But in the second half, that's when the precip could be starting to fall. The winds start to pick up. And so it could play a factor if you get some accumulating snows there after halftime. Honestly, if that game was played in Hawaii, I probably would have bet the under at 43.5 on it regardless. And I still feel that way now with snow possibly being a factor. So I like the under in Ohio State and Michigan, kind of like Michigan plus the points as a result of what could be a suppressed and low total. And I'll throw another just absurdly low total out at what I saw today. The LSU-Oklahoma game, that total's at 35.5. And I jokingly did a hit on a New Orleans affiliate on Odyssey and before I jumped on our program today, and I said, what is this? Browns and Raiders? Like, this is absurd. 35.5 at a college game? I kind of like the under because both these teams, LSU, Oklahoma, defensive minded. LSU's offense is just so rubbish right now that they're going to be looking to score 10 points. Oklahoma didn't really pile up the points either. I think that game is going to be a slog. I think it's going to be a match of sumo wrestlers. Nobody's really going to gain any ground. So I like the under 35.5 in that one. So a lot of totals for me based on either the matchup or based on the matchup plus the meteorological impacts, especially here in the Midwest. And let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It's certainly that time of the year. That could be the case right here in Champaign and also in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I mean, look, at 44.5, that Illinois Northwestern game feels like it could be a carbon copy of the Illinois-Wisconsin game that they played in last week. That was ugly, and you add the weather into that. I think that's a good play. The Oklahoma total, I was definitely eyeing that. That is interesting to see those two teams, right? It's not like it's Iowa and Northwestern or Nebraska and Iowa. I mean, this is Oklahoma and LSU with the total of 36.5. A couple of years ago,
35.5.
Yeah, Monty, leave Iowa out of it. Yeah, but I mean, it's crazy. I mean, a couple of years ago, Brad, LSU's team total over would have been 36.5. And now that's the full game total playing against Oklahoma. But to your point, I wouldn't go over. I would only go under in that game. So we'll talk about all that coming up. But excited for rivalry weekend. Again, final hour. I'm going to give out all my favorite plays. We'll run through all those games in college football. But Brad, holy smokes, Michigan is doing it again. Absolute beatdown right now in the first half over Gonzaga. I know it's early, and I know we keep floating around all the best teams in college basketball right now, but I mean, Brad, if this continues, and let's say Michigan wins tonight by 20, are you ready to go as far as say that the Wolverines might be the best team in college hoops?
Well, I think you got to have the argument, are they the best team in the Big Ten? Because right now it's shaping up to be maybe a 1A, 1B between them and Purdue, and Illinois is no slouch in that league. Michigan State has an argument as well. We're going to see what they can do against North Carolina tomorrow. It goes to show the Big Ten, very, very loaded. Outstanding start for Michigan. We'll see where they're going to keep it up. I like the Zags now, plus 7.5 on the live line. I'm betting it.
Yep, I am too. Brad, enjoyed it the last 2 days, my friend. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Likewise, my friend. Enjoy the gluttony, America.
Absolutely. Final hour, BetMGM tonight. Up next.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
To the pick that I am putting in our squad parlay, which is Vikings at the Seahawks, under 41 and a hook. Vikings, not a good team this season. They have a real issue with J.J. McCarthy, by the way. He's been banged up, not playing a lot, not playing this weekend. He has looked really, really bad. Regardless, he's on the sideline, and guess who is in? Oh, Max Brosmer, who I believe started like at New Hampshire or something, transferred to Minnesota. Clearly, this is not who the Vikings want at quarterback, and he has to go up against that nasty Seattle defense, a top 10 unit. Then conversely, the Vikings, while not being a good team, have a defense that is very good under Brian Flores, ranked 11th in the NFL. So both of these teams 7-4 to the under this season. I think we see a lower scoring game, and that's why we're going Vikes, Hawks under 41 and a hook.
Michigan's at 15, kind of sitting there right outside the bubble, kind of barely on the bubble with Vandy and Utah. A win over Ohio State would be the best win in the country all season long for anyone. So regardless of whether Oregon lost and Michigan snuck into the Big Ten title game, I think there's a question about Michigan maybe sneaking in as well. Again, based on the committee's recency bias, and they would have a marquee win, the best win in the country all year long, if they were able to upset Ohio State at home on Saturday.
Kind of like the over more so in this one, Chris. I know you talked about the Ravens Ravens offense rather being shaky and inconsistent, but if they could get to if they could get to 27 points, I would imagine the Bengals, and against this Bengals defense, I think they could. I would imagine the Bengals with Joe Burrow back are going to be able to put up a couple touchdowns as well and do their part in getting over this number. So 51.5 feels, I don't want to say too low, but I would only lean towards the over and certainly not an under here with the Bengals defense being what it is.
time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser here with you. Final hour of BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. We're going to have some fun in these final 60 minutes, man. So much to talk about. These next couple days in sports are going to be terrific. We're going to talk a lot of college football. Obviously, talked a bunch of NFL. The first 3 hours, we had Allen Robinson on. Great chatting him. Make sure you go listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast at the end of the show. And if you want to join me and you want to talk some ball, let's talk some college football. Let's talk some college hoops. Give us a call on the show, 833-732-3875. Would love to chop it up with anybody out there listening, trying to make some money, and just talk some college football, some college basketball. Let's do it here in the final hour of the show. As always, you can watch the show on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network and you can find us right there. You can also listen to us and watch us on Instagram, on TikTok, and on X as well at the BetMGM Network. So make sure you check all of that out. And also, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout for a winning college football parlay. So make sure you take advantage of that promo from our friends at BetMGM. Updates on what's going on real quick in college basketball. We have Auburn up 79-70 on St. John's. So St. John's minus 4.5, going to be a loser. Again, crazy how the Tennessee, Kansas, and the Auburn St. John's games are kind of mirror images of each other, but a nice bounce back win for Auburn after getting smoked by Michigan. And honestly, I don't think you can really blame Auburn for that because Michigan's up 27-14 right now on Gonzaga, and it looks like Michigan's just going to smoke everybody, apparently, this season. I did bet Gonzaga in live plus 6.5 because this was my handicap. I bet Michigan first half plus a half. This is what they've done in their first two games against San Diego State and last night against Auburn. They've been an unbelievable first half team, and they've gotten such a big lead that they really haven't needed to do anything in the second half. Gonzaga's just got to hang around. They got to try and be down like 6, 7, 8 points at halftime. And then I think Gonzaga, that depth, that experience, they could make a big second half comeback, as we've seen again in this Kansas game and in this Auburn game as well. So I did bet some Gonzaga plus 6.5 against Michigan. If anybody would like to ride with me here in the final hour of the show, let's talk some college football though, because it's one of the best weeks of the year in sports. It's the best week of the year in college football. Rivalry week. All these programs, these teams, these fan bases that absolutely hate each other. And whether it's teams that are playing to make it into conference championship games, or it's teams that are playing to be bowl eligible, or it's teams that are making to get into the college football playoff, so many of these games, you can find so many different angles, and that's what makes it so great. So let's start with the Friday slate and some of the games that we have. In the Egg Bowl, Ole Miss and Mississippi State. The Rebels are a 7.5-point favorite on the road against Mississippi State. The total in the game is 62.5. The under has hit in 10 of the last 11 Egg Bowls and has hit in 7 straight Egg Bowls in Starkville. So normally the under is the play in this game. You know, it always gets overpriced going back to when you had Mike Leach coaching Mississippi State or when you had Lane Kiffin coaching Ole Miss. You know, these games always seem like they're way too overpriced, but the defenses tend to show out. They tend to be lower scoring games. So I think right off the bat, under 62.5 might be the play. I also like Ole Miss, man. I'd probably lay the 7 with the Rebels. I think they're a great money line parlay piece in the game as well. All this talk about Lane Kiffin and what's going on in Oxford and what's happening with the Rebels, and psychologically, has he lost the team? Has he lost the locker room? Are they going to be motivated? Are they going to get up for this game? Of course they are. They played their entire season to put themselves in this situation where if they win on Friday against Mississippi State, they're in the college football playoff. And that's all that means anything, right? And we don't know what's going on in that locker room, but Ole Miss is the way more talented team. Mississippi State's been good as an underdog this year. They've been good against the spread, But Ole Miss, I think, is going to. I think Ole Miss is just going to take care of business. And I wish I got it when it was at 6.5, but now that it's at 7, I still like the Rebels. I like a lot of underdogs this week, but this is not one of those games. I think Ole Miss takes care of business. So give me Hottie Toddy -7 on the road against Mississippi State. Next up on the Friday card, I'm just going to roll through all these games, and if I have any opinions, I'll tell you guys. Utah and Kansas. Utes are laying 10.5 points. Total in the game is 60.5. No strong plays here. Been really disappointed with Kansas and Lance Leipold this season. A lot higher expectations. Utah's been playing great as of late. They got fortunate to win that game against Kansas State this past week. I'm going to end up passing on that game. Iowa and Nebraska. I would look at Iowa here on the money line. These games are always low scoring. They're usually always close, but Nebraska going with the backup quarterback against Iowa and that defense, not a great recipe. So I think Iowa probably wins that game against Nebraska. Then we get to Georgia and Georgia Tech. Georgia's laying 14 in this game, and the total is 59.5. And for the first time ever in this rivalry, they're playing it at the NFL Stadium, home of the Falcons, Mercedes-Benz. So even though it's a neutral site game, it's in Atlanta. And even though Georgia Tech's in Atlanta, it's still going to be a big Georgia contingency, obviously, with only being an hour-and-a-half drive from Athens. I think this line's out of control. I think this has moved way too much. I think this is way too much of an overreaction to what we saw these teams do in their most recent big games. Georgia Tech had a massive game against Pitt recently. If the Yellow Jackets would have won that game, they would have been in the ACC championship game. They were down 28-0 and ended up losing 42-28. And then on the flip side, Georgia, I mean, we saw them just absolutely steamroll Texas a couple weeks ago. So right now, the perception around both of these teams and the way that they're trending has this line up at 14. I think it should be closer to 10, to be honest with you. And again, the fact that this game is being played at the NFL Stadium and it's a neutral site game, what this line is telling me, by Georgia being a 14-point favorite at a neutral site, is that they would be like a 17-point favorite in Athens. And there's just no way I can get behind Georgia being a 17.5-point favorite at home against Georgia Tech. Absolutely no way. Line's way too much of an overreaction. Brent Key is awesome as an underdog. He is terrific against the spread when he's a dog. And I don't think Georgia Tech's just going to throw away the season. You know, I don't think that just because they can't win the ACC and they're probably out of the college football playoff race that they're just going to quit and lay down. I think they're going to continue to battle. I think they're going to continue to fight. And I think now that we're getting 14, that is a bet for me on Georgia Tech in that game against Georgia. And then the other Friday night games that we have, Indiana's laying 28.5 at Purdue. I'm going to pass on that game. To be honest with you, it would be Indiana or nothing for me. These are the kind of games where Cignetti and Indiana just dominate. When they're a big favorite and they go up against an inferior team, they just roll. They cover the spread. So it would only be Indiana for me. And then the Texas A&M game in Texas is really interesting. This is a Texas number, right? You got 11-0 Texas A&M against 8-3 Texas. And A&M's only laying 2.5. The entire key for me on this game is the fact that it's in Austin. We have seen Texas on the road this season, and it hasn't been pretty. They won in overtime against Mississippi State and Kentucky. They lost to Florida. They lost to Ohio State, and then they just got smoked by Georgia. Texas on the road has not been a great team this year. Texas at home, however, has been pretty good. They beat Vandy. They smoked Arkansas. They've had some nice wins at home this season. So I think Texas at home is the key for me in this game. And I kind of just like them on the money line. You know, I can understand wanting to take them at 2.5, but I think getting them at plus 110 is the bet. A&M's due for a loss. You know, they should have lost to South Carolina. They found a way to win that game, but they haven't played anybody. I mean, Texas A&M, yes, they're undefeated. Look at all the SEC teams that are in the college football playoff if it started today. Bama, haven't played them. Georgia, haven't played them. Ole Miss, Oklahoma, they haven't played any of these top teams. So we still don't really know how good A&M is. And the thing is, Texas isn't even a playoff team either, but they're the best team that A&M's played this season, not named Notre Dame. And A&M should have lost that game on the road in South Bend, and I think they're going to lose this game on Friday against Texas. So I like the Horns plus 2.5 in that game. Another Friday game that I like, you got number 25 Arizona as a 1.5-point favorite on the road against number 20 Arizona State. The total in the game is 48.5. When I see something like this and I see the higher ranked team, the lower ranked team is on the road and they're favored in the game, that's a big indicator. So I like Arizona. I would look at them in that game against Arizona State. ASU, just not the same team without Sam Leavitt, their quarterback, who's been injured the last couple of weeks. So give me the Wildcats in that game against ASU. And then we get to Saturday and we get to the game between Ohio State and Michigan. Buckeyes favored by 10. Total in the game is 44.5. Here's how I would approach Ohio State and Michigan. I think you wait and bet this game live. I'm a firm believer in sports. When your team is trying to get over the hump, whether it's they're trying to win their division for the first time in a long time, they're trying to win a championship for the first time in a long time, they're trying to beat their rival for the first time in a long time, it's never easy for that team, right? Ohio State's had a great year. They're undefeated, but it's all this game. Ryan Day hasn't been able to figure out this game in 4 years. They've lost their last 4 games to Michigan. So there's going to be a point in this game where Ohio State struggles. And I don't know when that's going to be. It could be early on in the game where maybe Michigan forces an early turnover and goes up 7-0. And we're all sitting back and watching this game and going, oh my God, is it going to happen again? Is Ohio State really going to lose to Michigan again? Or maybe it's in the second half where Ohio State's got a lead, but then all of a sudden here comes Michigan and they start to mount to come back. And maybe they cut it to 1 score and we start to think to ourselves, oh boy, is Ohio State really going to blow this? That's how I would bet it, is I wait in either the early parts of the game where Michigan gets an early lead and I get a better number on Ohio State, or I wait for the Buckeyes to have a lead in the second half and I bet Michigan at a better plus number. Those are the 2 ways I would attack it. I also think betting a Michigan team total under at 16.5 is a good bet as well. Maybe they pull the upset. Maybe they cover the spread. But if they do so, I think it's got to be an ugly, low-scoring game. Ohio State beat Texas 14-7. And that is by far the toughest we have seen anybody play Ohio State this season. I think that's the path to beating Ohio State. I don't think it's a team trying to beat them in a shootout. I think it's a team that wants to muck it up and keep it ugly like Michigan did when they beat Ohio State last year. I think that's the path to victory. So under 16.5 points, team total for Michigan. If you're looking for something at the start of the game, that would be my bet between those 2 teams. We got Miami taking on Pitt tomorrow. The Canes laying 7 on the road against Pitt. Total in the game is 50.5. Initially, I looked at this game early on in the week, and I thought I was going to be on Pitt, plus the 7. Just, Miami on the road this season haven't quite been the same team. Pitt's got all that momentum from the upset win against Georgia Tech. Narduzzi in his career has been great in an underdog. This is the kind of spot where you want to fade Cristobal. All these types of things that initially, first look, told me I wanted to bet Pitt. And I started thinking about the game, and Miami was a 6.5-point favorite, and then they started to get bet up to 7, and now they're giving you the 7 with Pitt. And I watched Pitt play Notre Dame, and Notre Dame was just way more talented than Pitt, and they took care of business, and I kind of feel like that's how this game is going to go, where Miami's just too talented, they're better than Pitt, and I just think they're going to win, and they're going to cover the game. So I initially thought Pitt maybe had a chance to pull the upset, and I was leaning towards betting them plus the points. Now I like Miami, and I'm laying the 7, and I think the Canes are going to take care of business on the road against the Panthers. Some other games, Clemson, getting them as a 2.5-point dog at South Carolina. Kind of like that. I don't think South Carolina should be a favorite in that kind of game. To me, the best unit on the field is the Clemson defense. South Carolina's offense has been such a tough watch this season. So kind of like Clemson in that game, plus 2.5 in that rivalry matchup. Some of the other games we have, BYU and UCF. So there are a couple games like this, and I'll get to some of these others when we get into the next segment. But UCF, 17.5-point dog against BYU. All BYU's got to do is win this game, and they're in the Big 12 championship. If BYU wins out, they're in the playoff. Win this game, beat Texas Tech and Dallas, BYU gets the auto bid. They control their own destiny. All that stands in the way from them in a Big 12 championship appearance is a win against UCF. They're 4 quarters away, 60 minutes away, and they're a 17.5-point favorite. These are the kind of games I love with rivalry week, when you have one team that has everything to lose and another team with they're playing with house money. That's UCF. I like the Knights plus 17.5 against BYU. So I'll be on Scott Frost and the boys to cover the spread in that one. When we come back, update you on what's going on in college hoops, and we'll get to some more games during rivalry weekend, college football.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
No one has yet presented me with an idea, with a thought, with a concept, with a plan of how we can create, as the NFL has, an objective way of determining who goes into the playoffs. In the NFL, we have 8 divisions. Those 8 divisional champions go to the playoffs, and 6 teams who are the next best based on record go in. We have an objective formula. There is no debate. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about snubs. Nobody gets to the end of the year in the NFL and talks about, well, they got left out or they didn't. I would love to see college football have an objective way to determine playoff teams. Here are the teams that are going, they hit the marks they're in. The reality is it can't. It can't and it won't. There's no way to do it. Now, down the line, when we inevitably end up with 2 college football conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC, when those 2 conferences expand to 24 or 28 teams each, then we will have an objective measure on both sides. We will say, you're going to play in divisions, and then the division winners and X wildcard teams are going to go play in a bracket, and the bracket winner will be determined as the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ. And then we could one day end up in a spot where the Big Ten champ and the SEC champ play each other to be determined as the national champion. But we'll put our fantasy booking for years down the line to bed for a moment. As it is set up right now, with the Power 4, and the group of 5, and Notre Dame is an independent, and X teams in that conference, and Y teams in that conference, and yada, yada, yada. Guys, there is no objective way to get a team to get a playoff bracket. There's no objective way, or at least no one has presented me with a plan that makes sense. I've been able to kick the legs out of every plan about how to have an objective metric for who gets in and who gets out. And this is the debate. This is the problem. Listen, there are a lot of you. I know because I've been having the conversations with friends and family and fans since last night. There are many of you that are perfectly willing to say, and I want to be clear, you're not wrong for saying it or feeling this way. Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami because look at them. Just look at them. Look at Notre Dame and look at Miami. Who's the better team? Notre Dame, they're the better team, rank them higher. And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are the better team. In fact, if those 2 teams played today, I'd pick Notre Dame. However, there's also a lot of people out there that say, guys, Miami beat Notre Dame. And if we have crafted a world, and I want you to know, by these rankings, we have. If we have crafted a world that when 2 teams have similar resumes, when 2 teams have similar wins, when 2 teams have similar results over the course of an entire season, and they played each other, and the team that won is ranked lower than the team that lost. You have created a world where, at least in certain situations, on-field head-to-head results don't matter. And I just need you to acknowledge that. I don't need you to change anything. I just need you to out loud say and acknowledge there are situations where head-to-head doesn't matter. And the resulting question for me is, if head-to-head doesn't matter, why would anybody play anybody that's good outside of their conference ever again? Why would Miami ever again play Notre Dame in week 1?
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And welcome back. PJ Glasser here with you. BetMGM Tonight. After dark, final hour of the show. Gonzaga starting to chip away a little bit. 39-26. Michigan on top with 5 minutes to go. It's going to be a fun game, man. A lot of points back and forth. Auburn 85-74 over St. John's. That was not a great result for us, as we had St. John's minus 4.5. They were up by 9 at halftime until the wheels fell off the bus. But, man, Michigan just drained another three-pointer, 42-26. They are unbelievable in the first half. 59 yesterday against Auburn. They got 42 with 4.5 minutes to go right now in this game. They are they're really, really good. But Gonzaga trying to just hang around, down by 14. Keep you posted there. We're going to continue talking college football here. A couple segments left to go in the show. As always, encourage everybody to chime in. Join me, 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Any college football, any NFL games you want to discuss, please chime in. I'm all ears. Love to get your thoughts. Let's keep rolling through some of these games that we're going to have coming up on Saturday. And let's go with Oregon and Washington. Ducks are a 6.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 51.5. And I'm looking at Washington in this game. I got it at 7. I still like it at 6.5. I think Washington's live to win this matchup. Think about Oregon this season, right? And nice win over USC at home. But the two toughest road games the Ducks have had to play, at Penn State and at Iowa, I mean, they won them in the last second. Overtime against Penn State, last second field goal against Iowa. Now they go on the road to Washington. Dan Lanning in his career has struggled against the Huskies. I know DeBoer was there for a couple of those, but that's a tough place to play. Seattle's really tough. And I mean, you talk about a team that's way different at home than they are on the road. There might not be a bigger discrepancy than Washington. Night and day when they play at home to when they have to travel to the Midwest or the East Coast and play one of these teams in the Big Ten. So with how Oregon struggled on the road this season, I think Washington, who's a good team at home, is going to be able to keep that thing close and maybe not win it. So I like the Huskies plus 6.5 against Oregon. Oklahoma laying 10 at home against LSU. Total in the game is 36.5. I was talking about that BYU and UCF game last segment. BYU 60 minutes away from making it to the Big 12 championship game, giving themselves a shot to make the college football playoff, where here's Oklahoma 60 minutes away. Real simple. Beat LSU, you're in the playoff. No question about it. Don't need to sweat anything on that selection show, rankings. They're a 10-point favorite. The total in the game is 36.5. Do we really think Oklahoma is going to make it that easy on their fans? With the total that low and all the pressure on Oklahoma, do you really want to lay 10 points with the Sooners? Because I sure as heck don't. It's LSU or nothing for me. Yes, LSU's offense is abysmal, but Oklahoma thrives off of turnovers. And if they don't, and if LSU, and it's a big if, but if they don't turn the ball over, they can hang with Oklahoma, if not pull off the upset. You got to figure there's going to be one upset this week, right? It's rivalry week. There's too much pressure on all these teams, and there's probably going to be an upset that not a lot of people see coming, and I think it could be in this game. So LSU plus 325, I think could be worth the bet, but certainly at the plus 10, I like LSU to keep that game close against Oklahoma. Tennessee taking on Vandy. Who would have thought when the season started, so much would have been riding on this game for Vandy, who only has 2 losses, probably going to need some help, but still a chance for the Commodores to make it to the college football playoff. They're 3-point dogs in Knoxville. Total in the game is 65.5. This is a tricky one. Tennessee was so impressive against Florida from the start. First drive of the game, went into the swamp and absolutely dominated the Gators. Is there a little bit of a letdown coming back home and taking on Vandy? And anybody that bets college football, watches college football, you know how great Diego Pavia is as an underdog. This guy is usually an auto play when he's a dog. You bet him ATS, you're normally going to win that bet. So I understand people that want to take Vandy. I'm going to end up passing on the game. I think it is a great game to bet live just because you have a high total at 65.5. So there should be a bunch of scoring. I would just wait for one of these teams to be up by double digits because I think that's going to happen at some point in this game. And then I would just bet the other side. And that's how I would approach it. So Vandy and Tennessee, I think it's a great game to bet live. Nothing for me in that one. Some of the other games that we have coming up. Let's see. Any other kind of time? Florida State, that's a pick 'em. Gators, minus 110. Florida State, minus 110. Florida can't make a bowl game, but Florida State can. And even though all the reports are that Mike Norvell is going to be back next season, I think it would do him a lot of good to beat one of their rivals and to make it to a bowl game. So the fact that this game is in the swamp and it's a pick 'em, Florida, have they kind of just quit? I mean, that was their game to get up for, was Tennessee. Tennessee hadn't beaten Florida in the swamp since 2003, and that game was never close. Tennessee fans didn't have to sweat that one for a second. So I think Florida State's probably the play in this game. I question the motivation for the Gators, who just want this season to be over for sure. All right, one of my favorite plays of the week, Virginia Tech, plus 9.5 against Virginia. Since 2000, Virginia has only beaten Virginia Tech 2 times. This is one of those rivalries that is owned by the Hokies. And one of these type of games where Virginia's got everything to lose. If Virginia wins, they go to the ACC championship game, and Virginia has a chance to go to the college football playoff. Think about that. Virginia has a chance to go to the playoff if they win this game. On the flip side, you got Virginia Tech. It's obviously been a brutal season. Brent Pry, their head coach, got fired early on in the year. James Franklin's going to take over. And I think that matters because Franklin obviously wants to see what players he wants back. And there are players there that are trying to make an impression on their new coach. And you got a chance to spoil the season of your rival. And I think that means something to Virginia Tech, who, again, have had Virginia's number in this rivalry for a long time. So I'm going to take Va-Tech plus the 9.5 against UVA. Oh, and then we got the Iron Bowl, Alabama and Auburn. For people that are listening to the show, probably most of you know I'm a Bama guy. This game scares the absolute living daylights out of me. There is no way on earth you could bet Bama in this game. There's just you just can't do it. You can't bet Bama. You can maybe bet them on the money line as part of a parlay. You can maybe do that. You can't lay 6 with them in this kind of game for so many reasons. The first one being, when these games are in Jordan-Hare, when they're played at Auburn, they always get nuts and they always get wacky and they're always close. The other reason is Kellen DeBoer's track record since he's been at Bama. When he's been on the road against an unranked team, Bama has always struggled. Guys, go look through Alabama and what they have done on the road this season and what they did on the road last season as well. Bama plays everybody close on the road. Doesn't matter if you're ranked or if you're unranked. Week 1, they go on the road at Florida State. They lose 31-17. Then they go play Georgia on the road, 3-point game. They play Missouri on the road, 3-point game. They play South Carolina on the road in a game that they should have lost, and they win by 7 at the end. And now here we are with the Iron Bowl, and they're only favored by 6. Now, Bama should dominate this game. Auburn's best win this season is against 5-6 Baylor. So Bama should win, but because it's the Iron Bowl and because if they win this game, they're in the SEC championship, I mean, they just won't make it easy on themselves. Also, another wrinkle to watch out for in this game is they're going to start Ashton Daniels at quarterback, but 5-star freshman Deuce Knight came into the game for Auburn. He started against Mercer. Electric athlete. And I'm sure Auburn's got all these run packages with Deuce Knight that they're saving for this game. This is their Super Bowl. I mean, they got 5 wins. If they win, they make a bowl game. You got rid of Hugh Freeze. You're looking for a new coach. This is what rivalry week is all about, man. There is nothing that these players, that these fans, that this program wants more if you're Auburn than to end Alabama's season. Because if Bama loses, they're out of the playoff. If they win, they're likely in the playoff. So this is what it's all about. I'll take Auburn every day of the week, +6 against Bama. Brad talked about that under earlier, Northwestern Illinois at 44.5, expecting all that weather, wind, snow. I think that's a good look. And then another one of these games where a team has everything to lose, SMU. If they win, they're in the ACC title game. They're laying 13.5 at Cal, who just fired their head coach, Justin Wilcox. I would look at Cal there, plus the points against SMU. Those are all my plays for rivalry week. That's what I like in college football. Let me bring on my producer, Brandon Combs, who's telling me in the chat that he laid 6 this week with Bama. Brando, why would you do that to yourself? Why would you lay 6 with Bama when the Iron Bowl's at Jordan-Hare?
I mean, it's simple. I think Alabama's one of the 5 best teams in the country right now. I said that last night when we did our power rankings. I believe in Ty Simpson. I believe in what this Alabama team is. This is why I bet Alabama before the season to win the national title. I know a lot of people were down on Bama. A lot of people were down on DeBoer and what this team could be. But I think this team is really good, man. And their bigs up front on both lines are some of the biggest dudes I've seen in college football in a long time. I like Alabama. I like what they're doing. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think they roll Auburn, to be honest with you.
Man, I hope you're right, but we'll see what happens. What are some of your other favorite bets from rivalry weekend that you like?
Yeah, man, look, I think there's going to be 3 upsets that really shake up the college football playoff. I do. And the first one is going to be Texas. I think they beat Texas A&M. There's just something about this Texas team and the way that they're playing right now. A&M, that 31-point comeback against South Carolina, they're just ripe for the picking. They're due for one of those letdowns, and I think that this Texas team is par to give it to them. I also think that Georgia Tech might beat Georgia, which is really going to shake things up in the college football playoff if that happens. But I think Georgia Tech is that team. They're just scrappy, man. They don't go away. They hang in there every single time that they're on the football field. And I don't think that Georgia has the team this year that can just put teams like this away. So I think they're going to let Georgia Tech hang around. I think Georgia Tech's going to find a way in the fourth quarter to pull off the upset. And then the one that I keep talking about, Michigan, baby. Ohio State, 2,160 days it'll be on Saturday. I just think look, Ohio State hasn't played anybody, and I've watched this team play. I've seen how their defense is. I've seen their offense. I know they've got 4 of the best players in the country on their roster. They're just not impressive, man. They're really not. And their quality of opponent isn't there. I think the Texas game showed you a lot in week 1 when Texas wasn't very good and Ohio State couldn't run away with it. And I think as long as they're not playing the Ohios of the world and the Gramblings of the world and Illinois and Purdue and all of those, I think they're going to have a game on their hands. And I think Michigan's going to get it done again, man. I really do. So those are my 3. I put those 3 in a parlay, 20-1 parlay. I like it a lot. With
the spread, with the money lines, because you took Georgia Tech, Michigan money line, right?
Yeah. Wow. So I went money lines with those, and I also bet them separate as well. It's just, look, I really have this feeling, man, we're gonna have a college football playoff shakeup this week, and a lot of these teams too. I don't know if you noticed this, Peach, but a lot of the favorites and a lot of these higher seeds, they're on the road this week. Michigan, Ohio State's at Michigan. Georgia's at Georgia Tech. Texas A&M is at Texas. Bama's at Auburn. Like, there are a lot of these teams going on the road. It's just there's something in the air. There's something in the air. Sometimes when I have these feelings, PJ, you just got to find them, and you just go with it, because these feelings, man, they tend to shake out.
Look, I definitely think we're going to get some upsets this week. I mean, there was no movement in the college football playoff this past week. It was cupcake week for much of the SEC. They were playing a lot of these bad teams, a lot of 50-point spreads, all these sorts of deals. But you got to feel like we're getting some chaos, right? Like you said, a lot of these higher seeded teams are on the road. You know, Bama's on the road, A&M's on the road, Ohio State, Miami. I mean, so many of these teams. So I agree. I think we could get some upsets, and we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But
and that
it's going to be interesting.
Too. Pitt's another team I could see pulling off an upset against Miami.
Like I said, I initially thought I was going to be on Pitt, but the more I think about that game, I think Miami's going to take care of business. It would not shock me if Pitt won, just like it wouldn't shock me if Mississippi State won. But those are the two favorites I actually do like this week in those big games. I like Ole Miss and I like Miami. Those would be the two favorites that I would look at. But I think Auburn's live. I think Washington's live. Again, like, it wouldn't shock me if Michigan won. Like, I wouldn't be blown away, but I just think Ohio State's so much better. I mean, they would really have to play an awful game, a bunch of turnovers, missed tackles. Their defense is just so good. I don't know how Michigan's going to be able to move the ball all that effectively against Ohio State. We come back, we wrap up the show. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
If I were out on the Eagles, if I had already burned them, if I were out on the Chiefs and had already burned them, this would be a weekend on the Thursday, Friday, first portion of the Week 13 slate, where I might look at the Bengals, especially as an opportunity to zig while everyone else is zagging in Survivor.
Like, yeah, if you were really bold, that would be the move to make if you really wanted to hopefully knock out the majority of your pool and still be alive. That would be the way to do it. And I think that's the game that has the most variables, because you don't know what Joe Burrow is going to look like, right? Like, we feel like we kind of know what's going to happen in the other games, but like, that Bengals-Ravens game could go completely sideways. And it's not as easy as, okay, they're a big favorite. Like, what happens every year, week one? Everyone takes the heaviest favorites and someone always loses. So I don't hate the look on the Bengals. It's interesting that I know all season long people were saving the Chiefs for Thanksgiving. Like, that was the thing, is kind of save the Chiefs, save the Lions, but available in 54% and only 4% are taking the Chiefs. That shows the faith that the public has in this Chiefs team right now, which is not as high as I think we all thought it would be at this point in the season.
All right, let's keep with rivalry week, and we're going with the Dogs in the Vandy and Tennessee matchup. So I'm going to go with the Doors, getting 3 points here. And Vandy, we know, has been one of the most fun stories in college football, with Diego Pavia beating his chest and hoping for a campaign to win the Heisman. I don't think that's going to be the case, but En route to that, Vandy has been one of the best covering teams in college football, 9-2 against the number so far this season. And it feels to me that this is going to be their absolute Super Bowl. They've been running their mouths, and we know one thing, that Diego Pavia likes to back up what he's saying. And you look at this Tennessee team, and it's a team that certainly has some flaws. We've seen teams run the football against them, and I just feel like this is a Tennessee team that has been overbilled this year, and you can see that, and they're against the spread numbers. They are just 2-5 ATS in their last 7 games as favorites. So I don't feel like they're trustworthy favorites here, even when this game is in Knoxville. Diego Pavia ain't scared. Let's go Vandy +3.
I mean, I just wonder how distracting or what type of distraction this has put on the players for Ole Miss. Like, that's my handicap in this game against Mississippi State, is what's the distraction level like for Ole Miss? They should be able to go out and beat a Mississippi State team by over a touchdown, but you wonder the intangible part of all of this that, you can't exactly account for in the season-long stats and any numbers or metrics you want to weigh against each other for either team. For me, it's more of like, how locked in is this Ole Miss team? Do they feel like they're supported from Lane Kiffin still? Do they feel like he's already out the door? Those are the types of things that I would want to know before betting this game. Obviously still like college football playoff implications for Ole Miss. So you'd imagine that they would be playing their best football, but those types of distractions for college age kids can kind of derail things.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser here with you. Brandon Combs, Mike Montgomery as well. We're wrapping up the show. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. We're going to have a little fun, wrap the show. We got Thanksgiving, of course, tomorrow and on Friday. We got so many great NFL, college football, college basketball games to come over the next 3 and 4 days. But before we have some fun, I might give out some bets at the end, do a little bar trivia. Brandon, I made a bet on Texas Tech to miss the college football playoff at 16-1.
Oh no.
And here's my theory. Okay, I'm going to break it down for you because I think there is absolutely a possibility that they do not make the college football playoff. So here's what happens, okay? We basically get all chalk this week. So Oregon wins, they're in. Ohio State and Indiana, they're both already in. Those are 3. A&M out of the SEC, Georgia 4-5. Ole Miss and Oklahoma, they both win. They're both in. No questions asked. So you're at 7 teams, right? BYU, if they win out and they beat UCF this week and then beat Texas Tech, they're going to get the auto bid. And they're going to be your 8th team in. Whoever wins the ACC, that's going to be your 9th team. Whoever wins the group of 5 is going to be your 10th team, okay? So you got 10 teams. Those are 10 locks. Like, I don't think anybody would question that if all that happens, those 10 teams are in. Do you agree so far?
I do. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree that's all chalk this week, but
right.
In your theory, I agree with you. Yes.
And I don't either, and that's a big part of the reason why it's 16-1. But if all those things happen, those 10 teams are in. So then we're down to Notre Dame, Texas Tech, and Alabama. Those would be your 3 teams left, if Bama beats Auburn, of course. So if Bama beats Auburn and loses in the SEC title game, and then Notre Dame, or even if they win, to be honest with you, or even if they win the SEC, but it's a lot more interesting if they lose the SEC title game. So let's say, for argument's sake, Bama loses the SEC title game, and then you have 10-2 Notre Dame, and then you have Texas Tech. What do you think the committee decides to do with those 2 spots that are left and those 3 teams? Okay. Do they leave out Notre Dame because they don't play in a conference and they don't really have their best win this season is against USC? And even though they did play Miami and A&M tough, they lost those games. And we know how much the committee Notre Dame. So do they leave the Irish out? Do they leave Bama out, who would have 3 losses, but they have maybe the best resume in college football, with maybe the best win in college football, winning at Georgia? And do you punish them? Do you set the precedent that you punish Bama for playing in the SEC title game and they lose, so you knock them out? Or do you knock out Texas Tech, who, yes, would be a 2-loss team that also played in their conference title game, but their best win is BYU, and then they went and lost to that team? I think Texas Tech's out, Brandon. So again, a lot has to happen. It's 16-1. But again, Oregon's favored this week. There's a good chance they win. Oklahoma, Ole Miss, they're favored this week. There's a good chance they win. It all comes down to BYU beating Texas Tech, and it comes down to Bama winning the Iron Bowl. Brandon, I think there's a case. You know, when you make a bet like that, you're just looking for a case. You're looking for a scenario.
Yeah.
But I think Texas Tech would be the last team out. Do you think? Monty says it seems like a fair price, and it's not the wildest thing. And I agree. And I don't think the committee would leave out Notre Dame and Bama. And I think Texas Tech would be out. So what are your thoughts? 16-1.
So here, 2 things. One, it sounds good in theory, and the price is right. You know what I mean? It's not a bad price on that. However, here's where I disagree with a lot of people, and you'll probably come back at me with this, is that the committee doesn't love Notre Dame.
I think they do, though.
But they don't. Like, other ADs don't love Notre Dame because they won't join a conference. They don't like Notre Dame. It's always been that way. You go all the way back, and I know this is before you were born, but 1993, I'll never forget that season where Notre Dame beats Florida State head-to-head. They both have 1 loss at the end of the season, and this is way back when they just voted for the national champion. Notre Dame beat the hell out of Florida State that year. Then the next week lost on a field goal to Boston College in a rivalry game, and that's back when Boston College was really, really good. They lose by a field goal to Boston College, but they have the head-to-head win. They're the only 2 one-loss teams in college football, and the committee, well, the voters at the time, which are all ADs, same thing as the committee now, voted for Florida State to be the national champion that year. It's always been a thing. ADs and voters, they don't like Notre Dame because of the non-conference thing. So I actually think that there is a slim chance that Texas Tech would get in because they went to a conference championship game and Notre Dame would get left out, and that would anger me to no end.
Notre Dame is plus 710 to miss the playoff right now. And by the way, I just looked, Texas Tech is up to 22-1 to miss the playoff. So I got a terrible price. I agree. I got a terrible price at 16-1. I agree, though, that I think it would come down to Notre Dame and Texas Tech. I think Bama, if they beat Auburn, I think they're in. Like, how does the committee leave out a team that made it to the SEC championship game, right? Especially if all those teams have 2 losses. And Bama only lost 1 game in the SEC. That's what you have to remember. They have 2 losses, but one of those is in the SEC. And with all those tough teams they had to play, I just don't think they get left out. I think it's down to Notre Dame and Texas Tech. And I mean, Brando, again, maybe you're right. Maybe because Notre Dame doesn't play in a conference, that's when it just bites them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know if they put Texas Tech in over Notre Dame. I don't know if they do that. That would be crazy. Oh, man. Yeah. Monty's saying, would you rooting for chaos be better for you? Michigan gets a case with the win over Ohio State. Michigan's another interesting wrinkle in all this. I mean, they hold a lot. I think Michigan would also need some chaos, but they beat Ohio State.
Chaos.
Yeah. I mean, how could you not, right? Unless your team is you can't have chaos, then you're not rooting for it. But of course, you're just absolutely rooting for. You want to see so much. And again, I don't think all that chalk is going to hold this week. I think somebody's going down. But I was just playing with the scenarios and, obviously going to Bama, me and my buddies were talking to each other, and everybody seems to think, oh, if Bama wins, are they in? And my friend, and we were going through this scenario, and he's like, well, what do you think? I mean, what happens if Texas Tech loses to BYU? I mean, then what would they do? And I'm like, that's interesting. So, again, 22-1 for Texas Tech to miss the college football playoff. And it's not like you have this right? Like people, might be betting I don't know, Georgia to miss the play. Like that's not happening. Or people might be missing, again, Oklahoma, if they lose, they're definitely out. If Oregon loses, there's a chance that they're out. Same thing with Ole Miss if they lose, especially with all this Kiffin stuff going on. Maybe they're out. But, what a price you're getting with Texas Tech. And I think so many people just feel like they're like a lock to get in because they're such a big favorite this week. They're going to be such a big favorite in the Big 12 title game. But they're going to have to beat BYU twice. And I don't know, Brando. So maybe you're right, though, man. Maybe your Irish do get screwed because so many people just feel like if Notre Dame beats Stanford this week, they're in. But maybe they're not. Maybe they're not if all that stuff happens. I agree. I absolutely think they're – I also think Texas Tech is one of the 12 best teams. I think of all those teams – well, certainly like the ACC champion, especially if it's like Virginia or SMU. They're not as good. We know the Group of 5 champion isn't as good. But I think Oklahoma is the worst team of those at-large teams. I think Texas Tech should still be in, but it won't happen. So, but yeah, man, could you imagine though if they leave out Notre Dame, Brandon? That would really get the ball rolling on them joining a So where do you stand on that? As a Notre Dame fan, do you love the fact they don't play in a conference?
I'm okay with it either way, to be honest with you, because eventually I think they have to join a conference because I think that eventually you're going to get 2 major conferences and that's going to be it. And everybody, if you're not in those conferences, you're not going to be eligible for the college football playoff. So I do think they're going to at some point. But, look, with their TV deal with NBC and everything that they got, they make more money from that NBC deal than they do joining a conference anyway. So they have no reason to join a conference right now. You would have to give them a reason to join the conference, and they just have none. That's why they've never done it. If the money was right and it made sense for them to do so, sure. But now if they join the ACC, they can't be on NBC. If they join the SEC, they can't be on NBC. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff to that, and that NBC money to Notre Dame is pretty damn good.
And what nobody has really talked about either is by the college football committee and this new decision of really making the top 4 teams just the top 4 teams, right? Because last year it was we're going to have each of the top 4 teams be all the conference winners. And then people are like, okay, we can't have a format where Boise and Arizona State are getting first round buys, right? We just can't have that. So they decided to do away with that. And if they would have kept with that, Brandon, then Notre Dame would have never gotten a top 4 seed. But now that they're making it so that, right, now they have a chance to get a number 1 seed. So they've already done some things to accommodate Notre Dame. But, look, they kept Bama out last year for SMU because they didn't punish SMU for playing in a championship game. So they could be forced with the same decision again with Notre Dame and Texas Tech. And if Notre Dame is not playing in a conference championship game and Texas Tech is, maybe they keep the Red Raiders in the college football playoff. So maybe I go bet some Notre Dame to miss the playoff at plus 710 too. A lot of stuff's got to happen, but maybe we do that as well. A lot of fun though. Brandon, happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. Monty, same as well. Appreciate you guys helping me the last couple of days. Thanks to everybody listening and tuning into the show. Enjoy all the football, NFL, college football over the next 4 days. Enjoy Feast Week and college hoops. It's going to be awesome. I'll be on You Better You Bet on Friday. I'll see you guys there. Horvat, Brad Evans back on Monday. BetMGM tonight. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Have a great holiday.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
To the pick that I am putting in our squad parlay, which is Vikings at the Seahawks, under 41 and a hook. Vikings, not a good team this season. They have a real issue with J.J. McCarthy, by the way. He's been banged up, not playing a lot, not playing this weekend. He has looked really, really bad. Regardless, he's on the sideline, and guess who is in? Oh, Max Brosmer, who I believe started like at New Hampshire or something, transferred to Minnesota. Clearly, this is not who the Vikings want at quarterback, and he has to go up against that nasty Seattle defense, a top 10 unit. Then conversely, the Vikings, while not being a good team, have a defense that is very good under Brian Flores, ranked 11th in the NFL. So both of these teams 7-4 to the under this season. I think we see a lower scoring game, and that's why we're going Vikes, Hawks under 41 and a hook.
Michigan's at 15, kind of sitting there right outside the bubble, kind of barely on the bubble with Vandy and Utah. A win over Ohio State would be the best win in the country all season long for anyone. So regardless of whether Oregon lost and Michigan snuck into the Big Ten title game, I think there's a question about Michigan maybe sneaking in as well. Again, based on the committee's recency bias, and they would have a marquee win, the best win in the country all year long, if they were able to upset Ohio State at home on Saturday.
Like the over more so in this one, Chris. I know you talked about the Ravens Ravens offense rather being shaky and inconsistent, but if they could get to if they could get to 27 points, like I would imagine the Bengals, and against this Bengals defense, I think they could. I would imagine the Bengals with Joe Burrow back are going to be able to put up a couple touchdowns as well and do their part in getting over this number. So 51.5 feels, I don't want to say too low, but I would only lean towards the over and certainly not an under here with the Bengals defense being what it is.